Born with the rare and unparalleled desolate ancient tyrant body, young Lin Che was almost entirely stripped of his extraordinary talents when his stepmother, Lu Yunyan, seized his heart-guarding divine bone under the indulgence of his father, Marquis Wuin. In the ancestral shrine of the Marquis Wuin residence, the light of the heaven-sealing formation flickered and flowed. Lin Che's chest wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood gushed out relentlessly. He stared in shock at the noblewoman before him, Lu Yunyan, draped in a luxurious purple-gold cloak, unable to believe that his stepmother could be so cruel and depraved. The desolate ancient tyrant body, unmatched through the ages, carried an innate aura capable of suppressing 99% of the world's battle inertia, truly supreme physique. Now, with his heart-guarding divine bone taken, his tyrant body was incomplete, and his very life was at risk. Lu Yunyan maintained the poised demeanor typical of a noblewoman, her hands lightly folded before her chest, her expression calm as she gazed at the enraged young man before her. Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Foolish, just like your lowly mother. Did you really think the heaven-sealing formation's power could be hidden from the master of this residence? Boom. Her words struck Lin Che like a thunderclap, making his mind roar. Only now did he realize that the eerie calm throughout the residence had already revealed the truth. He simply hadn't wanted to believe it, hadn't wanted to accept that his own blood relatives would treat him this way. The usually resilient young man now had reddened eyes, his voice trembling. Why would you do this to me? A hint of contempt flashed in Lu Yunyan's eyes. Your mother was a mere maid. Did you think being called young Marquis could change the fact that you were born of a lowly servant? Don't you dare insult my mother. Lin Che roared, desperately pushing the limits of his nearly crippled, desolate, ancient tyrant body. A surge of golden tyrant energy exploded, transforming into dazzling ripples that broke through the heaven-sealing formation's confinement and shot directly toward Lu Yunyan. The unexpected counterattack caught her off guard, forcing her to dodge. Yet, she was still grazed by the tyrant energy, leaving a cut on her cheek, while her purple cloak was torn and fell to the ground. Her meticulously styled hair became disheveled, and her usual noble composure was utterly shattered. Though Lin Che coughed up blood from the forceful activation of his physique, he laughed heartily. How satisfying! Enraged, Lu Yunyan began forming seals with her hands, activating the heaven-sealing formation. The light contracted violently, and the sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Yet Lin Che gritted his teeth, glaring at her with a crazed smile. At that moment, the heart-guarding divine bone hovering midair suddenly radiated golden light. A stream of golden blood surged out of the gaping wound in Lin Che's chest, merging with the divine bone. Completely drained of his divine blood, Lin Che collapsed to the ground. The divine bone, now infused with the blood, shone brilliantly, its radiant golden light filling the ancestral shrine. Lu Yunyan's eyes lit up with joy. The shrine doors slowly opened, and a handsome young man in luxurious clothing strode in with an air of confidence and authority. He was Lin Che's younger half-brother, Lin Yi. Standing tall, Lin Yi looked down at Lin Che with disdain. Why do you hate me so much, brother? If not for the possibility of the desolate ancient tyrant body serving me, what right does the son of a mere maid have to live to this day? Shouldn't you be grateful for the 14 years of wealth and privilege you've enjoyed? But just as Lin Yi prepared to claim the divine bone, Lin Che suddenly rose and pulled out the heart-guarding divine bone, which he had secretly separated earlier. Lu Yunyan, if you dare take another step, I'll make sure Lin Yi dies in front of you. Lin Che crushed a corner of the divine bone. Lin Yi, who had begun merging with the bone, screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Kneel or die, Lin Che demanded. Despite his excruciating pain, Lin Yi resisted fiercely. You think I'll kneel before the son of a maid? I'd rather die in agony, my soul destroyed, than submit. It wasn't until the divine bone was crushed a third time, and the unbearable pain overwhelmed him, that Lin Yi finally collapsed to his knees, unwilling and humiliated. Seeing the seething hatred in Lin Yi's eyes, Lin Che sneered. Lin Yi, where's your arrogance now? How does it feel to kneel before someone you deem inferior? Suddenly, Lin Che's expression turned cold. He knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer in the Marquis Wuin residence. He made his decision immediately. Lin Yi must die. No. Lu Yunyan's face turned pale as she darted forward like a streak of lightning. At the same time, Lin Yi, his face ashen and voice hoarse, cried out desperately, Big brother. We're bound by blood, brothers of the same lineage. Lin Che sneered, his battle energy surging endlessly into the divine bone in his palm. A violent aura erupted like a tidal wave, causing the very air around them to tremble. By now, Lin Yi had begun to merge with the protective divine bone. If the divine bone was destroyed, not even the Marquis of Wuin himself could save his life. Lu Yunyan's heart clenched as despair flooded her eyes. It was too late. Lin Yi collapsed to the ground, his mind scattered and his face devoid of color. Enough! A cold, commanding voice sliced through the air. Lin Che's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force engulfed him. He let out a guttural growl, his face flushing red and veins bulging as he fought desperately against the sudden power. Yet, in the end, he could only watch helplessly as his fingers slowly loosened, releasing the divine bone to hover midair. No! Lin Che's eyes widened in despair as he let out an anguished roar, coughing up blood as his body wavered unsteadily. Marquis. Lu Yunyan's once despairing face now lit up with joy. At some point, a tall, imposing middle-aged man had appeared before them. He was clad in a flowing black and purple robe, his dark hair cascading freely over his shoulders. His features were strikingly handsome, but the most captivating aspect of his presence was his eyes, deep and unfathomable, as though they held the stars, the moon, and the sun within them. They were impossible to meet directly. This man was none other than Lin Che's father, one of the 8 great marquises of the Dezhou dynasty, the Marquis of Wuin, Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che trembled uncontrollably, his emotions barely contained. His bloodshot eyes burned as he gasped for breath. "Why?" he demanded, his voice breaking. Pain, uncertainty, and a trace of hope flickered within the young man's gaze. Lin Xuanqi looked down at Lin Che, who was covered in blood, his expression calm and detached, as though he were gazing at a stranger. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low, measured tone. "The archaic tyrant body is not something you can possess. Relinquish the divine bone willingly. From this day forward, you will remain the young lord of the Marquis of Wuin's household. Wealth and glory, I can guarantee that for the rest of your life." A young girl in a light purple gown entered the room, holding a gleaming sword in her hand, her expression as cold as frost. She was Hua Yinshu, the only daughter of champion Marquis Hua Zhentian, one of the 8 great marquises of the Dezhou dynasty, and also Lin Che's fiancée. The girl's features were extraordinarily delicate, her face as pale and smooth as jade, and her bright eyes seemed to hold the mysteries of a starry sky, exuding an ethereal charm. When she saw Lin Che lying on the ground, a flicker of panic flashed through her serene eyes. She quickly stepped forward, helped Lin Che up, and held him tightly in her arms. Her breath caught as she noticed the gaping wound on Lin Che's chest. Her voice trembled as she called out, "Ah, Chay." Lin Che hadn't expected to see Hua Yinshu at this moment. He struggled to open his eyes and weakly murmured, "Yinshu?" Tears welled up in Hua Yinshu's eyes. Her trembling fingers hovered near Lin Che's injury, hesitant to touch it. Lin Che forced a faint smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said weakly. Compared to the pain in his heart, this physical wound seemed insignificant. "Ho Lin, I hope you can give me an explanation for this matter," Hua Yinshu said, her tone calm but resolute. Lin Xuanqi frowned deeply. "This is a matter of my Lin household. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Che is my fiancé. What concerns him concerns me." Hua Yinshu lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp and icy. "If Uncle Lin believes the voice of a mere woman carries no weight, I can have my father, champion Marquis Hua Zhentian, personally come to your Lin household to discuss this." Lin Xuanqi narrowed his eyes at her words. Before he could respond, Lu Yunyan interjected suddenly, "Miss Hua, are you aware that Lin Che no longer possesses the ancient tyrant body? He is now nothing but a worthless cripple." Hua Yanshu's body stiffened, and her gaze met Lin Che's. Seeing the pain in his eyes, she instantly realized that Lu Yunyan's words weren't baseless. Seizing the moment, Lu Yunyan pressed on. "Miss Hua, Lin Che is nothing more than the son of a lowly maid, no better than a gutter rat. We are of noble Marquis families, kin to the imperial house. By all accounts, you and my sonny are the true match made in heaven. If you are willing, I can have the Marquis immediately draft a marriage proposal, uniting the champion Marquis household with the Wuin Marquis household." Lin Yi's eyes lit up with a fiery gleam upon hearing this. Hua Yinshu, known as the Ice Beauty of Dezhou, was ranked among the top 3 in the nation's list of beauties. Not only did she come from a prestigious family, but she also possessed the rare and extraordinary immortal spirit body. For Lin Yi, marrying her would be a double victory. More importantly, to take Lin Che's fiancé for himself would be the ultimate humiliation for Lin Che. With this thought, Lin Yi didn't speak but shot Lin Che a provocative smirk, his expression full of mockery. Lin Che clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Yet the pain was nothing compared to the anger and humiliation seething within him. He understood perfectly well the meaning behind Lin Yi's gaze. But as he thought of his current predicament, his heart sank. His clenched fists loosened involuntarily, and the fury on his face faded, replaced by a trace of self-mockery. Now that his tyrant body had been destroyed and even his own father sought to kill him, how could he possibly be worthy of someone as extraordinary as Hua Yinshu? If he continued to hold on to her, he feared he would only drag her down for the rest of her life. Chay, Yin called softly, sensing the shift in Lin Che's emotions. Lin Che instinctively looked up to see her face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with tenderness. No matter what happens, I'll face it with you. Let's go home. With that, Yin wrapped her arms around Lin Che's waist and lifted him effortlessly, ignoring Lin Xuanqi and the others as she headed toward the door. Lin Che stared at her profile, momentarily stunned. Lu Yunyan and Lin Yi were also momentarily taken aback before their expressions darkened. Clearly, Yin had dismissed Lu Yunyan's words as irrelevant. Lin Yi's heart roared with frustration. How could a worthless cripple like Lin Che still earn Huiyan's unwavering devotion? Even Lin Xuanqi, usually composed, showed a rare moment of astonishment. Do you think my Wuin Marquis household is a place where you can come and go as you please? Lin Xuanqi's cold voice broke the silence as he snapped out of his daze. His eyes flashed with a chilling light, and a powerful aura surged toward Yin. Boom! The air quaked as an invisible mountain of pressure descended upon Yin. Her shoulders sank, and her body was forced downward. Yin held Lin Che in one arm, her delicate hand gripping the trembling sword. A sharp and fierce aura erupted, instantly tearing through Lin Xuanqi's suppression of their energy. This scene shook Lin Xuanqi to the core, his expression turning grave half-step divine flame realm. At just 14 years old, she had already reached the half-step divine flame realm. Yinshu's face was pale as she glared coldly at Lin Xuanqi. Uncle Lin, are you planning to turn your blade on me as well? Lin Xuanqi took a deep breath. You may leave, but Lin Che must stay. I will not leave without ache. Yinshu stood her ground, unwavering. A dangerous glint flashed in Lin Xuanqi's eyes. For a worthless wretch born of a servant, is this truly worth it? Those words turned Yinshu's gaze icy cold. Even though she knew Lin Xuanqi's martial prowess was far beyond her own, a chilling intent to kill surfaced in her eyes. At that moment, Lin Che grasped Yinshu's arm, using her support to stand. She immediately steadied him. Lin Che shook his head. Yinshu, leave this to me. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Yinshu bit her lip and finally nodded. Turning to Lin Xuanqi, Lin Che's eyes reflected pain, confusion, and inner turmoil before all emotions melted away into an icy resolve. He understood clearly that unless he completely abandoned the desolate ancient tyrant body today, there was no way he could leave the Marquis of Wuin's residence alive. If he were alone, he could accept death, but he would never allow Yinshu to suffer because of him. Nearby, Lu Yunyan and Lin Yi, mother and son, smirked with disdain. A worthless failure, what could he possibly do? Lin Che fixed his gaze on Lin Xuanqi, his mind echoing the words, worthless wretch born of a servant. Slowly, his fists clenched as a bitter smile appeared on his face. Lin Xuanqi, isn't it just a bone? If you want it so much, then today, I, Lin Che, will carve out the bone and return it to you. From this day forward, there will be nothing between us, no ties at all. Boom. Before his words fully landed, Lin Che's expression twisted in agony. Summoning the last remnants of his battle energy, he channeled it into his chest and spread it through his entire body, shattering every bone within him. Such a ruthless and decisive act left Lu Yunyan and Lin Yi visibly shaken, fear flickering in their eyes. Lin Xuanqi watched Lin Che's actions, his expression momentarily dazed. Had he made the wrong decision? Perhaps Lin Che was indeed a remarkable choice. But in the next instant, his gaze turned cold again. No, he was certain he hadn't erred. The world was never short of geniuses. Compared to a so-called prodigy who had yet to rise, connections and resources were far more critical. No matter how talented Lin Che was, it couldn't change the fact that his mother was a servant. How could the son of a servant compare to the grandson of the Lu family, one of the 6 great clans of the Zhou dynasty? Buzz. A crimson light burst forth from Lin Che's body, and Lin Xuanqi seized it in one swift motion. It was the essence of the desolate ancient tyrant body. By shattering all the bones in his body, Lin Che had effectively made an oath to the heavens, forever relinquishing this power. Lu Yunyan and Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement as they stared at the crimson glow in Lin Xuanqi's palm. They no longer cared about Lin Che. After many struggles, they had finally obtained the desolate ancient tyrant body. Having lost the power of the tyrant body, Lin Che spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Ache! Yinshu caught him in a panic, tears streaming down her face. Ache, please, don't let anything happen to you. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze filled with terrifying killing intent. If anything happens to Ache, I, Yinshu, swear that I will not rest until I destroy the Marquis of Wuin's family. Hearing this, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Xuanqi's eyes. Lin Che tried to speak, but rolled his eyes back and fell unconscious. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, a grand voice echoed in his mind. The desolate ancient tyrant body is dead. The primal chaos body is reborn. Divine Demon Tower, Activate. Lin Che felt as though he was plunging into an endless abyss. The suffocating sensation surged over him like a tide, and his consciousness shattered repeatedly in the darkness. The sharp, cutting words, "a worthless child of a maid. I will take Chay away," pierced his mind like blades, tearing at him relentlessly. Resentment, unwillingness, and rage churned in his chest, finally erupting like a volcano. Why? Just because of my lowly birth? I refuse to accept it. I won't surrender. Suddenly, Lin Che's scarlet eyes snapped open, and he gasped for air. Before he could gather his thoughts, the sight before him left him speechless in shock. He found himself in a vast expanse of darkness. In front of him stood a towering, pitch-black monument, its base buried deep underground and its peak vanishing into the endless void above. The surface of the monument was covered in marks of blades and axes, with sword slashes and fist imprints crisscrossing its surface. As Lin Che stared at these marks, an ancient battlefield scene suddenly unfolded in his mind. Beneath towering city walls that reached the heavens, colossal black giants charged alongside countless martial artists, the deafening cries of battle ripping through the skies. For a fleeting moment, he found himself standing atop the city walls, only to see a massive blade swinging toward him. He awoke abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. After countless eras, the primordial chaos body has finally appeared again. A weathered voice echoed. As the voice spoke, the black monument began to tremble, emitting a dazzling black light. By the glow, Lin Che finally saw his surroundings clearly. Towering walls as massive as mountains surrounded him, dark and mottled, extending into the deep abyss. In the boundless darkness, he seemed to glimpse the sun, moon, stars, and even the enormous, closed eyes of a gigantic head. I'm inside a tower. The thought had barely formed when small characters appeared on the surface of the monument. Demon God Tower, first level. The black light twisted and coalesced into the form of a figure with its back to Lin Che. Who are you? Lin Che asked. You may call me Tower Ancestor, the figure replied. It's really a tower, Lin Che murmured to himself. The Tower Ancestor let out a cold snort. What, do you have a problem with that? A useless person like me has no right to mock anyone, Lin Che said with self-deprecation. If even the primordial chaos body is considered useless, then this world has no so-called geniuses left. As the Tower Ancestor explained the origins of the primordial chaos body, Lin Che's breathing quickened. This physique was not only unparalleled in strength and resilience, but also possessed an extraordinary demonic nature. It was said that a fully developed chaos body had once relied solely on its demonic power to continue fighting for 300 days even after its soul had perished, slaughtering 8 supreme beings. Tower Ancestor, are you saying? That's right. You possess the extremely rare primordial chaos body. The words struck Lin Che's mind like a thunderclap. His body trembled with excitement as he felt an overwhelming, terrifying power surging within him. He had never been willing to accept defeat or ruin his own potential. What he truly desired was to tear Lin Yi's head from his shoulders, throw it before Lin Xuanqi, and demand, are kings and nobles born any different? Seeing Lin Che's excitement, the Tower Ancestor chuckled coldly. Boy, you're celebrating far too soon. The chaos physique was undoubtedly powerful, but mastering it completely was no easy feat. Lin Che fixed his gaze on Tazu, and, without hesitation, knelt down. Master, please accept my vow as your disciple. Although the young man didn't fully understand Tazu's origins, he was certain of one thing: someone who knew such profound secrets must be his only hope. Well, Tazu remarked with a meaningful tone, you remind me of someone else equally shameless. Lin Che remained on his knees, silent and unmoving. Kid, becoming my disciple is no simple matter, Tazu said. You have 1 incense sticks time. If you can't grasp the basics of the ninefold chaos art in that time, consider this nothing more than a dream. Whoosh! A streak of black light shot out from the stone tablet and entered Lin Che's mind. The ninefold chaos art. Lin Che's head snapped up, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and focused, allowing the cultivation technique to flow through his consciousness. The heavens attain clarity through unity, the earth achieves tranquility through unity, and the spirit gains vitality through unity. The ninefold chaos art merges heaven, earth, and humanity, infusing battle energy into the bones, forging the primordial chaos. Tazu observed Lin Che intently, muttering to himself. Even the so-called first chaos physique took 2 incense sticks time to reach the entry level. 1 incense stick? I must have been. Before he could finish, Tazu fell silent in shock. Lin Che, still seated cross-legged, began to float into the air, his aura surging higher and higher. Body refinement stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, until it stabilized at stage 9. Tazu was rendered speechless. not because of Lin Che's stage 9 body refinement, had long since grown indifferent to such achievements, having seen countless martial arts prodigies. What truly stunned him was the sheer speed of Lin Che's progress. It was important to understand that Lin Che's former Tyrant physique had been destroyed, forcing him to start from scratch. Yet, in mere moments, he had broken through 9 minor stages. Even more astonishing, he had already grasped the entry level of the ninefold chaos art. Such speed was unprecedented. Even the creator of this technique might not have achieved this. After countless eons of waiting, a true primordial chaos physique has finally appeared. With such a performance, this is only fitting. Tazu chuckled softly. Lin Che exhaled slowly and opened his eyes. As he sensed the changes within his body, a look of amazement crossed his face. Stage 9 body refinement. He had been so immersed in cultivation that he hadn't realized he had reached the peak of the stage. The levels of martial cultivation were rigidly structured. Body refinement stage 9, martial foundation, spirit flame realm, chaos master, tribulation sovereign, heaven opening powerhouse, and the ninefold saint realm. Even with his extraordinary talent and former tyrant physique, Lin Che had only reached the peak of the martial foundation. Yet now, in mere moments, he had completed the body refinement stage and formed a seed of battle energy within him. This gave him a visceral understanding of the terrifying potential of the primordial chaos physique and the miraculous nature of the ninefold chaos art. Kid, you really have no perspective, Tazu scoffed. You're losing your composure over this minor achievement. True geniuses can fully comprehend the ninefold chaos art in an instant. You've only grasped the first layer. It's nothing to brag about. Finally encountering a primordial chaos physique, Tazu wanted to ensure Lin Che didn't become arrogant and ruin his future. Yes, that was the only reason, definitely nothing else. Lin Che smiled faintly and cupped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Tazu. He did not argue with Tazu's words, for he was confident that one day, he would earn Tazu's admiration. Tazu nodded. The ninefold chaos art you now possess is only the first layer. To access the subsequent layers, you must break through to the spirit flame realm and ascend to the second level of the Tower of Gods and Demons. You likely have many questions like why I reside within you, but all will be revealed once you reach the second level. Remember, you have 1 month to ascend, or you'll lose the chance to obtain the subsequent layers forever. Now go. Boom. Before Lin Che could respond, his mind buzzed and his vision blurred. When his senses cleared, he found himself in an elegantly decorated, distinctly feminine room. Yin Shu. Lin Che glanced around at the familiar furnishings and delicate scent, immediately recognizing it as Hua Yinshu's chamber. Tazu's parting words echoed in his mind. Within a month, he must break through from stage 9 body refinement to the spirit flame realm. The sheer difficulty of this task weighed heavily on him. It was utterly unprecedented. You've awakened. A commanding voice suddenly rang out. Lin Che spun around sharply, his expression tensing. Uncle Hua, standing by the window, hands clasped behind his back, was a middle-aged man in luxurious attire. This was none other than Hua Yinshu's father, the champion Marquis of the Great Zhou, Hua Zhentian. Lin Che abruptly threw off the quilt and stood up from Hua Yinshu's bed. Hua Zhentian, with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly turned around, his calm, unwavering eyes locking onto Lin Che. Without uttering a word, the invisible pressure emanating from him made Lin Che instinctively hold his breath. Hua Zhentian, the champion Marquis of the Great Zhou, father of Hua Yinshu, and one of the 8 strongest individuals in the Great Zhou, carried an identity that was as imposing as a towering mountain to Lin Che. More importantly, this man was also his future father-in-law. The thought of having lain on his fiancée's bed for so long made Lin Che's heartbeat quicken. You've been lying there for a month? Hua Zhentian broke the brief silence. What? Lin Che looked up in shock. Yinshu has already left for the Great Zhou Academy, Hua Zhentian added. The words hit like a thunderclap. The Great Zhou Academy, the highest institution of learning personally endorsed by the Zhou Emperor as its honorary head, was a place even royal descendants couldn't enter without extraordinary talent. Graduates from the academy, at the very least, reached the level of a tribulation transformation sovereign, capable of dominating wherever they went. Hua Yinshu, born with an immortal spirit physique, had already reached the half-step divine fire realm at the age of 14. With such remarkable talent, she would likely break through to the divine fire realm soon after entering the academy. A 14-year-old divine fire realm expert would undoubtedly cause a sensation, even among the prodigies gathered at the Great Zhou Academy. Thinking of this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile. You seem pleased, Hua Zhentian noted his expression. Yinshu possesses the immortal spirit physique and extraordinary talent. It has always been her dream to enter the Great Zhou Academy to spar with other prodigies and seek the Tao. Now that her wish has come true, of course, I'm happy for her. But you, Hua Zhentian's tone remained calm. Your dominant physique has been destroyed. Even if you can continue cultivating, you're no longer comparable to someone like Yinshu, a peerless genius. While you struggle to lay the foundation for martial arts and ignite the divine fire, Yenshu may already become a sovereign or a great power, touching the path of the saint. The gap between you two will only grow wider. Moreover, a month ago, Lin Xuanqi publicly announced the abolishment of your title as young Marquis and severed all ties between you and the Marquis of Wuin's household. Now, you have no potential, no status, and no future. To say you are worthless would not be an exaggeration. Do you think someone like you still deserves to be Yanshu's fiancé? Each word landed on Lin Che's heart like a heavy hammer. He instinctively clenched his fists, a flicker of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Lin Xuanqi, you couldn't wait, could you? But then, a spark of realization crossed Lin Che's mind. Could it be that Hua Zhentian hadn't noticed his rebirth, and the fact that he had already regained the cultivation level of the 9th stage of body refinement? It seemed the primordial chaos physique he now possessed was truly extraordinary, even beyond the perception of a powerful figure like Hua Zhentian. Of course, it might also be because Hua Zhentian hadn't activated his power or probed carefully. Seeing Lin Che's silence, Hua Zhentian delivered another bombshell. Lin Yi has also joined the Great Zhou Academy, and he has entered as a Saint's son. Saint's son. Lin Che's breath hitched abruptly, and his eyes turned red in an instant. His voice, hoarse with emotion, carried a surge of uncontrollable feelings. This was his dominant body, the power that had been stolen from him. Lin Yi was born with demonic eyes, a pair of eyes capable of seeing through all things, granting him the ability to fight opponents far above his level. His innate divine ability, destructive demonic light, was astonishingly powerful. As the son of Lin Xuanqi, the Marquis of Martial Peace in the Great Zhou dynasty, and from his mother's side, the prestigious Liu family, one of the 6 great families of the dynasty, Lin Yi's talent and status were impeccable. Yet even with such a pedigree, becoming the Saint's son of the Great Zhou Academy was no easy feat. The title disregarded lineage and focused solely on one's potential. For 30 years, the Great Zhou Academy had not seen a genius worthy of the Saint's son title, a testament to the terrifying qualifications required for the position. However, when Lin Yi obtained Lin Che's ancient dominant body, everything seemed to fall into place. A pair of demonic eyes that could pierce through anything, combined with an indestructible dominant body, this combination was more than enough to justify the title of Saint's son. Hua Zhentian nodded and said, "That's right. Lin Yi has passed the highest level examination of the Great Zhou Supreme Court. Even though his cultivation hasn't yet reached the divine flame realm, he was admitted as an exception. Over the past month, he should have already achieved the divine flame realm, and if not, he's very close." Hearing this, Lin Che clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. His eyes burned red, and a murderous intent surged uncontrollably in his chest. Watching the person he despised most rise to prominence using the power stolen from him was a feeling that nearly drove him mad. Hua Zhentian sneered coldly. "What's the matter? Feeling unwilling? Want to kill Lin Yi? But with your current state, no status, no potential, what do you have to challenge him with? Forget Lin Yi himself, even his followers could easily crush you." Lin Che took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the emotions roiling within him. When he looked at Hua Zhentian again, his gaze had regained its clarity. "Uncle Hua, you must have a reason for saying all this. I doubt you came here just to mock me." In truth, Lin Che had already guessed Hua Zhentian's intentions. Besides Hua Yanshu, he couldn't think of any other connection between himself and Hua Zhentian. "Lin Che, do you think you're still worthy of being Yanshu's fiancé?" Hua Zhentian asked with a faint, mocking smile. Lin Che's hands tightened slightly. Although he had gained the primordial chaos body and possessed the mysterious divine demon tower, his opponents were no less formidable. Once Lin Xuanqi, Lin Yi, and Liu Yunyan discovered that he had not only survived but was advancing rapidly in cultivation, they would undoubtedly launch a lethal hunt against him. Lin Che wasn't afraid for himself, but dragging others into his troubles, especially Hua Yanshu, was something he could never accept. Perhaps letting go was the best choice? Seeing the struggle in Lin Che's expression, Hua Zhentian shook his head, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "Have you made up your mind? What's your decision?" "Uncle Hua, are you here to annul my engagement with Yanshu?" Lin Che met Hua Zhentian's gaze directly. "You know very well that with your current situation, the gap between you two will only grow wider. Even if Yanshu doesn't care, can you endure the rumors of the weak man relying on the strong woman, or living off a woman? Even if your heart is strong enough, is that truly the life you want? Separating would be better for both of you." Lin Che, however, remained unusually calm. "Uncle Hua, you're right. Perhaps separation is the best choice. But..." A brilliant light ignited in his eyes. "A girl like Yansha, stunning in appearance, extraordinary in background, and unmatched in talent, what man wouldn't dream of spending a lifetime with her? I was fortunate enough to win her favor. Even after my dominant body was destroyed, she never abandoned me and even risked her life to save me. Uncle Hua, if you were in my place, would you willingly give up a girl like her?" Hua Zhentian couldn't help but shake his head. Then, looking at Lin Che, he fell silent. Lin Che grew more passionate as he spoke. So long as there's even a sliver of hope, I will never give up on Yanshu. Uncle Hua, I will never give up. Even if you try your hardest to stop me, I won't give up. The two locked eyes for a long moment. Suddenly, Hua Zhentian burst into laughter. Kid, this is from Yanshu. He handed Lin Che a letter before laughing loudly and walking away. Lin Che stared blankly at Hua Zhentian's retreating figure. He opened the letter and saw a line of delicate handwriting. Chay, we'll be waiting for you at the Great Zhou Academy. After leaving the courtyard where Lin Che resided, Hua Zhentian's smile gradually faded, replaced by a heavy expression. His thoughts involuntarily returned to the conversation he had with Hua Yinshu earlier by Lin Che's bedside. Father, Hua Yinshu's gaze was resolute, though her voice carried a hint of pleading. I understand Chay's current condition. There are bound to be people in the household who will gossip about our engagement. Especially grandmother. She has always seen Chay's mother as nothing more than a servant, a disgrace. This time, grandmother will surely use this situation to her advantage. You want me to protect Lin Che? Yes. But don't worry, father. Once I enter the inner academy of the Great Zhou Academy, not even grandmother will be able to interfere with my marriage. I promise it won't take long. During this period, I ask you to shield Chay from those with ill intentions. Yinshu, is it worth it? Is everything for Chay worth it? Just because of that incident back then, does it justify your unwavering devotion for a lifetime? Hua Yinshu did not answer. She simply looked at her father with those steadfast eyes. The determination in her gaze was something Hua Zhentian had never seen before in his daughter. That touch of pleading in her expression deeply moved this champion Marquis, a man who commanded respect across the Great Zhou. As the inheritor of the celestial spirit physique, Hua Yinshu had never experienced a true childhood. From the age of 3, she began training under the guidance of the Hua family elders, practicing stances, breathing techniques, and using various medicinal herbs to temper her body. Training in the bitter cold of winter and the scorching heat of summer, all of it was to maximize the potential of her unique physique. While other children played and laughed, she trained. While others listened to bedtime stories and sought comfort, she kept training. Reaching the divine fire realm at the age of 14 was no coincidence. Her character had become exceptionally strong and unyielding. No matter how bloody her hands and feet became, no matter how exhausted she was, she never gave up. And now, this daughter who had never shown weakness was pleading before him for the sake of a man. In that moment, Hua Zhentian was no longer the champion Marquis, no longer one of the 8 most formidable warriors in the Great Zhou. He was simply a father. Though he understood that this decision might strain his relationship with his mother and potentially bring trouble to the champion Marquis manor, Hua Zhentian ultimately nodded in agreement. All because this was his beloved daughter's requested daughter's plea to her father. However, Hua Zhentian had his own conditions. I can shield him from trouble caused by the elders, but if his peers cause him trouble, I won't interfere. Don't say anything more. If he can't even handle his own peers, how can he stand firm against the rumors and challenges of the future? And when Lin Che wakes up, I will tell him the whole truth. Perhaps he will choose to retreat on his own. Hua Yinshu's face lit up with a smile, her gaze still firm. He won't. Chay won't give up on me. Looking at his daughter's happy expression, Hua Zhentian couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration toward a certain someone. So when Lin Che later chose to remain resolute, Hua Zhentian's emotions were deeply conflicted. He both hoped Lin Che would back down and hoped he would persevere. Now, it seemed, his daughter had indeed chosen the right person. Sigh. Hua Zhentian sighed and shook his head. He knew Yinshu's determination would inevitably bring her many challenges in life. But as a father, what else could he do but support her? At this moment, Lin Che was staring at the letter Hua Yinshu had left behind, feeling a bit dazed. He had thought Hua Zhentian's visit was to annul their engagement, but it turned out otherwise. As he read the little note Yinshu had added at the end of the letter, the frustration in his heart dissipated. Yinshu, don't worry. I won't make you wait too long. With the Primordial Chaos Physique, the 9 Revolutions Chaos Technique, and the mysterious Divine Demon Tower, Lin Che was brimming with confidence. Moreover, even if not for Hua Yinshu, he had to get into the Great Zhou Academy. There, before the eyes of the world, before all the prodigies, he would trample Lin Yi and show everyone who the real inferior one was. Carefully tucking the letter into his chest, Lin Che began assessing his current condition. First, there was the Tower of Gods and Demons. Lin Che calmed his mind, focusing on the mysterious, hazy black light in his consciousness. This was the legendary Tower of Gods and Demons. Apart from knowing its title as the Ancestor of Towers, this enigmatic artifact remained an enigma to him. For now, the only thing he had mastered was the ability to sink his consciousness into the tower by holding his breath and concentrating. Then, there was the astonishing performance of the ancient chaos physique. In a remarkably short time, Lin Che had reached the 9th level of body refinement. This rate of progress left him in awe. The ancient chaos physique's efficiency in converting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth far surpassed his former desolate overlord physique. Of course, the ninefold chaos art played a critical role without this cultivation technique. Lin Che estimated he could, at best, have reached the 7th level of body refinement. What grade of combat technique is this ninefold chaos art? Lin Che's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Combat techniques were one of the foundational elements of a martial artist's cultivation, crucial for controlling the body and refining combat energy. As one's cultivation advanced, these techniques could grant the power to pluck stars, seize the moon, incinerate the heavens, or boil the seas. The hierarchy of combat techniques was rigid, ranging from third-rate to second-rate and first-rate, with higher levels such as combat arts, combat codices, and earth records. Even combat arts were rare and unattainable for most people. In my current state, I might be able to attempt breaking the seed into a sea and condensing a chi sea around me to rebuild my martial foundation. Lin Che's eyes flashed with determination. To change his circumstances, enhancing his strength was paramount. He could clearly sense the completeness of the combat energy seed within him, its every pulse accompanied by a roaring surge of energy like rushing rivers. Drawing on past experiences, Lin Che knew that the combat energy seed had reached the threshold for breaking into a sea. He immediately closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. A heavy, condensed, and unstoppable aura of fist intent surged from within him. This was the martial momentum he had comprehended. Martial momentum, like the foundation-building stage of martial arts, was divided into levels: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, great perfection, and peak. The fist intent enveloped his entire body, his blood boiled and coursed through his veins, and his black hair moved without wind. Suddenly, a crisp, cracking sound echoed from within his body as the combat energy seed began to fracture. If someone could see inside Lin Che, they would witness the surface of the egg-like primordial combat energy seed developing cracks, which expanded under the pressure of the fist intent. With a thunderous boom, like the sound of creation itself, the combat energy seed completely shattered. A torrent of combat energy instantly filled his entire body, beginning to merge with his dantian. Lin Che's face flushed red, and white steam rose from his head as he awaited the formation of the chi sea around him. At that moment, golden light erupted from Lin Che's eyes as his martial will manifested, compressing and condensing the chi sea in unison with the fist intent. A thunderous cracking sound came from his bones, and golden light burst from his 7 orifices and every pore, eventually enveloping his entire form. This is the tiger and leopard thunderous roar? Lin Che's heart trembled. According to ancient texts, the body refinement stage extended beyond 9 levels in antiquity. When the physique was tempered to the extreme, the tiger and leopard thunderous roar would occur, a sign of the first leap in life's evolution. The sounds emanating from within him at this moment were strikingly similar to the legendary tiger and leopard thunderous roar. Could it be the effects of my second attempt at breaking through the martial foundation? Lin Che pondered this silently, but his movements didn't falter. His punches roared like a dragon, his martial will surged like a tide, and the battle energy within him poured continuously into the depths of his bones. As the energy kept flooding in, he could distinctly feel a profound transformation taking place in his bones, meridians, and marrow. Boom! In an instant, Lin Che's body erupted with dazzling golden light, forming a golden shockwave that spread outward. He exhaled slowly, his eyes gleaming with a radiant brilliance. The newfound power coursing through his body left him in a wee power purely derived from his physical strength. He lowered his head to gaze at his hand. With a slight exertion of his fingers, golden light, as fluid as water, shimmered across the surface of his skin, dazzling and magnificent. Boom! With a sudden clench of his fingers, the air around him shattered, leaving a distinct pale mark in the void. Lin Che was stunned. This required at least a force of 100,000 pounds. To leave an imprint in the void, a minimum of 100,000 pounds of force was essential. But what surprised him even more was the golden light flowing between his palm and fingers. Indomitable golden body. It's truly the 10th stage of body refinement. He clenched his fingers again, and with a thunderous roar, the battle energy within him surged outward, condensing into a faint golden energy in his palm. The power of his physical vitality had seamlessly merged with his battle energy. Combined with the tiger-leopard thunderous roar and the indomitable golden body, Lin Che was finally certain had stepped into the 10th stage of body refinement. This realization left him momentarily dazed. If that's the case, perhaps that path is worth attempting. A sharp glimmer flashed in Lin Che's eyes. There were 2 ways to gain entry into the Great Zhou Academy. The first was the national martial examination held every 3 years, the path that Hui Yinshu had taken. But he had missed the exam while he was unconscious, and waiting another 3 years was not an option. That left him with only the second path. The Heavens Road. The so-called Heavenly Road is, in reality, a life-or-death trial personally established by the first Zhou king. Behind this path to the heavens lies the opportunity to enter the 4 great martial academies of the Great Zhou Academy. Lin Che stood in his room, his gaze deep and contemplative. He carefully mulled over the legend of the Heavenly Road. 9 major territories, 36 provinces, 72 paths, each with its own entrance to the Heavenly Road. Yet, very few dared to take on the challenge. For those who succeeded, it meant soaring to unimaginable heights. For those who failed, it meant their souls would descend to the underworld. Because of this, no one had dared to attempt it for many years. I must conquer the Heavenly Road, Lin Che said, clenching his fists. Although he had already awakened the primordial chaos body and possessed the divine treasure, the Tower of Gods and Demons, which would undoubtedly ensure his rise as a formidable power if he followed a steady path of cultivation, it was far from enough. His goal was to defeat Lin Yi and crush Lin Xuanqi's pride by trampling on the son he held in such high regard. Lin Yi, with his innate demon eyes, had now also obtained Lin Che's desolate ancient overlord body, making his strength unrivaled among his peers. Moreover, he had been specially recruited into the Great Zhou Academy as a holy son. To catch up to and surpass such a prodigy, Lin Che had to seize every opportunity and gather all possible resources. Lin Che was well aware that once his primordial chaos body was exposed, Lu Yunyan would never let him go. Lying low was no longer an option. The Heavenly Road had become his only choice. After adjusting his state of mind for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Lin Che felt he was at his peak condition. He pushed open the door and headed straight for the Tongtian Tower. 2 figures silently followed him, one tailing him directly, while the other moved in a different direction. It was clear that someone was monitoring his movements. Lin Che noticed but only allowed a faint flicker in his gaze, showing no concern. After all, this was the inner city of Qingzhou, where the city patrol guard maintained order. Moreover, the pursuers were merely at the body-refining realm, insignificant in his eyes. Finally, a striking structure came into view, the Tongtian Tower. It was a 4-story ancient tower, entirely black and gray, with a towering base that rivaled the grandeur of a 9-story building. In the center of the tower's facade hung a plaque with the words Tongtian written in a bold, flowing script. Legend had it that these 2 characters were written by the first Zhou king, using a tree branch as his sword and infusing the script with sword intent. Though unverified, the plaque undeniably radiated a powerful sword aura. As a result, martial artists often sat nearby, attempting to comprehend its mysteries. As Lin Che approached the Tongtian Tower and stepped onto the staircase, a guard raised a black spear to block his path. "Young man, do you know what kind of place this is?" the guard asked. Lin Che halted and looked at the guard with a calm and steady gaze. "Huh, it's you." The guard's voice was laced with unmistakable mockery as he gave Lin Che a scrutinizing, amused look. "So, it's the young Marquis. What brings you here instead of staying in the Marquis Manor? Could it be you're planning to challenge the heavenly path?" He deliberately emphasized the words, young Marquis, each syllable dripping with icy sarcasm. Another guard, recognizing Lin Che, immediately revealed a look of disdain. It was no surprise over the past month. The most sensational news in Qingzhou revolved around the proclamation issued by the Wuin Marquis Manor. Lin Che, the unfilial son, has committed heinous acts. He set up the heaven-severing array within the manor, attempting to seize the innate demonic eyes of his own brother, Lin Yi. Such treachery is unforgivable. However, considering the bond of blood, the death penalty is waived. Instead, his cultivation is abolished, and he is expelled from the manor. From this day forth, Lin Che has no ties to the Wuin Marquis Manor. This decree, bearing the official seal of the Marquis Manor, caused an uproar across the 9 provinces of the Great Zhou. While some doubted its authenticity, most chose to believe it. After all, it was personally issued by Lin Che's father, Lin Xuanqi. What reason would a father have to falsely accuse his own son? Lin Che, who had been unconscious for a month, was completely unaware of these events. Hu Zhentian, fearing the truth would be too much for him to bear, had not mentioned it. Now, seeing the contemptuous expressions of the 2 guards, Lin Che furrowed his brows slightly. "If I recall correctly, I don't have any personal grievances with either of you. So why this attitude?" "Humph." One of the guards sneered coldly. "A man who dares to strike down his own brother, you really think we would treat you kindly?" Lin Che was utterly baffled. "What are you talking about?" The other guard, his battle aura flaring, reached out to grab a notice from the wall and tossed it to Lin Che with a mocking smile. Lin Che glanced at it, and his eyes instantly reddened, his body trembling slightly. "Lin Xuanqi," he muttered through clenched teeth. He could hardly believe his father would twist the truth so outrageously. Him setting up the heaven-severing array to steal Lin Yi's innate demonic eyes? It was an absolute joke. Lin Xuanqi's actions not only stripped him of his overlord physique, but also destroyed his reputation. If not for awakening the primal chaos physique and obtaining the divine demon tower, his life would have been truly ruined. A fierce hatred flickered in Lin Che's eyes, but he quickly took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. He clenched the notice tightly, his expression now cold and unreadable. "Please step aside," he said to the guards. "You're really going to challenge the heavenly path?" The guards exclaimed in unison. "The decree clearly states your overlord physique has been destroyed. You're just a cripple now. Are you looking to die?" The commotion drew the attention of onlookers nearby. Recognizing Lin Che, the crowd erupted in chatter and ridicule. "Isn't that Lin Che? He's still alive? Good people die young, but troublemakers live on forever. This useless fool thinks he can challenge the heavenly path? He's asking for death." The mocking voices were relentless. Lin Che clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking. His hatred for Lin Xuanqi, Lin Yi, and Lu Yunyan deepened. But he knew that arguing now was pointless. The only way to silence everyone and reclaim everything he had lost was to grow stronger and let his fists do the talking. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che strode past the guards and pushed open the doors to the celestial tower. Instantly, a golden light engulfed him. Without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination, he stepped forward and disappeared into the tower, leaving the crowd behind. Bang! The doors slammed shut, and the onlookers stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until the first floor of the celestial tower lit up that the crowd snapped out of their stupor, breaking into an uproar. "He really dares to challenge the heavenly path." Those secretly tailing him were stunned by the sight and immediately sent messages to report back. Boom! A golden pillar of light erupted from within the celestial tower, soaring into the sky and spreading out like a canopy, illuminating an area of several dozen meters in a radiant golden hue. The spectacle instantly drew the attention of everyone in Qingzhou City. Within the champion Marquis residence, the very situation Hua Yinshu had feared finally unfolded. Not long after Hua Zhentian parted ways with Lin Che, a servant hurriedly reported that the Dowager Lady had urgent matters to discuss. Seated in the main hall, the Dowager Lady gripped her dragon-head cane, her thumb repeatedly brushing against its intricate carvings. Her expression was calm, yet an undeniable air of authority surrounded her. On either side of her sat 6 elders of the champion Marquis household, all senior uncles and relatives to Hua Zhentian. "Zhentian greets mother," Hua Zhentian said, maintaining a composed smile despite knowing the meeting would be far from amiable. The Dowager Lady lifted her gaze slightly, speaking directly. "Zhentian, I believe you already know why I summoned you. Now that Yinshu has entered the Great Zhou Academy and is a pillar of our human race, and since Lin Che has awakened, it is time for this marriage to be resolved. As Yinshu's father, it is your responsibility to handle this matter. I will not have Yinshu's future at the academy tarnished by anything related to Lin Che." The 6 elders nodded in agreement. To them, Lin Che, though born of a maid, had once been a prodigious ancient tyrant body with great potential. Now, with that body crippled and his ties to the Marquis of Wuin severed, he was nothing more than a powerless outcast, entirely unworthy of the champion Marquis daughter. Hua Zhentian observed the expressions around him and sighed. "This matter requires further deliberation." "What is there to deliberate?" The Dowager Lady straightened her posture, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Do you want your daughter to spend her life with a worthless man? If the Academy's prodigies learn that Yinshu's fiancé is so disgraceful, how will she hold her head high? This must be settled today. If you refuse to act, I will handle it myself." Recalling his conversation with Hua Yinshu, Hua Zhentian shook his head. "It is not that I fail to understand your concerns, mother, but the engagement between Yinshu and Lin Che will remain for now. Since we are being forthright, let me be clear as well. This is my decision. If anyone bypasses me to trouble Lin Che, do not blame me for being unyielding." Hua Zhentian. The Dowager Lady struck her cane against the ground, her voice filled with fury. "Do you intend to ruin Yinshu? Or is it that you're still hung up on that wretched Jianglan?" At the mention of Jianglan, Hua Zhentian's fists clenched beneath his robes, memories flashing in his eyes. Jianglan, Lin Che's mother, was the woman he had once been so close to marrying. The Dowager Lady, seeing his silence, grew even more incensed. "I should never have agreed to Yinshu's engagement with Lin Che in the first place. And now, it seems I was right. A worthless boy born of a seductress dared to covet his brother's demonic Aishi got what he deserved. No matter what you think, this marriage must be annulled." The elders joined in, urging him. "Zhentian, you cannot be reckless in this matter. Lin Che no longer has any special talents or backing. He is truly unfit for Yinshu." With everyone talking over one another, Hua Zhentian felt more overwhelmed than he did when facing the demon tribe's lords. As the barrage of arguments continued, his patience finally snapped. His expression hardened as he declared, "Enough! I am the champion Marquis." Boom! A powerful aura erupted from him, silencing the room instantly. The 6 elders, stunned by the sudden surge of energy, turned pale. Even the dowager lady looked at Hua Zhentian in shock, unprepared for such a display of anger. Hua Zhentian looked at his mother, feeling a deep sense of frustration. If it had been anyone else? But before he could finish his thoughts, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed, shaking the entire city of Qingzhou. Hua Zhentian suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance. That familiar surge of power made him hold his breath instantly. It was the Tongtian Tower. With a flicker of his figure, he appeared on the rooftop in an instant. In the distance, golden light shot up into the heavens, enveloping half of Qingzhou City in a radiant glow. The long-dormant Tongtian Tower seemed to have come alive, exuding an oppressive aura that made hearts tremble. Someone's attempting the heavenly path again? Hua Zhentian murmured, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The matriarch and the others rushed out upon hearing the commotion, standing in the courtyard and gazing up at the astonishing phenomenon. The Tongtian Tower hasn't been lit up in at least 10 years, has it? Someone whispered in awe. At that moment, the steward of the Marquis' residence burst in, panic written all over his face, his voice trembling. Lord Marquis, something terrible has happened. It's Lin Che. Lin Che has gone to challenge the heavenly path. What? Hua Zhentian's initial instinctive nod froze mid-motion. His figure blurred, reappearing instantly in front of the steward. You're saying the one who activated the Tongtian Tower is Lin Che? It's absolutely true. Someone saw him enter the Tongtian Tower with their own eyes. The news struck Hua Zhentian like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Given Lin Chi's current condition, attempting the heavenly path was no different from seeking death. If he truly perished within the Tongtian Tower, how could Hua Zhentian face Yin Shu? The matriarch, however, broke into a genuine smile. Leaning on her cane, she remarked, "This is for the best. The heavenly path is no easy feat. It's a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life. Even for a genius. With his once mighty body now crippled, reduced to nothing but a waste, dying in the Tongtian Tower could at least be considered his one redeeming act." Meanwhile, within the Marquis of Wuin's residence. What did you say? The one challenging the Tongtian Tower is Lin Che? Lu Yunyin's disbelief was evident as she pressed for confirmation after hearing the report from her subordinate. Madam, it's true. My men saw it with their own eyes. Lu Yunyin's brows furrowed deeply. By all logic, someone with a crippled body like Lin Che attempting the heavenly path was nothing short of suicidal. Yet, for some reason, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at her. The memory of Lin Chi's unyielding gaze, even in the face of death, lingered in her mind, leaving her unsettled. You're saying the person attempting the heavenly path is Lin Che? The space around them distorted suddenly, and Lin Xuanqi's figure slowly materialized. Lu Yunyan and the servant immediately bowed in respect. It is indeed Lin Che, Lord Marquis. Lin Xuanqi's eyes locked onto the distant Tongtian Tower, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After 10 long years, the Tongtian Tower had finally been reactivated. Its golden light pierced the heavens, instantly capturing the attention of the entire Qingzhou city. Lin Che took a single step forward, and the world seemed to spin around him. His consciousness abruptly shifted from Qingzhou City to another realm, a self-contained space within the Tongtian Tower, temporarily severed from the real world. Before him stretched a vast plaza, shrouded in a gray mist. The edges of the space were hazy and indistinct, as though extending into infinity. Lin Che stood at the center of the plaza, as small and insignificant as a grain of sand in the sea. Information about the heavenly path surfaced in his mind. The Tongtian Tower consisted of 4 levels, a structure mirrored across all 9 provinces of the Great Zhou Empire, aside from the Great Zhou Academy. Each level corresponded to one of the 4 trials of the heavenly path. However, for Lin Che, only the first 2 levels were necessary. The 3rd and 4th levels, known as the Saint's Path, were trials designed for martial sages. His 2 trials were straightforward, a battle against an opponent of the same realm and a battle against one from a higher realm. The first required him to face a martial puppet of the same cultivation level, while the second demanded he challenge an opponent 1 major realm above his own. These martial puppets would perfectly replicate the challenger's cultivation, combat techniques, and even unique physiques. As Lin Che contemplated his unusual tenfold body refinement realm, the space around him suddenly distorted. A figure materialized before him, a martial puppet with an expressionless face and vacant eyes, emanating the aura of the 9th body refinement realm. But that wasn't the end. A second puppet appeared, then a third, a fourth, until 10 martial puppets surrounded Lin Che in a tight formation. Clearly, the Tongtian Tower had compensated for its inability to replicate the tenfold body refinement realm by overwhelming him with numbers. Swish. Without hesitation, the 10 puppets attacked simultaneously from all directions. Their battle energy intertwined like an unbreakable iron cage, cutting off all possible escape routes. A sharp gleam flickered in Lin Che's eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly clenched his fists. Meanwhile, outside the Tongtian Tower, a crowd of martial artists had gathered, drawn by the news of Lin Che attempting the heavenly path. Is it really Lin Che attempting the heavenly path? His overlord body was crippled, and he still dares to challenge the heavenly path? Is he courting death? Maybe losing the overlord body hit him so hard that he's lost his mind. The crowd buzzed with speculation, finding it hard to believe that Lin Che, who had just been disowned by the Marquis of Wuin's family, would have the audacity to take on the heavenly path. Heh, this guy won't even make it past the first level. Beneath the towering Tongtian pagoda, the crowd was abuzz with mocking remarks echoing one after another. No kidding. His tyrant body is crippled, his cultivation completely lost. If he somehow manages to pass, I'll eat dirt. Not far away, in a pavilion, Hua Zhentian stared intently at the golden glow radiating from the Tongtian pagoda, his brows furrowed deeply. As the champion Marquis, he was well aware of the consequences of forcibly breaking into the pagoda, though it wouldn't cost lives. It would bring utter ruin to the Marquis manor. But if Lin Che were to perish within the tower, how could he ever face Hua Yinshu? Hua, are you thinking of storming the pagoda? The space suddenly distorted as Lin Xuanqi's figure quietly appeared. Standing with his hands behind his back, he gazed calmly at the Tongtian pagoda. Hua, for the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, I suggest you remain patient. Even if you insist on intervening, I will stop you. Lin Xuanqi, Hua Zhentian sneered. No matter what, Lin Che is your own flesh and blood. Isn't driving him to the brink like this a bit too much? This is how the world works, Lin Xuanqi replied emotionlessly. Many people's fates are sealed the moment they're born. For Lin Che, dying within the Tongtian pagoda might just be the best outcome. And what makes you so certain Lin Che will fail? Hua Zhentian roared in anger. Lin Xuanqi turned his head, his gaze sharp. Without the ancient tyrant body, what do you think he has to pass the heavenly road's trial? Besides, with such a short amount of time, the injuries from his body's destruction couldn't possibly have healed. Hua Zhentian was left speechless, helplessly staring at the Tongtian pagoda. With Lin Xuanqi's resolve so firm, a forced rescue was out of the question. Lin Che's only path to survival was to successfully conquer the heavenly road. But was that even possible? Buzz. Suddenly, a burst of golden light surged at the top of the Tongtian pagoda. Within the distorted space, a golden screen appeared, displaying a line of small, clear text. Challenger of the heavenly road. Lin Che, body refinement peak. The crowd beneath the pagoda erupted. Body refinement peak? Isn't that just body refinement 9th stage? Wasn't his cultivation destroyed? How does he even have this level of strength? Ridiculous. Body refinement peak is just a fancy way of saying 9th stage. In the pavilion, Hua Zhentian's lips curved into a faint smile. Marquis Wuin, it seems the situation isn't quite as you expected. Lin Che appears to have risen again. Lin Xuanqi's brows furrowed tightly, only to relax moments later as he revealed a sinister smile. I'm afraid this is nothing more than his final moment of brilliance. Hua Zhentian was about to retort when the golden screen distorted again, revealing new text. Challenge objective. 10 martial puppets. His expression froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Smack. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in front of the Tongtian tower. Lin Che touched his burning cheek, the sting so vivid that it left no room for doubt it was no illusion. But what shocked him even more was the sight before him: 10 martial puppets standing in perfect formation, each emanating an aura identical to Lin Che's own level. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was unprecedented in the history of the Tongtian Tower. 10 martial puppets of the same level. Are they serious? Someone murmured among the onlookers. Everyone knew the rules of the Tongtian Tower battles against opponents of the same level, or even higher. But to face 10 equally matched opponents all at once? That was no challenge, it was a death sentence. Hua Zhentian stood amidst the crowd, his face grim. Earlier, he had felt a glimmer of relief when Lin Che's cultivation seemed to recover, but now it was as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. 1 against 10, and they're all martial puppets of the same level. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. Even the most renowned prodigies would struggle against this. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanqi wore a faint smile, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. I told you, some people's fates are sealed from the very beginning. No matter the twists and turns, the ending has long been written. As the crowd buzzed with heated discussions, something unexpected suddenly happened. Look, the second level of the Tongtian Tower is lit. A startled cry broke through the murmurs. All eyes turned to the tower, where the golden light of the first level shimmered brightly, and then, the second level lit up with dazzling brilliance. It was a clear sign Lin Che had passed the trial and successfully advanced. The scene left everyone in stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. Lin Xuanqi's smile froze on his face, his aura turning icy cold. On the other hand, Hua Zhentian, initially taken aback, glanced at Lin Xuanqi's stiff expression, and a grin slowly crept onto his face. Finally, he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, wonderful, truly wonderful. His laughter echoed across the space before the Tongtian Tower, as if bearing witness to the birth of a legend. Moments earlier, inside the Tower of Heaven, 10 martial puppets, each at the 9th stage of body refinement, closed in on Lin Che from all directions. Their misty, water-like battle aura intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable giant net. Trapped within, Lin Che had no room to retreat. What shocked him even more was that these puppets had all comprehended the concept of fist and tint, with one foot nearly stepping into the realm of martial foundation. The combined fist and tint of the 10 puppets fused into one, forming an invisible mountain that descended upon Lin Che. In an instant, he felt as though he were sinking into a quagmire, his entire being enveloped by the immense pressure of martial force. Lin Che dared not be careless. His fingers rotated like wheels, transforming his palms into fists. He mobilized every ounce of his battle aura, his muscles and bones resonating in unison, his blood and energy coursing through his body. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Something was off. As he activated his internal battle aura, the overwhelming fist and tint pressing down on him suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The force, capable of trapping even a martial foundation expert, was as fragile as paper before him. A bold thought emerged in Lin Che's mind: these 10 puppets couldn't stop him. With that realization, Lin Che no longer hesitated. He unleashed a punch toward the encroaching puppets. His fist and tint surged like a collapsing mountain, and his battle aura whipped up a fierce gale. With a deafening roar, the 10 puppets were instantly blasted into the air. Before they could even hit the ground, they were obliterated by the terrifying power of Lin Che's punch, scattering into countless fragments. With just a single punch, he had destroyed 10 puppets, each equivalent to the 9th stage of body refinement and possessing martial intent. Such destructive power was something even a martial foundation cultivator at the minor stage might not achieve. Lin Che looked down at his fist, where the misty battle aura was interwoven with faint traces of dissipating gray light. So this is the power of the primal chaos body. Lin Che's eyes grew even brighter. The gray light was none other than the chi of chaos, the innate force accompanying the primal chaos body. It was this trace of chaos energy that had allowed his punch to unleash such devastating power. Yet at his current stage, he was far from mastering this force completely. If one day he could fully integrate the chi of chaos with his battle aura, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Even Lin Che himself couldn't fathom its limits. Where he had once lacked confidence in his ability to ascend the heavenly path, Lin Che now felt his confidence surge by 50%. This first trial considerate passed. As the fragments of the puppets gradually vanished, a golden pillar of light descended from above, enveloping Lin Che. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing on a massive arena, its size comparable to a public square, with only a few railings added compared to the first platform. As Lin Che surveyed his surroundings, the space before him suddenly twisted, coalescing into a figure: another Lin Che. Unlike the previous puppets, this duplicate appeared vivid and lifelike, its gaze sharp and expressive as it carefully examined Lin Che. I am called Shadow, the figure spoke. I am a manifestation created by this Tower of Heaven. What exactly I am, I can't say for sure. As for my relationship to you, I don't know that either. Shadow shrugged and extended a hand. You can kill me, or I can kill you. Alternatively, you can knock me off this life and death arena. Lin Che hadn't expected that the second trial, a cross-boundary battle, would take such a form. The martial arts puppet battling against Lin Che moved with an agility almost akin to a living being, even capable of conversing with him. Staring at this shadow that was identical to himself, Lin Che quickly cleared his mind of distractions. This fight was not only about securing admission to the 4 great martial academies, but also a matter of life and death. He had too many unfinished goals and absolutely could not falter here. Martial Foundation, great achievement. As a former Martial Foundation practitioner, Lin Che instantly recognized the shadow's undisguised cultivation level. The realization weighed heavily on his heart. The Martial Foundation realm, unlike the body refinement realm, was divided into 4 stages: minor achievement, great achievement, perfection, and peak. No wonder people said that traversing the path to heaven was a journey of 9 deaths and 1 life, or even certain death. This battle across realms forced a body refinement martial artist to confront a puppet at the great achievement stage of the Martial Foundation realm. It was a terrifying gap, spanning a major realm and 2 minor stages. The shadow, noticing Lin Che's hesitation, chuckled lightly. If that's the case, don't mind if I take the initiative. Before the words had fully settled, the shadow's figure flickered, appearing a mere 10 feet away as if it had teleported. 7-star step? Lin Che's eyes narrowed. This was one of his signature techniques, a top-tier combat skill. As expected, the Tower of Heaven had replicated his techniques. When the shadow took its second step, the air beneath its feet twisted and groaned, as if on the verge of shattering. With the third step, a pale hue emerged in the air, and translucent footprints appeared on the ground. I can't let him continue. Lin Che made his move, battle energy erupting underfoot as his figure blurred into an afterimage, overtaking the shadow in an instant. The moment he got close, he launched a punch straight at its face. The air roared dully under the force of his fist, but the shadow neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, it firmly took its fourth step forward. Boom! Lin Che's fist tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the shadow's face. At the critical moment, an invisible force suddenly erupted beneath the shadow's feet, instantly forming a nearly transparent defensive barrier. This was the power of the fourth step of the seven-star steps, not its ultimate form, but enough to block the ferocious strike. Lin Che's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this. Break, he muttered, his battle energy surging explosively. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of a tiger, a fiery, spectral tiger head materialized around his fist, radiating a fierce, menacing aura as it lunged toward the shadow. This was the culmination of years of Lin Che's dedication to mastering the Beast King Fist. To perfect this advanced combat technique, he adventured deep into ancient forests, tracking adult white tigers to study their behaviors and hunting patterns until he achieved mastery. Crack! The tiger head collided with the defensive barrier, producing a sharp, shattering sound akin to breaking jade. The sheer force sent the shadow staggering backward. Though Lin Che was only at the body refinement realm, he had once reached the peak of the martial foundation realm, and his mastery of fist techniques had already reached a transcendent level. In martial arts, technique mastery progresses step by step, from basic proficiency to peak perfection. This was perhaps Lin Che's sole advantage against the shadow after all. The Tongtian Tower could only replicate martial techniques of the same level. The shadow steadied himself, a smile forming on his face. A peak-level fist technique? Impressive. In that case, let's settle this with one decisive strike. Before his words fully landed, his battle energy surged wildly, distorting the air around him. A majestic black tiger materialized, its scales and claws vividly formed, its mane rippling with power. Beast King Fist? I know it too, the shadow said with a smirk as he stepped back, merging seamlessly into the black tiger's body. In that moment, man and beast became one, unleashing the true might of the fourth stage of the Beast King Fist, essence integration. Lin Che's expression grew solemn. His mastery of the Beast King Fist had only reached the third stage, foundation mastery, while this martial foundation realm shadow had already ascended to the fourth stage. This further solidified Lin Che's suspicion that the Tongtian Tower was deliberately targeting him. The black tiger roared and lunged. Lin Che took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. Activating the ninefold chaos technique, he awakened his ancient chaos physique, infusing strands of chaos energy into his battle energy. A low hum resonated as his fist began to glow, the battle energy shifting from transparency to a steely gray. An ancient and desolate aura rose into the air. The shadow closed in on Lin Che in an instant, a fierce and menacing energy surging forward as a sharp claw slashed down. Lin Che's clothes and hair were swept by the gust, yet he stood his ground, unyielding. He launched his Beast King Fist to meet the attack head. Boom! A massive gray tiger head erupted from Lin Che's fist, colliding directly with the shadow's claw. The shockwave exploded, sending the tiger head rippling outward in arcs. The shadow's other claw lashed out like lightning, but Lin Che's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, slamming his body into the shadow's massive form. Bang! At the moment of impact, the shadow's claw slashed deep into Lin Che's shoulder, leaving a wound that exposed bone as blood sprayed out. Lin Che's eyes turned blood-red, entirely unfazed by the injury. His body roared with power as his muscles and bones resonated in unison. Thick tendons pulled taut across his frame, channeling a terrifying strength as he wrapped his arms around the shadow's waist. If someone could peer into Lin Che's body at that moment, they would see his entire skeletal structure glowing with a golden light. These golden radiances connected along his bones, forming the unparalleled power of the indomitable golden body. Boom! Lin Che hurled the shadow's enormous frame onto the arena floor with immense force, causing the entire platform to quake violently. The shadow let out a deafening roar, and energy began gathering in its tiger's maw, forming a glowing orb of battle energy. The chilling aura emanating from it pricked Lin Che's skin like needles. The ruthless look in Lin Che's eyes turned into madness. He flipped over, pinning the shadow beneath him. His legs coiled around its front limbs, and his hands clamped down tightly on its upper and lower jaws. Though his battle energy was far weaker than the shadow's martial Dao foundation, Lin Che's advantage lay in the extreme physique forged by his indomitable golden body. The shadow clearly hadn't expected Lin Che to resort to such a primal grappling tactic. A moment of bewilderment flashed in its tiger eyes. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged through Lin Che's limbs, pressing into the shadow and causing its entire body to ache in agony. Boom! The shadow's battle energy erupted, and the glowing orb in its tiger's mouth shot out. Lin Che didn't dodge. He held firm, his arms like iron clamps. The glowing orb struck his shoulder, tearing open another deep wound that bled profusely. This strike could have pierced through the body of a martial Dao expert at the pinnacle of foundation building, yet Lin Che suffered only a severe flesh wound. As the shadow reeled in shock, Lin Che's expression twisted into a savage grin. With a sudden burst of strength, he tore the shadow's upper and lower jaws apart with a sickening crack. Boom! The shadow's energy turned chaotic, and its massive form was forced to retreat, reverting from its black tiger shape. As it landed, it spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to one knee, its face pale. Its essence core had been shattered, and the backlash left it gravely injured. Lin Che wasted no time and closed the distance in a flash. He unleashed a Beast King fist straight into the shadow's chest. The impact sent the shadow flying backward. In midair, their gazes locked. Blood dripped from Lin Che's lips. Though the glowing orb hadn't pierced his body, it had damaged his internal organs. "I'm sorry, but I have to succeed," Lin Che said, staring at the shadow. For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that the shadow wasn't just a lifeless martial Dao puppet, but a being with its own essence. The shadow's eyes showed no pain, only a sense of loss and regret. It looked at Lin Che and smiled brightly. "Congratulations," it said. Before the words fully settled, its body shattered and dissolved into drifting gray ashes. Thud. Lin Che landed heavily on the ground, gasping for air. As the adrenaline wore off, waves of searing pain engulfed him. Yet he lay sprawled on the ground, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I've done it. Lin Xuanqi, one day, I'll make you regret this." No one could have imagined that Lin Che would actually pass the first trial. The feat of 1 against 10 became a reality in his hands. What made it even more astonishing was the fact that not long ago, he had been declared a cripple, his once mighty physique deemed destroyed. The crowd of over 10,000 gathered around the Tongtian Tower fell into utter silence. Everyone stared at the scene in wide-eyed disbelief. For Lin Xuanqi, this outcome was not just a heavy blow but a resounding slap in the face. Just moments ago, he had confidently proclaimed that Lin Che was destined to fail, yet now his expression was a sight to behold. Hua Zhentian, on the other hand, was in high spirits, his face beaming with joy. Lin Che's success in passing the first trial not only spared him from being reprimanded by Hua Yinshu, but also allowed him the satisfaction of seeing the usually composed and stoic Lin Xuanqi wear such an unpleasant expression. "Ha ha ha, who says fate is set in stone? I say I control my destiny, not the heavens." Hua Zhentian burst into laughter. "Lin Xuanqi, how does it feel? Do you regret your choices now?" Lin Xuanqi took a deep breath, his expression returning to calm. "It's only the first trial. Even if he somehow scraped through this one, he's doomed in the second. Don't forget the rules of the Tongtian Tower. If he managed to clear a trial of this difficulty, the second trial awaiting him will undoubtedly be unimaginably harder." Hearing this, Hua Zhentian didn't retort as he usually would. Instead, his expression grew serious. After all, judging by the records of past challengers of the Tongtian Tower, Lin Xuanqi was not wrong. At that moment, golden light rippled above the Tongtian Tower, and the details of the second trial began to appear. Challenger: Lin Che, peak of body refinement. Challenge target: Shadow, mastery of martial foundation stage, Beast King fist at advanced proficiency, battle techniques 4th realm of the 5 realms, essence level comprehension. Upon seeing this information, Lin Xuanqi was momentarily stunned. Then the corners of his lips curled into a genuine smile. Excessive? Perfect. Now, Lin Che is as good as dead. Hua Zhentian, however, was utterly incredulous. He even rubbed his eyes, finally breaking down. What the hell? Is the Tongtian Tower malfunctioning? Is this a trial or an execution? No matter how powerful Lin Che's peak body refinement abilities were, facing an opponent at the mastery of the martial foundation stage was a challenge that spanned 2 entire minor realms. What made it even more terrifying was that this martial puppet had mastered the 4th realm of the 5 realms of battle techniques, reaching the level of essence. With strength like this, it could even contend with a martial artist at the pinnacle of the martial foundation stage, potentially defeating them in a single move. Hua Zhentian shot a suspicious glance at Lin Xuanqi. The latter merely shrugged. "Hua Zhentian, I know what you're thinking. Sure, I'd love for Lin Che to die in the Tongtian Tower, but am not capable of manipulating it." He let out a cold laugh. "If I had that kind of power, he'd already be a corpse in the first trial." Hua Zhentian knew deep down that Lin Xuanqi couldn't possibly control the Tongtian Tower. Still, the series of events that defied all logic left him completely baffled. Damn it, Has Lin Che violated the heavenly laws or offended the Mother of Heaven? Huazhantian was furious beyond measure. He had hoped Lin Che could create a miracle, but now all that remained was bitter disappointment. The brief silence around the Tongtian Tower was completely shattered. The thought of explaining this to Hua Yinshu made Huazhantian's head throb. Could it be that the Tongtian Tower really holds a grudge against Lin Che? Someone whispered in the crowd. A beast who harms his own brother. Perhaps the tower sensed his nature and wants to take his life. The situation was indeed dire. A body-refining cultivator facing an opponent at the peak of martial foundation was already a slim chance of survival. To make matters worse, this martial puppet had mastered the Beast King Fist to a divine level. Not only Huazhantian and Lin Xuanqi, but everyone present believed Lin Che was doomed. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the top of the Tongtian Tower. The golden light surrounding the tower shook violently before coalescing into a massive golden vortex, like a funnel hovering above the tower. This sudden phenomenon immediately captured everyone's attention. Lin Xuanqi and Huazhantian froze, their bodies trembling as disbelief filled their eyes. This silhouette felt eerily familiar. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a golden beam of light shot out from the Tongtian Tower, piercing straight through the golden vortex above. The entire tower trembled as the golden pillar of light broke through the clouds, soaring into the heavens. The golden beam could be seen from Qingzhou City and even neighboring towns. From afar, Qingzhou City seemed to be bathed in a dazzling golden glow. At the pinnacle of the golden pillar, four radiant characters stood out prominently. Lin Che cleared the trial. These simple words struck like thunder in everyone's hearts. Even those in Qingzhou City who were initially clueless now suddenly understood Lin Che had conquered the heavenly path. In the champion Marquis residence, the matriarch gazed at the massive golden pillar, her eyes unfocused. Several elders in the household were equally stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lin Che, who had lost his ancient tyrant body, had somehow succeeded in passing the heavenly path. In the pavilion, Lin Xuanqi's expression froze, his entire being seemingly devoid of life. Lin Che, whose ancient tyrant body he had personally stripped away, had triumphed. This outcome left him dazed and questioning himself. Had he made a mistake? Could Lin Che truly have been the right choice all along? Huazhantian snapped out of his shock and stared at the golden pillar atop the Tongtian Tower, his eyes filled with amazement. This kid. He suddenly felt a newfound respect for his daughter, Hua Yinshu. Could it be that this girl saw something in him from the start? Noticing Lin Xuanqi's darkened expression, Huazhantian's lips curled into a slight smirk. Ha ha ha. Who says fate is set in stone? My destiny is mine to command, not heaven's. These words made Lin Xuanqi flinch. He instinctively clenched his fists, his face growing even darker. How could he not detect the mockery in Huazhantian's tone? But with the undeniable truth before him, what could he possibly say? Boom! The golden pillar above the Tongtian Tower suddenly collapsed, all its radiant light condensing into a single streak that vanished into the void in an instant. This streak of light carried the news of Lin Che's triumph, spreading it to the Great Zhou Academy and the four martial institutes. It was a declaration to the world. The Great Zhou dynasty had once again produced a peerless genius who had conquered the heavenly path. The Great Zhou Academy, established by the first Zhou Emperor, is renowned as a sacred ground for martial arts, famous for its 9 main peaks. Each peak is governed by a master of unparalleled martial prowess, operating independently yet harmoniously, forming the backbone of this prestigious institution. In the Ice Cloud Valley of the Ice Soul Peak, within a vast area resembling a small town where personal disciples reside, Hua Yinshu was finishing her daily battle chi cultivation. She slowly opened her eyes, sensing the stagnation in her battle chi's growth, and gently shook her head. It was only a month ago that she had entered the extraordinary realm at an astonishing speed, igniting her inner Tao flame and stepping into the divine flame stage. Thanks to the unique constitution of her celestial spirit body, she naturally became a personal disciple of the Ice Soul Peak's master. Suddenly, the jade pendant at her waist slipped to the ground, and her icy demeanor softened instantly. This was a token given to her by Lin Che. Thinking of her beloved, who was separated by the expanse of 3 provinces, a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. Without the spatial tearing ability of a heaven-opening realm expert, such a vast distance was nearly impossible to traverse. Why hasn't there been any news from father yet? After freshening up briefly, Hua Yinshu left her residence and headed straight for the Ice Soul Peak, intending to gather information about Lin Che. However, she hadn't gone far before a tall figure blocked her path. It was Lin Yi, his eyes gleaming with an eerie purple light. After Lin Xuanqi transplanted Lin Che's primordial tyrant body's core defensive bone into him, Lin Yi now possessed both the innate demonic eyes and the primordial tyrant body, 2 extraordinary constitutions. At just 14, he had reached the divine flame stage, a feat that placed him among the top 3 talents in the Great Zhou Academy, despite its abundance of prodigies. Yet Lin Yi harbored an obsession with Yin Chu. While it couldn't be described as true affection, having already acquired Lin Che's divine bone, he also desired to claim Lin Che's fiancée as his own. However, his repeated visits had all ended with the door firmly shut in his face, prompting him to wait for her along this inevitable path. When Hui Yinshu saw Lin Yi, her already cold expression turned even frostier. Without a word, she prepared to bypass him in a flash. Lin Yi's smile gradually faded, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he swiftly stepped in front of her again. Are you planning to fight me? Hui Yinshu's voice was calm but carried an icy edge that kept others at a distance. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he stared at her. Hui Yinshu, do you dislike me that much? You won't even spare me a glance. Hui Yinshu's tone was calm as still water, but her gaze carried a trace of mockery. A man who would steal the divine bone from his own brotherdo, you think he'd care about anyone else's opinion? Lin Yi's facial muscles twitched violently, and a sinister expression emerged. That low-born child of a servant is not my brother. He doesn't deserve the title. Besides, in this world where martial strength reigns supreme, a treasure like the divine bone naturally belongs to the most capable. He let out a cold laugh. Lin Che, that useless fool, couldn't protect the archaic overlord physique. It only proves he's unworthy of it. If I hadn't taken it, someone else would have eventually. So why let it fall into the hands of another? As he spoke, he looked at Hui Yinshu with arrogance. Now, with my demonic eyes awakened and the overlord physique in my possession, my talent surpasses all in this era. The title of martial sovereign is within my grasp. Even the untouchable pinnacle of martial cultivation I, Lin Yi, am confident I will ascend to it. Hui Yinshu, he extended his hand arrogantly toward her. Submit to me now, pledge your loyalty, and when I stand at the zenith, you shall be crowned as my queen. This opportunity, I offer only to you. Seize it. After finishing his speech, Lin Yi looked at Hui Yinshu expectantly, a smug satisfaction in his expression, as if he already envisioned her yielding to his grandiose proclamation. Hui Yinshu's face remained emotionless, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. You're delusional. Lin Yi's expression froze instantly, his face darkening as rage and frustration twisted his features. Hui Yinshu, what is it about Lin Che that makes you so devoted to him? Lin Che is nothing now, just a worthless wretch without the overlord physique, destined to remain a pathetic ant for the rest of his life. Dragons do not dwell with snakes, and phoenixes do not nest in barren lands. Don't you understand this simple truth? Hui Yinshu's expression remained cold and indifferent, like an unyielding glacier. My feelings for Ake have never been about a mere bone. This land has seen countless unique constitutions throughout history, even those thought to exist only in legends appear every few generations. But so what? How many of those with the strongest physiques have truly proven themselves, achieved the Tao, and ruled for eternity? Her gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade. I won't even cite ancient examples. Let's talk about the one who now resides atop Mount Buzhou in the Ziwei Palace. How does their physique compare to the so-called geniuses of their era? Yet in the end, it was they who ascended to the peak, presiding over the world and suppressing all opposition. True strength can never be defined solely by a powerful bone or an extraordinary physique. Ake has the courage, the determination. He returned the bone to his father won't falter, just because he lost the archaic overlord physique. I believe in him. He will rise again, he will. Lin Yi listened to the conviction in her voice, momentarily stunned before sneering. Lin Che? That nobody? How dare you compare him to someone like that? This is nothing but nonsense, a fool's dream. His physique is gone. What makes you think he can rise again? Do you really believe Lin Che is some invincible figure? Hui Yinshu merely gave him a cold, indifferent glance without offering any rebuttal. She turned and walked away without a word. Her disregard made Lin Yi's brow twitch uncontrollably, his expression growing darker and more twisted. He stared at her retreating figure with icy eyes as powerful battle energy began to gather in his outstretched hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly echoed across the entire Great Zhou Academy. Following it, a golden pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. What's happening? That seems to be coming from the direction of the Tongtian Tower. Wait, could it be Sumyon has successfully passed the heavenly road? What? The Tongtian Tower hasn't been lit for nearly a decade, and now someone not only lit it, but passed the trial as well? Who could be this incredible? On the icy path of the valley, both Hui Yinshu and Lin Yi turned their eyes toward the golden pillar rising from the Great Zhou Academy, their gazes filled with shock. As residents of the Great Zhou, they understood all too well the significance of the Tongtian Tower and the heavenly road. Buzz! The golden pillar of light erupted with brilliance, gradually forming four radiant characters. Lin Che passed. Lin Che? Who's that? Never heard of him. The name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. Probably just some nobody. Nonsense. If he were truly such a peerless genius, he would have directly taken the martial examination and joined our great Zhou Academy. Why risk the dangerous heavenly path? Inside the Ice Cloud Valley, when the name Lin Che appeared before everyone, an uproar ensued. The great Zhou Academy, located in the distant Zhongzhou, was like a far-off dream to the people of Qingzhou. To most, the name Lin Che was nothing more than a stranger's mark. However, for Hui Yinshu and Lin Yi, the name struck like a bolt of lightning. Impossible. There's no way it could be Lin Che. Lin Yi shouted, his voice trembling with unease and fear. His reaction was particularly intense, as he recalled the arrogant words he had just spoken to Hui Yinshu. If this Lin Che was truly that Lin Che, he wished he could vanish into thin air. Hui Yinshu stared at the 4 golden characters glowing above the Tongtian Tower, her eyes flickering with a mix of emotions. She had always believed her ache wouldn't fall so easily, yet she never dared to hope he could return to his peak so quickly. After all, the Heavenly Path's challenges were extraordinarily harsh, and with Lin Che's once destroyed overlord body, it seemed impossible for him to conquer the path even if he had recovered. At that moment, the spatial bracelet on Hua Yinshu's wrist began to vibrate. This was a treasure left to her by her father, Hua Zhentian. Not only could it store items, but it also allowed communication across vast distances. However, such communication required the consumption of rare spatial crystals, so it was seldom used. Ha ha ha. Hua Zhentian's hearty laughter came through the bracelet. Yinshu, has your great Zhou Academy not received the news yet? With the speed of Tongtian Tower's transmissions, you should have heard by now. Hua Yinshu's heart raced wildly. Father, could it really be Ake? Of course. Hua Zhentian's voice brimmed with pride. Not only did Lin Che challenge the heavenly path, but he succeeded. You should have seen Lin Xuanqi's sour face, absolutely priceless. Hua Zhentian. An enraged roar from Lin Xuanqi echoed in the distance. At that moment, Hua Yinshu could no longer hear anything. She was completely engulfed in a whirlwind of shock. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, standing nearby, seemed as though he'd been struck by lightning. He was frozen in disbelief. No, I don't believe it. That useless trash, how could this be possible? Lin Yi's face twisted in fury as he let out a long howl, dashing toward the direction of Heavenly Sword Peak. He needed to confirm this unbelievable truth with his own eyes. Hua Yinshu watched Lin Yi's retreating figure, then looked back at the 4 radiant golden characters. She softly murmured, Ake. Hua Zhentian ended the call with Hua Yinshu, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his lips. While the consumption of a spatial crystal came at a steep price, seeing Lin Xuanqi's face darken to the point where it seemed like it could drip water made him feel the trade was more than worth it. At this moment, Lin Xuanqi's mood was indeed at its lowest. As the Marquis of Wuin, he was known for his deep and calculated demeanor, but Hua Zhentian's constant provoking glances and occasional pointed remarks were pushing his composure to its limit. Lin Xuanqi, am I being too much? Hua Zhentian deliberately stretched his tone. Look at you, so distressed. While I'm here laughing my heart out. You know, I'm usually the most serious of men, but today... He broke into another exaggerated laugh. Lin Xuanqi's temples throbbed as he took a deep breath and said, Hua Zhentian, you're getting ahead of yourself. Lin Che may have passed the Heavenly Path trial, showcasing some talent, but at the end of the day, he's just a body refinement martial artist, at most with the strength of a Martial Dao Foundation stage master. So what? Hua Zhentian raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold laugh. I'm just laughing at you, Marquis of Wuin, for being so ruthless as to strike down your own bloodline, and for being so short-sighted as to destroy a potential supreme talent with your own hands. What could have been a glorious legacy of 2 supreme beings in one family was utterly ruined by a muscle-headed fool like you. These words clearly hit Lin Xuanqi's sore spot. His robes fluttered despite the absence of wind, and a powerful aura burst forth from him. Within a radius of several dozen feet, the air seemed to thicken like mud, and even the insects flying in the air were instantly reduced to dust. Under the Tongtian Tower, where the crowd had been animatedly discussing Lin Che's success, everyone abruptly fell silent as they felt the overwhelming pressure. Those with weaker cultivation dropped to the ground in terror, utterly disheveled. Hua Zhentian, however, remained as composed and unbothered as ever, sneering as he looked at Lin Xuanqi. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve? Thinking of making a move? The 2 locked eyes, and Lin Xuanqi's gaze flickered, clearly weighing whether to truly take action. The tension in the air was so thick it felt almost tangible. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the entire Tongtian Tower erupted in a blinding golden light. The surrounding space around the tower twisted and shifted, coalescing into 4 faintly discernible void mirrors, which hovered in front of the tower. Lin Xuanqi observed the scene, his expression darkening as he restrained his power. These 4 mirrors were connected to the 4 great martial academies. Once fully formed, they would not only enable long-distance communication but also allow pinpoint teleportation. The higher-ups of the four great martial academies were about to appear, and making a move now was clearly ill-timed. As Lin Che was about to be accepted into one of the four great martial academies, Lin Xuanqi's mood worsened. Although he couldn't fathom how Lin Che had passed the Sky Road trial, it was undeniable that this boy, once heavily injured by him, had risen from the ashes. If Lin Che were to join one of the academies, with the astounding potential he had displayed, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. However, the opportunity to strike had already slipped away. Not to mention that Hua Zhentian would surely intervene. Even without Hua Zhentian's presence, killing a human genius who had braved the Sky Road in front of so many witnesses would be a consequence Lin Xuanqi couldn't bear. He realized that Lin Che had likely risked his life on the Sky Road precisely to leverage the power of the four great martial academies to deter him. Hua Zhentian raised an eyebrow at the unfolding scene and smiled faintly. Since Lin Che had successfully conquered the Sky Road, it was now time for him to reap the rewards of his victory. He was curious about which academy the boy would choose to join. While the four great martial academies were all part of the Zhou Empire's educational system, there was a significant disparity in their strength, primarily reflected in the allocation of cultivation resources. Beyond the basic resources, advanced resources were contested through annual competitions. Over time, the gap between the academies had only widened. Based on resource rankings, Yingtian Martial Academy stood at the top, followed by Bailu Martial Academy, then Wanxiang Martial Academy, and finally Fenglong Martial Academy. With a creak, the doors of the Tongtian Tower slowly opened, and a figure emerged. Instantly, all eyes turned toward it. A disheveled young man stepped out, his clothes tattered, his hair in disarray, and his body covered in bloodstains. The wound on his shoulder had scabbed over, making his appearance particularly wretched. Yet, his eyes were exceptionally bright, shining with a glimmer of hope. "Lin Che!" gasped the crowd, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Even the two guards who had previously stopped him now looked at him with a mix of admiration and respect. As Lin Che passed by the guards, he suddenly stopped and said, "I have never coveted anyone's constitution. Not now, not ever." The two guards were visibly taken aback, their faces flushing with shame. Finally, Lin Che stood before the Tongtian Tower, gazing up at the four void mirrors above. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Though he had never seen them in person before, he was well aware of the legends surrounding the void mirrors. He had forced his way onto the heavenly path, all for this very moment. In an instant, Hua Zhentian appeared beside Lin Che and delivered a heavy slap to his injured shoulder. Despite the incredible regenerative powers of his indestructible golden body, the wound had only begun to heal. The strike sent a sharp pain through Lin Che, causing him to grimace in agony. "Uncle Hua." Lin Che shot Hua Zhentian a resentful glare, fully aware that the old fox had done this on purpose, likely because of Hua Yanqiu. "Ha ha ha." Hua Zhentian laughed heartily. "A man should be able to handle a little pain. What's the big deal?" Lin Che was about to retort when his gaze suddenly sharpened. Seeing the figure ahead, his eyes turned red, and an uncontrollable wave of hatred surged within his chest. Lin Xuanqi stood there, his face expressionless as he looked at Lin Che. His tone was as cold as it had been a month ago. "You wear your emotions on your sleeve. Even if you are reborn like a phoenix, you won't go far on the martial path." Lin Che clenched his fists tightly, the cracking of his knuckles audible. But after taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the storm of emotions within him, his expression gradually calming. Noticing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lin Xuanqi's eyes, and his killing intent toward Lin Che grew even stronger. "Lin Xuanqi, what a fine father you are." Hua Zhentian mocked with a sarcastic laugh. "Always teaching your own son such valuable lessons. It seems your former son here has quite the aptitude, doesn't he?" This time, Lin Xuanqi ignored Hua Zhentian's taunts. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Che and said coldly, "Lin Che, I'll give you another chance. Let bygones be bygones. Return to the Marquis mansion, and you can once again be the young Marquis of Wuin Marquis estate. If you're worried about my sincerity, I can swear on my Dao heart." Hearing this, Hua Zhentian raised an eyebrow and cast a meaningful glance at Lin Che. For someone of Lin Xuanqi's cultivation level, swearing on his Dao heart was no trivial matter. Breaking such an oath would result in divine retribution, potentially ruining his martial path entirely. Clearly, Lin Che's astounding performance today had changed Lin Xuanqi's attitude. If given the chance to do it all over again, Lin Xuanqi would undoubtedly choose Lin Che and would never resort to such extreme measures to forcibly strip him of his ancient tyrant body. Returning to the Marquis mansion now would be highly advantageous for Lin Che. Not only would he no longer have to worry about being targeted by the Wuin Marquis estate or threatened by Lin Xuanqi, but even Lin Yi and Lu Yunyan would not dare harbor any malicious intentions. After all, in the Wuin Marquis estate, Lin Xuanqi was the true authority. Even Lu Yunyan, despite her prestigious background as a member of one of the 6 great families of the Zhou dynasty, would not dare defy Lin Xuanqi's orders. More importantly, with Lin Che's remarkable performance in passing the Heavenly Path trial today, the Marquis estate would undoubtedly allocate significant cultivation resources to him, paving the way for an unparalleled martial career. But accepting this offer would mean that everything that had happened over the past month, the humiliation from Lin Yi and Lu Yunyan, the betrayal, and the hatred of having his ancient tyrant body taken would all be erased. As Lin Xuanqi had said, all would be forgiven. Once a young Marquis, always a young Marquis. Lin Che, what will you choose? Huazhentian asked, his gaze locked onto Lin Che as he awaited his decision. Lin Che hadn't expected Lin Xuanqi to say such words. He looked at him calmly and asked, are you really willing to swear on your Dao heart? Lin Xuanqi nodded slowly, his tone firm with determination. Not only that, from now on, all the resources of the Marquis estate will prioritize you. Whatever the estate can do, we will do our utmost to meet your demands. Lin Che raised an eyebrow, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Anything? Anything, Lin Xuanqi confirmed with another nod. Watching this exchange, Huazhentian couldn't help but shake his head. While he understood that accepting Lin Xuanqi's offer would undoubtedly be the most rational and advantageous choice for Lin Che, emotionally, he wished Lin Che would refuse. After all, as the saying goes, even a Buddha fights for incense, and humans fight for dignity. Lin Xuanqi's actions against Lin Che had long surpassed ordinary grievances, killing and stealing his very essence, cutting off his path to the future. This was no ordinary feud. It was a grudge of life and death. What made it even more despicable was that Lin Xuanqi, as a father, had inflicted such cruelty on his own son. It was utterly inhuman. Still, this was ultimately Lin Che's choice, and Huazhentian had no right to interfere. However, Lin Che's next words unexpectedly brought a smirk to his face. Can I have Lin Yi's innate devil eyes? Lin Che asked, staring directly at Lin Xuanqi. Lin Xuanqi's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. Anything but that. Then, Lin Che continued, I want Lu Yunyan to acknowledge my mother as the rightful wife and herself as the concubine. I want her to submit a memorial to the great Zhou dynasty for an official decree. Additionally, I want Lu Yunyan to kneel and mourn at my mother's grave for 3 years. Can you do that? Lin Xuanqi's brows furrowed deeply. Anything else, but, before he could finish, Lin Che interrupted with a cold sneer. This won't do, that won't do. Lin Xuanqi, were your earlier words just nonsense? How dare you? Lin Xuanqi's eyes flashed with icy anger. Dare? Lin Che's gaze turned frosty. Do you still see yourself as my father? Don't forget, you were the one who sent out the decree banishing me from the Marquis estate and severing our father-son relationship. What right do you have to say such things now? Lin Xuanqi took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. His tone softened slightly. Lin Che, I know you harbor resentment toward me, but this is the reality of the world, survival of the fittest. Reconciliation with the Marquis estate is the best choice for you. A sinister expression appeared on Lin Che's face. Lin Xuanqi, let me tell you, I don't care about the so-called best choice. One day, I will show you with my strength just how foolish your decisions regarding me have been. I will trample Lin Yi, whom you treasure so dearly, underfoot for all to see. Stop spouting nonsense about bygones coming from you. It only cheapens the words. I will never return to the Marquis estate in this lifetime. With that, Lin Che turned away, closing his eyes as he awaited the formation of the void mirror, completely ignoring any opportunity for Lin Xuanqi to speak further. Lin Xuanqi's face darkened like a storm, his chest heaving with unvented anger. As the Marquis of Wuin, he had never been treated with such disrespect. Seeing this, Huazhentian burst into hearty laughter, silently resolving to mark this day as a personal celebration, vowing to toast it with a few drinks every year. Lin Xuanqi's brow twitched at the sound of Huazhentian's laughter, but he paid him no mind. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Che's back, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A decision had been made in his heart. Lin Che, you leave me no choice. At that moment, a deafening rumble echoed across the sky. The 4 void mirrors in front of the Tongtian Tower trembled violently before solidifying completely. The crowd surrounding the area held their breath in utter silence. In truth, ever since Huazhentian and Lin Xuanqi had appeared, an eerie quiet had fallen over the entire vicinity of the Tongtian Tower. After all, the feud between Lin Che and the Marquis estate had been the talk of the town for days, and no one wanted to get caught in the crossfire at such a critical moment. Lin Che gazed at the now fully formed void mirror above, his expression turning fervent. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Buzz. Golden ripples spread across the surface of the void mirror, sweeping through it, for figures emerged within its shimmering depths. Huazhentian raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the 4 figures that emerged on the surface of the ethereal mirror. Lin Xuanqi's expression subtly shifted. Just as he had expected, The arrivals were none other than the 4 deans of the great martial academies. The mirror reflected 3 men and 1 woman. An elderly man with snow-white hair, 2 middle-aged men with contrasting demeanors, and a poised, sharp-eyed middle-aged woman. The 4 of them instantly locked their eyes on Lin Che, their powerful presence causing the young man to tense up involuntarily. Is this the young man who passed through the heavenly path? The 4 deans studied Lin Che's striking and extraordinary features, a glimmer of approval flashing in their eyes. They exchanged a meaningful glance, their silence thick with unspoken implications. In recent years, the rise of elite aristocratic academies and special admission classes had posed a significant challenge to the recruitment efforts of the great martial academies. If they could secure a prodigious talent like Lin Che, who had successfully traversed the heavenly path, it would undoubtedly serve as a golden emblem for their future recruitment campaigns. This was precisely why the 4 deans had personally appeared. The white-haired elder, Lin Xuanqi, dean of the Yingtian Martial Academy, was the first to break the silence. You are Lin Che? Yes, sir. I am Lin Che, Lin Che replied respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. Would you be willing to join Yingtian Martial Academy under my tutelage? Lin Xuanqi asked with a kind smile. Before his words had fully landed, the other 3 deans could no longer remain silent. Bai Luaheng, the refined and scholarly dean of the Bailu Martial Academy, spoke up. Senior Shun, while your reputation is indeed illustrious, recruiting Lin here so directly seems rather unfair to the rest of us, doesn't it? Following that, Chun Jiadi, the burly, bearded dean of Wanxiang Martial Academy, chuckled and added, Indeed, Senior Shun. While Wanxiang Martial Academy may be a bit lacking in resources, we are no less sincere in welcoming Lin. Bai Yufei, the fiery red-haired dean of Fenglong Martial Academy, scrutinized Lin Che with sharp eyes. Lin Che, I see that you possess extraordinary bone structure and vigorous vitality. Surely you have a special constitution. If you join Fenglong Martial Academy, we will provide all the body refinement resources you need before reaching the heaven-opening realm, entirely free of charge. This remark prompted the other 3 deans to raise their offers. Chun Jiadi promised to provide all cultivation resources up to the heaven-opening realm, while Bai Luaheng went even further, offering resources up to the Saint Realm and an exclusive spirit cavern. The magnitude of these offers left even Hua Zhantian and Lin Xuanqi quietly astonished. Finally, Lin Tianqi cleared his throat and presented his trump card. Lin, if you choose Yingtian Martial Academy, not only will you receive cultivation resources and a spirit cavern up to the Saint Realm, but you will also be granted a spot for advanced studies at the Great Zhou Academy. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of confidence spreading across his face. This old fox. Bai Luaheng and the other 2 were shaken to their cores upon hearing this. Watching Lin Tianqi's confident expression, the 3 of them couldn't help but clench their teeth in frustration. Their gazes toward Lin Che were now filled with deep regret, such a peerless genius, slipping right through their fingers. While they could still up their offers, in the face of the Dezhou Academy study quota, the ultimate trump card, any other bargaining chips paled in comparison. After all, how many in the entire Dezhou could resist the allure of entering the Dezhou Academy? It was a gathering place for the most exceptional talents in the entire region. With Lin Tianqi throwing out this explosive offer, Bai Luaheng and his companions had all but resigned themselves to the belief that Lin Che would choose Yingtian Martial Academy. Only a fool wouldn't know what to choose in this situation. Hiss. Standing nearby, Hua Zhantian couldn't help but take a sharp breath upon hearing the offer. Lin Tianqi was truly pulling out all the stops this time. He had even brought out a study quota for the Dezhou Academy. This was the only opportunity to enter the academy besides the martial exams. Such a quota was so coveted that even the noble families and elites of Dezhou would fight tooth and nail for it. Among the 4 great martial academies combined, there were probably no more than 3 of these precious spots. Hearing this, Lin Xuanqi's eyes sharpened, and his resolve grew even firmer. As for Lin Che, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This had far exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that joining one of the 4 great martial academies and working his way up to the Dezhou Academy through annual exams would be his best path to meeting Hui Yanqiu. Now, it seemed that this timeline could be significantly accelerated. The spectators around the Tongtian Tower were utterly stunned. The 4 great martial academies were offering such extravagant terms for a single person. Resources to reach the Kaijin realm, resources to reach the Sacred Realm, the legendary Spirit Vault, and the coveted study quota at the Dezhou Academy. Each offer was dazzling, leaving the crowd both envious and jealous of Lin Che. If not for the solemn atmosphere of the scene and the presence of the 4 academy heads, Hua Zhantian and Lin Xuanqi, all formidable figures, someone might have already shouted out in excitement. Lin Che, what is your choice? Will you join my Yingtian Martial Academy, or another? Lin Tianqi asked. Bai Luaheng and the others watched Lin Che nervously. Such an expression was rare for them. While they believed Lin Che would most likely choose Yingtian Martial Academy, geniuses often had their quirks, and nothing was certain. Just as Lin Che was about to speak, Lin Xuanqi suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. Lin Che turned sharply toward Lin Xuanqi, his brows furrowing. His instincts told him this was not a good sign. Hua Zhenqian also frowned, his gaze fixed on Lin Xuanqi, trying to guess what trick he might pull now. Though the situation seemed all but decided, Lin Xuanqi's interference suggested he might still have a card to play. But what could he possibly do? Wait, isn't that Marquis Wuin? And champion Marquis Hua Zhenqian? As Lin Xuanqi spoke, Shen Tianqi and the other three finally noticed the two figures standing beside Lin Che. They had been so focused on Lin Che that they had completely overlooked the presence of these two heavyweight figures. Lin Xuanqi clasped his hands in salute, his expression calm as he addressed the four men from Shen Tianqi's group. Greetings, fellow Taoists. However, Lin Che cannot join the four great martial academies. These words caused Shen Tianqi and his companions to raise their eyebrows slightly, exchanging meaningful glances. Finally, Shen Tianqi asked in a deep voice, "May I ask why the Marquis of Wuin would make such a claim?" Lin Che immediately stepped forward, sneering, "Lin Xuanqi, whether or not I join the four great martial academies has nothing to do with you." Ignoring Lin Che's outburst, Lin Xuanqi fixed his gaze on Shen Tianqi and the others, his tone heavy. Lin Che is the remnant of the previous dynasty. His mother, Jiang Lan, was the Anqing princess of the former Han dynasty. He carries the bloodline of the Han imperial family. According to the laws of the Zhou dynasty, those with Han royal blood are forbidden from entering the academies. This shocking revelation was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone around the Tongtian Tower stunned. Hua Zhenqian looked utterly bewildered, while Lin Che himself froze in place, clearly unaware of this truth about his lineage. Shen Tianqi stared at Lin Che and asked gravely, "Marquis of Wuin, do you have proof?" Lin Xuanqi raised his eyes and replied, "I am Lin Che's father. My word is the proof." As he spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a jade pendant that floated midair. The pendant was palm-sized, translucent, and emitted a faint glow of blood-red light. Within it, a blood-like dragon seemed to swim, exuding an eerie radiance. The dragon soul jade. Shen Tianqi and his companions' expressions turned serious. This was the material used for the imperial seal of the Han dynasty 1,000 years ago, and only direct descendants of the Han royal bloodline could trigger such a phenomenon. Off to the side, Hua Zhenqian suddenly seemed to piece things together, muttering to himself, "So that's why. No wonder Jiang Lan once said being with her would come with immense pressure." As he spoke, he clenched his fists in anguish. Lin Xuanqi turned to Lin Che, his tone cold. "Whether you're a remnant of the previous dynasty can be proven with a drop of blood." Lin Che snapped back to his senses, his anger surging. "So my mother wasn't just some ordinary servant, but a princess of the previous dynasty. You knew all along. Yet you allowed the people of the Marquis Manor, and even Lu Yunyan, to humiliate my mother. Even you called her a servant and treated me as a disgrace. Lin Xuanqi, you truly are ruthless." Over the years, Lin Che had never felt ashamed of being the son of a servant, but the humiliation he endured because of it was real. He had trained tirelessly to prove he was no less than anyone else. But now, learning the truth, he realized all that suffering had been based on a lie. This truth fueled a hatred for Lin Xuanqi that now surpassed even his former resentment for the man stealing his talent. Faced with Lin Che's fury, Lin Xuanqi remained expressionless, merely saying indifferently, "I told you before, returning to the Marquis Manor is your best option." Lin Che's eyes burned with fury as he stared intensely at Lin Xuanqi. His nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood that dripped through his fingers, though he seemed oblivious to the pain. The overwhelming hatred threatened to consume him entirely, but a shred of reason held him back from tearing Lin Xuanqi apart on the spot. He knew all too well, given his current strength, even if he were to risk his life, he couldn't inflict the slightest harm on Lin Xuanqi. Power. I need more power. Power strong enough to crush everything. Lin Che had never yearned for strength so desperately. As the realization hit him that he was on the verge of losing his chance to join the four martial academies, a surge of frustration overwhelmed him. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though he didn't possess the blood dragon soul jade, Lin Che knew deep down that Lin Xuanqi wouldn't dare to fabricate anything under such circumstances. All his effort to pass the trial of the heavenly path had amounted to nothing. At the very moment Lin Che coughed up blood, the dragon soul jade suspended in midair began to tremble violently. It transformed into a beam of blood-red light and shot straight into his forehead. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the skies as the shadow of a colossal crimson dragon burst out from within Lin Che. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, leaving everyone around the Tower of Ascension in awe. Even the four academy heads Shen Tianqi, Bai Luahong, and the Others as well as Hua Zhenqian and Lin Xuanqi couldn't help but focus intently on the spectacle. Though they had heard of the dragon soul jade before, witnessing it firsthand was a different experience entirely. This scene confirmed Lin Xuanqi's claim. Lin Che, was indeed a remnant of the fallen dynasty. After circling the skies, the blood dragon finally dove back into Lin Che's body. Stunned, he opened his palm to find a blood-red dragon tattoo etched into his skin. Aside from that, he felt no other changes. Lin Xuanqi's voice was cold and unyielding. You all have seen it with your own eyes. While the great Zhou dynasty no longer exterminates the remnants of the Han dynasty, the ironclad rule remains: no entry into the academies. The 4 martial academies cannot admit Lin Che. Lin Che clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. Hua Zhentian sneered, Lin Xuanqi, when it comes to ruthlessness, you truly take the crown. Not even your own flesh and blood is spared. If this news spread, not only would the 4 martial academies reject Lin Che, but no institution across the 9 provinces would accept him. This effectively cut off his legitimate access to cultivation resources. No matter how gifted he was, without resources to support his growth, becoming a true powerhouse would be nothing more than a pipe dream. The 4 academy heads exchanged uncertain glances. To side with an unproven talent like Lin Che at the cost of offending a martial arts titan like Lin Xuanqi seemed an unwise trade. In the end, they chose silence, their figures fading away along with the mirrored void. Thus, the much-anticipated Heavenly Path event concluded anticlimactically. Spectators gazed at Lin Che's face, full of unwillingness and despair. Some mocked, others sneered, but many more felt pity and sympathy. To ordinary martial artists, this was a sobering reminder: no matter how far you climbed, a single word from the powerful could still bring you crashing down. 2 guards shook their heads in quiet regret. Lin Che's talent was undeniable, yet he had ended up in such a dire situation. In this world, a genius who had yet to rise was merely an ant before true power. Lin Xuanqi smirked disdainfully and turned to leave. Lin Che could no longer hold back and let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. He was utterly unwilling to accept this fate. But at this moment, he wasn't even qualified to confront Lin Xuanqi. The gap between them was insurmountable. Hua Zhentian looked at the tormented Lin Che, his expression conflicted. If there was still a glimmer of hope, it lay in one path alone. Glancing at Lin Che, he sighed inwardly, "Kid, for your sake, I'm about to make a huge sacrifice." In the 1200th year of the Great Zhou calendar, on this late September day, an event destined to leave a significant mark on the history of Qingzhou City unfolded. The Tongtian Tower, a towering structure that had lain dormant for 10 years, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Not only was the Sky Road successfully conquered, but an unprecedented record was set. However, when the news spread, the entire city of Qingzhou was thrown into an uproar. Shockingly, the challenger had no affiliation with the 4 great martial academies, a scenario unheard of in a millennium of history. What made the feat even more astonishing was the mysterious nature of the challenge itself. The series of inexplicable events surrounding it shrouded the Sky Road trial in an air of enigma. And at the center of it all was none other than a young man disowned by the Wuin Marquis Manor, Lin Che. His name was about to resonate across the vast lands of the 9 provinces. Within the Wuin Marquis Manor, in an elegantly adorned chamber, Lu Yunyan paced back and forth, restless and uneasy. She was acutely aware that if Lin Che passed the Sky Road trial, it would lead to endless trouble. Just as her thoughts roiled in turmoil, there was a soft knock at the door. "Madam, there's news." Lu Yunyan abandoned her composure and hurriedly opened the door. "What's the situation?" The maid bowed with a smile. "Congratulations, madam. Lin Che has been rejected by the 4 great martial academies and is now barred from entering the Great Zhou Academy." The smile that had just begun to bloom on Lu Yunyan's face froze instantly. "What do you mean by rejected by the 4 great martial academies?" As the maid recounted the details, Lu Yunyan's expression grew darker and colder. By the time the maid nervously withdrew, the room was filled with the sounds of smashing objects, accompanied by her low, furious growl. "Jiang Lan." Meanwhile, in the Champion Marquis Manor, the old matriarch sat upright, gripping her cane tightly as she listened to the report from her subordinates, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. The 6 elders present exchanged glances, equally stunned by the fact that this boy, stripped of his overlord body, could achieve such a monumental feat. This meant that even without the ancient overlord body, Lin Che's martial talent was extraordinary. However, the blood of the Han dynasty flowing through his veins ensured that his path in martial arts would be fraught with obstacles. In the Great Zhou dynasty, which had stood for over 1,000 years, the power dynamics of the 9 provinces were firmly entrenched. The famed mountains, spiritual veins, and sacred lands were all controlled by powerful factions. For ordinary people, obtaining precious cultivation resources was nearly impossible unless they pledged allegiance to these forces. Now that even the martial academies had closed their doors to Lin Che, his situation was even more precarious. The old matriarch finally broke the silence. "Regarding Yinxiu and Lin Che, my stance remains unchanged. Lin Che is not a suitable match for Yinxiu. What do the elders think? The elders exchanged looks before bowing and replying, we agree with the matriarch's view. However, as for the Marquis, the old matriarch's expression darkened momentarily before a faint, meaningful smile appeared. It doesn't matter. Mingyue is about to return. At these words, the elder's eyes lit up. Hua Mingyue, Hua Zhentian's younger sister, had always opposed the engagement between Lin Che and Hua Yinshu. She was one of the few in the manor who dared to confront Hua Zhentian directly. She might just be the one to change everything. In front of the Tower of Heaven, the crowd had long since dispersed. Lin Che crouched on the ground, the echoes of his earlier roar still ringing in his ears. His clenched fists trembled slightly, and his eyes burned with frustration and anger. After risking my life, all I get is an even more desperate dead end, he muttered to himself. But then, a sharp determination flashed in his gaze. No, I refuse to fall into despair. Even if no academy would accept him, other options had already begun to take shape in his mind: mercenary groups, assassin organizations. He was willing to walk any path that would make him stronger. Thinking of Lin Xuanqi's relentless pursuit to destroy him, a cold, searing hatred surged in his chest. This hatred burned like fire, both scorching his heart and fueling his resolve. I will make Lin Xuanqi regret it. Lin Che gritted his teeth. Will crush him, make Lu Yunyan pay, and force Lin Yi to kneel and beg for mercy. As his thoughts turned to Hua Yinshu, whom he had yet to meet, his eyes grew even more resolute. Too many unfinished matters awaited him. How could he fall here? Hua Zhentian, observing all of this, finally spoke. What? Are you going to give up just because of this setback? Lin Che abruptly stood up, the desolation in his eyes replaced by unwavering determination and fiery resolve. Uncle Hua, I will never fall. Even if no academy will take me, they'll find my own way to become stronger. In that case, Hua Zhentian nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Go where? Have you heard of the Battle Academy? Hua Zhentian raised an eyebrow. Lin Chi's entire body stiffened. 300 years ago, the Great Zhou Dynasty's 5th Academy Battle Academy vanished after a prince died during a combat assessment. What shocked people even more was that the one responsible for the prince's death was not executed. Instead, the academy's headmaster had protected him. After all, it wasn't an assassination or poisoning, it was a fair and open duel. Uncle Hua, does the Battle Academy still exist? Though it has declined, its legacy has never been broken, Hua Zhentian replied with a serious expression. But before we go, you need to understand something. The academy still upholds the law of the jungle. The environment there is harsher than ever. To put it bluntly, you could lose your life at any moment. Lin Che licked his dry lips, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Uncle Hua, do I have any other choice? Ha ha ha. Hua Zhentian laughed heartily. In that case, let's go. Boom. Hua Zhentian grabbed Lin Che by the shoulder, tore through the void, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the front of the Tower of Heaven. Where on earth have I ended up? Lin Che looked around at the unfamiliar terrain, silently confirming that he had already left the borders of Qingzhou. At that moment, the void silently tore open, and a figure dressed in red appeared out of nowhere. Lin Che's hair stood on end, and his nerves tensed instantly. This person was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse, likely on par with Hua Zhentian. The figure was a tall woman in a red dress, her flowing white hair adding to her ethereal beauty. Her cold and piercing aura seemed to penetrate one's very soul. Lin Che eyed the mysterious woman cautiously, his guard fully raised. It seems I shouldn't have come, Hua Zhentian said, maintaining a calm exterior. However, a closer look would reveal his flickering gaze, as if he dared not meet the red-clad woman's eyes. Now you realize? Too late. The woman's gaze turned sharp, and the air around them began to freeze with a crackling sound as an overwhelming chill spread out. Lin Che swallowed hard. At this level of power, even the faintest ripple from their clash could reduce him to nothingness. But just as the tension reached its peak, the situation took an unexpected turn. The red-clad woman transformed into a blur and suddenly threw herself into Hua Zhentian's arms. What the Uncle Hua you? Lin Che was utterly stunned. The icy aura around the woman vanished completely. Like a playful young girl, she lightly pounded Hua Zhentian's chest with her pale hands, her voice tinged with grievance. Why didn't you wait until I was dead to come? You heartless man, you. Hua Zhentian gently patted her back to comfort her, explaining, Hongmei, you know how it is. As the champion Marquis, my days are packed with responsibilities. I didn't mean to neglect seeing you. Resting her hands against his chest, the woman, her eyes brimming with softness, looked at Hua Zhentian with such affection that it seemed she wanted to melt into his embrace. Hua Zhentian, clearly overwhelmed, hurriedly changed the subject. Hongmei, I'm here this time because I need your help. I figured as much, the red-clad woman replied, her gaze turning melancholic. Otherwise, why would a heartless man like you bother to come find me? Hua Xintian coughed awkwardly and quickly turned to Lin Che. You brat, hurry over and greet Dean Wu. Although Lin Che was thoroughly confused, he followed suit and cupped his hands respectfully. Lin Che greets Dean Wu. The red-clad woman scrutinized Lin Che. So you're the one who passed the heavenly path, Lin Che? The news of someone conquering the heavenly path of feet untouched for a decade was bound to reach the ears of a powerhouse like her, and it wouldn't be long before it spread across all of Jiuzhou. Lin Che humbly nodded. It was just luck. Wu Honglingone of the 3 vice deans of the War Dao Academy and one of Hua Zhantian's confidantess fixed her gaze on Lin Che. Though her expression seemed casual, Lin Che felt as if she could see right through him. If it weren't for Lin Che, this reunion between Hua Zhantian and Wu Hongling might have been delayed for years. The reasons were complicated and not easily explained, but it was clear that Hua Zhantian had made a significant effort this time on Lin Che's behalf. Brother Tian, Wu Hongling began, you know the rules of the War Dao Academy? Anyone who wishes to join must pass the entrance assessment. Hua Zhantian nodded. Don't worry. If this kid can't even pass the entrance test, he might as well go back and farm. Since you managed to conquer the heavenly path, the entrance assessment shouldn't be too difficult for you, Wu Hongling said, looking at Lin Che. Coincidentally, the latest round of new student assessments is about to begin. You'll take the elite group's test. With that, she waved her hand and tossed a palm-sized bronze token to Lin Che. The word Lin was engraved on it. Before Lin Che could examine it closely, Wu Hongling waved her hand again. Off you go. Boom. Lin Che felt a sudden darkness before his eyes as his body was engulfed by a terrifying force. In an instant, he was flung through space and vanished without a trace. Hua Zhantian instinctively stepped back at the sight, but Wu Hongling grabbed him by the collar. The two were pressed tightly together as her eyelashes fluttered, and she spoke softly, her breath warm and fragrant. Brother Tian, your entrance exam is about to begin too. Hua Zhantian groaned inwardly. Lin Che. Oh Lin Che, for your sake. I fear my kidneys are going to pay the price this time. Wu Hongling slowly removed her red robe and pinned Hua Zhantian beneath her. As they tumbled downward together, Hua Zhantian still couldn't help but ask, Hongling, what's the elite group assessment about? Brother Tian, at a time like this, you're still thinking about other things? Wu Hongling teased, then explained, the elite group assessment is for talented disciples who've passed the 3 rounds of outer sect tests and are about to enter the inner sect. Since Lin Che managed to clear the heavenly path, I arranged for him to directly participate in the elite group assessment, skipping straight from the outer sect to the inner sect. Hua Zhantian's expression changed abruptly. Inner sect assessment? Isn't that a clash of martial artists in the foundation establishment stage? Some of them are even at the peak of the foundation establishment. Lin Che is only at the body refining stage by the rules of the War Dao Academy. This is practically throwing him into life-threatening danger. And the participants have already formed alliances. Lin Che is all alone, which makes it even more perilous. Wu Hongling paid no heed to his concerns, her delicate hand reaching downward as her eyes glimmered with allure. Brother Tian, you'd better worry about yourself first. Hiss. Hua Zhantian gasped, silently lamenting. Lin Che, you're on your own now. Uncle Hua has his own problems to deal with. When Lin Che regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a massive platform suspended in the void. Around him stretched endless emptiness, with fleeting glimmers of light and occasional gusts of annihilating wind. Falling into this void would mean instant obliteration. In front of him, 200 to 300 people were scattered across the platform, seemingly waiting for something. Just as Lin Che was puzzling over the situation, a middle-aged man frowned and barked, Why are you so slow? What are you standing there for? Get over here. Lin Che quickly understood this must be the site of the entrance assessment. He moved to the back of the crowd and stood still, drawing curious glances from the others. They frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with this newcomer. However, considering that disciples participating in the inner sect assessments came from various branches, an unfamiliar face wasn't entirely unusual. Seeing no one else appear, the middle-aged man raised his voice and announced, Now that everyone's here, I'll explain the rules one last time. The rules are simple. Hunt and kill spirit beasts within the abyssal secret realm. The top 10 will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. Oh, and stealing someone else's spirit beasts is always an option too. With that, he waved his hand, causing the void to ripple. A passageway leading to the abyssal secret realm appeared on the platform. Lin Che stared at the passageway, calculating in his mind. Nearly 200 people on this platform, and only 10 can pass the assessment. The promotion rate was indeed startling. A 10% success rate meant that only 1 out of every 10 participants could advance to the inner sect. This brutal ratio tightened the nerves of everyone present. The middle-aged man's statement, you can seize others' demon spirits, was like a bombshell dropped onto the platform. Such words, rather than reflecting the rules of a righteous sect, seemed to hint at an impending blood-soaked competition. His words were like an invisible blade, turning what was supposed to be a straightforward assessment into a life-and-death struggle. For Lin Che, the situation was even more dire. As a newcomer, he was utterly unfamiliar with demon spirits and the abyssal secret realm. Under such circumstances, not only did he have to face the threats of an unknown environment, but he also had to guard against other examiners with predatory gazes. It was akin to walking a tightrope in the dark. The atmosphere on the platform turned tense in an instant. Everyone's gaze swept across the faces of those around them, their eyes flickering with dangerous intent. This was no longer a simple promotion test. It was a battle that could determine future cultivation resources and directly shape their paths in the world of cultivation. For those who had repeatedly taken the test but failed time and again, their eyes burned with an almost fanatical determination. As age took its toll, their vitality and battle energy continued to decline. This might be their last chance. For them, this fight had become a matter of do or die. Soon, the participants began stepping into the void passage one after another, their figures vanishing into the glow of the teleportation light. Watching his competitors being transported to the abyssal secret realm, Lin Che's gaze gradually hardened. He had to be one of the fortunate 10%, for he too carried reasons that left no room for failure. Finally, it was Lin Che's turn. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, letting the power of the void passage envelop him. At that moment, he was fully prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The abyssal secret realm, a mysterious domain under the control of the Battle Academy, was once the habitat of the demon race. After an unknown, catastrophic battle, countless demons perished there. Over time, the intertwining of deathly energy and lingering resentment gave birth to an endless number of demon spirits. These demon spirits are inherently savage, driven by an insatiable craving for the blood and vitality of martial artists. High-level martial artists, in particular, are like rare delicacies to them, enough to drive them into a frenzy. However, for martial artists, these demon spirits are equally valuable, serving as precious materials for crafting weapons and alchemy. High-tier demon spirits, especially, are worth a fortune. This is one of the many advantages of joining the Battle Academy outside its domain. Acquiring such resources would require venturing into uncharted and perilous wilderness, far more dangerous than the abyssal secret realm. Boom! A deafening rumble echoed across the darkened sky, and streaks of white light descended like falling stars. Each beam encapsulated a disciple participating in the inner sect examination of the academy. Lin Che, enveloped in one such beam, eventually landed near a stretch of wetlands. Not far from him, 5 other disciples also touched down, 3 men and 2 women, their familiarity with one another evident in their demeanor. This Yin Yang stone is incredible. It worked exactly as planned, dropping us all in the same location, one short-haired woman said excitedly. It became clear that, unlike Lin Che, the others were already privy to the details of the examination. Since demon spirits are formless and resistant to brute force, coupled with their strange abilities, hunting them is exceptionally challenging. As a result, many who are acquainted form alliances in advance, preparing to act as a team. This not only makes it easier to deal with low-tier demon spirits, but also provides a fighting chance against more formidable foes. Moreover, going solo is not only inefficient for hunting, but could also lead to becoming prey for others. Unaware of this, Lin Che observed the 5 individuals, his gaze flickering as he cautiously stepped back. He didn't know these people or their intentions, and rashly approaching them could bring more harm than good. More importantly, he knew little about the abyssal secret realm and needed time to familiarize himself with the environment. While he had some understanding of demon spirits, he couldn't be certain if the ones here were the same as those he had studied. After weighing his options, he decided that acting alone would be the safer choice. Hey, you look unfamiliar. Are you here on your own? Just as Lin Che was about to leave, the leader of the group suddenly spoke. Lin Che stopped in his tracks and, after a brief pause, nodded in acknowledgement. Attempting to hide the truth might only make him seem suspicious, so he chose to respond openly. The man studied Lin Che with a sharp, thoughtful gaze. Aside from the cold and aloof woman in their group, the others also glanced at Lin Che with varying degrees of curiosity. The leader raised an eyebrow and asked, "In that case, would you be interested in joining us?" His words surprised the other 3 members of the group. This man, known as Bai Xiao, was considered one of the top contenders in this intersect promotion examination. As a rare martial artist at the peak of the foundation stage, he rarely extended invitations to others. Among the 5-person team, the woman named Lin Yuu was also at the peak of the foundation stage, while the remaining 3 were accomplished martial artists in the advanced stages of the foundation stage. This 5-person team was indeed the elite among the exam participants. At this moment, they were carefully observing Lin Che, trying to discern what made this young man so special. Lin Che met Bai Xiao's gaze, his eyes flickering for a moment before he ultimately shook his head. "I'm used to working alone. I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. Farewell." Before his words had fully settled, he had already sped off, quickly disappearing from Bai Xiao and his team's line of sight. Bai Xiao stood frozen in place, clearly not expecting to be turned down. After all, his name was well known among the outer disciples, and it was rare for anyone to refuse his invitation. Aside from Lin Yuu, the rest of the team also wore expressions of surprise. Liang Mingming, a short-haired girl with a lively and adorable demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "Bai Xiaoga, someone actually refused your invitation." Qi Lei, who wielded a battle axe, stroked his chin and muttered, "This guy seems unfamiliar. Maybe he doesn't know who Bai Xiao is." The thin Xinwenliang immediately retorted, "How could that be? Among the outer disciples of the Combat Academy, who wouldn't recognize Bai Xiao? I think this guy just thinks too highly of himself. When he sees us collecting a massive haul of demon spirits, he'll definitely regret it." Lin Yuu, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "He's a body refinement martial artist." Her words were like a thunderclap, causing all four of them to turn their heads toward her in unison. Even Bai Xiao's eyes flashed with evident shock. Xinwenliang stammered, "Use Heji, you must be joking, right?" Throughout the history of these exams, participants' cultivation levels have varied, but there's never been a martial artist below the martial foundation stage. No matter how extraordinary his talent is, a body refinement martial artist couldn't possibly defeat someone at the early, mid, or even peak stages of martial foundation, could he? Lin Yuu didn't elaborate further. She simply turned her naturally pale eyes toward Bai Xiao. "You invited him to join because you sensed his unusually strong blood vitality, didn't you?" Bai Xiao nodded in agreement. "That's right. From what I sensed, it's like there's a wild beast hidden inside him. His blood vitality is like a blazing furnace. That's probably what gives him the confidence to participate in the intersect exam." Liang Mingming and the others exchanged glances, now fully convinced that Lin Yuu wasn't exaggerating this time. A body refinement martial artist had indeed entered the intersect exam. Interesting. Bai Xiao looked in the direction Lin Che had disappeared, composed himself, and said, "Let's go. We'll definitely run into that strange guy again." The group took one last glance in the direction Lin Che had gone before following Bai Xiao and leaving. Meanwhile, Lin Che was unaware that his secret had already been uncovered. He was currently facing a much bigger problem. A demon spirit had set its sights on him. To be precise, this demon spirit had been tailing him for several laps already. Deep within the dense forest, a relentless chase had been ongoing for quite some time. Lin Che abruptly stopped in his tracks, calmly assessing the situation. Continuing to flee would only cause more commotion, potentially attracting even greater trouble. He quickly evaluated the strength of the wolf demon spirit pursuing him. It was merely at the initial stage of martial foundation building, completely within his ability to handle. The wolf demon, seeing its prey come to a halt, let out a thunderous roar. The green phosphorescent flames atop its head flared wildly as its demonic aura surged, forming a massive, menacing wolf's head in the air. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged ferociously at Lin Che. Lin Che steadied himself, gathering his strength, and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the explosive force of his fiery blood energy erupted like blazing flames, piercing straight through the wolf's head formed by demonic energy. The residual power of his strike did not wane, shattering the wolf demon's physical form as well. It dissipated into a cloud of green mist, scattering into the sky. One punch was all it took? Lin Che raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. If he had known the demon spirit was this feeble, he wouldn't have wasted time running. If Bai Xiao and the others had witnessed this, they would have been utterly dumbfounded. While demon spirits were relatively easy to defeat, completely annihilating one was an entirely different matter. Even for a demon spirit at the initial martial foundation stage, achieving a one-hit kill was nearly impossible. This was the fearsome power of the 10th level of body refinement. The searing blood energy within Lin Che's body burned like molten lava, making him a natural nemesis for ethereal entities like demon spirits. Suddenly, the token in Lin Che's possession began to vibrate, emitting a searing heat. The shattered demon spirit transformed into a streak of light and was instantly absorbed by the token. "I see now," Lin Che murmured, finally understanding the purpose behind the token Wu Hongling had given him. At that moment, a surge of potent demonic energy rippled through the air. Lin Che's eyes gleamed sharply as he sprinted toward the source of the disturbance without hesitation. Moments later, he discovered Bai Xiao and his group of 5 hiding behind a massive ancient tree. In the clearing ahead of them, 2 colossal demon spirits were locked in a fierce battle. One was a giant bear, the other a massive serpent. Their strength far surpassed that of the wolf demon Lin Che had encountered earlier. Their bodies were almost entirely solidified, and if not for the signature phosphorescent flames atop their heads, they could easily be mistaken for real creatures. The battlefield was rife with chaotic demonic energy, and even a stray burst of it could pierce through the ground or sever ancient trees. The 2 demon spirits clashed ferociously, each attempting to devour the other to strengthen itself further. Bai Xiao, this is our big break. Chen Wenliang whispered excitedly. These are two height-tier demon spirits, worth as much as hundreds of lower-tier ones. Once they weaken each other, we can swoop in and claim the prize with minimal effort. Bai Xiao, Qi Lei, Liang Mingming, and even the usually aloof Lin Yuu all wore expressions of anticipation as they watched the battle unfold. Height-tier demon spirits were as formidable as martial cultivators at the peak of foundation building. Even for a seasoned team like theirs, facing one heathen would be incredibly challenging. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Suddenly, both Bai Xiao and Lin Yuu turned their heads almost simultaneously, spotting Lin Che concealed behind a nearby tree. Chen Wenliang and the others soon noticed him as well, letting out soft murmurs of surprise. Bai Xiao hadn't expected to encounter Lin Che again so soon. His gaze flickered as he spoke. I am Bai Xiao. I didn't think we'd meet again so quickly. Lin Che replied tersely, introducing himself. Bai Xiao and his group silently repeated the unfamiliar name. Though they were certain they had never heard of him before, they were well aware that the martial academy was full of hidden talents. Perhaps this was one of those reclusive experts who had been honing his skills in solitude. With that thought, they decided not to dwell on it further. Bai Xiao looked at Lin Che, a faint trace of meaning flickering in his eyes. Even upon hearing his own name, Lin Che maintained his calm and composed demeanor. Brother Lin Che, to be honest, for this assessment, everyone has chosen to form alliances. Bai Xiao said in a gentle tone. Going solo might be difficult. Why not join us? We can look out for each other. What do you think? This suggestion drew the attention of Chen Wenliang and the other two, who all turned their eyes toward Lin Che. Their expressions varied. In their memory, Bai Xiao had never been so insistent on inviting the same person twice. Even Lin Yuu glanced over curiously, seemingly waiting for Lin Che's response. Lin Che frowned slightly, recalling how he had already declined Bai Xiao's invitation earlier. Sorry, I'm not used to working with others, he politely refused again. Hearing this, Bai Xiao's brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of displeasure passed through his eyes. As someone held in high regard among the outer disciples, he had never been rejected twice before. You brat! Chen Wenliang scolded coldly. Brother Bai Xiao inviting you twice is a sign of respect. How dare you refuse him? You are being utterly ungrateful. Lin Che merely cast a calm glance at Chen Wenliang and chose to ignore him. He had made himself clear wasn't used to working with others. If Bai Xiao and his group decided to cause trouble over this, Lin Che's fists and feet were more than ready. Chen Wenliang's eyes flashed with a trace of malice, and he was about to speak when Bai Xiao shook his head. Forget it. Though he said this, his gaze toward Lin Che had turned icy. Chen Wenliang noticed and couldn't hide the schadenfreude in his eyes. He knew Bai Xiao's personality too well, outwardly refined and courteous, but inwardly vengeful. That look meant Lin Che had already been marked, and he would face consequences when the opportunity arose. Boom! A sudden loud noise interrupted everyone's thoughts. Not far away, two powerful demonic beasts were locked in a fierce battle, seemingly reaching a critical moment. Lin Che and the others immediately focused their attention. The massive bear-like demonic beast roared, slamming its thick claws into the ground. Demonic energy erupted as the earth split into two gashes, converging toward the serpent-like demonic beast. The serpent reacted swiftly, its tail smashing down like a stone pillar, instantly shattering the cracks in the ground. In that moment, the bear suddenly accelerated. Taking advantage of the serpent's focus on breaking the ground, it closed the distance in an instant. Its enormous paw grasped the serpent's head, and without hesitation, it bit down, crushing the serpent's head like a bursting watermelon. Hiss! Just as the battle seemed to end, the headless serpent's body suddenly tensed, and green demonic energy surged out. Its tail, like a spear, pierced through the bear's body. Lin Che's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. This demonic beast's vitality was astonishing. Even without its head, it could counterattack. It seemed that the wolf demon he had slain earlier was indeed among the weaker ones. The bear let out a pained howl, grabbing the serpent's severed neck and body with its massive paws. With a furious roar, it tore the serpent into two pieces. In an instant, green demonic energy turned into liquid, dripping down and corroding the ground. Boom! The bear flung the serpent's corpse to the ground and slumped down, panting heavily. Its aura had weakened significantly. Clearly, the serpent's final attack hadn't been fatal but had inflicted serious injuries. Brother Bai Xiao, this is a great opportunity. Chen Wenliang's eyes lit up with excitement. Liang Mingming and the others also looked eager now. They only needed to deal with the wounded bear to claim two demonic beast corpses. It was an unexpected windfall. Bai Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the bear, ready to make his move. Wait, something's off. Lin Che suddenly said, his gaze sharpening. Though he was currently only at the body refining stage, his experience from once being at the peak of martial foundation allowed his martial momentum and will to rival those at the peak of martial foundation. The levels of martial will are clearly structured like a ladder, progressing from lower to higher. Ordinary will, flame of will, and transcendence of will. Each major realm is further divided into 4 stages: minor achievement, major achievement, perfected achievement, and peak, resembling the meticulous classification of martial momentum. At this moment, Lin Che was at the peak stage of the flame of will realm. At this level, martial will had reached a state of profound insight, where the mind and body were perfectly synchronized, enabling one to unleash their full potential. Even the subtlest changes, such as the faintest rustle of the wind or grass, could not escape his heightened senses. As Lin Che's gaze landed on the massive bear spirit beast, the flame of will within him flared intensely, and an unsettling sense of foreboding surged through his heart. Though he was far from an expert on spirit beasts, his martial will's warning made him certain that this seemingly weakened bear spirit beast harbored something extraordinary. "Hey, kid, stop pretending to be something you're not." Chen Wenliang suddenly sneered, his tone laced with mockery. "Don't think we can't see through you just because you haven't made a move. Our sister Yuzhu has already figured out your true level." He continued with a cold laugh. "Notice something unusual? Even brother Bai Xiao, who's at the perfected stage of martial foundation, hasn't detected anything, and yet you, a mere body refinement practitioner, think you have? What now? Are you claiming you're more impressive than someone at martial foundation?" Liang Mingming and Qilei nodded in agreement, clearly siding with Chen Wenliang's words. "Sister Yuzhu?" Lin Che instinctively turned to look at Lin Yuzhu. Though they were strangers, he immediately sensed the disparity in aura between Lin Yuzhu and Liang Mingming. If anyone could see through his cultivation level, it had to be someone with a stronger presence like her. He had anticipated his cultivation being exposed. In fact, if the disciples of the Battle Dao Academy lacked such ability, it would have been more surprising. As for Chen Wenliang's taunts, Lin Che simply ignored them. His earlier warning was already more than generous. Whether Bai Xiao and the others chose to believe him was not his concern. Lin Yuzhu noticed Lin Che's gaze. Though her expression remained indifferent, ripples stirred within her heart. Clearly, this newcomer, despite not knowing them, had instantly identified her upon hearing her name. This indicated that he had already discerned the difference in cultivation levels between her and Liang Mingming. For a body refinement practitioner to so quickly judge the nuances between martial foundation cultivations was indeed remarkable. "Bai Xiao, maybe we should reconsider?" Lin Yuzhu suddenly suggested. Although she still couldn't detect anything unusual about the bear spirit beast, Lin Che's demonstrated sensitivity made her feel it might be worth being cautious. Chen Wenliang hadn't expected Lin Yuzhu to speak on Lin Che's behalf, and his expression darkened as he cast an increasingly hostile look at Lin Che. Lin Che noticed the animosity but found it inexplicable. Bai Xiao was also caught off guard by Lin Yuzhu's comment. After carefully sensing the bear spirit beast again, he ultimately chose to trust his own judgment. More importantly, he was unwilling to let a mere body refinement practitioner outshine him in front of Lin Yuzhu, even if that wasn't Lin Che's intention. In truth, Bai Xiao had better options for forming a team. His decision to join Chen Wenliang and the others was solely because of Lin Yuzhu. Chen Wenliang's group had already made arrangements with her, and Bai Xiao hoped to use this opportunity to grow closer to her. "Yuzhu, I know you're worried about me," Bai Xiao said to Lin Yuzhu with a light laugh. "But as someone at the perfected stage of martial foundation, do you really think my perception and judgment are inferior to a body refinement practitioner? Don't worry, even if something unexpected happens, I'll handle it." With that, he turned to Chen Wenliang and the others. "You all stay back and provide support. I'll deal with this quickly." Without waiting for a response, Bai Xiao leaped forward, heading straight for the bear spirit beast. Lin Yuzhu watched, still uneasy, but ultimately said nothing. Chen Wenliang observed Bai Xiao's actions, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. The bear spirit beast, visibly exhausted from its earlier battle with the giant snake spirit beast, would have been easy prey if they had attacked together. Now that Bai Xiao was acting alone, whatever spoils came from the spirit beast would be significantly reduced for the rest of them. However, being adept at reading the room, Chen Wenliang noticed that neither Liang Mingming nor Qilei, and especially not Lin Yuzhu, had spoken up. Naturally, he chose to remain silent as well. And so, under the watchful eyes of Lin Che, Lin Yuzhu, and the others, Bai Xiao quietly landed behind the bear spirit beast. Seeing that the beast showed no reaction to Bai Xiao's approach, Chen Wenliang immediately turned to Lin Che with a sneer. "See that, kid? If there really was something wrong, do you think this bear spirit beast would let brother Bai Xiao get so close? You're clueless, and don't think you'll get a share of this bear spirit beast." Lin Che glanced at Chen Wenliang but didn't respond, keeping his eyes fixed on the scene ahead. Chen Wenliang's gaze turned cold, and he thought to himself, "Damn it, I need to find a way to teach this kid a lesson." Bai Xiao quietly landed behind the massive bear demon spirit, its enormous back showing no reaction, which filled him with secret delight. Battle energy gathered in his palm, and within a breath, it transformed into a massive energy orb. "Go!" he muttered under his breath, pressing his palm downward with force. Hiding behind a large tree, Chen Wenliang was already secretly celebrating. Still think something's off? Some people just like to act tough, even when they clearly don't know their limits. Liang Mingming and Qi Lei nodded in agreement. After all, Bai Xiao's energy orb had once defeated a martial artist at the peak of the martial foundation stage Yin, attacking a weakened bear demon spirit, and that too by surprise, seemed like a surefire success. Lin Che glanced at Chen Wenliang, his brows furrowing slightly as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Though Lin Che usually disdained arguing with others, Chen Wenliang's repeated taunts and provocations stirred a faint killing intent within him. Noticing Lin Che's expression, Chen Wenliang tilted his head with a smug smirk, feeling even more pleased with himself. Something's definitely not right. Lin Che suddenly turned to look at Bai Xiao, his pupils contracting. He finally understood the warning from his martial will. Lin Yuu also snapped to attention. Bai Xiao, something's wrong. By this time, Bai Xiao had also realized something was amiss, cold sweat breaking out on his back. No matter how weakened the bear demon spirit might be, it was impossible for it to remain completely unresponsive to such a strong surge of battle energy. Yet, the massive bear before him remained motionless, sitting exactly as it had been. Boom. The energy orb struck its target squarely, piercing straight through the bear demon spirit's body. Bai Xiao's face revealed a look of shock since when had his energy orb become this powerful? Behind him, Chen Wenliang and the others were equally stunned, and even Lin Yuu began to doubt her judgment. Get out of the way! Lin Che suddenly shouted. Roar! Almost simultaneously, the ground behind Bai Xiao exploded. Amid the cloud of dust, the bear demon spirit supposedly obliterated leapt out, its massive claw, wrapped in swirling demonic energy, slashing downward. Bai Xiao turned hastily, but with the enormous claw mere inches away, he could only cross his arms and channel his battle energy desperately to defend. Boom! It was as though a mountain had crashed down on him. The overwhelming force surged through his arms and swept across his entire body. Bai Xiao plummeted to the ground like a meteor, coughing up blood as his face turned pale. The entire sequence of events happened in an instant too fast for anyone but Lin Che to react. This was the power of a martial will ablaze, capable of discerning the subtlest of signs. The bear demon spirit not only possessed a technique akin to shedding its skin, but had clearly been aware of Bai Xiao's group all along. The giant bear spirit's scheme was nothing short of flawless. The decoy it left behind successfully deceived Bai Xiao and the others, while its true form had already burrowed underground. Just as Bai Xiao let his guard down for a brief moment, a deadly strike erupted in an instant. Chen Wenliang, Liang Mingming, and Qi Lei finally snapped out of their daze, their faces displaying a mix of terror, dread, and shock. Almost simultaneously, their gazes turned toward Lin Che. At this moment, they realized that Lin Che's earlier warning about something being off was far from an exaggeration or an act of bravado, as Chen Wenliang had dismissed it. In that critical moment, Lin Che had been the only one in the group to sense the anomaly. Unfortunately, the giant bear spirit was too close to Bai Xiao, and the sudden attack left him injured. However, Lin Che's timely warning wasn't in vain. Liang Mingming and the others were well aware that if not for it, Bai Xiao might not have survived at all. Lin Che, you're amazing. Liang Mingming clasped her hands over her chest, her eyes glowing as she looked at him. How did you notice something was wrong? It was indeed puzzling. Neither Bai Xiao nor Lin Yuu, both of whom were martial arts experts at the peak of their foundation establishment stage, had noticed anything amiss. Yet Lin Che, a newcomer at the body refinement stage, had seen through the deception. To Liang Mingming, having Lin Che join their team would significantly boost their safety. Chen Wenliang, noticing Liang Mingming's expression, cast a cold glare at Lin Che. He had joined the team for Liang Mingming, just as Bai Xiao had for Lin Yuu. Lin Che glanced at Liang Mingming but didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Chen Wenliang, his expression calm. Yet in his heart, he had already marked Chen Wenliang for death. If the opportunity arose, he would eliminate him without hesitation. Roar! The giant bear spirit, enraged at failing to land a fatal blow, roared and lunged at Bai Xiao again. Bai Xiao hastily tried to circulate his battle energy through his qi, but as soon as it began to flow, he let out a muffled groan and dropped to one knee. The earlier strike had disrupted his meridians, leaving him unable to channel his energy smoothly. As the bear's massive paw came crashing down, Bai Xiao's face turned pale, and he screamed inwardly, "My life is over." Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Yuu appeared in front of Bai Xiao with an almost otherworldly movement technique. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she unleashed a burst of battle energy that emitted a metallic resonance, deflecting the bear's enormous paw. Boom! The giant bear spirit stumbled back a step, and Lin Yuu also retreated a step. The clash resulted in a draw. Roar! The giant bear spirit roared furiously, extending both of its massive paws as a web of green demonic energy surged between them before slamming together with a deafening clap. Boom! The demonic energy solidified into a torrent of green waves, crashing down toward Lin Yuu. The air trembled with a tearing sound, and an overwhelming pressure bore down on her. Lin Yuju's gaze sharpened as she grabbed Bai Xiao by the shoulder. With a light step, she moved as if skimming across water, her movements as graceful as a dragonfly. In just a few agile leaps, she carried Bai Xiao out of the attack's range, landing on the trunk of a large tree. What incredible movement skills, Lin Che thought to himself, deeply impressed. Lin Yuu must have mastered an extraordinary martial technique, perhaps even a rare combat art. Bai Xiao, pale-faced and leaning against the tree trunk for support, awkwardly muttered, "Yuzhu, thank you. If not for her intervention, he would have been dead." The thought filled him with anger as he glared at the giant bear spirited had not only nearly cost him his life, but also humiliated him in front of Lin Yuu. Boom! The giant bear spirit's missed attack sent its overwhelming demonic energy crashing into the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Roar! Enraged by its failure, the giant bear spirit let out a furious roar. Its eyes gleamed with murderous intent as it turned toward Lin Che and the others. Without hesitation, it charged forward, its massive body transforming into a blur as it hurtled toward them. This guy is probably on the verge of breaking his limits and becoming an ultimate spirit beast, Bai Xiao said gravely, a trace of wariness flashing in his eyes. His judgment stemmed from the clash he had just had with the giant bear spirit beast, especially its technique resembling shedding its skin, which was clearly an innate ability awakened only by ultimate spirit beasts. Bai Xiao's gaze swept over the corpse of the giant serpent spirit beast on the ground, and a flicker of regret appeared in his eyes. If I had known this would happen, I should have secured the serpent's corpse first, he muttered to himself. Chen Wenliang and the others, upon hearing Bai Xiao's words, showed expressions of frustration. Two high-level spirit beasts, which should have been within their grasp, had suddenly turned the tide of the situation. The power of an ultimate spirit beast was comparable to that of a martial artist at the peak of the foundation stage. Taking it down by force would not only come at a great cost, but would also create a commotion that might attract other challengers. At that point, they would be left exhausted and at a disadvantage when facing other candidates from the Battle Academy. Although Lin Yuu felt regret, she did not hesitate. Wise individuals rarely waver once a decision has been made. Lin Che, get back here. What are you doing? Is he out of his mind? Liang Mingming suddenly exclaimed, while Qi Lei's eyes widened in shock. Lin Che was charging straight toward the advancing giant bear spirit beast. Bai Xiao and Lin Yuu were momentarily stunned. While Chen Wenliang sneered, this kid is ridiculous. He didn't bother to help earlier when Bai Xiao made his move, but now he wants to play hero all by himself? Does he have no idea how terrifying an ultimate spirit beast is? No matter how extraordinary his physique is at the body refinement stage, going up against an ultimate spirit beast is a death sentence. Bai Xiao glanced at Lin Che's back, a faint smirk curling his lips. If Lin Che were to perish here, it would save him a great deal of trouble. At this moment, Bai Xiao had completely forgotten that without Lin Che's earlier warning, he himself might have already lost his life. Lin Yuu and Qi Lei didn't understand Lin Che's actions, yet neither showed any intention of assisting him. Only Liang Mingming clasped her hands together, her expression tense as she watched Lin Che intently. Meanwhile, in the void thousands of miles away, a crack suddenly tore open, and a massive hand reached out to grip the edge of the rift. Hua Zhentian emerged halfway, his face pale as he panted heavily. Before he could catch his breath, a slender, jade-like hand reached out from below his chest and abruptly pulled him back in. Wait, Hongmei, we've been apart for so long. How about reciting poetry or playing some music first? Tiange, the night is fleeting, and who knows when we'll meet again. Let's focus on more profound matters while we can. Lin Che, Hua Shushu is doing all this for you. You better not let me down. In a world filled with countless awe-inspiring shocks, one might wonder just what kind of shock does Hua Zhentian embody? The massive bear spirit loomed like a mountain, yet moved with the swiftness of lightning. At this moment, its entire body was surrounded by a turbulent storm of demonic energy, perfectly aligning with Bai Xiao's earlier prediction this spirit was undergoing an ascension. Even a martial artist at the peak of the foundation stage would likely feel a chill run down their spine in the face of such a spectacle. That was why Bai Xiao and the others assumed Lin Che was courting death when they saw him charge forward. Bai Xiao, having personally experienced the bear spirit's power, knew all too well that even though he'd been caught off guard earlier, defeating such an advanced spirit heathen was nearly impossible. Yet Lin Che appeared calm and unshaken. With a few agile leaps, he landed lightly on the ground using the trees as support, his eyes glinting as he closed in on the bear spirit. This provocation enraged the creaturite let out an earth-shaking roar, and the demonic energy around it instantly surged, transforming into ghostly green flames exuding a bone-chilling cold. With every step it took, The ground beneath it froze into a layer of fine green ice. Hiss. This spirit must have been an immensely powerful demon in its past life to manipulate demonic energy to such a degree. Chun Wenliang, Liang Mingming, and Qi Lei gasped in unison. Spirits that could retain their abilities from their former lives were especially troublesome, often capable of unleashing terrifying powers far beyond their level during battle. Chun Wenliang sneered as he watched Lin Che advance. With this, that ignorant brat won't even have a complete body left. However, Bai Xiao furrowed his brows. Even if Lin Che didn't understand what an advanced spirit was, the overwhelming aura before him was plain to see. Why was he neither afraid nor hesitant? Suddenly, Lin Yuju's body stiffened, her pupils contracting sharply. She had just witnessed something incredible. A body refinement martial artist who had mastered the pinnacle state of martial momentum. With each step Lin Che took, the air beneath his feet wailed and twisted, leaving behind distinct imprints. 6 steps left 6 visible air footprints, connected by a mournful, resonating sound that was both haunting and mesmerizing. This finally caught the attention of Chun Wenliang and the others, whose expressions shifted from shock to utter disbelief. That's the power of momentum. The pinnacle state of martial momentum. Bai Zhao's face was filled with astonishment. He recognized that Lin Che was utilizing an extraordinary combat technique, but to achieve such a level, it required the support of martial momentum. Whether through battle energy or sheer physical strength, without the coordination of powerful martial momentum, it was impossible to shape intangible air into tangible, offensive forms. What shocked Bai Xiao even more was that Lin Che was indeed only at the body refinement stage. The greatest distinction between the foundation stage and the body refinement stage lay in the use and reserves of battle energy. Bai Xiao stared at the scene before him, his heart surging with shock and disbelief. Lin Che, a mere martial artist in the body refinement stage, had mastered a pinnacle-level fist technique that even Bai Xiao, a martial foundation stage expert, had failed to grasp. It was nothing short of a humiliating blow to martial artists of his level. At this moment, Lin Che was executing the 7-star step combat technique. Each of his steps was imbued with astonishing battle energy, leaving 6 faintly glowing imprints in the air where his feet had landed. These imprints emitted a surge of energy that shot skyward, faintly coalescing into a terrifying force, an incomplete manifestation of the 7-star power. As Lin Che prepared to take the 7th step, a weighty, mountain-like aura rippled outward. The air distorted into wave-like patterns, and a falling leaf that brushed against this aura disintegrated into powder instantly. This was the hallmark of a pinnacle-level fist technique once unleashed. Anything within its range would be subjected to indiscriminate destruction. Boom! Lin Che's 7th step finally landed. The 6 air imprints shattered in sequence, transforming into radiant streams of light that shot into the sky. In midair, they formed 6 dazzling points of light, which arranged themselves behind Lin Che in the shape of a fragmented 7-star pattern. The moment these points of light plunged into Lin Che's body, a violent surge of energy erupted with overwhelming intensity. A beam of white light burst forth from beneath Lin Che's feet, streaking toward the giant bear spirit like a thunderbolt. This was the 7-star power. While it fell short of the true power of the celestial stars, the cutting force contained within this technique, inspired by the Big Dipper, was still awe-inspiring. Roar! Faced with this tremendous power, the giant bear spirit let out a deafening roar. Yet, to Bai Xiao and the others' astonishment, the massive creature turned and fled. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Che's eyes. He had already sensed something unusual when the giant bear spirit charged at him. His martial will had remained eerily silent. Normally, his martial will would issue a strong warning in the presence of such a formidable foe. This inconsistency was highly suspicious. Upon closer observation, Lin Che finally identified the issue. While the giant bear spirit appeared imposing, with its demonic aura swirling around it like a tangible storm, its actual destructive power was surprisingly weak. Each step of the giant bear spirit beast sent waves of green frost rippling outward, yet it failed to even disturb the surface layer of sand. This subtle detail sparked a sudden realization in Lin Che's mind. This seemingly fearsome giant bear spirit beast might just be a paper tiger, intimidating in appearance only. Especially after its fierce battle with the giant serpent spirit beast earlier, it was very likely gravely injured and merely bluffing now. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to shake. Although Lin Che knew little about the nature of extreme spirit beasts, it was clear that this one was of a high grade. If he could subdue it along with the corpse of the giant serpent spirit beast, it would greatly benefit his chances in this trial. Even though this was only a hypothesis, Lin Che had already resolved to take the risk. This academy of martial combat was his last hope. If failing the trial meant losing everything, he would rather stake it all on one desperate gamble. What worked in his favor was the fact that these spirit beasts likely had no understanding of human martial techniques. Seizing this advantage, Lin Che executed the full sequence of the 7-star steps. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. In truth, both Lin Che and Bai Xiao's assessments were correct. The giant bear spirit beast was indeed in the process of transforming into an extreme spirit beast. However, its core had been critically damaged during its battle with the giant serpent, halting its evolution and even causing a decline in its rank. If not for Lin Che and the others being present, it might have been able to resolve this crisis by devouring the giant serpent's corpse. Although the giant bear spirit beast displayed astonishing speed, covering dozens of meters in a blink, its attempts to escape only hastened its demise under the locking force of the 7 stars. Sure enough, in the next instant, Lin Che unleashed the full power of the 7 stars, striking accurately. With a resounding boom, the bear let out a piercing wail as its massive body exploded midair into a haze of dissipating spirit energy. Lin Che acted decisively, taking out his token and absorbing the power of both the giant bear spirit beast and the giant serpent spirit beast lying on the ground. In this manner, 2 high-level spirit beasts, one of which was on the verge of becoming an extreme spirit beast, were now in his possession. The 5 people in the tree, led by Bai Xiao, stared in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Lin Che, however, wasted no time celebrating. He quickly chose a direction and departed. Bai Xiaoga, Chen Wenliang called out, his expression shifting as he watched Lin Che's retreating figure. He turned to Bai Xiao, his tone heavy with uncertainty. Moments ago, Bai Xiao and his companions were certain Lin Che was doomed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation took a dramatic turn. Lin Che not only survived but also managed to kill the giant bear demon spirit in a single strike and even claimed the corpse of the giant snake demon spirit. This sudden reversal left Bai Xiao and his group in a daze, unable to process the reality before them. A body-refining martial artist taking down a nearly advanced peak-level demon spirit? That can't be real, can it, brother Bai Xiao? Chen Wenliang's voice snapped Bai Xiao out of his shock. Bai Xiao stared at Lin Che's retreating figure, his expression dark. At this moment, he finally pieced together the truth. The giant bear demon spirit had been gravely injured earlier when it was pierced by the giant snake demon spirit. Lin Che must have realized this and seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This realization did not ease Bai Xiao's frustration. Instead, it intensified his irritation. As a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, his insight had been outmatched by a mere body-refining martial artist, and worse, it had happened in front of Lin Yuu. His dissatisfaction with Lin Che swelled to its peak, and a wave of murderous intent surged within him. Damn it! Bai Xiao cursed under his breath. Not only had he lost face, but more importantly, 2 high-level demon spirits had been taken away by Lin Che. Such an opportunity was rare and precious. His gaze followed Lin Che's silhouette, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. However, as a man, Bai Xiao didn't want to appear overly reckless in front of the woman he admired. After all, by the unspoken rules, whoever defeated the demon spirit had the right to claim the spoils. Intervening now would seem dishonorable. Moreover, in some sense, Lin Che had indirectly helped him. Taking action under these circumstances would appear as though he was kicking someone when they were down. He needed a justifiable excuse. Bai Xiao turned his gaze to Chen Wenliang, who immediately understood his intent. Though the idea of confronting Lin Che alone made Chen Wenliang uneasy, after all, anyone capable of killing the wounded giant bear demon spirit was no ordinary opponent. Felt emboldened with Bai Xiao by his side. Hey you! Stop right there! Chen Wenliang shouted harshly. Lin Che ignored him and quickened his pace. He had anticipated that Bai Xiao and his group wouldn't let him walk away with 2 high-level demon spirits so easily, which was why he had chosen to retreat swiftly from the start. Courting death. Chen Wenliang sneered, spreading his arms wide. His fingers moved deftly, launching several plum blossom-shaped projectiles forged from cold iron. Enveloped in battle energy, they tore through the air like arrows. Feeling the chilling threat from behind, Lin Che knew he could no longer run. He spun around abruptly, his fist enveloped in battle energy as he struck back. This wasn't an act of recklessness at such close range. Evasion was no longer an option. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes rang out as Lin Che accurately intercepted all the projectiles. Such physical prowess was extraordinary even among martial artists at the Foundation establishment stage, let alone a body-refining martial artist. Chen Wenliang's expression darkened. The plum blossom projectiles, forged from cold iron and empowered by battle energy, were sharp enough to cut through steel. Even a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage would hesitate to take them heed in, yet this body-refining martial artist had done just that. Lin Che glanced at his fist, then looked up at Chen Wenliang. A glint of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Even though Lin Che had already activated his battle aura to cover his fists, the white marks were still clearly visible. If it weren't for his indomitable golden body and extraordinary physique, any ordinary body-refining martial artist would have been pierced through like a sieve by Chen Wenliang's hidden weapon attack. Lin Che's gaze was sharp as lightning as it swept over Chen Wenliang and the group behind him, including Bai Xiao. As far as I know, there's no grudge between us, is there? There wasn't before, but there is now. Chen Wenliang sneered. Those giant bear and serpent spirit beasts were discovered by us first. And you? You didn't even bother to ask before taking them all for yourself. Do you think we're invisible? So, by your logic, whoever sees it first owns it? Lin Che's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then why bother hunting spirit beasts? Let's all just stand around staring at them. Besides, weren't you all planning to run when the giant bear spirit beast charged at you? You killed the giant bear spirit beast? Chen Wenliang's voice rose sharply. Lin Che, you've got some nerve. If it weren't for Brother Bai Xiao weakening the giant bear spirit beast, do you think a mere body-refining martial artist like you could have killed it? A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Today, either hand over the spirit beasts, or you are not leaving here alive. What? You'll kill me if I don't hand them over. Lin Che sneered. Aren't you afraid of being accused of infighting and held accountable by the Battle Academy? Chen Wenliang burst into laughter. Kid, have you lost your mind? This is the Battle Academy. Survival of the fittest is the only rule here. If you die during the assessment, it just means you weren't strong enough. No one will care. Nearby, Lin Yuu frowned but remained silent. While it was true that Lin Che had killed the giant bear spirit beast, the two spirit beasts were incredibly valuable. The giant bear spirit beast, in particular, was on the verge of evolving into an apex-level spirit beast. Letting such a prized catch slip away was a real pity. Moreover, their side had 2 martial artists at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and 3 at the advanced stage. No matter how strong Lin Che was, he couldn't possibly take on all 5 of them. Even Qi Lei and Liang Mingming, who had seemed somewhat concerned for Lin Che earlier, chose to remain silent now. It was clear that in the face of true profit, ideals like morality and justice were nothing more than empty words. Lin Che took in everyone's expressions and understood the situation perfectly. It wasn't just Chen Wenliang, known of the 5, wanted him to leave with the spirit beasts. But once something was in his grasp, Lin Che was never one to give it up easily. I, Lin Che, have never had the habit of handing over what's already mine, he said with a faint smile. If you want the spirit beasts, come and take them yourself. Before his words had fully settled, he pushed off the ground and darted into the dense forest. While he wished to avoid direct confrontation with Bai Xiao and his group, surrendering under threats was not in his nature. Besides, with the golden body protecting him, mastery over peak-level fist techniques, and his martial will at its zenith, the outcome was far from certain. Brother Bai Xiao. Chen Wenliang shouted as Lin Che disappeared into the forest, turning urgently toward Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao's eyes gleamed. After him. After entering the dense forest, Lin Che fixed his gaze in one direction and sprinted with all his might. He vividly remembered the scene he had observed upon entering a rugged area filled with jagged rocks, shrouded in thick white mist, located on one side of the forest. If he could reach that area, he could use the terrain and the mist as cover to outmaneuver Bai Xiao and his group, implementing his strategy of defeating them one by one. A quick glance over his shoulder confirmed that Bai Xiao and his 4 companions were closing in fast, the distance between them steadily narrowing. Lin Che, stop and hand over the demon spirit. This is your only chance. Chen Wenliang's icy voice rang out, laced with mockery and cruelty. If we catch you, you'll wish for death but won't be able to escape life. A cold glint flashed in Lin Che's eyes, but he remained silent, accelerating once more. At the critical moment, his figure blurred into a shadow, successfully vanishing into the rocky terrain cloaked in white mist. Bai Xiao's expression darkened as he realized Lin Che's intentions. He immediately pushed his battle aura to its limits, trying to catch up, but he was ultimately a step too late. Watching Lin Che's silhouette disappear into the misty stone forest, the smug look on Chen Wenliang's face evaporated, replaced by frustration. Damn it! How could I forget about the misty ghost forest? Chen Wenliang cursed. The misty ghost forest, shrouded in dense white fog, was one of the most perilous areas within the Tianyuan's secret realm. Its complex terrain formed a natural maze, making it easy for intruders to lose their way. In the past, disciples participating in trials had ventured too far into this forest, only to be trapped and perish. Even worse, the pervasive white mist not only obscured vision but also suppressed battle aura. Warriors could only utilize up to 80 of their strength within its confines. The deadliest threat, however, came from the stone demons inhabiting the forest. These unique demon spirits, found exclusively in the misty ghost forest, possessed nearly indestructible physical forms with immense strength, impervious to blades and arrows. Coupled with the aura-suppressing mist, the dangers of this place were beyond imagination. Bai Xiao and his group hadn't expected Lin Che to be so audacious as to charge directly into the misty ghost forest. To be honest, even facing the 5 of them hidden would have been far safer than entering the forest. Of course, This was because Lin Che was unaware of the forest's infamous reputation. Brother Bai Xiao, what should we do? Do we keep chasing? Chun Wanliang, despite his greed for the demon spirit Lin Che carried, felt that venturing into the forest wasn't worth the risk. Liang Mingming, Qi Lei, and Lin Yuu also frowned as they gazed at the ominous misty ghost forest. Bai Xiao pondered for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We wait. There's only one exit from the misty ghost forest, and if he wants to leave, he'll have to pass through here. With how dangerous this place is, I doubt he can last long inside. If he doesn't come out, then let him die in there, it saves us the trouble. Chun Wanliang nodded at this, a cold smile forming on his lips as he stared at the forest. The other three also spread out, forming a tight encirclement, ready to capture Lin Che the moment he reappeared. Meanwhile, deep within the misty ghost forest, Lin Che began to sense something was wrong. As he ventured further, he noticed that the seed of battle aura within him seemed to be falling into dormancy, and his ability to channel and circulate his energy was slowing significantly. It's the mist. Lin Che's eyes narrowed sharply as he keenly identified the root of the problem. Whenever the swirling white mist drifted toward his body, the battle energy seeds within him would slow down unnaturally. Reacting swiftly, he channeled his battle energy to form an invisible barrier on the surface of his body, successfully isolating the mist. As expected, the stagnated battle energy seeds immediately resumed their normal flow. However, a more critical issue quickly emerged given his cultivation at the 10th level of body refinement. Sustaining this energy consumption was impossible for long. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Che was forced to drop the energy barrier, allowing the mist to invade. Sure enough, the battle energy seeds inside him once again began to sluggishly fall into dormancy. Frowning, Lin Che stopped in his tracks and turned back to sense his surroundings. He muttered under his breath, "They didn't follow me? Is it because of this strange place?" After a brief moment of thought, he decided to retrace his steps. Perhaps because he hadn't ventured too deeply into the misty ghost forest, or perhaps due to sheer luck, he managed to avoid all the natural traps and return to the entrance. Lin Che. As soon as he approached the entrance, Chun Wenliang's angry shout rang out. Bai Xiao and the others immediately turned to look at him, their eyes glinting with dangerous intent. Lin Che cast a cold, sweeping glance at the group. How patient they were, lying in wait all this time. He recalled what he had read about the Battle Dao Academy in books, a comparison to raising goo, using the most ruthless methods to nurture venomous creatures, and the one that survived was the true goo. He had once thought such descriptions were exaggerated, but now, he found them to be utterly accurate. For the sake of two high-grade spirit beasts, they had forced him into a life-or-death situation during a mere advancement assessment. Chun Wenliang sneered from outside. Lin Che, I thought you had the guts to venture deep into the misty ghost forest, but it turns out you were just putting on a show. I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, even if you beg for mercy, we won't let you off. Hand over the spirit beasts, and maybe we'll grant you a quick death. Misty ghost forest? Lin Che's lips curled into a mocking smile. This? Empty threats are easy to make. I'm standing right here if you're so bold. Why don't you come in? Judging by their hesitation, Bai Xiao and the others didn't dare step into the misty ghost forest. If that was the case, then so be it would wait them out. Who was afraid of whom? Lin Che's words caused Chun Wenliang's expression to stiffen, and Bai Xiao and the others furrowed their brows. Indeed, as long as Lin Che stayed within the bounds of the misty ghost forest, they couldn't touch him unless they forced their way in. Just then, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the misty ghost forest. Lin Che's pupils contracted sharply as he whipped his head around to look. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Bai Xiao and the others exchanged knowing smiles, their lips curving into sinister grins. Chun Wenliang burst into laughter. Oh, Lin Che, looks like your luck just ran out. That sound they knew it all too well. It was the distinctive roar of a stone demon, a creature unique to the misty ghost forest. Lin Che might not know what a stone demon is, but the sudden surge of its savage aura made his hair stand on end. It was an overwhelming force, violent and oppressive, as though it could tear a person apart. Lin Che, I suggest you come out while you still can. At least you might leave a whole corpse behind. Chun Wenliang stood outside the eerie misty ghost forest, laughing mockingly. Once that stone demon gets to you, you won't even have a corpse left. Lin Che turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over Chun Wenliang. His voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. You better pray that I don't make it out alive. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he turned decisively and plunged deeper into the misty ghost forest. This was a desperate gamble. Lin Che was well aware that if he exited the forest, he would face an ambush from Bai Xiao and his 4 companions. Even if he managed to take 1 or 2 of them down with him, death was inevitable. As for the stone demon Chun Wenliang had mentioned, though its true nature was unknown, it was clearly the reason Bai Xiao and his group dared not venture into the forest. Caught in a dilemma, Lin Che decided that rather than waiting to be cornered, he would take the risk and fight back. Even if he were to die at the hands of the stone demon, he would ensure that the two high-level demon spirits perished with him, thwarting Bai Xiao's plans at all costs. This bastard is hellbent on keeping us from getting those two demon spirits. Chen Wenliang's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. Bai Xiao and the others looked equally grim. Now that the stone demon had appeared, they dared not recklessly enter the forest and could only station themselves at the perimeter, waiting. Within the mist, Lin Che ignored the unsettling white fog. He focused entirely, unleashing his martial will, and soon locked onto the location of the stone demon. That creature made no effort to conceal its presence, standing out in Lin Che's senses like a beacon in the dark. Lin Che didn't attack immediately. Instead, he used his martial will to maneuver around the stone demon. When it advanced, he retreated. When it retreated, he advanced. After several rounds of this cat-and-mouse game, he finally got a clear look at the creature. It resembled a humanoid monster, complete with facial features and limbs, but its entire body was covered in a rock-like, hardened layer, even its eyes shrouded by a gray film. Its grotesque and fearsome appearance sent chills down his spine. Hiding behind a massive stone pillar, Lin Che evaluated the situation. The stone demon's strength was at least comparable to that of a martial artist at the peak of the foundation building stage. In this misty ghost forest, even a foundation building grandmaster would struggle against it. For someone like him, still in the body refining stage, this was undoubtedly a life-or-death challenge. Suddenly, the stone demon let out a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that cleared the fog within a Tinjiang radius. Even more terrifying, it abruptly turned and roared directly at Lin Che's hiding spot. Gray demonic energy spewed from its mouth, transforming into a barrage of stone shards that rained down toward him. Clearly, while Lin Che had been observing the stone demon, it had also detected him. Lin Che's eyes narrowed. With a light push off his toes, he swiftly evaded the incoming attack. A deafening crash followed as the stone shards shattered the pillar into pieces. Yet, before he could even fully regain his footing, the stone demon's figure materialized before him like a phantom. Boom! The stone demon's fist thundered toward Lin Che's chest like a lightning strike. The attack was swift and fierce, leaving Lin Che no time to think. Instinctively, he raised his own fist to meet the blow. The moment their fists collided, a strange, sinister energy spread through Lin Che's hand like a relentless parasite. Crack, crack, crack. A gray, hardened layer formed instantly over his fist, and an icy, chilling aura began to invade through it. Lin Che let out a cold snort as his battle energy erupted from within, tearing apart the eerie hardened layer in an instant. With a deafening crash, both combatants were sent flying backward. On the surface, it seemed like an even exchange, but Lin Che glanced down at his fist with a heavy expression. After just one clash, his fist hardened by his proud golden body technique already showed signs of frostbite. It was a shocking outcome. Even martial artists who had fully mastered the foundation of martial arts would struggle to harm him physically. For any other body-refining martial artist, that single strike would likely have obliterated their body and soul. Roar! The stone demon let out a wild howl and blurred into motion, charging at Lin Che once more. This time, Lin Che was ready. His eyes flashed coldly as he activated the 9 cycles chaos technique to its fullest. The chaotic energy of his primordial chaos body surged forth, and the profound essence of the Beast King fist was unleashed in an instant. As the stone demon's fist came crashing down, Lin Che countered with a move that was faster and more decisive. A Beast King fist imbued with the 3rd stage mastery of the battle technique's 5 realms struck out. Augmented by chaotic energy, a tiger's head wreathed in gray flames materialized, radiating a menacing aura, and slammed directly into the stone demon's chest. Boom! Before the stone demon could fully unleash its attack, its entire body was blown apart, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Lin Che's eyes narrowed, and his expression shifted suddenly as he leapt backward with explosive speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scattered fragments of stone began to glow with a gray light and shot toward Lin Che like a torrential rain of sharp projectiles. The air was filled with the sound of piercing winds, and even before the shards reached him, Lin Che could feel stinging pain from their sheer intensity. Lin Che's eyes ignited with the fire of his will, and his martial intent surged to its absolute peak. In his heightened state, it seemed as if time had slowed. The trajectories of the flying shards became vividly clear to him. It wasn't that the stone demon's attack had slowed, but rather that Lin Che's martial intent had transcended the limits of ordinary perception. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Che's arms became a blur, his fists striking out like a torrential downpour. Each flying shard was intercepted with precision, shattered into powder by his blows. Yet, something bizarre occurred the moment the dust from the shards touched the ground. It would flash with gray light and reform into stone fragments instantly. The stone demon seemed practically immortal, able to regenerate even after being utterly pulverized. If Bai Xiao and the others were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Lin Che's strength. The stone demon's near-invincible regenerative ability was the reason it had struck fear into the hearts of countless exam challengers over the years. Yet Lin Che, relying solely on his mortal body, had managed to break it apart, an achievement that was nothing short of extraordinary. In truth, Lin Che's remarkable performance was largely due to the chaotic energy within him. The primordial chaos body not only granted unparalleled physical resilience, but also carried a suppressive, demonic power capable of overpowering all paths. The chaotic energy it contained held the extraordinary ability to destroy all things. At this stage, Lin Che had only tapped into a minuscule fraction of the primordial chaos body's immense potential. Yet even with his rudimentary mastery of chaotic energy, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with the stone demon, a being comparable to a martial artist who had perfected their foundation. This alone demonstrated the terrifying power of the primordial chaos body. Lin Che stared intently at the eerie scene before him. The shattered stones he had just destroyed were restoring themselves in an instant. Though he possessed the potential of the ancient chaos physique, he was still merely a body refinement cultivator, far from the strength of a foundation establishment expert. In the peculiar environment of this misty ghost forest, the situation felt even more perilous. At most, 30 breaths. Lin Che calculated silently. If he continued at this rate, his battle energy would be completely depleted. When that moment came, he would be left with only his physical body to face the stone fiend. Boom. With both fists, Lin Che sent the fragments of stone flying. Yet those shattered pieces, glowing with an eerie gray light, surged back like a relentless tide. It was then he noticed something crucial among the countless fragments. Only a thumb-sized stone, gray with a hint of black, emitted a distinct aura. That must be the core. The fragments rained down like a storm, forcing Lin Che to push his martial will to its limits, tracking the trajectory of every single shard. He struck with precision, but his punch hit nothing but air. The core stone had somehow evaded even his martial will. The stone fiend retaliated with even greater ferocity, its fragments cascading like a waterfall. Lin Che's fists were bloodied and raw, but retreat was not an option. Memories of humiliation flashed through his mind. His status as the son of a servant, Lin Yi's mocking laughter, Lin Xuanqi's oppression, Lu Yunyan's disdain, and the unfulfilled promisito meet Yin Shire at the Great Zhou Academy. Lin Xuanqi. With a roar, an overwhelming will erupted from within Lin Che. In that instant, his perception transcended to an entirely new level. Even the tiniest particles in the air became vividly clear. The final strike. Lin Che poured every last ounce of his battle energy into this moment, summoning the Chaos Chi to unleash the Beast King Fist. A ferocious tiger's head roared forth, targeting the core stone. Though other fragments attempted to block the attack, the strike, imbued with his unyielding will, shattered the stone fiend's core at last. Impressive, impressive. Breaking through your limits with sheer willpower, remarkable for such a young one. A voice suddenly echoed in Lin Che's mind. Master of the tower. Lin Che's body trembled in shock. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Lin Che had not only defeated the stone fiend but also pushed beyond his own boundaries, elevating his martial will to an unprecedented level. Within the Tower of Gods and Demons, an unmistakable glimmer of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the tower ancestor. Though he had been in a deep slumber, Lin Che's breakthrough in willpower had directly awakened him. While the primordial chaos body was indeed rare, Lin Che's level of cultivation talent far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps he truly has the potential to reach that realm, the tower ancestor murmured, his voice filled with profound emotion. Tower ancestor, what does breaking the limits of willpower mean? Lin Che asked curiously. The tower ancestor explained slowly, breaking the limits of willpower is fundamentally similar to the essence of your body refinement's 10th stage. Both involve shattering boundaries and stepping into a new dimension. The 10th stage of body refinement breaks the physical limits, granting an indomitable golden body with strength reaching 108,000 pounds. Breaking the limits of willpower, on the other hand, forms the radiance of will, which wards off all malevolence and elevates your control over combat energy to the pinnacle of martial arts foundation. Now, calm your mind and focus. You may sense this transformation. Hearing this, Lin Che sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his mind trembled. A radiant glow inexplicably appeared in his consciousness, enveloping his inner sea with a warm and soothing aura. This is the radiance of will. The tower ancestor's voice echoed once more. Among tens of thousands of geniuses, it's rare to find even one who can reach this state. With the radiance of will, even a martial artist newly entering the divine flame realm would find it difficult to disrupt your martial will through sheer intent. Only martial will at the level of transcendence minor completion could affect you. The tower ancestor continued, What's most crucial is that you've achieved the breaking of martial will limits while still in the body refinement realm. This directly raises the upper limit of your willpower. In the future, you might experience a second or even a third breakthrough, and perhaps one day step into the legendary realm. Right now, not only do you possess a physique comparable to the pinnacle of martial arts foundation, but your martial will has also reached the level of an ordinary divine flame realm expert. Coupled with your martial momentum, already akin to the peak of the foundation stage, as long as your combat energy is sufficient, you can even contend with peak foundation stage martial artists. The Tower Ancestor was inwardly awestruck. A martial artist in the body refinement realm possessing the combat power to surpass 4 minor realms. This was utterly unheard of. It wasn't just the primordial chaos body at work. The key lay in Lin Che achieving dual breakthroughs in both physique and willpower. And yet, this is not your limit, the Tower Ancestor suddenly declared. Lin Che, now you can attempt to activate the 9 turns chaos art and fully awaken your primordial chaos body. If you succeed, your combat strength will soar to a whole new level. Hearing that he could grow even stronger, Lin Che was momentarily stunned. According to the Tower Ancestor, he was already capable of contending with martial artists at the pinnacle of the foundation stage, of feat unheard of in the body refinement realm. And yet, there was room to advance further? Naturally, Lin Che wouldn't refuse an opportunity to grow stronger. He immediately began circulating the 9 turns chaos art, and a rumbling sound arose within his body. Threads of chaotic energy peeled away from his primordial chaos body, merging into his combat energy. Boom! Lin Che's combat energy seed ignited in an instant, and all his combat energy erupted into gray flames. A strange burning sensation surged from the combat energy seed, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Soon, this heat transformed into an excruciating tearing pain, coursing through every fiber of his being. This unprecedented transformation made Lin Che feel as though his body might be entirely consumed by the suddenly volatile combat energy. Lin Che, hold on. Tazu's voice echoed within the Tower of Gods and Demons. Your prior use of the Chaos Chi was far too superficial. Now begins the true process of fusion. Use the brilliance of your willpower to compress your battle energy seed. Hearing this, Lin Che fully unleashed his martial will. In an instant, a radiant halo of light appeared behind his head, emanating mysterious waves of power like a divine ring. The rumbling inside his body grew even more intense as the battle energy seed began its final fusion with the Chaos Chi. Break! With a thunderous roar, Lin Che struck a stone pillar ahead with a powerful punch. Dark golden battle energy erupted, carrying a heavy metallic force, instantly shattering the pillar into dust. So this is chaos battle energy? Lin Che stared at his hands in awe. Despite being in the body refinement realm, he was able to unleash power comparable to the martial foundation's peak perfection. But on second thought, why should he be surprised? After all, he, Lin Che, had endured unimaginable pain when his bones were extracted, suffered the humiliation of being cast out from the Marquis estate, faced the despair of having his martial path blocked, and survived countless near-death encounters in the fog demon forest. All of this strength was what he had fought for with his life. Lin Che, try pushing your body to its limit. Tazu's voice rang out again. Lin Che stretched out his arms, his fingers slowly clenching into fists. A terrifying surge of blood energy rose within him, causing the surrounding air to boil before erupting into a thunderous white shockwave. His body began to undergo a startling transformation. Golden light burst forth from every pore, while gray light spread from the roots of his hair, enveloping his entire being. At this moment, Lin Che resembled a golden statue, his gray hair flowing as an aura of majesty and overwhelming power radiated from him. This is the true primordial chaos physique, Tazu murmured, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Che. Boom! Lin Che clenched his fists once more, and dark golden light surged between his fingers, a fusion of the primordial chaos physique and the indomitable golden body. With one punch, the dark golden energy left a glowing imprint in the void. To leave marks in the void with sheer physical strength alone, this was the power of the martial foundation's peak perfection. By Xiao, Lin Che's gaze shifted toward the edge of the fog demon forest, his eyes gleaming with a murderous intent. Outside the misty ghost forest, Chen Wenliang stood, listening to the ferocious roars echoing from within. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. In his mind, Lin Che was undoubtedly fleeing in panic under the relentless pursuit of the stone demon. Arrogant brat, you're done for this time. Chen Wenliang sneered, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity for those 2 high-level spirit beasts, especially that giant bear spirited could have been crucial for advancement. For all the disciples of the Martial Path Academy participating in the intersect assessment, extreme or near-extreme spirit beasts were invaluable resources. Even someone like Bai Xiao, who had reached the peak of the martial foundation stage, found it extremely challenging to hunt them. This was precisely why Bai Xiao and the others were so determined to chase down Lin Che. Roar! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the misty ghost forest, its reverberation piercing the skies and shaking the clouds above. Bai Xiao and his group raised their eyebrows at the sound and exchanged knowing smiles. It was unmistakably the stone demon's roar. Such ferocity could only mean it had begun tearing Lin Che apart. What a waste of time! Losing two high-level spirit beasts for nothing, Bai Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Qin Wenliang and the others followed suit, shaking their heads in disappointment. Liang Mingming even pursed her lips in irritation. It was clear that everyone had already concluded Lin Che had met his end at the hands of the stone demon. Let's go. We've wasted enough time here. It's time to get moving, Bai Xiao remarked, casting one last glance at the entrance to the misty ghost forest before preparing to leave with Lin Yuu and the others. Whoosh! Suddenly, Bai Xiao and Lin Yuu narrowed their eyes, their steps coming to an abrupt halt. Qin Wenliang, Liang Mingming, and Qi Lei, though slower to react, soon sensed the anomaly as well. They turned their heads slowly, disbelief written across their faces. Impossible! The sight before them left Qin Wenliang and the others frozen in place. At the entrance of the misty ghost forest stood Lin Che, his expression calm and unyielding, his gaze fixed steadily on them. He's actually alive. Qin Wenliang finally confirmed he wasn't seeing things, though his mind was riddled with incredulity. A mere body-refining martial artist, surviving an encounter with the stone demon in the misty ghost forest? That should have been utterly impossible. The stone demon's powerful physique alone was enough to make it impervious to attacks from someone at Lin Che's level. What puzzled Qin Wenliang even more was that Lin Che hadn't just survived, had walked out of the forest unhurriedly, and was now standing right in front of them. At this distance, retreating back into the forest was no longer an option. Bai Xiao carefully assessed Lin Che's condition and, upon confirming he was still at the body-refining stage, exhaled sharply and let out a cold laugh. Kid, I don't know how you managed to escape the stone demon, but coming out here was a mistake. This time, we won't give you any chances. Qin Wenliang's eyes lit up. That's fine by me. Killing you with my own hands and reclaiming the spirit beasts will be even better. As he spoke, he flipped his hands, and two short blades appeared in his palms. He ran his tongue along one of the blades, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Kid, I'll make sure to give you a warm welcome. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Qin Wenliang stomped his foot, his figure vanishing in an instant and reappearing directly in front of Lin Che. Void Slash! Qin Wenliang let out a low shout as his twin blades, infused with battle energy, gleamed with a chilling light. Void Slash was a second-tier combat technique commonly found in the Martial Path Academy's library. It was originally designed for single-blade use, but Qin Wenliang, gifted as he was, had mastered it with dual blades. Though he had only cultivated the technique to the second level of proficiency, the Mastery stage, he could unleash power rivaling the third level, the Expert stage. This was why Qin Wenliang, despite sensing something unusual about Lin Che, dared to strike first. In his mind, no matter what tricks Lin Che had up his sleeve, it was impossible for him to take him down in one move, especially not with the others present as backup. Clang! The twin blades cut through the air with a chilling gleam, their deadly trajectory aimed precisely at Lin Che's shoulders from both sides. Qin Wenliang's attack was swift and calculated, the blade's energy slicing through the air with lethal intent, poised to inflict devastating damage. However, with a sharp metallic clang, the blades met resistance, not flesh and bone, but something as unyielding as forged steel. Qin Wenliang's feral grin froze on his face. His eyes locked with Lin Che's calm, unwavering gaze, and a wave of dread surged through him. Lin Che's entire body was enveloped in a faint, ethereal golden aura, as if a divine presence had descended upon him. The primordial chaos body, truly extraordinary, Lin Che mused inwardly, gaining a clearer understanding of his physical strength. While he couldn't yet confirm his ability to contend with a peak martial foundation cultivator, he was more than capable of handling one at the pinnacle of martial foundation mastery. Lin Che tilted his head slightly toward Qin Wenliang, his tone laced with mockery. So weak you can't even wield your blades properly, yet you claimed you'd make me beg for life and death? Don't worry, I won't be as cruel as you. I'll make it quick. Before the words fully settled, Lin Che's hand shot out, aiming directly for Qin Wenliang's throat. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to evade by leveraging his twin blades, but it was too late. With a sharp snap, Lin Che's iron grip had already clamped around his neck. So hard. Qin Wenliang's face twisted in terror. This wasn't human flesh, this was something far tougher than iron, impossibly resilient. Spare, the suffocating pressure intensified, and fear filled Qin Wenliang's eyes. Just as he attempted to plead for mercy, a crisp crack echoed. Lin Che's expression remained emotionless as he crushed Qin Wenliang's throat with ease. With nothing but the force of his physical body, Lin Che had instantly killed a martial foundation master at the advanced stage. Such was the terrifying power of the primordial chaos body. Chen Wuliang's eyes widened in disbelief. In his final moment, she had been effortlessly slain by a mere body-refining cultivator. With a dull thud, Lin Che released his grip, letting Chen Wuliang's lifeless body collapse to the ground. The entire sequence of events unfolded with seamless precision, as if Lin Che had simply squashed an insect, his demeanor unshaken. He turned his gaze to Bai Xiao and the others, his tone cold and indifferent. Your turn. Boom. The moment Lin Che turned his head, Bai Xiao and the others felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, a chill spreading from head to toe. That bone-deep terror, erupting from the depths of their souls, sent shivers down their spines and coursed through their entire bodies. Two martial artists at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, along with two others at the peak of the same stage, now found themselves gripped by fear in the presence of a mere body-refining warrior. If word of this scene were to spread, it would surely sound unbelievable. And yet, the reality was undeniable. A martial artist at the foundation establishment stage was killed barehanded by a body-refining warrior. Chen Wuliang's corpse hadn't even gone cold, and the sight alone was enough to shatter the composure of everyone present. Smack! Lin Che, expressionless, began to stride forward. With every step he took, Bai Xiao and his group instinctively retreated, as though an invisible force was driving them back. Only after retreating 4 or 5 paces did they snap out of their stupor, their faces flushed red with embarrassment and tension. Lin Che, wait. Bai Xiao finally couldn't hold back and called out, his voice low and strained. The suffocating atmosphere was unbearable, and if it continued, they might lose their nerve entirely before the fight even began. Lin Che acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, his steps unwavering as he pressed forward. Damn it! Bai Xiao cursed under his breath, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Lin Che, this is all a misunderstanding. You've already killed Chen Wuliang, and we've paid a heavy price. Let's end this here. You can take those 2 demon spirits. If that's not enough, we can offer additional compensation. Lin Che halted, his expression unchanged. I only have one thought right now. Either I kill all of you, or you kill me. Honestly, with 2 of you at the peak of foundation establishment and 2 more at the advanced stage, we've never truly fought head-to-head. Who knows who will win? So, let's settle this. Fight me like men. Before the last word even finished, Lin Che stepped forward again. Attack! Bai Xiao gritted his teeth and gave the order. At this point, only one side could walk away alive. Lin Yuu, Liang Mingming, and Qilei understood this as well. They each took a deep breath, a glint of cold determination flashing in their eyes. Qilei, wielding a silver-white battle axe, was the first to strike. Mountain-splitting slash, he roared, unleashing a surge of battle energy as a massive axe shadow tore through the air. This attack was powerful enough to instantly kill an ordinary martial artist at the advanced foundation establishment stage, but when facing Lin Che, Qilei felt no confidence at all. Lin Che didn't even bat an eye. With a casual wave of his hand, as if swatting a fly, the deafening explosion that followed obliterated the attack midair, not even slowing Lin Che's stride for a moment. What terrifying physical strength! Bai Xiao and the others gasped in unison. They had doubted how Lin Che had managed to withstand Chen Wenliang's dual blades earlier, but now it was clear Lin Che's freakish strength lay entirely in his unbelievably formidable body. Lin Che, unfazed, crushed Qilei's attack with ease. He stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant, and threw a devastating punch. Qilei's face darkened instantly upon witnessing the situation. In the critical moment, without hesitation, he raised his battle axe high and brought it down with immense force. At the same time, Liang Mingming swiftly drew a crimson 9-section whip from her waist, which lashed out like a venomous serpent, striking toward Lin Che. Lin Yuu, don't hold back. If we don't go all out today, we might not leave here alive. Bai Xiao took a deep breath, his hands forming a loose embrace as a cyan longsword began to materialize in his palms. The sight sent shockwaves through Lin Yuzu's heart. It was Bai Xiao's life-bonded weapon, a personal weapon nurtured by a martial artist after advancing to the martial Dao Foundation realm. The life-bonded weapon was intrinsically connected to its master's life force. It could elevate combat power to its peak, or even beyond. Such rare weapons grew stronger as their masters advanced, with some belonging to martial legends capable of unleashing apocalyptic force even when separated from their owners. Boom! Qilei clashed repeatedly with Lin Che, his axe meeting flesh, yet the more they fought, the more horrified he became. Is this even human? He's a monster. His thoughts spiraled into chaos, his moves losing all form, as Lin Che withstood the strikes of his forged cold iron battle axe using nothing but his bare body. Liang Mingming dared not close in and could only lash her whip occasionally to disrupt Lin Che's attack rhythm. Suddenly, Lin Che accelerated. Chay hurriedly withdrew his axe to block. Boom. Crack. Under an unimaginable force, Chay's battle axe shattered on impact. Lin Che's fist smashed through the broken weapon and struck Chay square in the chest. In an instant, Chay's body exploded like a ruptured fruit, scattering blood and gore in all directions. Liang Mingming froze in shock, her face drained of color. Her 9-section whip faltered midair. Lin Che turned like lightning, grabbing the whip's end and yanking hard. Liang Mingming screamed and let go, but her cry was abruptly cut short with a flick of Lin Che's wrist. The whip shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing straight through her forehead. In mere moments, both were dead. Exhilarating. Lin Che roared, unable to suppress his excitement. The sheer power of his ancient chaos physique made him disdain the use of combat techniques. This raw, primal fighting style awakened a savage bloodlust deep within him. He turned to face Bai Xiao and Lin Yuu, his eyes alight with feral excitement. Lin Yuu's expression shifted dramatically, while Bai Xiao's face twisted in rage. Lin Che, die. Bai Xiao bellowed, clutching his cyan serpent blade, the life-bonded weapon, and slashing fiercely toward Lin Che. The name Azure Serpent Sword originates from Bai Xiao infusing the soul of a wild beast, an azure serpent, into the weapon. This humanoid battle weapon conceals a shocking secret. The Azure Serpent, in its prime, was comparable to a master at the divine flame realm. Even after Bai Xiao skinned and extracted its soul, greatly diminishing its power, it fused perfectly with the weapon, granting Bai Xiao the innate divine ability known as death constriction. With a single slash of the sword, Bai Xiao sent a shimmering azure light slicing through the air. The radiance eerily vanished midair, only to reappear an instant later above Lin Che's head as if teleporting. Lin Yuu, born with white pupils that could pierce through illusions, clenched her fists tightly upon witnessing this. She had discerned the profound essence of the azure light. If Lin Che continued to confront it with his fists, he would inevitably suffer. Even Bai Xiao himself couldn't help but swallow nervously, his earlier arrogance of killing Lin Che without fail now a distant memory. Yet, under the tense gaze of both onlookers, Lin Che chose to confront it head-on. He punched directly at the azure light above him. Boom. The azure light was pierced through by the force of his punch, shattering into a cascade of crystalline fragments. But it wasn't over. Accompanied by a chilling roar, the fragments reversed, reforming into a massive azure serpent with glistening scales. In an instant, it coiled tightly around Lin Che. This was the manifestation of the wild beast's soul, unleashing its innate divine ability, death constriction. Ha ha ha. Lin Che, your arrogance will be your downfall. Do you think your strange physique can make you invincible? Now that you're trapped by my death constriction, just wait for your demise. Bai Xiao trembled with excitement. The Azure Serpent Sword was his trump card for the Battle Academy competition, but being forced to use it now felt worthwhile. Killing Lin Che might even grant him access to Lin Che's formidable body refinement technique. Lin Yuu let out a long breath at the sight of Lin Che being ensnared. However, Lin Che remained calm and said, "You're celebrating too soon." The massive serpent soul tightened its coils, causing Lin Che's bones and muscles to creak under the pressure. The serpent spiraled upward, its menacing head looming above Lin Che as it opened its gaping maw, releasing a burst of black light. Even before the toxic glow made contact, Lin Che felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Ha ha ha. Lin Che, the venom of the Azure Serpent attacks the soul. It doesn't matter how strong your body is. Prepare to die. Bai Xiao laughed maniacally, confident in the poison's potency, which even experts newly entering the divine flame realm struggled to resist. However, Lin Che merely focused his mind, and a radiant willpower illuminated his consciousness, dispelling the dizziness instantly. As the serpent's gaping maw descended, Lin Che decided to hold nothing back. His primal chaos physique erupted in full force, his body enveloped in golden light, and his black hair transformed into a black-gold hue. In the next moment, Lin Che's body surged with power. Boom! A burst of black and gold light erupted, and the overwhelming surge of vitality rippled outward like waves, instantly tearing the azure giant serpent entwined around Lin Che into fragments. Bai Xiao's wild laughter abruptly ceased as he spewed a mouthful of blood. Staggering backward, his eyes filled with terror. "Impossible," he exclaimed. The azure serpent was the manifestation of the soul of the green snake, directly connected to his life-bound weapon, the green snake sword. Now that it had been torn apart by Lin Che, the backlash left him barely able to stand. What shocked Bai Xiao even more was that despite Lin Che being poisoned by the green snake soul venom, he appeared completely unharmed. Bai Xiao stared at Lin Che as if he were looking at a monster. Swish! Fully activating his primal chaos physique, Lin Che's figure blurred and instantly appeared before Bai Xiao. By the time Bai Xiao realized what had happened, Lin Che's hand was already gripping his neck tightly. "Lin Che, you can't kill me." Bai Xiao's scalp tingled, and his voice trembled with fear. My elder brother is by AO, the third-ranked inner disciple of the War Dao Academy. Even if you pass the trial today and become an inner disciple, he won't let you go. Lin Che's gaze remained calm. I told you, you were celebrating too early. And besides, I really hate being threatened. Crack. Bai Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground. Another martial artist at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm had fallen at Lin Che's hands. Looking at Bai Zhao's lifeless body, Lin Che felt a moment of daze. He hadn't expected himself to be so powerful even at the body refining stage. Tazu had mentioned that once he fully mastered the primal chaos physique, he would grow even stronger. Now it seemed that this stronger far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his physical strength reached astonishing levels, but his speed and reflexes had also skyrocketed. Swish. The sound of something slicing through the air broke the stillness. Lin Yuu, stepping on her human-shaped battle weapon Moonwheel, turned into a blur as she fled into the distance. A martial artist at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm fleeing from a body refining cultivator. Such an event, if known, would undoubtedly leave people dumbfounded. Lin Che watched Lin Yuzu's retreating figure and shook his head. Now you want to run? Too late. If even Bai Xiao couldn't keep up with his speed, how could Lin Yuu, who was of the same level, possibly escape his grasp? Lin Yuu was always known as the ice-cold beauty among the outer disciples, maintaining a distant and unapproachable demeanor even when facing the top-ranked inner disciples. Yet at this moment, she piloted her human-shaped war weapon with none of her usual composure. Her face was etched with terror and shock. Impossible. How can he be this strong? Lin Yuzu's mind replayed the scene of Lin Che effortlessly crushing Bai Xiao to death with one hand. The image struck her like a nightmare, shaking her spirit to the core and pushing her to the brink of collapse. Among the more than 200 disciples participating in this trial, though she and Bai Xiao weren't the strongest, they undoubtedly ranked within the top 10. Yet even with the human-shaped war weapon, Bai Xiao had been utterly powerless against Lin Che. This meant Lin Che's strength had already surpassed all other participants in this trial, a mere body-refining martial artist capable of overwhelming numerous martial foundation cultivators. The absurdity of this reality made Lin Yuu suddenly burst into laughter, a sound more sorrowful than crying. At that moment, her movements froze abruptly, and her face turned ashen. Lin Che had somehow appeared in front of her without her realizing it. You can't escape. Why not make it easier on yourself? Lin Che said calmly. Forcing a slight smile, Lin Yuu replied, Lin Che, there's really no deep grudge between us. If you're willing to let me go, I'll do anything you ask. From the moment you ambushed me in the misty ghost forest, it was already a fight to the death. Lin Che responded expressionlessly. Isn't it you who sighed if you die? It's only because you're not strong enough? Trembling, Lin Yuu began removing her outer robe. Lin Che, spare me and it'll be yours. Her green robe fell to the ground, followed by her skirt, revealing her purple undergarments beneath. Her stunning figure was fully displayed before Lin Che, gently tugging at the ribbon of her undergarments. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded, as long as you promise to let me go, you can do whatever you want. Lin Che's lips curled into a faint smile. Anything? Lin Yuu nodded weakly, curling her body like a lamb awaiting slaughter. But just as Lin Che moved closer, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in front of her, forming a glowing wheel that blocked his lightning-fast punch with a burst of sparks. Simultaneously, the glowing wheel beneath her feet vanished. It became clear that Lin Yuzu's plea was merely a facade, meant to lower Lin Che's guard for a fatal strike. Unfortunately for her, Lin Che was unfazed by her beauty and forced her into an early counterattack. You do have some looks, but compared to the women I've seen, you wouldn't even make the top 10, Lin Che mocked. Confident in her appearance, Lin Yuu felt humiliated by his words. While manipulating the glowing wheel to fend off Lin Che, she threatened, Lin Che, I've already been taken in by Elder Han of the inner sect. If you kill me, Elder Han will never let you go. First it was by AO, ranked third in the inner sect, and now it's this Elder Han. Lin Che sneered coldly. Why is it that people like you are always the same? Before the words even finished, his fist vibrated with a terrifying dark golden energy, blasting Lin Yuu away. Lin Yuu looked at the glowing wheel in her hand, her expression filled with shock. The force of that punch had left cracks on her proud human battle soldier. She stared at Lin Che in disbelief, waves of turmoil surging through her heart. Could this truly be the power of a body-refining martial artist? In an instant, she made a decision. Rather than waiting to be defeated, she would gamble everything. With a muffled grunt, she resolutely chose to self-detonate her human battle soldier. Bow. The glowing wheel erupted with a world-destroying aura. Amid the blinding white light, a devastating energy shockwave surged straight toward Lin Che. The air twisted and distorted under the force, as if threatening to tear everything apart. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Yuu, her face pale, retreated hastily. Lin Che's expression remained calm. He casually swung a fist, and a torrent of dark golden energy poured out like a rainstorm, swallowing the shockwave from the glowing wheel and transforming it into an even more formidable force that surged back toward her. Lin Yuu had barely managed to escape a distance of 10 zhang before the counterforce struck her directly. She crashed heavily into a large tree, her spine snapping instantly. Waves of excruciating pain overwhelmed her, cold sweat soaking her entire body. Yet it was not the physical pain, but the fear of death that caused her to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Che approached unhurriedly, raising his palm as battle energy gathered within it. Rest in peace. No. Please no. Lin Yuu screamed in terror. Just as Lin Che's palm was about to strike. Clang! A long spear tore through the air, imbued with fierce battle energy, aiming straight for Lin Che. His eyes narrowed as he turned and struck the spear away with a single punch. Looking up, a hint of killing intent flashed in his gaze. Had he not reacted in time, that spear could have pierced him through. A handsome, clean-shaven man caught the deflected spear, his expression icy as he approached. This was Zhao Gu, ranked 5th among the outer sect disciples, renowned for his storm and rain spear technique. Even Yin Shire, the top-ranked outer sect disciple, avoided clashing with him lightly. Senior brother Zhao Gu, save me. He's trying to kill me. Lin Yuu cried out, her tears streaming down, a pitiful sight. Inside, she was elated, knowing that Zhao Gu's team also included Taixiong, ranked 7th among the outer disciples. Even if Zhao Gu alone wasn't a match for Lin Che, with Taixiong and the rest of his team, there might still be a chance for survival. Kid, you don't look familiar, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless, even attacking your fellow disciples like this. Zhao Gu's eyes narrowed. Release junior sister Lin now, or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Che suddenly laughed at his words. Merciless? Do you think you'll leave here alive today? His voice turned icy. Anyone who dares to attack me, for whatever reason, faces only one outcome: death. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Che moved like a phantom, charging straight at Zhao Gu. Lin Che's figure moved like a phantom, appearing before Zhao Gu in an instant. Without a single word, he unleashed a powerful punch straight at him. Zhao Gu sneered inwardly as he saw his opponent attacking barehanded. The wind and rain spear in his hand was forged from century-old ironwood, with its tip made from rare meteorite iron. It was not only incredibly sturdy, but also capable of piercing armor. With a casual thrust of his spear, he dismissed Lin Che as a threat. Just then, Lin Yuu's alarmed cry pierced the air. Zhao Gu, be careful. Bai Xiao has already fallen to Lin Che. What? Zhao Ji's expression shifted dramatically, cursing under his breath as he realized he had no time to change his move. Boom. The moment Lin Che's fist collided with the spear tip, a burst of dark golden light erupted, transforming into tangible waves of golden ripples. The wind and rain spear was sent flying from Zhao Ji's grasp, and he himself was pushed back by the overwhelming force. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving cracks in the ground, before finally stabilizing himself by driving the spear into the dirt. His palm stung sharply, the skin already split from the impact. But Zhao Gu had no time to dwell on his injuries. His eyes were filled with shock. This stranger before him was a practitioner of the body refinement realm. Lin Che calmly retracted his fist and began to approach. Zhao Ji's lips twitched, and he quickly backed down. Brother Lin Che, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just passing by. Whatever you want to do with Lin Yuu, go ahead, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Lin Yuu trembled all over, her face pale, her eyes filled with despair. Lin Che, however, acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued advancing. Don't push your luck, kid. Zhao Gu took a step back. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want us both getting hurt. At that moment, 6 figures emerged from the forest. It was Zhao Gu's companions. Senior brother Zhao, what's going on? They called out as they joined him. Among them was Taixiong, a burly man with thick hair, ranked 7th among the outer disciples, and a fellow practitioner of the body refinement path. With just one glance, he sensed the immense vitality and strength radiating from Lin Che. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he clenched his fists eagerly. What incredible physical power! Zhao Gu caught sight of Taixiong and his companions approaching, and a glimmer of hope flashed across his eyes. He quickly recounted what had just transpired, his tone filled with disbelief. That guy is downright strange. Bai Xiao has already fallen by his hand. The most unbelievable part is, he's only at the body refinement stage. As soon as these words left his mouth, Taixiong and the others exchanged looks of astonishment. A mere body refinement stage cultivator taking down Bai Xiao, who was at the peak of martial foundation. It completely upended their understanding of power. With reinforcements now on his side, Zhao Gu clearly felt more confident, but he still hesitated to face Lin Che. Bowing slightly, he said, brother Lin Che. All of this was just a misunderstanding. Whatever issues you have with Lin Yuu, you can settle them yourselves. We'll take our leave now." As he spoke, he sheathed his wind and rain spear and motioned for Taixiong and the others to prepare to leave. However, Lin Che merely shook his head, his figure instantly transforming into a blur as he charged directly at Zhao Gu. "Damn it, all I did was throw one spear, and he's out for blood?" Zhao Gu cursed under his breath, his expression darkening. Lin Che said nothing, his speed increasing as he suddenly appeared before Zhao Gu and unleashed a powerful punch. Zhao Ji's wrist flicked as he raised his wind and rain spear to block the attack. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated, sparks scattering in all directions. Though Zhao Gu managed to block the punch, Lin Che immediately spun around and launched another fierce strike. This time, a dark golden tiger head roared forth from his fista manifestation of the Beast King Fist, driven purely by the force of his blood and energy. Zhao Ji's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the danger. He steadied himself, gripping his spear tightly as it trembled violently. With a low shout, he unleashed his ultimate move, Fury of the Storm. This was his most powerful technique, a second-tier combat skill. Dozens of spear shadows converged into a circular formation, resembling a blooming lotus, with the sound of howling winds and torrential rain echoing all around. Boom! The two forces collided heat. The spear shadows dissipated under the might of the Beast King Fist, but they managed to drain the fist's power in the process. The resulting shockwave rippled outward, distorting the air around them. Lin Che only took a single step back, his battle energy easily neutralizing the residual force. Zhao Gu, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. The outcome was clear. Taixiong and the others were dumbstruck. Zhao Gu, ranked fourth among the outer disciples, had formidable strength. Yet here he was, utterly crushed by someone at the body refinement stage. Lin Che was nothing short of a monster. Lin Che's gaze sharpened as he advanced toward Zhao Gu once more. Though Taixiong and his group had lost their will to fight, they still gritted their teeth and stepped in front of Zhao Gu to protect him. "Move," Lin Che said coldly. Feeling the murderous intent in Lin Che's eyes and realizing the situation was on the verge of escalating, Zhao Gu clenched his teeth in frustration. Finally, he threw out his trial token, conceding defeat. Lin Che instinctively caught the trial token that Zhao Gu threw at him, a flicker of doubt flashing across his eyes. Zhao Gu looked at the token, a pained expression evident in his gaze. "This is my trial token." Hearing this, Lin Che let out a cold laugh, his eyes sharp as blades. "What? Are you trying to threaten me too? Do you have an older brother ranked third in the inner sect, or perhaps, have you caught the attention of some elder?" As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Lin Yuu, who stood to the side. Lin Yuu shuddered under the icy gaze, a deep sense of despair welling up in her heart. Even Zhao Gu, ranked fifth in the outer sect, was no match for Lin Che. In this Tianyuan secret realm, who could possibly stop him? Zhao Gu froze for a moment before reacting, the corner of his mouth twitching in self-mockery. "If I had some special background, I wouldn't have to struggle so much to participate in the intersect assessment. This trial token contains the 10 demon spirits I've hunted, including one high-level demon spirit. If you're willing to let me go, they're all yours." Lin Che raised an eyebrow, pondering. Though he wasn't sure how many demon spirits were needed to pass the intersect trial, judging by Bai Xiao and the others' eagerness for the giant bear and serpent demon spirits, high-level demon spirits were undoubtedly crucial in this assessment. These 10 demon spirits, especially the high-level one, were indeed tempting. "If I kill you, wouldn't these things be mine anyway?" Lin Che said indifferently. The words sent Zhao Gu's pupils contracting sharply, as if he were staring at a devil. Even Taixiong and the others behind him couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. While the core doctrine of the Martial Path Academy was survival of the fittest, it didn't advocate for outright slaughter. They sought to cultivate strong individuals, not merciless killing machines. And yet, upon reflection, Lin Che's reasoning was irrefutable. If Zhao Gu died, everything would naturally belong to him. Lin Che's gaze flickered before he finally spoke. "Fine. You can leave." His primary goal was to pass the assessment and join the Martial Path Academy. Since Zhao Gu had shown tact and paid a sufficient price, there was no need to go to extremes. Moreover, as a newcomer, many things were still unclear, and it was unwise to attract too much attention. Most importantly, Lin Che had already thought of a faster way to acquire demon spirits. Though Zhao Gu felt the sting of losing the 10 demon spirits, he was more relieved than anything. Judging by Lin Che's demeanor, if he hadn't offered a price, the man might have truly killed him. Yet, a question lingered in Zhao Gu's mind. Was this guy really an outer sect disciple? Why had he never seen him before? Taixiong and the others also let out sighs of relief. Avoiding a confrontation with Lin Che was undoubtedly the best outcome for them. Just as Zhao Gu and the group turned to leave, Lin Che suddenly spoke. "Wait." Zhao Gu turned back, a trace of irritation on his face. What now? Lin Che's expression remained emotionless as he said, Zhao Gu can leave, but I never said the rest of you could. Tai Xiong and the others froze, their brows furrowing. Tai Xiong pointed to himself incredulously. You mean me? Lin Che nodded. You all interfered when I was about to take action against Zhao Gu, severely hindering my efforts. Letting you leave just like that would make me look easy to bully. Zhao Gu stood there, dumbfounded. Is that even a thing? Tai Xiong and his companions exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, their anger evident. Lin Che, are you out of your mind? Do you really think wed by such a flimsy excuse? Lin Che's face remained impassive, his tone eerily calm. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that if you want to leave, you have to pay the price. I'm reasonable, just hand over some demon spirits. Of course, if you're unwilling to be reasonable. He clenched his fist. My fists can help you understand exactly what my reasoning means. Lin Che looked at Tai Xiong, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Raising an eyebrow, he said, Oh, by the way, you'll need to add one more high-grade spirit beast than the others. Tai Xiong's face turned beet red, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Why? Because you insulted me earlier, Lin Che replied calmly. Tai Xiong was so furious that he couldn't speak. He opened his mouth but forced himself to swallow back the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. Lin Che shrugged and said, So, will you play by the rules, or shall I make an example of the rules for you? Tai Xiong glared at Lin Che, his eyes blazing with fury, his fists tightening even more. He desperately wanted to charge forward and land a punch on Lin Che's face, but he couldn't ignore the fact that Lin Che had defeated Zhao Zhi ranked 5th with a single punch. As the 7th ranked, Tai Xiong's confidence wavered, and a sense of helplessness washed over him. Among the top 10, the strength gap wasn't huge, except for Yin Shire, who was ranked 1st. But it was obvious that someone capable of taking down Zhao Gu with one punch could just as easily do the same to him. The others were well aware of this too, and waited silently for Tai Xiong's decision. If he chose to submit, resistance would be futile for the rest of them as well. Damn it! After an intense internal struggle, Tai Xiong reluctantly handed over his trial token. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit, their expressions dark and unwilling. Taking the tokens, Lin Che asked, How do these work? Hearing this, Zhao Gu and the rest froze, their faces twitching with disbelief, their gazes burning with indignation. This trial token was something everyone knew how to use. Lin Che's claim of ignorance felt like a blatant insult. Lin Che spread his hands and said, I really don't know. Zhao Gu scrutinized Lin Che's expression, recalling the unfamiliar face, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. He explained, Inject your battle energy into the token and guide it with your martial will. Lin Che nodded and followed the instructions. Before long, he had transferred the spirit beasts from their tokens to his own. Watching this, Zhao Gu and the others felt a sharp pang in their chests, unable to bear the sight. They turned their heads away in silent agony. All done. Lin Che handed the tokens back before turning and walking toward Lin Yuu. Seeing Lin Che approach, Lin Yuu's face turned pale with fear. She shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face. Lin Che, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, let me go. I'll do anything you ask. Just don't kill me. Not far away, Zhao Gu watched this scene with a complicated expression. He genuinely admired Lin Yuu, but when faced with Lin Che, he was utterly powerless. Tai Xiong patted Zhao Gu on the shoulder, a silent gesture of consolation. The prettier the woman, the less trustworthy she is. Lin Che had always believed this. No matter how pitiful Lin Yuu appeared, he wouldn't believe a word she said. But for now, he wasn't planning to kill her. A sly smile played on Lin Che's lips. Lin Yuu, let's play a game. I'll give you a chance to live. It all depends on whether you can seize it. Go. I won't make a move for 7 breaths. Lin Yuu froze, her tears abruptly stopping. A moment later, panic filled her eyes as she realized Lin Che's true intention. This wasn't a chance, it was a trap. He was using her as bait. Yet even so, she had no choice but to take this slim opportunity. With great effort, she pushed herself to her feet, summoned her battle energy, and fled in the opposite direction. Zhao Gu, Tai Xiong, and the others were momentarily stunned by what they saw. Then, they turned to glance at Lin Che, who stood smiling faintly. A chill crept into their hearts. This guy, he's a devil. Zhao Gu and the others, being among the top outer sect disciples, quickly saw through Lin Che's true intentions. It was obviously a meticulously planned trap, with Lin Yuu as nothing more than bait. The ensuing events seemed to unfold clearly in their minds. Lin Yuu would flee in distress, with Lin Che following at a leisurely pace. As soon as Lin Yuu encountered other disciples participating in the trial, she would undoubtedly cry out for help. Even though she knew most of them wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch from Lin Che, it might be her only hope for survival. Given Lin Yuju's immense popularity among the outer sect disciples, anyone who came across her would surely step forward to help, especially when they noticed that Lin Che was merely at the body refining stage. They would eagerly attempt to play the role of the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. However, awaiting them would be the horrifying realization of just how terrifying Lin Che truly was. In the end, they would either be forced to compensate him obediently or suffer a beating and then pay even more. At this thought, Zhao Gu and the others couldn't help but shudder. This guy is so ruthless, should be called Lin He instead. Taixiong cursed, but then a strange smile spread across his face. But in a way, this actually makes me feel better. Zhao Gu looked at him quizzically. You're not developing some kind of masochistic tendencies, are you? Think about it, Taixiong said with a smirk. If everyone ends up getting robbed by Lin Che, doesn't that mean we're not at a disadvantage? Everyone would be starting from the same point again. Who knows, we might even stand a chance at competing for those 10 inner sect disciple spots. Lin Che's plan is practically a blessing for us. Zhao Ji's eyes brightened at first, but then he frowned. The logic made sense, but something still felt off. But what happened between Lin Yuju and Lin Che? I have a feeling Lin Che won't let her off easily in the end. If she wants to survive, her only chance might be finding Yin Shire. Only that monster might stand a chance against Lin Che. Taixiong speculated, stroking his chin. Zhao Ji's eyes darted around as he thought. Let's follow them and see what happens. Meanwhile, Lin Yuju was well aware of this reality. Despite the searing pain, she gritted her teeth and fled swiftly while activating her innate white eyes. If fully developed, this unique constitution could not only see through all illusions, but also create the legendary white illusory realm. Although she was far from reaching such a level, her natural ability to pierce through illusions required no cultivation. Carefully analyzing the remnants of energy lingering in the air, she relied on her understanding of Yin Shire to head in the direction where he might be. Before long, she came across two teams locked in battle over a spirit beast, totaling around 15 people. Unfortunately, Yin Shire was not among them. Despite her disappointment, Lin Yuju cried out desperately, "Senior brother Zhao, senior sister Wang, help me! Lin Che is trying to kill me." She deliberately mentioned Lin Che by name, hoping to encounter someone who knew him. Perhaps that might provide a glimmer of hope. Even buying just a moment of time would be better than nothing. The two opposing teams immediately ceased their fighting. One of the leaders, Zhao Ziyu, quickly rushed forward to support her. "Junior sister Lin, what happened to you?" As one of Lin Yuju's many admirers, Zhao Ziyu couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement as he held her delicate frame. Fate truly favors me. Zhao Ziyu thought to himself with delight as he observed Lin Yuju's disheveled state. This was the perfect opportunity to showcase his heroism and leave an indelible impression on her heart. Feigning anger, he furrowed his brows and shouted darkly, "Junior sister Lin, who did this to you? Tell me and I'll kill them." Just as Lin Yuju hesitated to answer, Lin Che, who had been quietly following behind, stepped forward at a relaxed pace. Tilting his head slightly, he said in a mocking tone, "You want to kill me?" Zhao Ziyu looked up and froze. What the hell is this look? He thought, startled. The person before him was entirely unfamiliar. Lin Che had maintained his primal chaos body form, and since he had already used Lin Yuju as bait to initiate a trap, he was naturally ready to face the situation in his strongest state. Not one of the top 10 inner sect disciples, and not someone I've heard of as formidable. Must be a nobody. This one's in the bag. Zhao Ziyu thought with scorn. He dismissed Lin Che's unfamiliar face, presuming that anyone outside the inner sect's top 10 posed no threat. Blinded by his desire to play the hero, Zhao Ziyu failed to grasp the obvious. Anyone capable of driving Lin Yuju into such a pitiful state was unlikely to be an ordinary opponent. "It was me. What are you going to do about it?" Zhao Ziyu barked, his voice stern. "A so-called man like you, laying such a heavy hand on a young woman like junior sister Lin? If I were you, I'd be so ashamed I'd end my life right here." "What a pathetic simp," Lin Che remarked coldly, casting a dismissive glance at Zhao Ziyu. Then, with an air of calm, he asked, "Are you sure you want to meddle in this?" Zhao Ziyu snorted derisively. "Boy, I've made it clear junior sister Lin is under my protection. Even if Yin 12 himself were here, I'd say the same thing." Meanwhile, hidden behind the nearby bushes, Zhao Gu, Taixiong, and their companions watched the scene unfold, clicking their tongues in amusement. Tisk, TSK, TSK. That Zhao 11 Guille's probably dreaming of playing the hero and winning the bowtie's heart right now. Little does he know he's already got one foot in the grave. Yet he's still so smug. Ha ha ha. Taixiong chuckled, only to notice Zhao Ge's unusual expression. Hastily he added, "Zhao Ge, don't take it the wrong way. I wasn't implying anything about you." Zhao Ge, Zhao Ziyu, nicknamed Zhao 11, had earned the moniker after ranking 11th among the outer sect disciples for 3 consecutive years. After hearing Zhao Ziyu's bold proclamation, Lin Che merely nodded lightly. Since you've said that, don't blame me for not holding back. Before the words fully left his mouth, he appeared in a flash before Zhao Ziyu and clamped a hand around his throat. Zhao Ziyu stared blankly at Lin Che's face, now mere inches away, his mind completely blank. What just happened? Although they had long witnessed Lin Che's strength and somewhat anticipated Zhao Ziyu's fate, when Lin Che appeared like a phantom before Zhao Ziyu and gripped his throat with one hand, Zhao Gu, Taixiong, and the others nearby couldn't help but gasp in shock. How can there be such a huge gap between people? Is this guy really only at the body refining realm? Someone beside Taixiong muttered, their eyes vacant. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of Zhao Gu and Taixiong as well. Even compared to those in the martial foundation realm, Lin Che's displayed power was far beyond the norm. Although Zhao Ziyu was often teased for his nickname Zhao 11, implying he was destined to always rank 11th, it didn't mean he was weak. Ranking 11th among the thousands of outer disciples in the martial academy was already a testament to his exceptional strength. Unfortunately, he had encountered the anomaly that was Lin Che. Lin Yuu watched the scene unfold, her eyes dim and face ashen. As expected, among all the outer disciples, perhaps only Yin 12 might stand a chance against Lin Che. But where is Yin 12 now? The two small team members behind Zhao Ziyu, including senior sister Wang Caijue, stood dumbfounded as they watched. Zhao Ziyu had been subdued so easily it felt like a dream. Restrained, Zhao Ziyu finally regained his senses. Lin Che's speed was astonishing. Though Zhao Ziyu had been on guard, his body couldn't keep up with his reactions. His face flushed with a mix of anger and shame, and he stubbornly retorted, I was careless just now. If you have the guts, let me go. In truth, Lin Che's grip was like an iron vice, unyielding and icy cold. It disrupted Zhao Ziyu's internal battle energy the moment it began to surge, rendering him unable to mount an effective counterattack. Zhao Ziyu knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Though Lin Che wasn't ranked among the outer sect's top 10, his true strength likely posed a challenge even for them. Yet, in front of his admired goddess, Zhao Ziyu couldn't bring himself to admit defeat. Lin Che smirked faintly. Even if I let you go, what then? If you give me time to prepare, you wouldn't even be able to get close to me. Zhao Ziyu's flushed face showed his continued defiance. Suddenly, Lin Che released his grip. At that instant, Zhao Ziyu felt a surge of joy and let out a low shout. Wind Thunder Palm. The Wind Thunder Palm, a second-tier combat technique, could manifest the essence of wind and thunder when mastered, unleashing their combined force. As Zhao Ziyu's trump card, he had cultivated it to the second stage of mastery, allowing him to harness the power of wind. The gust from his palm roared as fierce winds rose. The terrifying energy congealed into a palm-shaped force surrounding Zhao Ziyu's hand, striking Lin Che's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Ha ha ha, you arrogant fool. Struck by my wind thunder palm, the wind force will invade your body, causing your organs to tremble as if sliced by countless blades. Let's see how you keep up your arrogance now. Zhao Ziyu burst into triumphant laughter as his attack landed. Wang Caijue and the others' eyes lit up at the sight. They were well aware of the wind thunder palm's potency. Even someone in the outer sect's top 10 would suffer significant damage if hit. However, Zhao Gu, Taixiong, and their group merely shook their heads. If Lin Che could take Zhao Ji's storm spear Hedon with his bare hands, how could the wind thunder palm pose a threat to him? Boom. The wind force exploded against Lin Che's chest but was entirely neutralized by a layer of dark golden energy emanating from his body. Lin Che's brow twitched slightly as he spoke calmly. Anything else? Zhao Ziyu's triumphant laughter froze on his face, and behind him, Wang Caijue and the others stood in stunned silence. Is that body even human? Meanwhile, Zhao Gu and his group, despite having anticipated this outcome, were still left dumbfounded as they witnessed Lin Che endure the wind thunder palm without flinching. Lin Yuu gazed at the scene, her expression dazed, as a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. What kind of extraordinary physique is this? That monster, Yin Shire, could he really be his match? Zhao Ziyu trembled all over, his pupils contracting sharply. The scene before him was beyond comprehension. His full-force attack, the wind and thunder palm, had vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Lin Che remained entirely unharmed, without even the faintest trace of impact. Before Zhao Ziyu could recover from his shock, Lin Che's figure had already closed in like a phantom. His hand once again gripped Zhao Ziyu's throat with a speed that left no room for hope. Though Zhao Ziyu could see Lin Che's movements clearly, under the full release of Lin Che's ancient chaos physique, his speed, strength, and perception had reached an overwhelming level. Zhao Ziyu's body simply couldn't react in time. A suffocating pressure surged over him like a tide, piercing through his skin, flesh, and bones, straight to his very soul. Fear took root and spread wildly in Zhao Ziyu's heart. His pupils dilated in terror as he finally couldn't help but plead, Spare me. Lin Che, stop. Wang Saijue's expression changed drastically as she shouted urgently, Zhao Ziyu is Yin Shire's cousin. If you kill him, Yin Shire won't let you go. Lin Che slowly turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over Wang Saijue and the others. Are you threatening me? Meeting Lin Che's cold eyes, Wang Saijue's heart quivered, but she forced herself to remain composed. Lin Che, this conflict isn't worth escalating to life and death. I'm not threatening you, just telling you the truth. So, you are threatening me. Lin Che replied, nodding solemnly. Wang Saijue's mouth twitched at Lin Che's response, as if she were staring at a socially oblivious fool. Behind her, Zhao Gu, Taixiong, and the others exchanged awkward glances. They could all see that Lin Che wasn't misunderstanding her words. He was doing it on purpose, using it as an excuse to reason with them. Still, Zhao Ziyu being Yin Shire's cousin. Now that's interesting. This is the first time I'm hearing about it. I'd heard rumors about it before, but I thought they were just gossip. Seems they're true after all. Seeing that reasoning with Lin Che was futile, Wang Saijue snorted coldly. Lin Che, I know you're strong, and I can't beat you. But Yin Shire's strength far surpasses that of the outer sect's #1 disciple. If not for the reward for ranking first in this trial, he would have entered the inner sect long ago. If you kill Zhao Ziyu, Yin Shire will undoubtedly fight you to the death. The reward for first place. Lin Che's eyes flashed with sharp intent. Just as he was about to act, he abruptly turned and threw a punch. Lin Che's punch shot out like a dragon, his entire body radiating a faint golden glow, while his blood energy surged upward like a tangible crimson mist. Almost simultaneously, a streak of icy sword energy tore through the void, colliding Hedon with Lin Che's blood energy. The impact sent shards of blood-colored ice scattering in all directions, turning into chilling ice spikes as they hit the ground. This was the first time anyone had managed to break through his blood energy. Lin Che, gripping Zhao Ziyu in one hand, shifted his gaze slightly, staring intently ahead. A figure in white suddenly appeared as if teleporting, his posture tall and as elegant as jade. In mere moments, he closed the distance to the crowd. Behind him floated a nearly transparent long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold brilliance, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Wherever he passed, the air froze instantly and shattered into falling ice fragments. Flanking him on either side were two more figures, one in black wielding a blade, the other in green holding a spear, both exuding an extraordinary presence. Outer Sect #1, Yin Shire. Outer Sect #2, Situ Changkong. Outer Sect #3, Luo Zhan. Zhao Gu and Taixiong, standing not far away, gasped audibly, their eyes suddenly alight with anticipation. These three represented the pinnacle of combat strength in the outer sect of the Battle Academy, especially Yin Shire, whose rank as #1 had never been challenged. Lin Yuu trembled with excitement at the sight of their arrival. Zhao Ziyu, on the other hand, immediately teared up, sobbing softly as he cried out, "Cousin." Yin Shire frowned as he looked at Zhao Ziyu, who was restrained by Lin Che. Did Zhao Ziyu not tell you about his relationship with me? And so what if he did? And so what if he didn't? Lin Che shrugged dismissively, his tone full of disdain. Then you do know, Yin Shire nodded. Since you're aware, let him go. Although their earlier clash had shown Yin Shire that Lin Che was no ordinary opponent, he still believed himself to be the undisputed king of the outer sect. Who do you think you are? Why should Lin Che care about the barking of a dog? Lin Che sneered coldly. Situ Changkong and Luo Zhan, standing to the side with their arms crossed, watched the scene unfold with amusement. Situ Changkong remarked, Yin Shire, it seems this newcomer doesn't think much of you. To them, Lin Che was just another arrogant upstart who believed himself uniquely gifted, one who would inevitably fall to their might. Lin Yuu, standing to the side, felt her heart leap into her throat as she watched the scene unfold. She noticed the dismissive expressions on Yin Shire and his companions, as if they didn't take Lin Che seriously at all. This condescension made her so anxious that she couldn't help but warn them. Brother Yin, you must not underestimate him. Bai Xiao died at his hands. And her voice trembled slightly. This Lin Che, he's no ordinary person. Even though he's only a body refinement cultivator, he can unleash strength powerful enough to crush someone at the peak of the martial foundation stage. What? Body refinement stage? The words struck like a thunderclap, freezing everyone in place. Wang Saijue and the others stared at Lin Che in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. Even Zhao Ziyu, whose throat was being effortlessly gripped by Lin Che, was stunned. A dignified 11th-ranked outer sect disciple, defeated in an instant by a body refinement cultivator. Yin Shire, Situ Changkong, and Luo Zhan, who had previously appeared calm, visibly tensed when they heard this revelation. Their muscles tightened, and their gazes turned razor-sharp as they locked onto Lin Che. The three of them simultaneously released their martial wills, attempting to probe Lin Che's true strength. But just as their martial wills were about to reach him, A mysterious divine radiance surged through Lin Che's mind, decisively severing their attempts to pry. It really is the body refinement stage. The three of them inhaled sharply in unison. Although their probe was blocked, the brief contact was enough to confirm the truth of Lin Yuzu's words. The young man before them was indeed only at the body refinement stage. What kind of physique is this? The trio exchanged bewildered glances. As seasoned experts, they prided themselves on their knowledge of various unique physiques. But for a body refinement cultivator to display strength rivaling the peak of the martial foundation stage, such a physique was unheard of. Even the fabled divine bodies, sacred physiques, and demonic eyes of legend could, at best, make someone invincible within their own level or allow them to challenge one or two minor realms above. But to leap four entire minor realms? This defied all comprehension. Their expressions grew increasingly serious. This guy is anything but ordinary. Lin Che's display of body refinement realm power erupted like a thunderclap, instantly plunging the crowd into a stunned silence. Not far away, Xiaogu and Taixiong observed the scene with keen interest. Now that's more like it, Xiaogu said, stroking his chin with a faint, teasing smile. Looks like even the number one in the outer sect reacts the same way we did when faced with a freak like this. Taixiong cast a sidelong glance at Xiaogu. Oh, and you, being the fifth in the outer sect, got crushed by someone in the body refinement realm. Yet you seem oddly pleased with yourself? Xiaogu cleared his throat awkwardly and, as if not hearing the remark, quickly shifted the topic. Heh, this is going to get interesting. Taixiong and the others nodded in agreement, fully expecting an engaging spectacle. Yin Shire fixed his gaze on Lin Che, his eyes flickering with complicated emotions before he finally spoke. I wonder, junior brother, whose disciple might you be? To him, someone as extraordinary as Lin Che must have an equally extraordinary lineage, likely the personal disciple of some reclusive master from the War Dao Academy. Lin Che, sensing Yin Shire's concerns, chuckled lightly. No need to overthink it. I have no one backing me. And don't worry, killing me won't bring you any trouble. His tone turned icy. It's simple. If you want to save this pathetic bootlicker, you have two choices: defeat me or fall by my hand. The crowd collectively held their breath at his words. Even Yin Shire and the other latecomers had already witnessed Lin Che's uncanny strength. But this was Yin Shire, unshakably the number one in the outer sect, someone who had effortlessly crushed every challenger in a single move. If not for waiting to claim the reward from this trial, Yin Shire's strength would have long since earned him a place among the inner disciples. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Shire scrutinized Lin Che's words for any hint of deceit. Finally, he nodded. Lin Che, is it? An unfamiliar name. It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. Especially here, in the Sky Abyss secret realm, where death is allowed to anger me, and it could cost you dearly. Boom. Lin Che loosened his grip and, in the instant he released Zhao Ziyu, struck with a powerful punch. The sheer force sent Zhao Ziyu hurtling through the air, crashing into a large tree with a sickening impact. Blood spurted from his mouth as his eyes bulged, and he passed out cold. This was Lin Che's answer. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but reveal expressions of sheer horror. A glint of cold determination flashed through Yin Shire's eyes as the transparent sword hovering beside him hummed with sharp intensity. Just as the piercing sword aura filled the air, the second outer sect disciple, Situ Changkong, spun the long blade in his hands and interrupted. Yin Shire, hold on. Facing such an intriguing opponent, I'd like to try my hand first. Before Yin Shire could respond, Situ Changkong raised an eyebrow and turned to Lin Che. Kid, what do you think? Lin Che's lips curved into a confident smile, but he shook his head slightly. Why don't the three of you come at me together? Otherwise, I'm afraid none of you could withstand even a single move. His words left the surrounding crowd stunned into silence. Such brazen arrogance ignited a dangerous glint in Yin Shire and Luo Zhan's eyes. Situ Changkong narrowed his gaze, a flash of icy light flickering within. I hope your skills live up to that audacious mouth of yours. Before his voice had completely faded, Situ Changkong gripped his blade with both hands. In an instant, a shimmering slash of sword energy, fluid like water, shot forth, its nearly transparent edge streaking toward Lin Che with blinding speed. Without hesitation, Lin Che clenched his fist, and a golden light surged, gathering at his knuckles before he struck out directly to meet the attack. Boom! The earth-shaking collision erupted as the sword energy exploded against Lin Che's fist. The sharp force surged forward like a tidal wave, enveloping him. Just as Lin Che prepared to counter with another strike, a heavy, oppressive force suddenly surged forth, forcibly suppressing his impending attack. Blade intent. Lin Che's eyes gleamed sharply as he immediately recognized the martial intent Situ Changkong had mastered. Yet in his heart, he felt only disdain. His mastery of peak fist intent was more than capable of rivaling the pinnacle of foundational martial arts. In a ghost-like movement, Situ Changkong closed the distance between them. His long blade rose high before unleashing another fearsome slash. The air trembled, and Lin Che instantly felt the surrounding space grow viscous, as though he had been trapped in a mire. Second layer blade intent, gasped Zhao Gu and Tai Xiong from afar, their faces pale. It was none other than the ultimate technique of Situ Changkong's famed mountain-cleaving blade, requiring mastery of blade intent at its peak to execute. Though the power wavered slightly, it still demonstrated the might of a martial artist at the foundation peak. Just as everyone thought the outcome was certain, Lin Che's fist suddenly erupted with a dazzling dark golden radiance. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the dark golden light engulfed the two figures. Moments later, a pained cry pierced the air, and a figure was sent flying from the light, crashing heavily to the ground. The surroundings fell deathly silent. All eyes widened in shock, fixed on the fallen figure sprawled on the ground. Sitong Changkong was defeated. On the ground, a figure was coughing up blood. It was Sitong Changkong, who had just unleashed his double blade technique, delivering an attack near the peak of martial foundation. The outcome of the battle had arrived so swiftly, without any suspense or struggle. Yinzi 12 and Luo Zhan, standing nearby, stared at the pale figure on the ground, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Che didn't give the onlookers much time to process their astonishment. In a flash, his figure appeared before Sitong Changkong, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Without a moment of hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. Boom! A surge of immense blood energy filled his foot, causing the air to explode with a deafening roar. If this stomp landed, Sitong Changkong would undoubtedly be severely injured or crippled. Terror flickered in Sitong Changkong's eyes, but he was powerless to resist Lin Che's earlier punch had not only shattered his blade aura but had also dispersed all the strength within his body, leaving him unable even to move his lips. Stop! Luo Zhan roared. You've already won. Do you intend to take his life too? Lin Che, do you think we don't exist? In Luo Zhan's hand, his battle spear shot out like a streak of light, aiming directly at Lin Che's descending foot. Yet Lin Che didn't alter his motion in the slightest, continuing to stomp down without hesitation. Is this guy insane? Luo Zhan's expression changed dramatically. His battle spear had been tempered by years of battle energy refinement, far beyond the strength of ordinary steel. To face it with bare flesh was sheer madness. Boom! Clang! Two explosive sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Che's foot landed heavily on Sitong Changkong, driving him into the ground. Meanwhile, when Luo Zhan's battle spear struck Lin Che's calf, it produced a metallic clang, with sparks flying upon impact. The spear ultimately only grazed Lin Che's leg, embedding itself deeply into the ground, its shaft still trembling violently. Impossible! Lin Yuu and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Zhan, in particular, looked as if his entire worldview had been shattered. His battle spear had struck directly, yet it hadn't left so much as a scratch on Lin Che's leg. Such a physique was comparable to that of a Godfire realm master. Lin Che casually picked up the battle spear from the ground, weighing it in his hand. Not bad. This is mine now. He turned his gaze to Yinzi 12. Come on. You're the only one here who might be worth fighting. Yinzi 12's expression grew serious. A body-refining martial artist who's mastered peak-level fist techniques? Interesting. Kid, you've piqued my curiosity. Enough talk. Lin Che stepped forward, launching a direct attack. Yinzi 12's pupils contracted as he gripped his transparent long sword, which instantly emitted an icy, bone-chilling aura. This sword, named Moonfrost, was a personal battle weapon imbued with a hint of Godfire weapon essence. Clang! The spear and sword collided, blood energy clashing fiercely with battle energy, sending ripples of force outward. Both men took a step back. Not bad. You've earned my respect, Lin Che remarked with a nod. Yinzi 12's fingers tightened, and his Moon Frost sword suddenly swung upward with a sharp flourish. Buzz! Yin Shire's sword swept out like the frost descending, as the moon-cold sword sliced through the air. A chilling aura condensed, ice crystal spread, and a distinct sword trail carved a graceful arc in the sky. The sword tip, sharp and elusive like the horns of a mountain antelope, closed in on Lin Che's face in an instant. Lin Che's eyes locked onto the sudden oncoming blade, his gaze sharp and unyielding. This was the quick slow sword technique. As a form of martial momentum, it represented a perfect fusion of a warrior's understanding of heaven and earth, combat principles, and their own martial philosophy. Within the vast and intricate world of martial arts, from fist techniques to sword techniques, each contained boundless mysteries and transformations. This strike from Yin Shire carried not only immense icy power, but also a peculiar energy that distorted perception. The sword tip seemed to be right in front of Lin Che's eyes, yet in reality, it was still some distance away. A hasty reaction at this moment would undoubtedly miss, leaving him vulnerable to a fatal counterattack. Lin Che's eyes gleamed with focus as his martial will surged. A radiant brilliance of intent erupted within his mind, and the world became crystal clear. The illusory image of the sword faded, revealing Yin Shire's true killing movia, chilling moon-cold sword thrusting straight towards him. With a twist of his fingers, Lin Che's spear was enveloped in a surge of overwhelming vitality and blood energy. At the critical moment, the spear tip shot forward to intercept. Clang! Steel clashed with steel, as the energy of blood vitality collided fiercely with the icy combat aura. Countless shards of ice, infused with the combined forces, scattered and fell like snowflakes. You actually blocked it. Yin Shire's pupils contracted sharply. He had launched the quick slow sword technique right at the start, aiming to deliver a decisive blow while Lin Che was unfamiliar with his martial momentum. Yet, not only was it seen through, but it was also intercepted in the blink of an eye. What was even more astonishing was that Lin Che, relying solely on his blood vitality, could contend with Yin Shire's meticulously honed icy combat aura. At just the body refinement stage, he's already this formidable. If he steps into the martial foundation stage, wouldn't he become an unstoppable force? Yin Shire thought to himself, alarmed. Could it be that his martial will has already reached the peak of the flame of will? Otherwise, even if he saw through the sword technique, there's no way he could keep up with this speed. Lin Che, however, didn't dwell on it. He let out a light chuckle and flicked his spear upward. The peak-level fist technique, combined with the immense energy of his blood vitality, erupted into a terrifying force of vibration. Boom! The moon-cold sword was instantly sent flying upward. Although Yin Shire immediately unleashed his combat aura to suppress it, he was forced back by the overwhelming vibrating force. This was the essence of the peak fist techniquian endless, continuous force, like the ceaseless waves of the ocean. Once struck, it felt like being hit by an unending barrage of massive boulders, with each wave stronger than the last. Yin Shire retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. His palm was numb, and the sword tip trembled uncontrollably. This scene left the surrounding onlookers utterly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. The top disciple of the outer sect, Yin Shire, was unexpectedly forced back in a direct clash. This shocking scene left all the spectators holding their breath. Yin Shire stared at the trembling tip of his sword, then turned to Lin Che with a flicker of solemnity in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his Yuehan sword tightly and let out a low shout. Ice Spirit Sword Technique. A layer of crystalline frost instantly spread across the blade, and a misty chill radiated outward from Yin Shire at an alarming speed. The ground froze rapidly under the icy assault, emitting crisp cracking sounds as the ice surged toward Lin Che like a relentless tide. Gasp! The Ice Spirit Sword Technique. Tai Xiong's expression turned grave. Yin Shire is aiming to end this with a single move, but Zhaogu shook his head. No, it's not pressurites a threat. Is that even possible? Tai Xiong asked in disbelief. Have you ever seen Yin Shire need a second move? Let alone directly using the Ice Spirit Sword Technique, Zhaogu said sharply. Tai Xiong was startled by the remark and glanced at Lin Che, thinking to himself, could this guy really become the new top disciple of the outer sect? The Ice Spirit Sword Technique was Yin Shire's trump card, a technique at the threshold of a battle art. While not a complete battle art, the very presence of the word art signified a higher level of mastery. It was this move that had allowed Yin Shire to maintain a 3-year reign as the top disciple of the outer sect. Facing the encroaching frost, Lin Che stepped forward without hesitation. The immense power of his chi and blood caused the ground to crack beneath him, halting the spread of the ice. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in Yin Shire's eyes. The Yuehan sword shot upward and unleashed a chilling sword energy. Shards of broken ice were swept into the air, forming a terrifying icy whirlwind that surged toward Lin Che. Lin Che's eyes narrowed as the energy within him surged. His chi and blood boiled, manifesting as a dark golden glow that flowed across his body and ultimately condensed on his fist, resembling a dark golden flame. Boom! The Beast King's fist erupted, and a dark golden tiger head roared forward, clashing heat with the icy whirlwind. The two forces collided violently, creating deafening explosions. In the end, Yin Shire's frosty sword energy gained the upper hand, shattering the tiger head and continuing its assault toward Lin Che. Lin Che, your chi and blood power is indeed impressive, Yin Shire said with a smirk, but my Ice Spirit Sword Technique has reached the 3rd stage of the 5 realms of battle arts. It has a natural advantage against chi and blood energy. The victor of this battle is already Desolate me. As the icy sword energy closed in, Lin Che smiled faintly. Who told you that chi and blood power is my strongest weapon? Before his words had fully landed, Lin Che's battle energy seed awakened completely. Gray, chaotic battle energy surged through his body, igniting a mysterious and majestic gray flame. In the midst of Yin Shire's astonished gaze, Lin Che punched forward. A dazzling gray light, as radiant as a rising sun, erupted with an ancient and overwhelming aura, instantly tearing through the formidable icy sword energy. Amid the thunderous roar, the crowd could only see a figure being thrown from the gray brilliance. The sunlight streamed down onto the trial platform. Qianji, an outer sect steward, gazed at the approaching figure in the distance, and a respectful smile immediately spread across his face. Elder Han, what brings you here today? Qianji cupped his hands in greeting. The visitor was none other than Han Li, an inner sect elder and a formidable practitioner in the fourth realm of martial arts, the Hunyuan realm. Han Li's brow twitched slightly as his gaze shifted into the distance. The assessment should be nearing its end, shouldn't it? Judging by past experience, it should be about done. Qianji replied cautiously, testing the waters. Elder Han, are you here to welcome your Suntob disciple? Indeed, Han Li replied frankly. Lin Yuu, that girl, was born with white pupils and extraordinary potential. She is the best candidate to inherit my Wuji flying ring technique. Originally, I planned to discuss taking her as a disciple after she passed the inner sect assessment, but due to certain circumstances, even if she doesn't pass this time, I will still take her with me. A trace of envy flashed in Qianji's eyes. As a former inner sect disciple, he deeply understood the immense fortune of being accepted under the tutelage of an inner sect elder. Suddenly, the void twisted, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Wu Hongling and Hua Zhentian. Han Li immediately bowed deeply. Greetings, Principal Wu. Wu Hongling's face lit up with joy. How much longer for the assessment? Reporting to Principal Wu, no more than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Qianji responded respectfully. Wu Hongling nodded and pulled Hua Zhentian aside. Her delicate hand wandered across Hua Zhentian's chest, causing him to grab it hastily. Hongmei, there are people watching. So what? I'm the principal. Vice principal. Still a principal. At that moment, the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm suddenly burst forth with radiant light. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Inside the secret realm, Yin Shire lay on the ground, dazed, his mind reverberating with the memory of Lin Che's unstoppable punch. Situ Changkong, regaining consciousness, saw the scene and slapped himself hard. Tears streamed down his face. It wasn't an illusion. Lin Che slowly withdrew his primal chaos body, his form gradually returning to normal. This battle had completely shattered everyone's understanding of the body refining realm and the martial Dao foundation. The consumption of this ancient chaos body is truly overwhelming, Lin Che thought to himself, his gaze falling on the still-dazed Yin Shire. All right, now it's time for us to discuss the price, Lin Che said, his voice calm but tinged with a hint of amusement. Nearby, a bloodied Situ Changkong instinctively looked at Lin Che. What price? Naturally, the price for your freedom, Lin Che replied, raising an eyebrow as his eyes swept across everyone present. What? Did you all think I came here just for the fun of fighting? Hand over all the demon spirits in your possession. Not far away, Zhao Gu, Tai Xiong, and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths, inwardly muttering, so that's how it is. Yet, watching Lin Che's actions, they couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. What does your conflict with Yin Shire have to do with us? Someone among Wang Saijue's group grumbled in discontent. Boom. As Lin Che raised his hand, a surge of battle energy exploded forth. Lin Yuu, who had been quietly trying to retreat, was suddenly yanked into the air, landing in Lin Che's grasp. Even with her throat clenched, Lin Yuu struggled, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, Lin Che, spare me. All eyes immediately turned to them. Only now did everyone realize that all of this had stemmed from Zhao Ziyu's attempt to save Lin Yuu. But why Lin Che was so fixated on her remained a mystery. Lin Che, don't be reckless. Yin Shire snapped back to his senses, his expression shifting. Lin Yuu is someone Elder Han has taken an interest in. If you kill her, Elder Han will never let you go. Lin Yuu looked at Lin Che with pleading eyes. Lin Che, I'm not lying. Elder Han really intends to take me as a disciple. A faint smile appeared on Lin Che's face. Lin Yuu, from the moment you all forced me into the misty ghost forest, we've been locked in a fight to the death. Letting you live until now has already been my greatest mercy. Crack. With a squeeze of his fingers, Lin Yuu's neck snapped audibly. Yin Shire and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, fear flashing in their eyes. Lin Che released his grip, letting her lifeless body fall, and once again swept his gaze over the group. Now, can we talk about the price? A chilling sensation ran up everyone's spines, sending shivers straight to their cores. On the trial platform, the gazes of Wu Hongling, Hua Zhentian, and the other two were fixed on the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm. Hua Zhentian's face was etched with worry. If Lin Che failed to pass this intersect assessment, his future path would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Noticing Hua Zhentian's anxious expression, Wu Hongling turned to Qianji and asked, Deacon Qian, how is this assessment progressing? As the vice dean of the Battle Dao Academy, Wu Hongling typically paid little attention to such minor matters as outer sect disciples advancing to the inner sect. Even the promotion of inner sect disciples to core disciples was of little significance to her. Only those who truly became core disciples of the Battle Dao Academy could catch her attention. Qianji's heart tightened clearly. There was someone in this assessment who had drawn the vice dean's interest. He respectfully cupped his hands and replied, to answer Vice Dean Wu, this assessment selects the top 10 out of over 200 participants. As far as I know, the strongest among the contenders has reached the peak of Martial Dao Foundation establishment. Particularly, Yin Shire, Situ Changkong, Luo Zhen, Bai Xiaoqing, and Zhao Gu are the most formidable. Yin Shire, in particular, possesses such talent that he could have directly broken through to the divine fire realm and entered the inner sect but chose to participate in the assessment instead. If nothing unexpected happens, the 10 who pass will most likely come from the top 30 ranked disciples in the outer sect. Qianji continued, aside from the assessment, there is another way to enter the inner sect, reaching the divine fire realm before the age of 20. This is an extremely challenging feat, and currently, only Yin Shire in the outer sect has shown such potential. Others like Situ Changkong and Luo Zhen might achieve it if they encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Hanli nodded in agreement. I've heard of Yin Shire's name too. It's said he has already mastered a half-step combat technique. Such strength is indeed rare in the outer sect. It's almost certain that he will claim the first place this time. With his talent, he will undoubtedly catch up to the top tier in the inner sect in no time. Qianji nodded in agreement. Wu Hongling raised an eyebrow clearly. In their eyes, Yin Shire was already the uncrowned king of this assessment. She noticed Hua Zhantian's grave expression and sent him a voice transmission to comfort him. Don't worry. If he could pass through the Tongtian Tower, this inner sect assessment will be no trouble for him. Hua Zhantian shook his head, still filled with concern. I certainly trust his talent, but he is still only at the body refinement realm. To break through among a group of Martial Dao Foundation establishment practitioners, let alone facing those at the peak of the realm, how can I not be worried? Wu Hongling was about to respond when suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the Tianyuan secret realm. A massive pillar of light shot into the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, a magnificent, mystical tower appeared in the void. The giant tower resembled an ancient demonic mountain, blotting out the sky and casting a vast shadow. It exuded an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. A primordial, grand aura descended, enveloping the entire trial platform. Hua Zhantian looked up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. This was the Battle Dao Academy's prized treasure, the Trial Tower. Not only did it possess the power to destroy worlds, but it also governed all the Academy's secret realms and domains, including the Tianyuan secret realm. The projection now appearing was a manifestation triggered by the conclusion of the assessment, tasked with retrieving the trial tokens from participants and tallying the results. This method not only saved manpower and resources, but also ensured absolute fairness. Even Vice Dean Wu Hongling could not interfere, as the ultimate control of the trial tower lay in the hands of the Dean. Swish! A flash of white light appeared at the entrance of the Tianyuan secret realm, and a figure emerged. In the next moment, a streak of light shot out from their arms, soaring into the sky and merging into the towering structure above. It was indeed the trial token. As the first disciple's figure appeared, more and more figures began to emerge from the Tianyuan secret realm, gathering on the trial platform. In the blink of an eye, over 100 disciples had assembled here. Qianji's gaze quickly locked onto Yin Shire, Situ Changkong, and Luo Zhen, among others, but his brows soon furrowed. These usually confident and radiant prodigies now looked unusually grim. Even Zhao Gu, Tai Xiong, and the others standing nearby wore expressions full of worry. Strange. Qianji thought to himself. The Tianyuan secret realm, though known as the most dangerous beginner-level secret realm, shouldn't pose a lethal threat to warriors of Yin Shire's caliber unless they deliberately sought death. Moreover, the trial tower itself had protective mechanisms in place to forcibly end the trial in the event of uncontrollable danger. Could it be man-made? No, that's impossible. Among this group of disciples taking the test, who could possibly threaten someone like Yin Shire? Qianji shook his head with a wry smile, but confusion lingered. Then why such expressions? And where is Lin Yuu? Elder Hanli scanned the crowd repeatedly, but could not find Lin Yuu's figure. His face darkened instantly, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. While deaths were permitted during the War Dao Academy's trials, with Lin Yuu's cultivation at the pinnacle of martial foundation, she shouldn't have encountered any danger. Hua Zhantian noticed Lin Che among the crowd, and their gazes met. Lin Che nodded slightly, exuding a calm confidence that made Hua Zhantian raise an eyebrow. Recalling Lin Che's remarkable feat during his earlier challenge on the heavenly path, Hua Zhantian couldn't help but anticipate the results about to be revealed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The trial tower trembled violently, golden light radiating outward and forming a massive glowing screen. All eyes turned to the screen in unison, with some disciples so tense they shut their eyes. The first name appeared on the golden screen, 10th place, Jiang Tao. This result left Qianji so stunned that he almost doubted his own eyes. Jiang Tao? That ordinary disciple ranked over 30? In the crowd, Jiang Tao himself was equally dumbfounded before bursting into ecstatic laughter. I made it. I actually made it. The other disciples were first shocked, then excited. Especially those whose strength surpassed Jiang Tao's. They now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Buzz. The golden screen shimmered again, revealing the remaining rankings one by one. When the name for first place finally appeared, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen in place, as if under a spell. This result was beyond anyone's wildest expectations. On the golden screen, 9 names lit up in sequence. 9th place, Luo Zhun. 8th place, Situ Changkong. 7th place, Yin Shire. 6th place, Chun Kuan. 5th place, Guo Jiai. 4th place, Zhao Man. 3rd place, Zhao Ge. 2nd place, Luo Yuan. 1st place, Lin Che. On the trial platform, over 200 people were plunged into a deathly silence. Elder Qianji and Elder Hanli stared blankly. Their expressions dazed. This completely overturned their expectations. The original top 3 of the outer sect had fallen to 7th, 8th, and 9th place. Even more shocking, aside from Zhao Gu, who had originally ranked 5th, the other higher-ranked individuals were all previously unknown, with some even ranked beyond the top 50. Who is Lin Che? Qianji murmured to himself. This unfamiliar name had somehow claimed the top spot. In truth, Lin Che's rise was no coincidence. Not long ago, he had swept through the competition with overwhelming strength, claiming the demon spirits of everyone, including those of Yin Shire and his group. Just the demon spirits from Yin Shire and his companions alone were enough to secure his first-place position. Yin Shire and the others stared at the rankings, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Especially Yin Shire having deliberately delayed breaking through to the divine fire realm for the sake of this reward. His face was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. They had barely managed to squeeze into the top 10 only because they had joined forces at the last moment to plunder other participants. Tai Xiong, on the other hand, had wisely handed over his gains to Zhao Gu, fully aware that dividing their strength would only lead to total defeat. Hua Zhenxian gazed at the name Lin Che, his eyes gleaming sharply. Lin Xuanqi, oh Lin Xuanqi, you have no idea what kind of prodigy you've let slip through your fingers. He could already foresee Lin Xuanqi's future regret. Even Wu Hongling, the vice dean of the Battle Dao Academy, couldn't help but take notice. A cultivator at the body refinement realm emerging victorious among so many martial Dao Foundation stage practitioners demonstrated a strength far beyond what those reliant on pills and superficial techniques could achieve. Lin Che had not only displayed extraordinary martial talent, but also proved his exceptional combat prowess. Isn't this exactly the kind of genius their Battle Dao Academy is striving to nurture? The rankings on the golden light screen caused an uproar. Everyone's eyes darted back and forth across the leaderboard, staring in disbelief at the unfamiliar name Lin Che. What the heck? What's going on? Yin Shire is ranked this low? Are you kidding me? Could there be some shady dealings here? Are you out of your mind? Who would dare to fake something like this? And how could they even pull it off? By the way, who is this Lin Che? I've never heard of him before. Exactly. It's like he just dropped out of nowhere, along with his spot on the list. Ugh, this is so frustrating. How on earth did that scumbag Guo make it into the top 10? What kind of luck is that? Amid the commotion, Qianji suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. After confirming once more that the rankings on the golden light screen were real and not an illusion, he caught a glimpse of Wu Hongling out of the corner of his eye. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Che is? The thought barely formed before he dared not continue. Silence. Qianji stepped forward, pressing his hands downward. The crowd immediately quieted, their expressions tense. They all knew that, according to procedure, the unique reward for the first-place winner was about to be announced. Those in the know were already holding their breath in anticipation. With a wave of his hand, Qianji conjured a flash of red light. A fist-sized orb of liquid, resembling a blazing flame, appeared before everyone's eyes. It's really the Tiangang Fiend Qi. Yin Shire's lips twitched as he stared at the fiery liquid, his face darkening further. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked away out of sight, out of mind. Meanwhile, Sidong Changkong and Luo Zhen wore equally complicated expressions. They had initially hoped to get a share of the reward through Yin Shire, but now that hope was clearly dashed. On the trial platform, over 200 disciples from the Battle Dao Academy gazed at the Tiangang Fiend Qi with envy and jealousy. This was a treasure of incalculable value, worth enough to secure control over a small town. For martial artists in the Foundation establishment realm, it was the key material needed to advance to the Divine Flame realm. Qianji's gaze swept across the crowd as he called out, Lin Che, step forward to claim your reward. Shua. Everyone craned their necks and looked around, eager to catch a glimpse of the mysterious Lin Che who had suddenly claimed the top spot. Amid the tension and anticipation of the crowd, Lin Che slowly stepped forward from among them. In an instant, all eyes, sharp as blades, fixed upon the young man. Is this Lin Che? He looks so ordinary. How did he end up in first place? Whispers rippled through the audience like waves. Their gazes were filled with mixed emotions: shock, doubt, and, above all, disbelief. No one knew this boy, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, yet he had claimed the top spot. Lin Che's expression remained calm and composed. Without sparing a glance at anyone, he walked steadily toward Qianji. Qianji studied the boy carefully, confirming that he had never seen him before. However, recalling his earlier speculations, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. A hero emerges from the young. Well done. I hope this Tiangang fiend energy will help you go further on your martial path. Lin Che nodded solemnly and reached out to accept the Tiangang fiend energy. Instantly, a domineering force surged into his palm, and a tearing pain spread through him like wildfire. Without hesitation, he activated the chaotic battle energy within him, enveloping the wild power and barely managing to keep it under control. At that moment, Qianji's pupils constricted sharply had sensed something astonishing. This young man had already reached the body refinement realm. Lin Che, however, seemed unaware of Qianji's reaction. He was immersed in the exhilaration of acquiring the Tiangang fiend energy. After all, this was a rare treasure ranked at the very end of the earthly fiend 72 prized object that could incite fierce competition among the factions of an entire region. It was precisely this treasure that had driven him to join the academy. Meanwhile, figures like Situ Changkong and Luo Jun watched the scene with envy and complex emotions. If not for Lin Che's sudden rise, they might have had a chance to claim a share of the Tiangang fiend energy. Elder Hanli, on the other hand, was deeply unsettled. He had confirmed that Lin Yuu had indeed not shown up for the examination, a heavy blow to his long-planned recruitment strategy. Who killed Lin Yuu? His gaze swept across the crowd, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Finally, Qianji snapped out of his shock and announced, "All right, this examination is concluded. The 10 successful candidates may visit the martial arts pavilion tomorrow to choose their combat techniques. After that, you can proceed to Linghu Lake to select your residence." Dismissed. Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed. It was clear that over time, Lin Che's name would resound far beyond the outer gate of the martial academy. This young man, who had risen out of nowhere, had single-handedly reshaped the inner gate examination and even dethroned the outer gate's reigning champion, Yin Shire, from his pedestal. Such an achievement made it hard for Lin Che to keep a low profile, even if he wanted to. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Hanli followed behind Situ Changkong, deep in thought, with many questions about Lin Yuu lingering in his mind. Qianji looked at Lin Che with a warm expression and said, "Lin Che, if you have any questions after entering the inner sect, feel free to come to me anytime." Though he was curious about the subtle relationship between Lin Che and Wu Hongling, he knew when to stop. After all, Lin Che was now an inner sect disciple, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Che, though unaware of this steward's name, could sense his goodwill. He nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you." At that moment, Wu Hongling and Hua Zhentian approached. Hua Zhentian threw an arm around Lin Che's shoulder, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Kid, you've really outdone yourself." Lin Che scratched the back of his head and said modestly, "It was just luck." Yet, his words were not entirely humility. In the misty ghost forest, had he not broken through his limits and awakened the divine radiance of will, facing the stone demon would have been perilous. Of course, everything he achieved now was earned through his own strength. Seeing this, Hua Zhentian's smile grew even brighter, his admiration for Lin Che deepening. Neither arrogant nor complacent, this was a true genius. Finally, he couldn't hold back and grinned as he said, "I can't wait for the day you defeat Lin Yi. I wonder what kind of expression that beast of a father of yours will have then." Hearing this, Lin Che took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He, too, looked forward to that day. Wu Hongling interjected at the right moment, "All right, Steward Qian, why don't you take Lin Che to complete his enrollment procedures?" Qianji instinctively nodded, but then widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at Lin Che. Enrollment procedures? This guy isn't already a disciple of the Battle Dao Academy? That night, the moon hung bright in the sky, its soft glow casting an ethereal veil over the mountain range surrounding the War Dao Academy. Inside a wooden cabin in the outer disciples' quarters, Lin Che sat cross-legged on a bamboo mat, fully focused on breaking through to the Martial Dao Foundation establishment realm. The cool moonlight filtered through the window lattice, illuminating his calm and composed figure. For a martial artist, advancing from the body refining realm to the Martial Dao Foundation establishment realm required two key elements: Martial Dao Momentum and Martial Dao Will. Lin Che had already met the requirements for both. At this moment, he was attempting the process known as shattering the seed to form the sea, transforming the battle chi seed within him into a circulation sea of energy. As he pushed his martial Dao will to its peak, the brilliance of his willpower radiated like a divine halo around his head. The fist intent he had comprehended enveloped his entire being, converging onto the battle chi seed within him. Rumble. The chaotic battle chi inside him surged violently, crashing against the battle chi seed like a storm. The seed's surface emitted a dark golden glow, resisting the transformation with the primal force of chaos. This was the unique challenge Lin Che faced after cultivating chaotic battle chi. Shattering the seed to form the sea was far more arduous for him than for ordinary martial artists, or even those with special physiques like divine or royal bodies. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mandate was Ta Zu. Kid, your battle chi seed is infused with the chaos energy of the ancient primal chaos body. Its resilience is unmatched. To successfully advance to the martial Dao Foundation establishment realm, you must absorb that cluster of heavenly fiendish chi. Lin Chi's eyes snapped open, his expression startled. Heavenly fiendish chi, a rare phenomenon of heaven and earth, was typically used by martial artists at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm to ascend to the divine flame realm. Yet, after only a brief hesitation, the doubt in his eyes was replaced by unwavering resolve. With a thought, the heavenly fiendish chi he had long stored within the divine demon tower appeared before him. Break! Lin Che clenched his fingers tightly, and his chaotic battle chi erupted, shattering the container holding the heavenly fiendish chi. The liquid-like energy surged over his hand, and a searing pain followed as white smoke rose from his skin, which began to corrode. Fortunately, Lin Che had already achieved a preliminary mastery of the ancient primal chaos body, granting him immense physical resilience. Otherwise, any ordinary body-refining martial artist who came into direct contact with the heavenly fiendish chi would have their hand disintegrated. Stretching his fingers wide, Lin Che unleashed his chaotic battle chi, enveloping the heavenly fiendish chi and beginning the refining process. As the heavenly fiendish chi was gradually refined into his body, a black thread emerged within his chaotic battle chi. This was the power of the refined heavenly fiendish chi. With a sharp cracking sound, the battle chi seed finally shattered, and dark golden light flooded Lin Chi's entire being, radiating from his 7 apertures and pores, bathing the room in a golden glow. 15 minutes later, with a resounding boom from within, Lin Che opened his eyes once more, a dark golden light flashing in their depths. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air and extended his hand, where dark golden light rose into the air. Foundation establishment perfected. Lin Chi's eyes gleamed with sharp brilliance. By refining the heavenly fiendish chi, he not only successfully broke through but also directly reached the pinnacle of the martial Dao Foundation establishment realm, just one step away from perfection. Though using the heavenly fiendish chi at this stage was an extravagant choice, the rewards were undoubtedly immense. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Lin Che's strength underwent a transformative leap. Now, simply by unleashing the battle energy within him, he could force his former rival Yin Shire to bow in submission. Yet, Lin Che did not indulge in the joy of this breakthrough. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his newly acquired power. His gaze moved beyond minor figures like Yin Shire, setting its sights on his true opponent Lin Yi, who also possessed the primordial tyrant body and the innate demon eyes. The words of Hua Zhentian during their parting echoed in his mind. Do you know why Lin Xuanqi is so desperate to transplant your primordial tyrant body to Lin Yi? Why? Because Lin Xuanqi wants Lin Yi to win first place in the year-end examination at the Great Zhou Academy, catching the attention of the Grand Elders. These Grand Elders are the ones who truly hold the power within the Academy. If Lin Yi were to become a disciple of one of them, Lin Xuanqi could establish a genuine connection with the Great Zhou Academy. This would pave the way for his ambition to become the first non-family king of Great Zhou. Lin Che clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. If that's the case, can I, with the primordial tyrant body, achieve the same plan? Faced with this question, Hua Zhentian remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. It's because of your lineage. Lin Yi's mother, Lu Yunyan, has the support of the Lu family, one of the 6 great families of Great Zhou. That power cannot be underestimated and is a critical asset for Lin Xuanqi. Although your mother was a princess of the former dynasty that belongs to the past and holds no sway over the current situation, are kings and nobles truly born to their status? Is lineage really so important? A complex and indescribable emotion stirred within Lin Che's heart. Hua Zhentian patted him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. But you've already risen from the ashes. With your talent today, your future achievements will certainly rival Lin Yi's. Keep pushing forward, Lin Che. Throughout the night, Lin Che focused on consolidating his cultivation, suppressing the stray thoughts in his mind. The road to his goal was long, and he knew he couldn't afford even a moment of complacency. At the break of dawn, as the first light of morning crept into the sky, Lin Che left his residence and headed straight to the Martial Repository Pavilion of the Battle Path Academy. The Zhongwu Pavilion, a towering nine-story structure made entirely of ancient wood, lives up to its name as the sacred repository of martial arts techniques for the Battle Dao Academy. The pavilion exudes an antique charm and is protected by formidable martial formations, rendering it impervious to fire and water. Legend has it that the ninth floor houses a mythical holy scripture. Though it remains a rumor, the Zhongwu Pavilion undeniably holds an extensive collection of priceless martial techniques. At dawn, Lin Che stood before the pavilion, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Despite the early hour, many disciples of the academy were already coming and going. The techniques stored here could be obtained not only by elevating one's rank, but also through completing tasks or trials to earn experience points for exchange. Upon entering, Lin Che noticed a registration desk to the left, where an elderly man in gray robes lounged lazily in a rocking chair. His disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest, and he was engrossed in an old, yellowed book, occasionally wetting his finger to turn the pages. "Excuse me, senior," Lin Che said politely as he stepped forward, presenting the identity token that Qianji had arranged for him the previous day. The old man lowered his book slightly and glanced at the token. "A newly promoted inner disciple," he remarked. Lin Che nodded. With a wave of the old man's hand, a glowing booklet and a golden brush materialized out of thin air. "Sign your name and head to the second floor. Find what you need on your own," the elder instructed. After signing, Lin Che cupped his fists in gratitude and made his way upstairs. Once his figure vanished at the staircase, the old man glanced at the name Lin Che on the booklet, his eyes flashing with intrigue. He not only recognized Lin Che as the top scorer of this year's Inner Disciple examination, but also knew him to be the son of Lin Xuanqi, the Marquis of Wuin. "Interesting," the old man murmured, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The second floor was sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so people scattered around. Rows of neatly arranged bookshelves were filled with various martial techniques for swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, hooks, palms, fists, legs, and more. Lin Che scanned the shelves as he walked. Second-tier techniques like Flame Saber, Cloud-Piercing Palm, Frost Moon Slash, and Gale Kick. He frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Having already mastered two first-tier techniques, 7-star steps and Beast King Fist, he saw little reason to waste time on second-tier techniques. Suddenly, Lin Che halted at the end of a row of wooden shelves. "A battle technique!" he exclaimed in surprise, then quickly realized why it was here. It was incomplete. The technique, titled Slaughter Spear Technique, caught his eye. As he read through it, his brow furrowed. According to the records, the technique originally consisted of 3 ultimate moves: Meteor, Soul Devour, and Slaughter. However, the version before him contained only the first 2 moves, with the most critical Slaughter move missing. Without this final move, it was impossible to fully master the technique and harness its complete power. Even more concerning was the dangerous nature of practicing this technique. It required the practitioner to comprehend the concept of Slaughter Spear momentum and condense a Slaughter imprint. A single misstep could lead to one's mind being consumed by killing intent, resulting in a descent into madness. Holding the bamboo scroll in his hand, Lin Che found himself deeply conflicted. At the end of the mantra for the Slaughter Spear technique, a line of small, vigorous handwriting caught Lin Che's eye. Those who practice this spear technique face 9 deaths for every chance of survival. Beneath this stark warning were blood-written statistics left by generations of practitioners. Total practitioners, 358. Deaths from sudden collapse, 309. Destroyed by the spear's power, 38. Those who achieved mastery, none to date. These alarming numbers made Lin Che's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The risk and difficulty of mastering this spear technique far exceeded ordinary martial arts. However, if fully mastered, its power in combat would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. As Lin Che stared at the spear manual in deep thought, the scene before him suddenly twisted and blurred. When his vision cleared again, he found himself standing in a gray, misty space. In front of him was a massive platform with a towering stone stele inscribed with 3 bold characters: Divine Demon Arena. The voice of Tazu echoed at just the right moment. "Kid, you've advanced to the Martial Foundation realm. This Divine Demon Arena has been opened specifically for you. If your martial will is strong enough, you can simulate the techniques of any level here. Now, you can harness the power of the arena to train in the Slaughter Spear technique." These words sent a tremor through Lin Che's heart. If what Tazu said was true, this arena was the ultimate training ground. He couldn't help but marvel at the origins of the Divine Demon Tower. Just this glimpse of its wonders was already astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che stepped onto the arena without hesitation. In an instant, a gray puppet wielding a long spear materialized before him. The puppet's spear trembled fiercely, its crimson tassel swirling, as a sharp spear thrust lunged straight at Lin Che. Boom! The long spear tore through the air, leaving a pale trail in its wake. Threads of blood-red light flickered within the trail, and the spear's tip, glowing scarlet like fresh blood, shot toward Lin Che with lightning speed. Slaughter spear technique? Lin Che's pupils contracted as he fixed his gaze on the ferocious strike coming his way. Lin Che stared in shock as the puppet conjured by the divine demon training ground unleashed a killing spear technique. The concentrated murderous intent materialized into crimson light that flowed through the air, sending chills down his spine. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Che immediately activated his primal chaos physique. A dark golden glow enveloped his entire body in an instant, his hair turning ashen white and billowing wildly. A surge of powerful vitality erupted from within him, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air. Facing the incoming spear thrust, Lin Che stood his ground, unflinching. He threw a punch with all his might. His dark golden fist, brimming with vitality, collided head-on with the spear. A deafening clang echoed as metal clashed with metal, sparks scattering in all directions. The dark golden energy and crimson murderous light exploded outward like meteors streaking across the sky. After the impact, Lin Che swiftly retreated, lowering his gaze to his fist. His pupils contracted sharply. There was a deep, clear-cut wound on his knuckles, fresh blood seeping from the gash. It was an unbelievable sight. Even Yin Shire, a martial artist at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, had failed to harm him with the Ice Spirit Sword technique, a half-step combat art. Yet now, a mere puppet at the advanced stage of Foundation establishment had pierced his defenses with a single strike. "Kid," came the voice of the Tower Ancestor. "Although this is the consciousness realm of the Divine Demon Tower, and death here isn't real, the sensation and the drain on your martial will are very real. This killing spear technique is no ordinary art. If it were in its complete form, it could rank as an advanced combat technique, perhaps even a combat scripture. Pay close attention to the trajectory of the puppet's spear and the murderous intent within. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your insight." Combat scripture. The term sent a shiver through Lin Che's heart. In the hierarchy of martial techniques, combat arts, combat techniques, and combat scriptures, even advanced combat techniques, were coveted treasures sought after by experts of the divine fire realm. A combat scripture was on an entirely higher level. This realization only strengthened his resolve to master this spear technique. Lin Che became a blur as he took the initiative to attack the puppet. The puppet reacted with lightning speed, sweeping its spear horizontally, the tip radiating dense crimson murderous intent. The clash of blows resounded continuously across the training ground, the two figures moving like phantoms, their vitality and murderous energy intertwining in the air, leaving trails of white and red streaks. As he fought, Lin Che delved into deep contemplation. The essence of martial momentum lies in a martial artist's understanding of the world, the ability to transform intangible forces into tangible attacks. The momentum of a mountain is vast and unyielding. The momentum of water is ceaseless and flowing, but what is the momentum of a spear? An ancient saying echoed in his mind. A year for fists, a month for staffs, a lifetime for spears. The spear, king of all weapons, demands unwavering determination from its wielder. Especially a killing spirit strikes with bloodlust, unrelenting and lethal. Observing the puppet's spear trajectory, Lin Che noticed its seemingly intricate movements were, in fact, precise and lethal, each strike targeting a vital point. Gradually, he began to grasp that the momentum of a spear is a manifestation of courage, a resolve to fight to the death, an unyielding determination. As his understanding deepened, Lin Che's eyes gleamed with a sharper intensity. Suddenly, he raised his hand, forming his fingers into a sword shape, and used them as a substitute for a spear. He faced the puppet's incoming thrust head-on. With a precise motion, his two fingers struck out, faster than the puppet's spear. Clang! At the moment of contact, the spear's tip erupted with crimson light, while Lin Che's fingertips burst forth with dark red energy. The blood-red energy pierced through the spear, shattering it and driving straight into the puppet's chest. With a thunderous crack, the spear disintegrated into fragments, and the puppet crumbled into pieces, scattering across the ground. Lin Che looked at his bloodied fist, his eyes gleaming with sharp determination, and a faint smile of satisfaction unconsciously curved at the corners of his lips. He had done it. With the aid of the puppet's power, he had finally grasped his own unique spear technique of slaughter, relentless and unstoppable, leaving no room for survival. Impressive. Ta Zu's voice carried a note of genuine admiration. To comprehend a spear technique so quickly, as expected of the primal chaos body, Lin Che shook his head humbly and replied, "This was largely due to my prior understanding of fist techniques. The principles of the Tao are interconnected, which allowed me to master the spear technique so swiftly, While it's true that the Tao takes countless forms yet ultimately converges to the same path, Ta Zu's tone grew solemn. Without reaching the state of simplicity within the great Tao, integrating various powers is no easy feat. Your understanding of the world is a gift uniquely yours. There's no need for modesty. A young man who isn't bold and unrestrained, what's the point of being young at all? Lin Che nodded silently, just about to speak, when his vision suddenly blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he had already exited the divine and demonic martial arena. Looking out the window, he was momentarily stunned. The flow of time within the divine and demonic martial arena is different from the outside world, Ta Zu explained at the right moment. Lin Che nodded in understanding, then took the booklet detailing the slaughter spear technique and headed to the registration desk at the entrance. Although he had already grasped the essence of the spear technique, fully mastering this incomplete combat art would take time. Besides, when using this technique in the future, it would be necessary to have a proper record of its source. The gray-robed old man at the registration desk, with his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, took the booklet and gave Lin Che a peculiar look. "Senior, is there a problem?" Lin Che asked proactively. "Of course, there's a problem," the old man said seriously. "Kid, I know your martial talent is extraordinary, but choosing this slaughter spear technique, I'd advise you to think it over. Senior, I've already thought it through. Did you not see the records at the back?" The old man widened his eyes. "Countless so-called geniuses have perished, their paths extinguished, because they attempted to cultivate this slaughter spear technique. What makes you think you'll be the exception?" "Senior, I understand, but this is the one I choose." Lin Che's tone was firm. The old man shook his head in disappointment. "I didn't expect you to be another one of those over-ambitious types." He had initially thought that Lin Che, with his remarkable martial talent, would be different from the rest. Now, it seemed, he was just the same. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tension. "So, you're Lin Che." Lin Che instinctively turned his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. A man in white robes was approaching slowly, his long, narrow eyes radiating a bone-chilling coldness. Each measured step seemed to echo in time with Lin Che's heartbeat. As he met those eyes, a flash of realization struck Lin Che's mind. Those eyes were identical to the ones of Bai Xiao, who had died by his hand. The man before him was none other than Bai AO. "It seems my useless brother managed to tell you my name before he died," Bai AO said, his voice as icy as winter. "And yet, you still chose to kill him. Lin Che, you've got guts." Before the words had fully settled, Bai Ao's eyes suddenly erupted with a piercing, eerie light. In the instant their gazes locked, Lin Che's pupils constricted violently, his mind reeling as if struck by thunder. A vicious black serpent seemed to slither out from Bai Ao's eyes, its gaping maw lunging toward him with deadly intent. This was a martial will attack. For a master at the divine flame realm, martial will had transcended the ordinary, capable of affecting reality itself. Under such oppressive force, most martial artists below the divine flame realm could barely muster even 30% of their strength. And Bai AO, ranked fourth among the inner disciples, was an exceptional figure even among divine flame cultivators. Anyone else might have already succumbed to mental collapse under such an assault. But Lin Che was no ordinary individual. With a resonant hum, his eyes flared with a dark golden light, and the brilliance of his indomitable will ignited within his mind, bathing his spiritual world in gold. Boom! The black serpent shattered inch by inch before Lin Che's gaze. Though he had managed to fend off the attack, the gap in cultivation was still too vast. Lin Che staggered back with a muffled grunt, his face turning pale as paper. "You actually blocked it." Bai Ao's eyes gleamed with surprise. As a master at the peak of the divine flame realm, his extraordinary will had been neutralized by someone at the foundational stage of martial arts. It was nothing short of astonishing. Nearby, an older man in gray robes furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze turning contemplative. With his experience, it was clear he had deduced some hidden truths. Lin Che's expression darkened, and murderous intent surged within him. If not for his transcendent martial will, which had already surpassed its limits and ignited his will's brilliance, that earlier attack would have left him a mindless shell. This wasn't just provocation, it was outright attempted murder. "Boy, you really want to kill me, don't you?" Bai AO sneered coldly. "I'm right here. Go ahead, give it a try." A glint of icy resolve flashed in Lin Che's eyes, but in the end, he silently handed over the killing spear technique in his possession to the gray-robed elder for registration. He was well aware that, even with his ancient chaotic physique and transcendent martial will, he was still no match for Bai AO at this moment. Bai AO's provocation was nothing more than an attempt to goad him into attacking first. Within the Martial Path Academy, duels and even casualties between disciples of the same realm were permitted. However, battles across major realms were strictly forbidden unless the lower realm fighter initiated the challenge. Otherwise, not even a genius like Bai AO could escape the consequences. After all, The Martial Path Academy existed to cultivate geniuses capable of real combat, not to create heartless killing machines. Moreover, fighting across such a significant boundary in cultivation isn't called tempering oneself, it's called courting death. Lin Che stood calmly in place, his expression composed. Even in the face of such provocation, he maintained a rare sense of restraint. This demeanor not only caused the gray-robed elder to regard him with newfound respect, but also made By AO's gaze grow even more dangerous. By AO had initially been certain that such a talented young man would be arrogant and reckless, prone to impulsive actions when provoked. However, Lin Che's composure only deepened the murderous intent in his heart. The facts were clear. Lin Che had not only killed his younger brother, Bai Xiao, but had also confronted him directly today. Bai Ao knew well that if Lin Che were allowed to grow further, their enmity would eventually come to a decisive reckoning. As for Lin Che's potential, Bai Ao had no doubt someone capable of standing out among more than 200 disciples, and resisting his martial will with only foundational cultivation was undoubtedly a rare genius. If even such talent could not thrive, then perhaps no one could. Still, I won't give you too much time, Bai Ao remarked meaningfully, casting Lin Che a final glance before turning to leave. Lin Che watched Bai Ao's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing at the unspoken threat in that last look. He knew all too well that this matter was far from over. You sure you don't want to reconsider? The gray-robed elder asked. Lin Che's display of mental fortitude and his martial will had stirred admiration in the elder's heart. He hated to see such talent squandered on the perilous killing spear technique. This technique, even in its incomplete form, involved a profound martial intent that only experts at the divine flame realm could truly grasp. To fully unleash its power, one had to comprehend the martial intent embedded within a feat so challenging that even many divine flame masters failed to achieve it. Furthermore, the technique was exceedingly dangerous, with countless self-proclaimed geniuses meeting their end trying to master it. Lin Che understood the elder's good intentions. After a brief moment of hesitation, he extended his palm, letting the power of the killing spear technique emanate from it. You. The gray-robed elder's head shot up in shock as he stared at Lin Che, swallowing hard before silently noting the name of the technique in the registry. Lin Che accepted the killing spear technique, clasped his hands in gratitude toward the elder, and turned to leave. With the matter of the battle technique settled, his next task was to choose a new residence. As part of the benefits of advancing to the inner sect, he was entitled to select a new place to live. You're heading to Ling Lake to pick your residence, aren't you? The gray-robed elder called out to Lin Che's departing figure. Be careful. Many newly promoted disciples have suffered greatly there. Hearing this, Lin Che turned back, clasping his hands respectfully toward the elder. Thank you for the warning, senior. I will be cautious. At the Spirit Lake of the Battle Dao Academy, beneath this vast lake spanning nearly 1,000 acres, lies a spiritual vein that runs through the entire academy. On the lake surface, rows of spirit houses are densely arranged, forming 7 or 8 concentric circles around the lake's center, creating a breathtaking scene. The spirit houses in the innermost circle, where the spiritual energy is most abundant, are spaced widely apart and are few in number. Only the most elite inner disciples are qualified to reside there. Cultivating here for a single day is equivalent to 2 or 3 days of arduous practice in the outside world. At this moment, however, in the southeastern corner of the outermost circle of spirit houses, a gathering of newly promoted inner disciples had already formed. Where's Lin Che? Zhao Gu scanned the group, which included Yin Shire, Situ Changkong, Luo Zhan, and other top 10 disciples from the inner sect assessment, raising an eyebrow slightly. Despite being looted by Lin Che in the Tianyuan secret realm, Zhao Gu bore no resentment. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie after all. Even Yin Shire, the top-ranked disciple, had suffered the same fate, which made Zhao Gu feel a little more balanced. More importantly, without Lin Che's assistance, he wouldn't have achieved his impressive third-place ranking. Yin Shire glanced around but saw no sign of Lin Che, his brows furrowing. Although Lin Che was no longer the strongest after joining the inner sect, in Yin Shire's mind, Lin Che remained the first opponent he wanted to challenge. You think he's like you? Some lucky guy who stumbled his way here? Tai Xiong, standing nearby, said sourly. Ever since the rankings were announced yesterday, he had been filled with regret if he hadn't shared his demon spirit with Zhao Gu. The two of them could have still advanced together, though Zhao Gu's ranking wouldn't have been so high. At that moment, a middle-aged steward named Cheng Wei stepped through the shimmering water-like barrier and approached the group. With a stoic expression, he led them toward the spirit houses, explaining, "Your assigned residence corresponds to the number on your identity token." Then, a faint, enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Whether you can settle in smoothly depends on your luck. Watching Cheng Wei's departing figure, Zhao Gu's expression turned serious. It seems the rumors about the spirit houses are true. Everyone understood the implication newly promoted inner disciples would likely face challenges in securing a stable place to reside. Just then, a figure brushed past Taixiong. Hey, Lin Che. Zhao Ge's eyes lit up as he familiarly threw an arm around Lin Chi's shoulders. You're so unmotivated, man. Lin Che glanced indifferently at Zhao Ge's hand. Are we that close? Unbothered, Zhao Ge laughed. The first time we meet, we're strangers. The second time, we're friends. You could say we got to know each other through a little fight, right? The gazes of Yin Shire and the others all fell upon Lin Che, filled with curiosity. Although they had seen Lin Che before, they knew very little about this mysterious figure who had suddenly risen to first place. Especially Yin Shire's eyes instantly lit up with fiery determination as he silently vowed to himself. Once I fully master the sacred spirit sword body, I will challenge you again. Lin Che glanced at Yin Shire, his expression indifferent, though he inwardly shook his head. This guy's such a martial arts fanatic. Just as the atmosphere grew lively, a series of synchronized clapping sounds broke through the scene. 7 figures slowly approached, prompting Lin Che and the others to turn toward them. Yin Shire and Zhao Ge exchanged glances as their eyes flickered with understanding, already guessing the purpose of these newcomers. The leader of the group was particularly striking, wielding dual blades, with a streak of white hair on his forehead that stood out sharply. His slightly raised chin exuded an air of arrogance. This man was Sui Xingfeng, a skilled warrior on the verge of reaching the divine fire realm. He had begun to refine the baleful energy of heaven and earth into his body, imbuing his combat aura with a distinct baleful attribute. While his strength might not stand out within the inner sect, to Lin Che and the others, who had just been promoted, he seemed as imposing as a towering mountain. Sui Xingfeng's gaze swept across the group, lingering on Lin Che for a brief moment. Though subtle and brief, this pause did not escape Lin Chi's sharp observation. His heart tensed. This guy is here for me. A flurry of possibilities flashed through Lin Chi's mind. It was either Elder Han, whom Lin Yuu mentioned, or by AO, whom he had just encountered. After all, in the Battle Dao Academy, there were only these 2 individuals with whom he had crossed paths unfavorably. Sui Xingfeng shrugged and got straight to the point. Although you're newly promoted inner sect disciples, I'm sure you've heard the rumors about the spirit chamber in the Battle Dao Academy. So let me be blunt, hand over your identity tokens, and you can come back to retrieve them in a month. The moment those words landed, Yin Shire's eyes sharpened, Lin Chi's gaze turned icy, and Zhao Ge clenched his fists in anger. A month? That's outrageous. The identity tokens were not only the key to accessing the spirit chamber for cultivation, but also crucial for accepting tasks from the academy. Losing them for a month would completely cut them off from both training and missions. For young disciples in the prime of their martial growth, this was an unbearable setback. What's more, according to Zhao Ge's knowledge, the usual token submission period was no more than 10 days. Extending it to a month was unprecedented. In the face of their protests, Sui Xingfeng gave a mocking grin, his expression dripping with disdain. Junior brothers, I'm not here to negotiate. This is an announcement. Whether you accept it or not is not up to you. As soon as Sui Xingfeng finished speaking, the atmosphere froze. His disdainful tone and arrogant demeanor made everyone present instinctively clench their fists, anger surging within them. It's not a discussion. It's a notification. His words landed like a slap across their faces. Zhao Ge was the first to lose his composure. He strode forward, his expression defiant. Senior brother, I know the rules of the spirit chamber. It used to be 10 days, and now it's suddenly a month? Isn't that excessive? The other disciples who ranked in the top 10 of the assessment quickly chimed in, supporting him. They all understood the brutal reality of the War Dao Academy's rules monthly assessment missions, where failure meant losing access to the spirit chamber. If they were stripped of its usage for a month now, they might never have another chance to use it again. Hearing this, Sui Xingfeng exaggeratedly shrugged, feigning helplessness. To be honest, junior brothers, I think it's excessive too. But what can I do? Someone among you offended someone they shouldn't have. I'm just following orders. My hands are tied. Those words left everyone stunned momentarily. Then, Yin Shire and Zhao Ge almost simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Che. They all knew that Lin Yuu and Bai Xiao had died at Lin Che's hands. Now, it seemed the truth had come to light. Lin Che stood motionless, his face expressionless, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. His calm demeanor only further provoked Sui Xingfeng. Actually, there's room for negotiation, Sui Xingfeng said, tilting his head and pointing directly at Lin Che, a mocking smile playing on his lips. If you hand over his identity token, I'll let the rest of you off the hook. This blatant scheme sent a shiver through everyone. They cast uncertain glances at Lin Che, clearly weighing their options. Even though there were 10 of them and only 7 on Sui Xingfeng's side, they knew that even if they joined forces, they likely couldn't defeat Sui Xingfeng alone. Sui Xingfeng sneered inwardly. As the top talent of the Sui family village, he had reached the half-step divine fire realm by the age of 25, a celebrated figure in the outside world. Yet after entering the War Dao Academy, he realized what it truly meant to have mountains beyond mountains. Ultimately, He had to accept that he was just a slightly gifted ordinary person, forced to act as a lackey for others in exchange for resources. Kid, don't think being first in the assessment makes you something special. You have no idea what a real genius looks like. Sui Xingfeng said coldly. Lin Che raised his gaze slightly. I suppose I can't compare to the pride of being someone else's lapdog. At those words, Yin Shire and the others drew in sharp breaths. Sui Xingfeng's expression turned icy. You're courting death. He was about to strike when Lin Che suddenly turned his head, smirking coldly. Since you're here, why bother hiding? He had already sensed that familiar aura and knew exactly who was behind Sui Xingfeng. Yin Shire and the others snapped their heads around as a long-concealed presence suddenly drew their attention. Under the watchful gazes of the group, a figure slowly emerged from behind the spirit howlet was none other than by AO, with his sharp, piercing eyes and calculating demeanor. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent as he fixed his gaze on Lin Che, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Standing on the edge of the spirit hall steps, by AO slightly tilted his head upward, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. So what if you know it's me? What can you do about it? Facing someone at the half-step divine flame realm, your only choice is to obediently hand over your identity token. Do you have any other options? His tone was laced with disdain, the cold smile on his face deepening. Lin Che, this is just the beginning. Were it not for the rules of the War Dao Academy, I wouldn't have wasted so much time and effort on this. Lin Che locked eyes with by AO, his chest surging with an overwhelming murderous intent that eventually dissipated into a bitter sigh. As by AO had said, even knowing the mastermind behind it all, what could he do with his current strength? This sense of helplessness only fueled his burning desire for power. By AO cast a dismissive glance at Lin Che before shifting his attention to Yin Shire and the others. Now, tell me your decision, he demanded. The group exchanged uneasy looks, their expressions grim. As top contenders in the assessment's top 10, they should have been basking in glory. Yet, before they could even enjoy the benefits of becoming inner disciples, they were forced to make such a humiliating choice. Aligning against Lin Che might allow them to keep their identity tokens, but was that truly the outcome they wanted? At that moment, Lin Che suddenly let out a cold laugh. By AO, there's no need to pressure others. His gaze shifted sharply to Sui Xingfeng. Do you really think that just a mere half-step divine flame realm is enough to deal with me? Before his words had fully settled, Lin Che's figure moved. To everyone's shock, he launched a fierce attack directly at Sui Xingfeng, the half-step divine flame realm cultivator. Lin Che stepped forward, and the power of his chi and blood erupted instantly. His fist, enveloped in a dark golden aura, transformed into a ferocious tiger's head in midair, roaring forward with an ominous and deadly force. This move, known as the Beast King's Fist, was his ultimate technique against a half-step divine flame realm opponent. Sui Xingfeng, who had been standing with his arms crossed and blades in hand, watching with a mocking demeanor, smirked disdainfully as Lin Che suddenly attacked. The mere half-step divine flame realm? Kid, you think you're invincible just because you took first place? Despite the ferocity of the Beast King's Fist, Sui Xingfeng remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the tiger's head was about to collide with Sui Xingfeng, two flashes of blade light crossed in an instant, forming an X. The blade energy tore through the power of the Beast King's Fist effortlessly and continued its trajectory toward Lin Che. I paid a price to watch your battles in the abyssal secret realm, Sui Xingfeng sneered coldly. Your physique is indeed powerful, and your chi and blood are strong. But you have no idea how terrifying the divine flame realm is. My battle energy has already begun to merge with the malevolent energy of heaven and earth. Your so-called powerful physique is nothing but paper-thin in front of me. Witnessing this, Yin Shire and the others watching from the sidelines felt their hearts sink. They had all seen the devastating power of Lin Che's punches before, and yet it was so easily neutralized. Situ Changkong's expression grew grave as he muttered, Indeed, the divine flame realm is a near-insurmountable divide. Yin Shire was about to step in and assist, but Situ Changkong stopped him. It's not worth offending by AO, the third-ranked inner disciple, over a mere clash of egos. At that moment, by AO, who had been standing on the steps, suddenly shouted sharply, Sui Xingfeng, watch out. A faint smirk appeared on Lin Che's lips. So your name is Sui Xingfeng. In the presence of a true genius, arrogant fools like you are nothing but pitiful and insignificant. Lin Che's 5 fingers spun like wheels, forming a sword-like gesture. His fingertips radiated a crimson glow. Combat art. Slaughter spear technique. Swoosh. A blood-red beam of light pierced through the air, instantly shattering the cross-shaped blade energy and driving straight through Sui Xingfeng's forehead. You. Sui Xingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Che, his gaze quickly dimming. He collapsed straight to the ground, his twin blades clattering as they fell, his eyes remaining wide open in death. This half-step divine flame realm powerhouse had fallen, unable to even unleash his full strength, killed in an instant by Lin Che, who was merely at the martial foundation realm. Had it not been for his overconfidence and carelessness, he might have survived. But there are no what-ifs, in reality facts remain facts. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. In front of the vast spiritual house, a deathly silence enveloped everyone. On the ground, Sui Xingfeng's lifeless body lay still, blood slowly seeping into the earth. Yin Shire, Zhaogu, Situ Changkong, Luozhan, and the 6 others who had accompanied Sui Xingfeng stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes were fixated on the corpse on the ground, as though they were witnessing the most unimaginable sight in the world. Even by AO, who was always composed, now wore an expression of disbelief. For him, defeating Sui Xingfeng would not have been a difficult task. But the scene before him was simply 2 Shakinga martial artists at the mere peak of the martial foundation stage had managed to take Sui Xingfeng's life in an instant. By AO abruptly snapped out of his daze, his gaze as sharp as a blade locking onto Lin Che. His voice trembled slightly with agitation. "You've mastered the slaughter spear technique?" This statement was like a clap of thunder, jolting everyone out of their stupor. Yin Shire and the others immediately turned their eyes to Lin Che, their expressions now mingled with shock and fear. The slaughter spear technique, this name was legendary within the martial academy. It was one of the most mysterious and ominous martial arts in the hidden martial pavilion, shrouded in an aura of death and misfortune. Countless prodigies had boldly claimed that they would bow to anyone who could master it. Yet history had shown that all who attempted to learn it either gave up or met their demise. Even by AO, a self-proclaimed genius, had once tried to conquer this martial art, only to fail in the end. But the killing intent contained within Lin Che's lethal strike just now undoubtedly embodied the true essence of the slaughter spear technique. Slaughter spear technique? The astonished exclamations of the crowd rose one after another, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, everyone realized they were witnessing the birth of a legend. A peerless genius capable of mastering the slaughter spear technique had appeared before them, utterly without warning. The spear technique Lin Che unleashed left everyone present as if struck by lightning. The sharp, blood-red glow, the suffocating killing intent, and the unique style of the moves, there was no doubt about it. This was the legendary slaughter spear technique. Yin Shire and the others stood frozen, their minds blank. The realization was too overwhelming. Someone had actually mastered the slaughter spear technique. Lin Che, have you truly mastered the slaughter spear technique? Yin Shire's voice was dry as he stared intently at Lin Che. Situ Changkong and the others held their breath, not daring to miss a single detail. Lin Che did not respond immediately. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the lifeless body of Sui Xingfeng on the ground. In truth, his understanding of the slaughter spear technique was still incomplete. Though he had grasped the essence of its unstoppable force, life or death momentum, the concept of the slaughter mark remained elusive to him. It was at that moment, the surge of bloodlust from killing Sui Xingfeng gave him a sudden insight. Lin Che brought his 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed at Sui Xingfeng's corpse, unleashing a burst of blood-red light. Whoosh! The instant the blood light struck the corpse, a bizarre scene unfolded. Sui Xingfeng's body dissolved into bloodlight, which then flew back into Lin Che's palm, leaving behind only a skeleton that crumbled into dust. This really is the slaughter spear technique? White AO and Yin Shire were shaken to their cores. As individuals who had once attempted to cultivate the technique themselves, they recognized this scene all too well. Lin Che lowered his gaze to his palm, where a scar-like blood mark emerged, radiating waves of bloodthirsty killing intent. This was the slaughter mark. He finally understood. The essence of the slaughter spear technique lay in the word slaughter. Each slaughter mark required a life to be condensed. The more one killed, the more marks they gained, and the stronger the power became. Why not test it and find out? Lin Che's figure blurred instantly, appearing before one of Sui Xingfeng's followers. Before the man could react, Lin Che struck with a single finger, and bloodlight flashed. The second slaughter mark was formed. Then came the second person, the third person. Each fell in turn, reduced to bones. With every kill, the power of the slaughter marks within Lin Che grew stronger. Stop! Just as Lin Che was about to target the fourth person, White AO finally reacted, stepping forward to block his path. Boom! Lin Che's blood-red spear light collided with White AO's palm force. The violent killing aura was like a fierce wind crashing against an unyielding mountain, ultimately dissipating entirely, unable to harm him in the slightest. Although Bai AO managed to block Lin Che's deadly spear technique, his expression was as grim as iron. As a master at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, merely defending against the attack of a martial foundation stage practitioner was hardly an accomplishment worth boasting about. What annoyed him even more was the fact that these so-called fighters summoned by Sui Xingfeng were, in reality, acting under his secret orders. If all of them were to die at Lin Che's hands, the situation would undoubtedly escalate, and the trouble would ultimately fall on him, by AO. Lin Che observed the scene before him and sighed inwardly. Though he had long known it was impossible to truly harm by AO, witnessing how effortlessly the latter neutralized his attack forced him to confront a harsh reality. This divine fire realm expert's strength was far beyond what he could contend with at his current level. The gap between them was as vast as a chasm. Gulp. Of the 6 who had originally followed Sui Xingfeng, only 3 remained alive. These 3 were drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale, and their legs trembling uncontrollably. If not for by AO's timely intervention, they would have undoubtedly met the same fate as their fallen companions, becoming yet another mark of Lin Che's deadly rampage. The very thought sent chills down their spines. Yin Shire and the others watched Lin Che in the center of the field, unconsciously swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fear. Zhao Gu whispered cautiously, sure, our Battle Dao Academy allows fights, even tolerates casualties, but this kind of outright slaughter, are we really okay with this? Though Lin Che's earlier killings weren't directed at them, the sheer ruthlessness he displayed, killing without hesitation and seemingly growing more exhilarated with each strike, left Zhao Gu deeply unsettled. He repeatedly warned himself in his mind. First, never provoke Lin Che. Second, never provoke Lin Che. Third, never provoke Lin Che. This guy was simply too terrifying. Hearing Zhao Ji's words, Yin Shire and the others first nodded, then shook their heads, and finally nodded again. This bizarre reaction left Zhao Gu utterly confused. Oh? What does that even mean? By now, Lin Che had calmed his killing intent. He turned to Bai Ao, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Still here? Get lost. I have no intention of keeping a dog. Although Bai Ao was a master at the peak of the divine flame realm, Lin Che showed no trace of courtesy in his words. He was completely certain that within the confines of the Battle Dao Academy, Bai Ao wouldn't dare to blatantly make a lethal move against him. Otherwise, considering Lin Che had just killed several people in succession, Bai Ao wouldn't have been able to restrain himself. Hearing this, Bai Ao's face darkened like ink. His hand clenched into a fist behind his back, the air around his palm crackling from the pressure. In the end, he merely let out a cold snort before turning to leave. Every additional moment he stayed felt like unbearable torment to him. In truth, regret was already brewing in Bai Ao's heart, regret for confronting Lin Che over Bai Zhao's death. If he could turn back time, he would never have made such a choice. Who could have imagined that Lin Che's martial talent would be so terrifying, even mastering the slaughter spear technique? Bai Ao did have one other option, to swallow his pride and submit to Lin Che. But as the third-ranked disciple in the inner sect, how could he possibly lower his head? As Bai Ao departed, the other 3 survivors hurriedly followed him. Lin Che watched Bai Ao leave, his brows furrowed in thought. A sense of puzzlement filled his mind. He speculated that Bai Ao's hesitation might stem from the Academy's rules. However, if their positions were reversed and he witnessed such extraordinary martial talent, Lin Che would have ignored the rules and struck first, leaving no room for his opponent to grow stronger. At this moment, Yin Shire stepped forward and asked, "Are you wondering why, under these circumstances, Bai Ao didn't make a move against you?" There was a trace of envy in his eyes. "You know the reason?" Lin Che asked curiously. "It's because you've mastered the slaughter spear technique," Yin Shire replied, his gaze turning peculiar, as if he were staring at a monster. "What's so special about that?" "It's just an incomplete combat technique." Lin Che raised an eyebrow. Everyone present rolled their eyes. Zhao Gu even teased, "Oh, it's just an incomplete combat technique, is it? Do you even know that the head of the Vermilion Bird Academy once said anyone who masters the slaughter spear technique would become her final disciple?" Only then did Lin Che realize the profound significance behind this technique. When Yin Shire asked if Lin Che had just joined the Battle Dao Academy, Lin Che did not conceal it. He nodded and raised his identity token, saying, "All right, everyone. Since this matter is settled, I'll go check out my spirit chamber." As he pushed open the door to his spirit chamber, a wave of dense spiritual energy washed over him, making his eyes light up. The concentration of spiritual energy here was 3 times that of the outside world. The interior was simple, just a table, a meditation cushion, a cultivation room, and a resting area. Lin Che walked straight to the meditation cushion, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to begin regulating his breath. He had yet to properly experience the 4 slaughter marks he had condensed. Meanwhile, news of Lin Che mastering the slaughter spear technique had already reached the ears of the Academy's higher-ups. Wu Hongling, who was spending time with Hua Zhentian, suddenly tilted her head slightly, as if conversing with someone through sound transmission. When the transmission ended, Hua Zhentian asked curiously, "What is it?" Wu Hongling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "That abandoned son of Lin Xuanqi. He's truly remarkable." She then shared the news of Lin Che mastering the slaughter spear technique with Hua Zhentian. It's just a combat technique, isn't it? Why such a fuss? Huijintian asked, puzzled. Wu Hongling shook her head, her gaze distant. It's not just a combat technique. It's tied to an ancient secret. I thought it was impossible for another Martial Foundation disciple to master it, yet here we are. Whether this will be a blessing or a curse remains to be seen. Huijintian silently noted her words, thinking to himself, it seems there's indeed a story behind this slaughter spear technique. Inside the 76th spiritual chamber, Lin Che slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air while seated cross-legged on the mat. As he opened his eyes, 2 streaks of blood-red marks suddenly appeared in them. He extended his palm, where a blood-red glow hung suspended like a crescent moon, radiating an unsettling aura of slaughter. After his earlier research and adjustments, the 4 slaughter marks had completely fused into one. The mark now resting in his palm held enough power to instantly kill even a novice expert of the divine flame realm if they were as careless as Sui Xingfeng. This was the pinnacle of slaughtering power. Such a pity. If only I had a spear to pair with it, Lin Che murmured, his gaze fixed on the slaughter mark in his palm, his eyes flickering with thought. As a practitioner of spear techniques, he naturally needed a suitable spear to unleash the full potential of his slaughtering spear technique. Now that he had advanced to the Martial Dao Foundation stage, it was time to consider nurturing his personal battle weapon. In combat, a powerful personal battle weapon could provide immense assistance, doubling the gap between warriors of the same realm. At that moment, the voice of the Tower Ancestor suddenly echoed in his mind. Kid, you truly have a treasure trove and don't even realize it. Tower Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Lin Che asked, startled. Try channeling your battle energy into the dragon-shaped shadow in your palm. Lin Che spread his palm open, focusing on the dragon-shaped shadow formed by the dragon soul jade. Taking a deep breath, he began circulating his inner energy, slowly infusing his battle energy into the shadow. Roar! In an instant, a deafening dragon's roar shook the air. The dragon-shaped shadow erupted with a radiant blood-red light, and a mesmerizing blood dragon shot out from Lin Che's palm, soaring skyward. In a flash of crimson light, a blood-red spear materialized in his hand. The spear measured 1 zhang, 3 qi, and 7 siyuan in length, its entire body a vivid blood-red as if coated in fresh blood, exuding a sinister allure. A blood-colored dragon pattern coiled upward from the spear's base to its tip, forming the image of a dragon holding the spear in its jaws. Lin Che felt his blood boiling, a surge of intense restlessness and yearning rising within him. Hold on to it. Without hesitation, Lin Che firmly gripped the spear. Roar! The spear trembled, and a dragon-shaped shadow instantly merged into his brow. Along with it came a surge of profound information flooding his mind. Dragon Soul Spear. Lin Che's eyes lit up with a dazzling brilliance. This was none other than the ancestral weapon of the great Han dynasty, a weapon that only those with the imperial bloodline could awaken and wield. The Tower Ancestor sighed in awe. A soul weapon of inheritance, no less. Judging by the aura of this spear, its original owner must have been a fearsome figure who tread the path of imperial dominance. Kid, did you notice the markings carved at intervals along the spear's body? Those are seals 9 in total. To fully master this soul weapon, you still have a long way to go. Lin Che grasped the dragon soul spear, marveling at the extraordinary connection he felt with it, as though it was an extension of his very being. Despite the 9 seals limiting its power, the spear's sheer durability alone was astonishing. Even if his primordial chaos body were destroyed, the dragon soul spear would remain unscathed. Without a doubt, its emergence had significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. With a thought, the dragon soul spear transformed back into a dragon-shaped shadow and disappeared into his palm. Suddenly, Lin Che's body tensed, his hair standing on end. He spun around abruptly, an overwhelming sense of dread flooding his heart. Someone had entered the spiritual chamber. Buzz. The moment he turned, the air distorted, and a fiery red figure materialized before him, transitioning from shadow to form. The figure stood before Lin Che like a blazing flame. She was dressed in a crimson robe, her fiery red hair cascading down like a waterfall. Her red eyebrows and eyes added a touch of otherworldly allure. She resembled a blooming flame, exuding an aura of danger that made one's heart race. Lin Che's entire body tensed, every nerve screaming of imminent peril. Yet, the fiery woman appeared composed and unhurried, arms crossed in front of her chest as she unabashedly sized him up, a trace of amusement flickering in her gaze. Use your slaughter spear technique and attack me, the fiery woman commanded suddenly, raising an eyebrow. Her tone was firm and left no room for negotiation. Lin Che's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he moved. In a flash, he closed the distance between them, his fingers forming a blade-like shape as he unleashed the fierce slaughter spear technique. A crescent-shaped mark of slaughter shot from his fingertips, emanating an overwhelming killing intent that caused the room's temperature to plummet. To his astonishment, the fiery woman didn't even shift her stance. She remained with her arms crossed, watching calmly as the attack unfolded. Lin Che's technique couldn't even graze the hem of her garment. All its power dissipated into nothingness. Although he had anticipated her strength, witnessing it firsthand left Lin Che deeply shaken. The gulf between their abilities was like comparing two entirely different realms. My name is Zhuke. From today onward, I am your master, the red-haired woman stated, a glimmer flashing in her fiery eyes. You're the dean of Zhuke Academy. Lin Che exclaimed in surprise as he recognized her identity. Zhuke nodded in confirmation and continued, there are 15 days left this month. I want you to ascend to the divine flame realm by the end of it. Lin Che was momentarily stunned, realizing he hadn't even agreed to be her disciple yet. But under Zhu Chue's raised eyebrows and questioning gaze, he could only shake his head in silent agreement. After all, his aim of obtaining the ninefold chaos technique and reaching the second level of the Tower of Gods and Demons already included plans to break into the divine flame realm by the month's end. Just as Lin Che was about to inquire about the slaughter spear technique, a booming male voice suddenly interrupted, "Hold on, you cannot take him as your disciple." Before the words fully settled, the space in front of Lin Che distorted, and a towering man appeared out of thin air. The man was tall and powerfully built, with a rugged face partially hidden by a thick beard. The most striking feature was the deep black vertical mark on his forehead, which exuded an aura of authority that demanded respect without any need for anger. Lin Che stared at this formidable figure, an ominous feeling welling up in his heart. Zhuke watched the man impassively, her voice calm yet laced with undeniable authority. Who I, Zhuke, choose as a disciple is no one else's concern, not even yours, Lei Zhan. The imposing man, who radiated an air of natural dominance, was none other than Lei Zhan, the head of the White Tiger Academy, one of the 4 divisions of the War Path Academy, standing on equal footing with Zhuke. Lei Zhan, however, did not take offense at her words. Instead, he cast a fleeting glance at Lin Che and said flatly, he is the son of Lin Xuanqi. At this moment, Lin Xuanqi is in the headmaster's study, and this decision aligns with his wishes. If you insist on taking him as your disciple, it will undoubtedly bring unnecessary trouble to the War Path Academy. Zhuke froze at his words, her gaze involuntarily shifting to Lin Che. As a reclusive expert who had been in seclusion for years, she had only emerged recently after sensing someone mastering the slaughter spear technique. Unfamiliar with the affairs of the outside world, she was unaware that Lin Che was the son of Marshal Lin Xuanqi, nor did she know he had once traversed the celestial path. Hearing Lin Xuanqi's name, Lin Che clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. I have severed all ties with Lin Xuanqi, returning flesh and bone to the father. Whom I choose as my master has nothing to do with him. Zhuke raised an eyebrow slightly, and her martial will instantly enveloped the entire War Path Academy. Within moments, she understood the entire situation. Lei Zhan, however, scoffed coldly. Your body and blood come from your parents. Severing ties through some mere ritual does not change that. The War Path Academy does not accept those who defy family bonds. Lin Che sneered. Since you know I am Lin Xuanqi's son, you must also know what he has done to me. As a father, he forced his own son to extract his dominant physique to transplant it into another, obstructed me from entering the 4 great academies of Dezhou, and now relentlessly hunts me down. Can such a man even be called a father? Lei Zhan narrowed his eyes, observing Lin Che's agitation. Enough talk. You will always be Lin Xuanqi's son. You have 1 incense stick's time to leave the Warpath Academy. If not, do not blame me for being ruthless. Just as Lin Che was about to respond, the space around them suddenly distorted, and the figures of Wu Hongling and Hua Zhentian emerged from the void. Uncle Hua. Lin Che was stunned at the sight of Hua Zhentian, his heart trembling. This exchange was charged with tension, highlighting the deep-seated conflict between Lin Che and Lin Xuanqi, as well as the intricate dynamics within the Warpath Academy. Each character's stance and attitude were vividly conveyed through their words and actions. Hua Zhentian let out a soft sigh, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He had thought Lin Che's admission to the Battle Academy was a foregone conclusion, but he hadn't expected Lin Xuanqi to be so resolute, even pursuing him all the way to the academy. The void suddenly distorted, accompanied by a tearing sound. Alongside the appearances of Hua Zhentian and Wu Hongling, a third figure stepped out of the void. It was none other than Lin Xuanqi. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che could no longer contain the fury surging within him. Hatred flooded him like an overwhelming tide, threatening to drown him entirely. His nails dug deeply into the flesh of his palms, blood seeping through his fingers, yet he seemed oblivious. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire body trembling uncontrollably with rage. Lin Xuanqi's expression remained indifferent, much like when he had forced Lin Che to surrender the dominant body technique. He cast a cold, dismissive glance at Lin Che. I told you before, your best choice was to return to the Marquis manor. I gave you a chance, but you chose to waste it. A mocking smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Did you really think joining the Battle Academy, a place beyond the control of the Great Zhou, would free you from my grasp? In this world, strength reigns supreme. No matter how gifted you are in martial arts, the Academy would never risk offending my house for the sake of an unproven talent. Lin Che, as long as I am here, you will forever live in my shadow. Hua Zhenxian observed the scene with a heavy heart, unable to bear it. He had done everything in his power, even pleading with Wu Hongling to negotiate with the head of the Battle Academy. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. No one knew what arrangement Lin Xuanqi had reached with the Academy's head, but the decision was made. Lin Che was to be expelled from the Academy. Lin Che, Lin Xuanqi continued, those tales of 30 years east of the river, 30 years west are nothing more than fiction. Such things will never happen to someone like me, Lin Xuanqi. He paused, his tone measured. In light of your martial talent, I am willing to offer you one last chance. Return to the Marquis manor, and all that I promised before will still stand. Lin Xuanqi had already noticed that Lin Che had reached the Great Foundation establishment stage in martial cultivation. Advancing from the body refining stage to this level in just 2 days was an astounding feat, one that even Lin Xuanqi could not ignore. It was precisely this potential that made him willing to extend another opportunity to Lin Che. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che sneered coldly. I will never return to the Marquis manor in this lifetime. If I ever do, it will only be to flatten it to the ground. Lin Xuanqi's expression remained impassive, but his eyes brimmed with disdain as he regarded Lin Che. Hua Zhenxian placed a reassuring hand on Lin Che's shoulder. Don't worry, Lin Che. If it comes to that, I'll use the resources of the Champion Marquis manor to support your growth. Uncle Hua believes in your martial talent. One day, you'll have the strength to bring down the Wuin Marquis manor yourself. These words made Lin Che's nose sting with emotion. His heart was filled with both gratitude and anger. Lin Xuanqi said nothing, but the cold glint in his eyes as he looked at Hua Zhenxian was unmistakable. Just as the tension reached its peak, Zhu Ke, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. All eyes instinctively focused on Zhu Ke. The air was thick with tension. Lei Zhen, well aware of Zhu Chua's temperament, couldn't help but try to dissuade him. Zhu Ke, what are you planning to do? The matter with Lin Che is for the dean to decide. Even if you're dissatisfied, you should wait until it's resolved. A glimmer of light flashed in Wu Hongling's eyes, and she felt a surge of delight. She quickly sent a message to Hua Zhenxian. There might be a turning point in Lin Che's situation. Clearly, this turning point rested on Zhu Ke. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhenxian's eyes also sparkled with a strange light. Lin Che stared at Zhu Ke in astonishment. Zhu Ke ignored Lei Zhen's words and walked straight up to Lin Xuanqi, his expression cold and unyielding. Lin Xuanqi, I don't care what kind of agreement you made with that old man. But when it comes to my actions, Zhu Chua's decisions are not up for debate. Who I choose as my disciple is nobody's business. Turning to Lin Che, Zhu Ke said indifferently, come with me. From now on, you will train at my dojo in Yin Valley. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked away without even sparing Lin Xuanqi another glance. Master! Lin Che called out, his heart filled with uncontrollable emotion as he gazed at Zhu Chua's departing figure. His own father had sought to destroy him. Yet this Zuquahome he'd only just met stood undeterred by the pressure of a powerful marquis and the dean of the Martial Dao Institute, insisting on taking him as a disciple. That heartfelt cry of master came from the depths of his being. A cold gleam flickered in Lin Xuanqi's eyes. Zhu Ke, are you truly willing to become my enemy for the sake of an unproven so-called genius? Zhu Ke stopped in his tracks. Are you threatening me? I am merely clarifying your stance, Lin Xuanqi replied calmly. If it's a threat, then let's settle it with a fight. Boom. Before his words had fully landed, Zhu Ke had already struck. His seemingly delicate hand tore through the space, unleashing a storm of power straight at Lin Xuanqi. Startled by Zhu Chua's decisiveness, Lin Xuanqi quickly responded, meeting the attack with a palm strike of his own. With a deafening roar, both figures vanished from sight. Overhead, the skies above the Martial Dao Institute grew dark and ominous, the air saturated with a destructive force. Countless disciples, stewards, and elders looked up in horror, their faces reflecting their fear. In the void above, red and black lights clashed violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The resulting energy shattered mountaintops and caused the entire Martial Dao Institute to tremble. Wu Hongling immediately stepped in to intercept the collateral damage from the battle. Zhu Ke, do you really think I won't kill you? Lin Xuanqi roared furiously, forcing Zhu Ke back with an ominous expression. He hadn't expected Zhu Ke to fight with such abandon, as though he were a sworn enemy. If this battle continued, it would only end in either one fatality and one injury or mutual destruction. This sudden and explosive confrontation pushed the tension at the Martial Dao Institute to its peak. Zhu Chue's resolute actions not only disrupted the established order but also hinted at an even greater storm on the horizon. Roar! The vermilion bird let out a deafening cry, and in an instant, blazing flames surged around its body. The fire shot skyward as the bird's form expanded rapidly within the inferno, transforming into a divine creature that blotted out the sun. The sea of flames churned violently, hurtling straight toward Lin Xuanqi. Courting death, Lin Xuanqi roared in fury. The sacred laws of the Tao surged around him, and in a flash of black light, his figure morphed into a massive black dragon. The fiery bird and the black dragon collided with an earth-shaking boom high in the sky. Boom! For a moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen into silence. Lin Che stared up at the battle in the heavens, his eyes wide with astonishment and his blood boiling with excitement. Above the War Dao Academy, flames and black light intertwined, filling the sky in an instant. The terrifying clash of power caused the void to shatter inch by inch, plunging the entire sky into chaos. So this is what it means to witness a battle of sacred Dao masters. This is a holy war. Lin Che was both awestruck and filled with a deep apprehension toward Lin Xuanqi. Regardless of his character, Lin Xuanqi's strength was undoubtedly worthy of the title Wuan. To defeat such a formidable opponent, Lin Che knew he had a long and arduous path ahead. Rumble. Above the War Dao Academy, the harmony of heaven and earth was thrown into disarray. Waves of destructive energy rippled outward, shattering the void wherever they passed and spreading downward. Wu Hongling, along with the disciples and elders of the academy, all looked up at the sky in terror. Enough! A cold voice echoed across the heavens. In an instant, the darkened sky returned to clarity, and all traces of destructive energy vanished. The chaos of the Tao and the sacred laws dissolved into nothingness. The vermilion bird and Lin Xuanqi reverted to their original forms, standing in the void and glaring coldly at each other. Whoosh! Without any disturbance in the void, an elderly man with white hair appeared out of thin air before everyone. Greetings to the headmaster. The disciples and elders of the War Dao Academy knelt in unison. This was none other than Chen Yuxing, the headmaster of the academy and one of the most powerful figures of the era. Chen Yuxing's face remained expressionless as he turned his gaze toward Lin Che. Though his demeanor was calm, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if standing before a divine force. His entire being froze in place. Well, came the voice of Tazu in Lin Che's mind. Masters of the sacred Tao may be among the strongest in the world, but before someone in the realm of the royal Tao, they are like mice before a cat, utterly insignificant. The royal Tao realm. Lin Che looked at Chen Yuxing, barely daring to breathe. Chen Yuxing quickly shifted his gaze away and turned to the vermilion bird and Lin Xuanqi. He spoke calmly. Lin Xuanqi, this matter ends here. Whether Lin Che stays or leaves will be his own decision. Knowing the situation was no longer in his favor, Lin Xuanqi cast a dark glance at Lin Che before turning away and tearing through the void to leave. Whoosh! The vermilion bird appeared beside Lin Che, grabbed his shoulder, and likewise tore through the void to depart. Hua Zhantian, Wu Hongling, and Lei Zhan exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that at some point, Chen Yuxing had vanished without a trace. This was Lin Che's second experience of traversing the void. A wave of weightlessness hit him, and the scenery before his eyes shifted rapidly. In the next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Thud. As Zhu Ke landed, a mouthful of blood surged out in reverse, and she dropped to one knee, her figure unsteady. Her aura was chaotic and disordered, a clear sign of severe internal injuries. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The black dragon profound energy truly is extraordinary. Master. Lin Che's expression changed instantly. He instinctively wanted to step forward to support her, but hesitated due to the difference in gender. Seeing Zook's injuries, a deep sense of guilt rose within him. After all, everything had started because of him. Zhu Ke, however, lightly shook her head, a proud smile tugging at her lips. Lin Xuanqi's black dragon profound energy may be domineering, but my Zhu Ke immortal flames are no less formidable. Moreover, compared to sheer dominance, my technique comes with the added effect of fire poison. Even if your father's martial prowess is unparalleled, he'll have to suffer for quite some time this time. Lin Xuanqi is not my father. Lin Che clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger. Zhu Ke turned to look at him, nodding slightly. Fine, he's not your father. Then, her tone shifted. However, breaking through from Martial Dao Foundation establishment to the Divine Flame realm within a month is no small feat. Even the prodigies of the Great Zhou Academy might struggle to achieve it. So, tell me, what's your plan? Lin Che remained silent for a moment before meeting Zook's gaze. May I ask why? under these circumstances, do you still insist on taking me as your disciple? Though confident in his martial talent, he was not arrogant. Offending someone like Lin Xuanqi for the sake of an unproven genius like himself was a debt that didn't seem worth it. More importantly, what secrets were hidden behind this slaughter spear technique? Zhuge studied Lin Che for a moment before speaking. You should know, the most important reason I've taken you as my disciple is because you've mastered the slaughter spear technique. This technique is extremely important to me. Someday in the future, I'll need your help with something using this technique. For now, though, your cultivation and spear mastery are far too low. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm, and when the time comes, you can choose to refuse my request. If you don't wish to become my disciple now, you may decline. Lin Che said no more. He dropped to one knee and declared, Disciple Lin Che greets master. A smile appeared on Zook's face. Tell me your plan. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. I need heaven and earth baleful energy, as much as possible. Lin Che said bluntly. Zhuge frowned slightly. You're only at Martial Dao Foundation establishment. Using baleful energy to temper your battle energy too intensely is premature. Besides, wasn't the Heaven Gang baleful energy enough to help you ascend to the divine flame realm? Why do you need so much baleful energy? Lin Che spread his palm, and the chaotic battle energy within his body erupted, transforming into dark golden streams that swirled in his hand. During his cultivation within the spiritual abode, he had discovered that conventional heaven and earth spiritual energy could no longer enhance his battle energy quickly. According to Tazu, this was because his battle energy had merged with the power of the primal chaos body, making its intensity comparable to that of an average divine flame realm expert. To rapidly improve the quality of his battle energy, refining and absorbing heaven and earth baleful energy seemed to be the only way. This aura. Zhuge stared at the chaotic battle energy Lin Che displayed. Even with her cultivation level, she was astonished by its quality. She quickly understood why Lin Che needed more baleful energy. Battle energy of such caliber couldn't be enhanced with ordinary heaven and earth energy. You've already used up the Heaven Gang baleful energy? Zhuge asked. When Lin Che nodded, she pondered briefly. I don't have any heaven and earth baleful energy on hand. Even Heaven Gang energy holds little value for me. However, in your case, additional heaven and earth baleful energy might not necessarily be the only solution. Zhu Chue's gaze was profound as he fixed his eyes on Lin Che and spoke slowly. Do you know about the outer battlefield? Lin Che's eyes narrowed in realization. You mean the ancient battlefield? Exactly. Zhuge nodded slightly. That place, once known as the ancient battlefield, is now referred to as the outer battlefield. The energy there is extremely chaotic, especially the force of chaos within it. If you can refine it and merge it into your battle energy, it will rapidly enhance its quality. Moreover, for someone like you who practices the slaughter spear technique, it is the perfect place to train. Zhu Chue's tone shifted, his expression growing solemn. However, the outer battlefield is fraught with danger, where death lurks at every turn. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't recommend stepping into that demon-infested war zone, he continued, his voice heavy with gravity. In this world where the strong reign supreme, the true rulers of this realm are not the human race. Beyond the boundless starry skies lie countless other races: demon, fiend, celestial, ghost, and many more. These races covet the human race, seeing us as the most delectable prey, and they constantly eye our lands with greed. Only through the sacrifices of countless human heroes, who gave their lives and shed their blood, have we been able to build the great dragon city to intercept the heavens, granting us the relative peace we have today. But the ambitions of the myriad races have never wavered. They are perpetually seeking opportunities to break through the dragon city's defenses, descending upon us through heavenly pathways, demonic pits, and beast lairs, aiming to invade human territory. These points of descent have become the ancient battlefield where humanity's strongest warriors confront the myriad races. It is the last line of defense for our survival. There, you will find not only human garrisons but also powerful beings from the myriad races, with large-scale conflicts involving multiple races breaking out at any moment. Even saint-level warriors can fall in these wars. After hearing this, Lin Che looked resolutely at Zhuge. Master, I have decided to go to the ancient battlefield. Especially after witnessing the overwhelming strength of Lin Xuanqi, he couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. Zhu Chue's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. However, there's no need to worry excessively. The structure of the ancient battlefield has long been established. As long as you remain within the range of the human garrisons, you shouldn't encounter extreme danger. As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a crimson orb floated toward Lin Che. This soul orb is for you. Keep it safe. If you're in grave danger, crush it, and I will arrive at your side in an instant. Lin Che accepted the soul orb and nodded solemnly. Zhuge, satisfied, said, Come, I will take you there. The void outside the Battle Dao Academy suddenly twisted, and a figure stumbled out of it. Lin Xuanqi dropped to one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his complexion turned deathly pale. The devastating power of the vermilion bird's heavenly flight technique left him racked with searing pain. Outwardly, he maintained a calm facade, but a flicker of malice flashed deep in his eyes. His plan to target Lin Che had failed miserably. Conventional methods were no longer effective. If Lin Che was to be eliminated, it would require personal intervention. However, the situation was far from favorable. Lin Che had the protection of the Battle Dao Academy and the formidable vermilion bird guarding him. Hua Zhentian would undoubtedly keep a close watch on his every move. In his efforts to convince Chen Yuxing to expel Lin Che, Lin Xuanqi had even leveraged the influence of the Marquis of Wuin's household and the illustrious Liu family of Dezhou, going so far as to invoke a rare imperial decree from the Zhou emperor. Yet, he had never anticipated the sudden appearance of the vermilion bird, who fought him publicly. That battle rendered his agreement with Chen Yuxing void after all. Being forced to expel a disciple under such circumstances would be a scandal that could irreparably damage the Academy's reputation. Lin Che, don't think this is over. Lin Xuanqi took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with icy determination. Suddenly, his face contorted in pain. The fiery poison from the vermilion bird's attack was still raging through his body. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind a large boulder and knelt on one knee. If Lin Che were present, he would have been utterly shocked. It was by AO. I hadn't planned to activate you as my hidden pawn so soon, Lin Xuanqi said as he looked at by AO. But circumstances have changed, and I must act ahead of schedule. The vermilion bird has taken Lin Che as their disciple now, clearly with the intention of preparing him for the inner sect competition in a month. During this time, the vermilion bird will undoubtedly push him to advance to the divine fire realm. You must find an opportunity to eliminate him during this period. Complete this mission, and a spot in the 4 great martial academies will be yours. Excitement surged in Baiao's eyes. You can count on me, my lord. I will give it my all. To him, this was a golden opportunity. Not only could he settle his personal grudge with Lin Che, but he could also reap significant benefits in the process. Lin Xuanqi issued a stern warning. To avoid unnecessary complications, I won't provide you with any assistance. Also, Baron Min Lin Che may currently be at the peak of the martial foundation stage, but just 2 days ago, he was still in the body refining stage. Your time is limited. Bai AO was stunned. 2 days to break through from body refining to the peak of martial foundation? Just as Lin Xuanqi was about to speak further, his ears twitched and his eyes gleamed sharply. Lin Che has entered the outer battlefield. Baiao's face darkened. I've already used my outer battlefield quota. If he stays there for a month, I won't have any opportunities left. The outer battlefield was fraught with danger, but it also offered immense opportunities. The experience points gained from hunting various races alone could be exchanged for a wealth of cultivation resources at the Battle Dao Academy. Lin Xuanqi's expression grew even grimmer. The situation had indeed become more complicated. Meanwhile, Lin Che was undergoing his 3rd experience of void traversal. This time, he had grown somewhat accustomed to the sensation. Eventually, the vermilion bird brought him to the trial hall within the Battle Dao Academy. Lord Vermilion Bird. A middle-aged man immediately stepped forward, eyeing Lin Che curiously and trying to discern his identity. The vermilion bird gave a slight nod before turning to Lin Che. Remember, if you encounter danger, crush the soul pearl. The middle-aged man was visibly shocked upon hearing this. A soul pearl, a treasure that only a saint-level cultivator could condense, required an immense expenditure of energy. Such a gift was impossible to obtain without an extraordinary relationship. Just who was this young man to Lord Vermilion Bird? Rest assured, Master, I will remember. Lin Che responded earnestly. Lin Che stared at the deep, ominous portal in front of him and stepped forward without hesitation. In an instant, his figure vanished amidst the distortion of space, leaving behind a middle-aged man who stood frozen, staring in shock at the now empty teleportation point. Zhu Ke maintained a calm expression, her gaze fixed on the spot where Lin Che had disappeared. Her voice carried an undeniable authority as she instructed, "Notify me immediately when he returns." Before the words had fully settled in the air, her figure had already disappeared. The middle-aged man remained in a state of disbelief, struggling to accept the revelation that Lin Che was actually Zook's disciple. As the news of the impending holy war gradually spread, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Suddenly, the teleportation portal erupted with a blinding white light that flickered and pulsed erratically. The middle-aged man whipped around, his face draining of color. Impossible. The portal's malfunctioning, he exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Che, who had just endured the disorienting sensation of spatial distortion, was abruptly greeted by the sound of chaotic battle cries. The heavy scent of blood filled the air, causing his pupils to contract sharply. He found himself in a shadowy valley, where a brutal and desperate scene unfolded before him. A group of plainly dressed men was protecting the elderly, women, and children as they retreated step by step. Surrounding them was a group of horrifying creatures, human bodies with beast-like heads emitting grotesque, chilling laughter as they closed in. The men were villagers, descendants of warriors from the outer battlefield. The creatures were part of the demonic tribes from the myriad races of the heavens. Strangely, this group of demons had somehow broken through the human military defenses and invaded the inner perimeter of the human stronghold. Beyond the valley, the sight was even more horrifying. Severed limbs and broken bodies littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed freely. These demons had already annihilated several villages, and the humans before Lin Che were the last surviving remnants in the region. Humans truly are the most exquisite delicacy. A voice from among the demonic tribe murmured in a tone of intoxicated delight. Such a feast is utterly irresistible. The entire scene was drenched in blood and despair, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere of hopelessness and terror. This was the first sight Lin Che encountered after stepping through the teleportation portal, a life-and-death crisis unfolding right before his eyes. Within the trial hall, a sudden upheaval was unfolding. The middle-aged man in charge of the area stared at the teleportation portal with a horrified expression. The flickering light emanating from it heralded an unprecedented crisis. As a portal guarded by a martial arts master of immense power, such anomalies could only signify one possibility. Realizing this, he swallowed hard, a deep fear flashing in his eyes. The void twisted abruptly, and the figure of Zhuke appeared silently. Her gaze, heavy with concern, fixed on the portal, a shadow of unease flickering in her eyes. Moments later, another figure arrived quietly, Qin Yusheng, the headmaster of the Martial Dao Academy and a supreme expert in the realm of kingship. The middle-aged man immediately bowed in respect. Master Zhuke, Headmaster Chun. At that moment, the portal's glow intensified violently before dimming abruptly under their watchful eyes. Cracks spread across the stone frame, signaling that the portal had been forcibly shut down and possibly irreparably damaged. Zook's pupils contracted, but before she could speak, Qin Yusheng said in a deep voice, "The divine tomb has appeared right within the borders of Wuzhou. The kings of the four great races, the demonic clan, the devil clan, the divine clan, and the golden ancient clan have joined forces to activate the demonic clan's Zhou celestial array. They've not only located the divine tomb, but also torn open a passage leading straight to it." This revelation struck like a thunderclap. The divine tomb, the legendary resting place of deities, had resurfaced. Throughout the vast history of cultivation, no one had ever truly confirmed the existence of gods, yet all cultivators firmly believed in the existence of the immortal and indestructible realm of divinity. The divine tomb was the strongest evidence of this faith. Once, a martial arts supreme master, at the end of his life, attempted to forcibly open the divine tomb. In response, the tomb unleashed a mere flicker of its power, instantly obliterating this invincible figure who once dominated the world. Such overwhelming might could only belong to the divine. Suddenly, something dawned on Zhuke, causing her expression to shift. Could it be that the passage? Qin Yusheng nodded in confirmation. The barely passable route lies within the outer battleground. Due to the influence of the Zhou celestial array, an absolute barrier has formed between the battleground and the divine tomb. Even I cannot enter for now. He continued, however, there is some good news. The power of the divine tomb has also trapped the four kings maintaining the array within it. For the time being, Wuzhou's outer battleground is safe from being overrun. But once the divine tomb disappears, a shadow crossed his eyes. Just then, Qin Yusheng's brow furrowed slightly. There's another piece of good news. The great Zhou dynasty has taken action. Renwang Gui has activated the imperial artifact, the map of rivers and mountains. Its imperial power has created a special seal in the outer battleground. Now, individual combat strength there is restricted to below the peak of the divine flame realm. Meanwhile, deep within a valley in the outer battleground, a group of men had been pushed to their limits. At the forefront stood a dark-skinned man with a gruesome claw mark slashed across his chest. Desperation filled his eyes as he looked ahead and spoke to the person next to him. "Taiju, in a moment, he'll hold off the leading serpent demon. You find an opportunity to lead Aunt Nyo and the others out through the side." Taiju's eyes instantly welled up with tears, his young face turning crimson as he struggled to hold them back. He stubbornly straightened his neck, his voice trembling. "No, Shuisheng, if we leave together. I won't abandon you." A flicker of pain crossed Shuisheng's dark face as he grabbed Taiju by the collar, lowering his voice to a hoarse growl. "We can't all die here. As long as you survive, Qingshi village will still have hope. Brother Nyo and the others are fighting blood-soaked battles on the front lines against the myriad races. We can't let them return to find not only the village gone but no family left either." His gaze was firm. "I'm the only one at the spirit flame realm here. Only I can buy you all time. Taizhu locked eyes with Shueisheng, silent tears streaming down his face. The young man's body trembled with a mix of hatred and unwillingness, but in the end, he could only nod slowly, his eyes red with sorrow. Shueisheng forced a bitter smile. Don't underestimate your Shueisheng. If these beasts want to kill me, they'll have to pay a price. Taizhu abruptly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the approaching demon clan. His eyes burned with a deep-seated hatred that had been passed down through countless ages. To Taizhu of Qingshi village, the demon clan was the source of his greatest pain. Every one of his loved ones had perished at the hands of these beasts. The demons surrounding them numbered over a dozen. Pig demons with grotesque faces, wolf demons with sharp fangs bared, bird demons with razor-sharp talons. All were mid-level martial foundation soldiers. Leading them were a snake demon and a horse demon, both possessing spirit flame realm strength comparable to Shueisheng. The village chief of Qingshi village had also been a spirit flame realm expert, but he had died at the hands of the horse demon while covering the villagers' retreat in an earlier battle. The snake demon was even more formidable, its power unfathomable, as its demonic aura coiled around it in illusory shadows, yet it had not made a single move. Shueisheng knew all too well that just the snake demon alone was enough to make him cautious, leaving him with no chance of victory. But now, he had no choice. He had to fight for the sake of the villagers of Qingshi village. The snake demon's icy eyes glinted with malice as it hissed in a chilling voice. So, you're ready to throw your life away? If you abandon these burdens, you might have a slim chance of escaping. But no, you're foolish enough to carry these useless weaklings with you, and even dare to challenge me. You're nothing but an ant trying to stop a cart. Molly, kill him. Before the horse demon could act, Shueisheng had already leaped into action. In a flash, he appeared before the snake demon, gripping his blade tightly as he slashed down with all his might, his voice roaring, "Go now!" The blade's energy surged 2 meters high, crashing down with an overwhelming force of battle intent. Taizhu, his vision blurred by tears, called out shakily to the villagers, urging them to flee with the elderly and the young as quickly as possible. With a deafening boom, Shueisheng's blade energy was shattered effortlessly by a sudden demonic horse hoof that soared into the air. The hoof, still brimming with immense power, smashed through Shueisheng's blade, pierced his shoulder, and sent him crashing to the ground in front of the fleeing Taizhu and the others. Shueisheng. Taizhu's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward to help him up. Shueisheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. With Taizhu's support, he barely managed to stand, his eyes filled with despair as he watched the horse demon approach. His full-strength attack hadn't even been able to withstand a single move. The horse demon licked its lips, white mist puffing from its nostrils as it sneered coldly. "I love eating strong humans like you the most. Compared to those weaklings with little cultivation, warriors like you have much tastier flesh and blood. Now die." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the horse demon vanished into a blur, appearing before Shueisheng in an instant. The moment their eyes met, Shueisheng felt a chilling sensation shoot down his spine, as if the shadow of death had enveloped him entirely. In that critical instant, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and a cloud of blood burst into the air before everyone's eyes. Everyone present was stunned: the elderly, the weak, and the injured of Qingshi village, the sneering snake demon, the dozen or so members of the demon clan, and even the snake demon's flicking tongue froze in midair. What shocked them all was that it wasn't the human Shueisheng who had died, but the horse demon Molly. The void distorted abruptly, and a figure materialized from the emptiness. Lin Che's form appeared. During his teleportation, he had already taken in the entire situation. Though unaware of the full details, his instincts immediately identified the true enemy. As Lin Che's gaze fell upon the snake demon, an inexplicable wave of loathing surged from the depths of his soul. Though it was their first encounter, he felt as if an unshakable vendetta of life and death existed between them, a hatred etched into the very core of his being. Shueisheng's heart leapt as he saw Lin Che arrive. A mix of shock and overwhelming joy. Reinforcements had finally come, but his elation was short-lived. He quickly noticed something amiss. Lin Che was alone, with no other backup in sight. What shocked him even more was that Lin Che's cultivation level was only at the martial arts foundation stage. Faced with this group of demons, especially the unfathomably powerful snake demon, relying solely on the martial arts foundation stage was nothing short of suicidal. Malice death was likely due to a surprise attack, a tactic that could not be repeated, especially now that the snake demon had noticed Lin Che's presence. Shueisheng's heart sank in despair. What he had thought to be the arrival of a savior now seemed to have worsened the situation even further. Molly's body fell heavily to the ground, the sudden, decisive blow instantly putting the gathered demons on high alert. The snake demon at the forefront narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Che. But soon, his expression shifted to one of disdain. Martial foundation at its peak? A flicker of surprise flashed in the snake demon's cold, reptilian eyes, but after sensing further, his composure returned. Ah, a human prodigy, he hissed, his forked tongue flickering as greed filled his gaze. This was exactly to his liking. Devouring a human genius would not only offer purer flesh and blood, but also provide a far greater essence of vitality. Shuisheng, struggling to support his injured body, staggered to Lin Che's side and whispered, "Kid, to take down the horse demon in a single strike, your talent is extraordinary. But why risk your life for us, a bunch of old and broken folks? You should focus on your cultivation, striving for the pinnacle of martial arts instead." Lin Che, still recovering from the disorientation of teleportation, opened his mouth to respond, but Shuisheng continued, "Soon, I'll detonate my Qi Si to buy you time to escape. If you someday achieve greatness in martial arts and drive these alien races out of the human realm, that would be the best outcome. Alas, I won't live to see that day." With that, Shuisheng stepped past Lin Che, gripping his broken blade tightly. He glared fiercely at the snake demon and growled, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Watching Shuisheng's determined back, Lin Che felt a strange surge of emotion. Although born into an extraordinary background, he had always lived cautiously, even facing betrayal from his own father. Yet this man, whom had just met, was willing to sacrifice his life for him. Lin Che understood it was because they were both human. Shuisheng was protecting the future of humanity itself. In his eyes, Lin Che's potential far outweighed his own life. This was the unique spirit of humanity's legacy. Lin Che turned to face the snake demon, his gaze growing colder. The disgust and hatred he felt were no coincidence. The war between humanity and the myriad alien races had raged on for countless epochs, claiming the lives of innumerable heroes. This hatred had long since been etched into the bloodline, engraved in the soul, a primal inheritance. The snake demon ignored Shuisheng, his eyes locked on Lin Che. With a sneer, he taunted, "It seems your sneak attack has made you overly confident. That illusion will cost you dearly." Hearing this, Shuisheng prepared to detonate his Qi Si, but Lin Che placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Brother Shuisheng, these lowly beasts aren't worth your sacrifice." Shuisheng was about to berate Lin Che to flee, but the immense power transmitted through Lin Che's hand left him stunned. He swallowed his words in shock. This strength far exceeded the martial foundation realm. Lin Che stepped forward, his figure blurring into an afterimage as he closed the distance to the snake demon in an instant. Without any unnecessary movements, he struck with a single palm, unleashing a surge of battle energy that rippled through the air. Sensing Lin Che's aura, the snake demon scoffed with even more disdain, spreading his arms wide. "Human boy, I'll stand right here. If you can break through." Before he could finish, Lin Che's attack shifted. His fingers formed into a sword-like stance, and a crimson glow erupted from his killing spear technique. The snake demon's pupils contracted as he hurriedly summoned his demon energy, forming a black-green protective barrier in front of him. Yet Lin Che's spear-like strike pierced through the defense in an instant, the lethal energy tearing straight through the snake demon's throat. With a thunderous crash, the snake demon spewed a torrent of blood and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. From the moment Lin Che made his move to the fall of the snake demon, it seemed like an eternity, yet it all happened in the span of a single breath. Blood spread across the ground as the snake demon's body convulsed, leaving Shuisheng, Taizhu, and the villagers of Qingshi village utterly stunned. The scene was overwhelming. A martial artist at the peak of the martial Dao realm had managed to instantly kill a high-level demon soldier equivalent to a human at the divine flame realm. The surrounding demons froze, their faces stiff with disbelief. They had never witnessed anything so bizarre. A thunderous roar pierced the air as the snake demon suddenly sprang up. Its body twisted and transformed, revealing its true form, a massive serpent over 3 zhang long. Beneath the gleaming scales, blood poured from its neck, and its dark green eyes burned with seething hatred. "Human, you have succeeded in enraging me." The giant serpent roared, its immense body rising into the air. Its tail, like a massive pillar, swept downward with terrifying force, carrying a dizzying surge of demonic energy as it struck toward Lin Che. Lin Che, however, remained calm, his expression unchanging. As if oblivious to the deadly attack, he continued walking toward the snake demon with measured steps. "Brother Shuisheng, what is he doing?" Taizhu shouted anxiously, watching Lin Che stride directly toward the serpent. Although Shuisheng was injured, his keen eyes, honed as a divine flame realm expert, caught something unusual. "No, look behind him." Before the words fully left his mouth, Taizhu's eyes widened in shock. Behind Lin Che, 6 radiant orbs of light suddenly appeared, then instantly merged into his body. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy erupted from Lin Che, dispersing the snake demon's demonic aura in an instant. At the same moment, Lin Che unleashed a powerful kick, sending out a dazzling beam of light like a shooting star. The power of the 7-star step. It turned out that Lin Che had already been preparing the 7-star step when the snake demon landed. If not for the move's lengthy build-up, it would undoubtedly be his most formidable attack at this stage. The devastating force of the 7-star step pierced through the snake demon's tail and shot straight into its head, causing its skull to explode midair. The massive serpent's body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, its head and tail reduced to mangled flesh. A nauseating stench of blood filled the air. Lin Che's eyes glinted as he raised his hand. A wave of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the serpent's corpse. In moments, the body was consumed and refined, condensing into a single mark of slaughter. Lin Che moved with lightning speed. From subduing the serpent demon to killing it, the entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving everyone stunned. It was only when he began refining the serpent demon's corpse that Shuisheng, Taizhu, and the villagers of Qingshi village snapped out of their daze, staring in shock at the scene before them. The serpent spirit is dead. Run for your lives. The other demons were terrified and scattered in all directions. Lin Che's cold gaze swept over the fleeing demons, his eyes flashing with icy determination. He gave chase without hesitation, and with every step forward, his expression grew colder. Along the way, he saw the remains of countless humans, elderly, children, even infants less than a year old. What was even more horrifying was that many of the bodies bore bite marks, mutilated and incomplete. The gruesome sight of demons slaughtering humans and treating them as mere food etched itself deeply into Lin Che's heart. None of you will escape. Lin Che locked onto a pig demon, his battle aura surging. In an instant, he closed the distance and delivered a devastating punch, obliterating the pig demon midair. The aura of slaughter descended immediately, engulfing the demon and transforming it into a mark of carnage. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few moments, all the demons that had fled the valley were annihilated. Each one turned into a mark of slaughter. We're saved. Shuisheng, we're alive. Taizhu and the others finally came to their senses. Overwhelmed with emotion, they looked at Lin Che, who had just decimated the demons, tears streaming down their faces. They had resigned themselves to certain death, never imagining that Lin Che would descend like a divine warrior, defeating 2 high-ranking demon soldiers with the strength of a Martial Dao Foundation establishment cultivator. Shuisheng's eyes shone with admiration. This is what a true genius looks like. The fleeing demons, even the weakest among them, were comparable to human Martial Dao Foundation establishment practitioners, with some rivaling the peak of Foundation establishment. Yet, in front of Lin Che, they were dispatched with a single punch each. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, Shuisheng would have thought Lin Che was a master of the divine flame realm. Such combat prowess, in Shuisheng's mind, was something only the true disciples of great sects or the most exceptional talents could possess. Lin Che's gaze shifted, locking onto the last Demona Fox demon. He extended his hand, condensing the aura of slaughter into a crimson spear, which shot forth with lethal precision. No! The fox demon howled in despair. Just as the attack was about to strike, a flash of green light erupted, intercepting Lin Che's assault. Beside the fox demon, a tall figure with flowing green hair slowly materialized. A demon expert! Lin Che's eyes gleamed sharply. Though the figure bore a humanoid appearance, the 2 horns on its head clearly marked it as non-human. Your Highness, the Sacred Sun! The fox demon cried out in joy. The newcomer was none other than Yuan Ao, the sacred son of the black dragon lineage of the demon race. The joy on Shuisheng and Taizhu's faces instantly froze, replaced by deep fear. A sacred son of the demon race was comparable to the true disciples of humanity's most powerful sections. Not only were they immensely talented, but their strength also made them stand out among their peers. Yuan Ao, hailing from the black dragon lineage, was one of the top 10 prodigies among countless demons, his talent truly terrifying. Shuisheng's heart sank. They had just rid themselves of the serpent demon, only to face an even more formidable foe, the sacred son of the demon race. Although Lin Che had demonstrated extraordinary combat ability, his cultivation was still at the level of Martial Dao Foundation establishment. Facing a sacred son would undoubtedly push him beyond his limits. Damn it! How could a sacred son of the demon race appear here? Shuisheng cursed under his breath. The demon's presence deep within the human defensive lines was already alarming. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. The recent emergence of the divine tomb in Wuzhou was still a secret to those on the battlefield beyond the domain. With the suppression of the Zhou Tian star formation, the tomb's aura had been greatly concealed, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to detect its existence. Yuan Ao fixed a cold, disdainful gaze on Lin Che, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smirk. A martial artist at the foundation stage, slaughtering opponents of the same level as if they were nothing more than livestock. Interesting. His voice carried an air of condescension. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I might consider sparing your life. Before the last word had fully left his lips, Yuan Ao struck. With his palm turned upward, an ominous black demonic energy surged forth, condensing into the shape of a massive dragon claw. The energy was dense and oppressive, exuding a suffocating pressure that made one's heart race. It was the signature technique of the black dragon lineage. Boom! The black dragon claw descended like a collapsing mountain, shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy as it bore down upon Lin Che. Though Yuan Ao was also at the divine flame realm, the sheer power of this attack far outstripped that of the serpent demon from earlier. Not far away, villagers from Qingshi village, including Shuisheng and Taizhu, witnessed the earth-shattering strike. Even the residual waves of energy were enough to fill their vision with the dense, inky blackness of demonic energy. For a fleeting moment, a colossal black dragon shadow appeared before their eyes, blotting out the sky as it opened its gaping maw to devour them. Ugh! All except Shuisheng coughed up blood and staggered backward, their faces pale with horror. They realized that what they were experiencing was merely the residual shockwave of Yuan Ao's martial will, yet it was already too much for them to bear. As for Lin Che, the direct target of the attack, the pressure he faced was unimaginable. In Lin Che's mind, a radiant burst of divine willpower illuminated his consciousness. Thanks to his immunity to will-based assaults, his vision cleared, leaving only the enormous black dragon claw swirling with demonic energy. Sensing the terrifying might of the strike, Lin Che dared not delay. He immediately invoked the chaotic energy within his body, combining it with his blood vitality to unleash a ferocious beast king fist. Boom! A dark gold tiger's head materialized from Lin Che's fist, surging forward to clash head-on with the black dragon claw. The two forces collided violently in midair, both disintegrating upon impact and unleashing a tempest of wild, chaotic energy. Yuan Ao's eyes gleamed sharply, and he let out a low murmur of surprise. What domineering battle energy, what kind of power is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Shuisheng let out a long breath as he watched the scene before him. Lin Che had successfully blocked Yuan Ao's attack, and he seemed to do so with ease. The terrifying black demonic energy emanating from Yuan Ao was far beyond ordinary battle energy. Even a martial artist who had fully mastered the martial Dao foundation would undoubtedly lose in a direct confrontation. Yet Lin Che managed to hold his ground and fight Yuan Ao to a standstill. No, it seemed Lin Che's battle energy was of even higher quality. After all, Lin Che's cultivation level was a full realm lower than Yuan Ao's. This realization sent Shuisheng into deep thought. Though everyone in this world could cultivate martial arts, each person's path in the martial Dao was vastly different. Setting aside cultivation resources, some were born with mediocre talent, while others possessed extraordinary physiques that granted them potential and combat power far beyond the norm. Clearly, Lin Che belonged to the latter category. Shuisheng had read about many extraordinary physiques in ancient texts: the archaic overlord body, the divine archaic body, the yin-yang supreme bone, the immortal demonic body, and so on. But the battle energy Lin Che displayed surpassed anything in Shuisheng's understanding. Even Yuan Ao, the holy son of the Black Dragon clan, who was well-versed in the extraordinary, found himself pondering the nature of Lin Che's physique. For all his knowledge, he couldn't immediately determine the source of this battle energy. Lin Che, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He simply said in a calm voice, "It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. As long as it can kill you, it's enough." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Che's figure blurred as he launched an attack. The enmity between the human race and the myriad races of the heavens was unending, leaving no room for words. With the power of chaotic battle energy coursing through him, his movements became a blur, and he closed the distance to Yuan Ao in an instant. Though Lin Che's knowledge of the demon race was limited to what he had read in books, their earlier exchange made him acutely aware of Yuan Ao's strength. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever faced among his peers. Thus, Lin Che wasted no time and went all out from the start, unleashing the full might of his primal chaos body. His blood energy surged like boiling magma, continuously channeling into his fists. Yuan Ao hadn't expected Lin Che to take the initiative to attack, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he quickly sneered and said, "You dare challenge the Black Dragon clan in close combat? Human boy, you are bold." Among the myriad races of the heavens, the Black Dragon clan prided themselves on their unrivaled dragon bodies, with their dragon claws capable of shattering anything in their path, a reputation well-earned. Yuan Ao arrogantly kept one hand behind his back, while casually swatting his other hand forward, as though brushing away a fly. Boom! The moment fist met palm, a surge of dark golden blood energy erupted from Lin Che's fist, resembling a dark golden sun rising into the sky. Its brilliance engulfed both combatants in an instant. The scorching blood energy burned the air itself, sending up waves of white steam. Boom! A figure was sent flying backward, carving a jagged trench into the ground before finally coming to a stop at a great distance. Shueisheng, Taizhu, the villagers of Qingshi village, and even the fox demon who had narrowly survived all stared in stunned silence at the figure retreating. Holy Sun! The fox demon's heart was gripped with terror. A mere human at the Martial Dao Foundation stage had managed to push back the Holy Sun of the Black Dragon clan. What an incredible physique! Shueisheng and the others were equally astounded. To ignite the air with nothing but blood energy, such a powerful physique was unparalleled. Even among experts at the Divine Flame realm, unless they specialized in body refinement, they wouldn't come close to matching this level of strength. The intensity of this surge of vital energy was truly astonishing, far surpassing the limits of ordinary martial artists. This was not merely a difference in physical strength, but a fundamental distinction in life forms and potential. As the strong wind swept through, the lingering white mist gradually dispersed, and Lin Che's figure became clear. At this moment, he was enveloped in a dark golden radiance, even his gray hair shimmering with a fragmented golden sheen. He seemed as if forged from pure gold, exuding an oppressive aura that took one's breath away. Yuan Ao stared intently at Lin Che, his gaze dark and menacing. His hand was twisted and blood dripped continuously, yet it was rapidly healing under the shroud of black demonic energy. It was evident that he had suffered a significant setback in the earlier clash. For Yuan Ao, such injuries were trivial. However, what the proud heir of the Black Dragon lineage found intolerable was this. As a demon of far superior cultivation and renowned for his physical prowess, he had actually been injured in a direct confrontation with a mere human martial artist. Though this was partly due to his own underestimation of the opponent, the fact that it happened to someone as proud as Yuan Ao was hard to swallow. Lin Che observed the scene without a trace of joy. Instead, his expression grew heavier. He knew full well that his sudden outburst of the ancient chaos physique, if faced heated by an average expert of the divine flame realm, would have left them either dead or gravely injured. Yet this demon saint, Yuan Ao, had only suffered superficial wounds. The thought was chilling. Boy, you're worthy of knowing my name. I am Yuan Ao. Yuan Ao took a deep breath. But now, they'll show you the consequences of making me take you seriously. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around Yuan Ao began to boil and distort. A terrifying demonic energy coalesced behind him, forming the phantom of a black dragon. The oppressive force exploded outwards with overwhelming intensity. Lin Che took a deep breath, his vital energy surging within him, transforming into a dark golden glow that enveloped his entire body. Shueisheng, Taizhu, the fox demon, and the others dared not make a sound, retreating step by step under the suffocating pressure emanating from the two. At that moment, two golden beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping both Lin Che and Yuan Ao. They simultaneously unleashed their power in an attempt to break free, but it was in vain. The trial of the divine tomb begins. A majestic voice resounded across the entire battlefield beyond the domain. Lin Che's eyes flashed with sharp light. The trial of the divine tomb? Has the divine tomb emerged? In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of Shueisheng and the others, Lin Che and Yuan Ao vanished from their original positions. At the same time, golden beams of light descended across various parts of the battlefield, enveloping figures one by one before they disappeared without a trace. Moments ago, above Wuzhou, four colossal figures stood in the depths of the void, each shrouded in chaotic streams of energy, radiating an intimidating brilliance like hazy suns. They were the kings of the Demon Clan, the Monster Clan, the Divine Clan, and the Ancient Golden Clan, each possessing the terrifying power to upend heaven and earth with a mere flick of their fingers. Not far from them, the space twisted and distorted, with streaks of golden light piercing through the void. Faintly visible was a golden tomb, standing silent like a corner of the legendary Divine Tomb. At this moment, the four kings were combining their powers to activate the Zhou star array, forcibly anchoring a part of the Divine Tomb in place. This Divine Tomb was extraordinarily mysterious. Though it appeared to be right before their eyes, it exuded an illusory, intangible aura, as if it did not truly exist in this time and space. The power of the Divine Tomb is too enigmatic, the Demon Clan King's thunderous voice echoed. Even with the Monster Clan's great array capturing its aura, we are trapped by its power, unable to move. The other kings stared at the Divine Tomb through the chaotic energy, their eyes blazing with fervent desire. For these beings who had nearly reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the opportunities within the tomb were not only a chance to glimpse the realm of emperors, but also a potential path to the legendary domain of gods. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled as the shadow of an entire world descended like a celestial canopy. The map of rivers and mountains. The four kings exclaimed in unison, their golden lamp-like eyes piercing through the void to see the newcomer. A towering, broad-shouldered figure approached with steady strides. His face was striking, and divine light radiated from his entire being. With each step he took, the void crumbled soundlessly, forming an invisible path beneath him. Suspended above his head was a sphere of white light, within which vivid images of mountains, rivers, dragons, and phoenixes danced with vitality. This was the human clan's imperial artifact, the map of rivers and mountains. The man himself was none other than Gu Wei, the king of the Great Zhou. Leave now, and I will pretend this never happened, Gu Wei said calmly. The four kings sneered at his words. The king of the ancient Golden Clan scoffed dismissively. A mere imperial artifact without an emperor to wield itho, can it stand against our Zhou Tian star array? Besides, the Demon Clan king added, do you dare unleash an imperial artifact in Wuzhou? The entire region would be doomed. Gu Wei's expression remained cold, but his voice erupted like thunder from the heavens. If Wuzhou falls, I will take the map of rivers and mountains and storm your ancestral realms. At the very least, they'll drag one of your clans down with me. Now leave the human realm or die. Boom. A terrifying wave of imperial power surged forth, and every martial artist in Wuzhou above the Hunyuan realm felt the overwhelming might of this divine force. Gu Wei, you madman. This lunatic. Retreat. The destructive aura engulfed all of Wuzhou in an instant. Only those in the King Dao realm, such as Chen Yusheng, could barely remain standing. Everyone else collapsed to the ground. In the trial hall of the Battle Dao Academy, Chen Yusheng and Vermilion Bird simultaneously looked up, divine light flickering in their eyes. Gu Wei has made his move. Even a saintly figure like Zhu Ke couldn't help but fall to one knee at this moment, her expression filled with terror. Boom. In an instant, Wuzhou was plunged into utter darkness. Lightning flickered across the pitch-black sky, thunder roared incessantly, and the heavens seemed to wail in sorrow. A chilling, oppressive aura spread out, seeping into the hearts of everyone present. Hiss. This aura. Zhu Ke gasped sharply. It's an Imperial Dao artifact. Someone has activated an Imperial Dao artifact in Wuzhou. The faces of the four alien kings changed dramatically. What they had initially dismissed as a mere bluff from Gu Wei turned out to be terrifyingly real, had actually unleashed the power of an Imperial Dao artifact. An Imperial Dao artifact is the lifeblood weapon of an Imperial Dao figure. Each one is forged through the lifetime efforts of a martial arts peak master, requiring countless divine metals and celestial minerals to create. In the hands of an Imperial Dao figure, it can unleash a devastating power capable of obliterating heaven and earth, reducing all to nothingness. Although the human king Gu Wei could not fully awaken the power of the Mountain and River Society map, even reviving just 1 or 2 layers of its strength would be enough to bring catastrophic destruction to Wuzhou. Boom. The aura of the Imperial Dao fully enveloped Wuzhou, beginning to spread to other regions. Even Chen Yusheng, a mighty figure in the Dao of Kings, was wiping cold sweat from his forehead, his thoughts heavy. Gu Wei, does he truly intend to destroy Wuzhou? At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The corner of the divine tomb that had been sealed seemed to be provoked by the power of the Mountain and River Society map. It suddenly erupted with dazzling light, sending out rippling waves like water, spreading outward. Buzz. In an instant, the darkness engulfing Wuzhou dissipated, and light returned. All the oppressive auras and fluctuations vanished without a trace. Before the stunned gaze of Chen Yusheng, the void above Wuzhou began to distort, and a faint, illusory screen of light gradually appeared. Divine Tomb Trial. For large characters hovered above Wuzhou. Lin Che. Zhu Ke exclaimed in shock as she recognized the figure within the light screen. Chen Yusheng's eyes narrowed. Lin Che has entered the divine tomb. The pupils of the 4 foreign kings reflected an unbelievable sight. Gu Wei had truly awakened the Shanha Sheiji Tuesday. As this imperial artifact was revived, a terrifying power of imperial might swept across the heavens and earth, forcing all beings to bow in submission. Although a Wang Dao-level individual couldn't fully unleash the artifact's power, even activating just a fraction of its strength was enough to erase Wu Prefecture from the human domain. This madman. Retreat. With a roar of unwillingness, the 4 foreign kings were forced to dismantle their Zhoutian star array and escape the human realm through the battlefield's teleportation channel. They had no choice. Maintaining the array any longer would mean their destruction under the artifact's overwhelming power. Gu Wei walked through the void, with the Shanha Sheiji II, now a glowing orb of light, hovering above his head. Its radiant brilliance cascaded over him like flowing water, shielding him from the surrounding chaotic energy. Watching the retreating kings, a trace of regret flickered in his eyes. If he could have eliminated them here, it would not only inspire the soldiers on the Dragon City front lines, but also intimidate all races across the heavens. But the truth was that Gu Wei wasn't the one controlling the Shanha Sheiji Tuesday. It was a true emperor, the human emperor, who was wielding the artifact's power from countless miles away. With a deafening roar, the divine tomb, no longer restrained by the Zhoutian star array, trembled violently. A part of its manifestation in the mortal realm vanished into the chaos. At the same time, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the skies over Wu Prefecture. A breathtaking image was projected onto the firmament. It was a dim and eerie space, where a massive square tomb stood amidst a blood-red mist, exuding an aura of desolation, antiquity, and majesty. At the forefront of this space, figures descended within golden beams of light, young prodigies from various races, including humans, demons, gods, and the ancient golden clans. This scene wasn't confined to Wu Prefecture but also appeared in the skies over other regions of the Great Zhou dynasty, such as Zhui Prefecture, Qing Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, and Zhong Prefecture. People quickly recognized it was the legendary Divine Tomb. The revelation sent shockwaves through various factions. In the Qing Prefecture's Wuin Marquis estate, Lu Yunyan stared in disbelief as Lin Che entered the Divine Tomb trial. At the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Yi's face twisted in fury, unable to accept that this waste had also entered the tomb. Within Bingyun Valley, Hui Yinshu exclaimed in shock, "Ache?" Outside the War Dao Academy, Lin Xuanqi stood atop a mountain peak, his expression dark as storm clouds. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated across the skies of Wu Prefecture, announcing the rules of the Divine Tomb trial. Participants would be divided into factions based on their races. The victorious faction would earn the chance to choose a legacy within the tomb, while the defeated would face complete annihilation. Inside the Divine Tomb, everyone, including Lin Che, was shaken by the trial's brutal terms. The trial had officially begun. As the ancient and solemn voice echoed within the Divine Tomb, the trial's rules gradually emerged. The crowd's reaction was akin to being doused in icy water, a chill running down their spines. This wasn't a trial, it was a death game. Failure meant death, with no room for negotiation. Yet, upon realizing this was the legendary Divine Tomb, possibly tied to the gods themselves, the crowd found such ruthlessness almost justified. Still, for the participants, human or otherwise, the price was unbearably steep. In the Marquis Wuan's residence, a sharp glint of malice flashed in Lu Yunyan's eyes upon hearing the rules. Good, good, good. Let's see how that wretch survives under these rules. She had recognized the figures of the Demon Clan, Celestial Clan, and Golden Ancient Clan in the light screen. These clans were among the most powerful in the myriad races of the heavens. Being chosen by the Divine Tomb meant they were undoubtedly extraordinary talents. Although Lin Che had shown astonishing talent during the Heavenly Road assessment, Lu Yunyan believed he could never compare to these formidable beings from other races. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. If Lin Che perished in the trial, everything could return to its rightful course. At the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Yi burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Lin Che, let's see how you survive this time. You're doomed." In the Ice Cloud Valley, Hui Yinshu clenched her fists tightly, her heart suspended in midair, her eyes filled with worry. Chay. At the War Dao Institute, Zhu Ke and Chen Yuxing gazed at the Divine Tomb phenomenon over Wu Prefecture with grave expressions. Zhu Ke was especially furious, her aura erupting and tearing through the trial hall. Damn it, how could this happen? Although Lin Che was remarkably gifted, his cultivation was only at the peak of martial foundation. Against these prodigies from other races, what were his chances? Chen Yuxing attempted to console her. Don't worry too much. Gu Huayuan and Chao Yan are also training in the outer battlefield. They're likely part of this trial too. Our clan might still have a chance. Though the blood mist in the light screen obscured many figures, Zhu Chua's eyes brightened at his words. These two were the top and third-ranked disciples among the inner sect of the War Dao Institute. Even against the holy sons of other races, they could put up a fight. Lin Che, you must survive. Zhu Ke could only silently pray in her heart. The soul orb she had given Lin Che had already lost its connection. The power of the Divine Tomb was beyond her ability to resist. Suddenly, the sky above Wu Prefecture trembled once more, and the ancient voice resounded again. First trial, break through the corpse demon's blockade and ascend the teleportation platform. The first 50 to succeed will pass. The rest will be annihilated. This announcement caused the expressions of those outside the Divine Tomb to change drastically. With around 500 participants and only 50 survivors, the death rate was terrifying. Meanwhile, Lu Yunyan, Lin Yi, and others burst into laughter. On the mountain peak, Lin Xuanqi stood with a flicker in his gaze, his expression as dark as water. At the War Dao Institute, Hu Zhantian took a deep breath, his heart pounding like thunder. Lin Che, can you make it through? Boom. At that moment, the ground beneath Lin Che suddenly quaked. A golden beam of light struck down like heavenly thunder, forming a square stone platform on the ground. This was clearly the so-called teleportation platform. The ground around the teleportation platform suddenly began to crack, and a decayed corpse burst out from beneath with startling force. Its tattered clothes were almost entirely eroded, and eerie black flames burned within its hollow eye sockets. Its twisted face resembled a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. This scene was not an isolated event. Similar occurrences were unfolding simultaneously throughout the divine tomb. The first trial had begun. The corpse let out a deafening roar, dropping to all fours like a mindless beast. With a grotesquely distorted posture, it lunged at Lin Che in a flash. As it moved, the surrounding blood-red mist ignited, transforming into an eerie green flame that spread rapidly. The corpse carried a unique energy capable of igniting the blood mist. So this is the legendary corpse demon? Lin Che stared at the charging corpse, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Recalling the first trial's rule, only the top 50 will advance, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Although he didn't know the exact number of participants, such a stringent elimination ratio undoubtedly added immense pressure. I must pass the divine tomb trial. I cannot die here. Lin Che took a deep breath. Confronting the oncoming corpse, he immediately activated his primal chaos body. In an instant, his entire figure was enveloped in a dark golden glow. The corpse abruptly accelerated, becoming a blurred shadow as it leaped into the air, claws aimed ferociously at Lin Che. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed as two foul-smelling, decayed green claw marks streaked toward his face. The strength of someone who has perfected their martial foundation. Lin Che instantly assessed his opponent's power level and, without hesitation, threw a punch. Dark golden chaotic energy erupted like a torrential downpour, shredding the green claw marks and striking the charging corpse with full force. With a thunderous explosion, the corpse's body shattered into pieces. A flash of bloodlust flickered in Lin Che's eyes as he immediately unleashed his killing spear form, enveloping the corpse's remains in an attempt to condense a killing mark. However, just as the mark was about to take shape, his heart suddenly trembled violently. Inside the divine tomb, the first trial was underway. In one corner of the tomb, Yuan Ao faced a corpse demon charging at him like a wild beast. Without a change in expression, he struck out with his palm. A surge of black, demonic energy transformed into a dragon-shaped shockwave, tearing the corpse demon into fragments. However, just as he was about to move forward, an unexpected change occurred. Bloodred light flashed across the fragments, and the corpse demon reassembled itself perfectly, now exuding an even stronger aura than before. This thing, is it unkillable? And it gets stronger each time? Yuan Ao's pupils narrowed slightly, his expression growing more serious as he noticed more corpse demons emerging from the teleportation platform. Elsewhere in the divine tomb, other participants faced similar predicaments. Initially, they had assumed this first trial was merely a simple selection process, requiring them to be among the first 50 to advance. But soon, everyone realized the strange nature of these corpse demons. They were easy to shatter but would instantly regenerate, each time becoming more formidable than before. Outside the tomb, spectators watched the unfolding events with wide eyes. Even some of the more powerful warriors couldn't help but feel a chill as they noticed the corpse demons growing stronger with each resurrection. In the War Dao Academy, Wu Zhentian and Wu Hongling had reunited with Zhu Ke and Chen Yusheng. Observing the bizarre abilities of the corpse demons, their expressions turned grim. These corpse demons likely contain some incredibly unique power, Wu Zhentian said, taking a deep breath. Forget about only 50 advancing. It's uncertain if 50 people will even make it through the first trial. And considering the trial divides participants by race, how many of those 50 spots will even go to the human race? Zhu Ke, particularly worried about Lin Che, stared at the blood mist obscuring the scene and couldn't contain her frustration. Damn it, what's with this blood mist? Where's Lin Che? Suddenly, Hu Zhentian's expression shifted. Wait, Lin Che. The other three turned to the light screen, their faces quickly reflecting a mix of surprise and confusion. Lin Che's approach to the trial seemed entirely different from everyone else's. Meanwhile, in the Wuin Marquis manor in Qingzhou, Lu Yunyan burst into ecstatic laughter upon witnessing the corpse demon's peculiar abilities. That brat is dead for sure. She frantically searched for Lin Che's figure, but when the scene came into view, she froze as if struck by lightning. A hysterical scream echoed throughout the manor. At the same time, in the Great Zhou Academy, outside the Ice Cloud Valley, Lin Yi stood outside the Ice Cloud Valley, staring at the eerie and formidable corpse demons. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. Wu Yinshu, just watch as Lin Che is torn to shreds by these corpse demons. After countless failures, his feelings for Hu Yinshu had twisted. If he couldn't have her, he'd destroy everything. At that moment, Wu Yinshu stepped out of her room, her demeanor as cool and frosty as ever. Lin Yi, I heard you were born with demonic eyes, but seeing you now, you're hardly as impressive as the rumors claimed. Lin Yi's head snapped up, his face instantly darkening. Impossible. Within the trial grounds of the divine tomb, a breathtaking scene unfolded. 19 corpse demons burst out of the ground around the teleportation platform, surging toward Lin Che like an unstoppable tide. These corpse demons were particularly fearsome because they couldn't be truly killed. Instead, they grew stronger the longer they fought. To most, This was a certain death scenario. Yet Lin Che's response was nothing short of astonishing. His movements were as swift and elusive as a phantom, and with every punch, a corpse demon exploded into fragments. The most shocking part? After being struck, the surface of the corpse demons briefly flashed with a blood-red light, and then they didn't revive at all. What the hell? What's going on? The onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. Why are his corpse demons different from everyone else's? The ones the divine clan prodigies destroy regenerate instantly, but the ones he takes down stay dead. Is he hacking or something? Audiences across the Great Zhou were left in awe by this completely unexpected turn of events, especially within the War Dao Academy, where Yin Shire, Zhao Gu, and others who had once faced the intersect trials alongside Lin Che were overwhelmed with emotion. Is this guy going to shock everyone again, just like during the intersect trials? Impossible. He's only at the martial foundation stage. How could he possibly defy the heavens like this? In the trial hall, a sudden gleam appeared in Zhu Kei's eyes. I see it now. Hui Yinshu gazed at the image projected in the sky, watching the young man wreaking havoc among the corpse demons. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Lin Che's astonishing feat of obliterating the corpse demons instantly set him apart among the many powerful prodigies of various races. The prodigies of the God Clan, Demon Clan, and the ancient Golden Clan all turned their attention to this previously unknown young man. The atmosphere in the trial grounds grew tense. Esteemed talents like Gu Huayuan and Chao Yin from the War Dao Academy, Yuan AO, the holy son of the Black Dragon lineage, Lei Ba, the divine son of the God Clan, and Li Yuan, the demon son of the Demon Clan, had been able to completely kill the corpse demons. Yet, Lin Che, an unremarkable figure until now, accomplished this extraordinary feat. The crowd was sharply divided. Hua Zhentian, Zhu Kei, and other supporters of Lin Che were ecstatic. With the first 50 slots in the trial as good as secured, Lin Che's position was guaranteed. Meanwhile, Lin Che's adversaries, such as Lu Yunyan, Lin Yi, and Lin Xuanqi, looked grim, their expressions dark enough to drip water. In the trial hall, the gazes of Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, and Chen Yuxing all shifted simultaneously toward Zhu Kei. It's because of the slaughter spear technique, Chen Yuxing remarked with a glint in his eyes, pinpointing the key. Zhu Kei nodded slightly. Indeed, the red glow on those corpse demons was the momentum of the slaughter spear. Lin Che refined it into slaughter marks, which prevented them from resurrecting. Her tone shifted as her brows furrowed slightly. But as far as I know, while the slaughter spear technique can condense marks using living beings or soul bodies, the resurrection power of these corpse demons is extraordinarily strange. To crush and refine such power must involve some other mystery. I think it's closely related to Lin Che's current state, Hua Zhentian mused. But the question is, what kind of constitution has he awakened? The four powerful figures once again focused their attention on Lin Che in the light screen. They all understood that the former possessor of the ancient overlord Physique must have awakened some new, formidable constitution to contend with the peculiar forces of the divine tomb. On the peak of a desolate mountain, Lin Xuanqi stood silently, his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Che, who was wreaking havoc within the divine tomb. Boom! Another corpse demon exploded under Lin Che's iron fists. Blood light flashed, transforming into the 100th slaughter mark. Lin Che opened his palm, revealing a crescent-shaped mark glowing in his palm. In a short period of time, he had refined a full 100 corpse demons. But that wasn't all. His cultivation had already surged to the peak of the Martial Dao Foundation establishment stage. With a slight movement of his fingers, chaotic battle energy erupted from his palm, tearing through the air. This incredible power originated from the first corpse demon he had refined. At that moment, Lin Che had been astonished to discover a vast and mysterious force within the demon, which stirred his chaotic battle energy into a frenzy, triggering an intense desire to devour it. Almost instinctively, he refined that force, and to his amazement, his cultivation began to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. This revelation thrilled Lin Che. To him, the terrifying corpse demons had now transformed into walking sources of cultivation. As Lin Che relentlessly slaughtered the corpse puppets, his martial will and martial momentum naturally broke through to a new level. Within his body, 100 marks of slaughter coalesced, exponentially amplifying the power of his slaughter spear technique, making him several times stronger than before entering the divine tomb. If I keep killing, I might directly break through to the peak of the martial foundation stage. Lin Che licked his lips, his eyes burning with fervor. When a new corpse demon emerged from the ground, Lin Che let out a long howl. Using his fingers as a spear, he unleashed the slaughter spear technique with reckless abandon. He resembled the incarnation of death itself, leaving behind nothing but destruction in his wake. The corpse puppets disintegrated into marks of slaughter, which were all absorbed by him. Through this massacre, his understanding of the slaughter spear technique deepened further. The slaughter spear technique contained 3 killing moves: Meteor, Soul Devour, and Slaughter. Although Lin Che had already mastered the basic techniques, he had yet to comprehend the profound mysteries behind these moves. Yet, amidst the carnage, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Meteor. Lin Che's eyes gleamed with brilliance as that spark of inspiration flickered repeatedly, though it remained obscured by a faint, elusive barrier. Undeterred, he plunged even further into the slaughter, convinced that pushing forward would unravel the secrets of Meteor. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Kill. Meanwhile, Yuan AO was in a completely different situation. He shattered a corpse demon with a single punch, only to watch it regenerate instantly, even stronger than before. In sheer desperation, Yuan AO revealed his true form as a black dragon. His massive tail swept through and crushed dozens of corpse demons, yet they quickly reformed as if untouched. No. Yuan AO howled in despair. These corpse demons are impossible to deal with. Elsewhere in the Divine Tomb, other challengers were similarly locked in grueling battles. The indestructible and inescapable corpse demons pushed them to the brink of despair. Outside the tomb, the spectators watching the trial couldn't help but twitch at the sight, fully empathizing with the frustration and helplessness of Yuan AO and the others. In stark contrast, Lin Che's performance stood out. In the trial hall, the 4 members of the Vermilion Bird group watched his unrestrained and exhilarating combat style with peculiar expressions on their faces. This guy didn't seem to be enduring a trial, looked like he was savoring a grand feast. Inside the Divine Tomb, boom, Lin Che's punch roared like a dragon, his chaotic battle aura transforming into a dark golden streak in the air. The strike landed precisely on the last corpse demon emerging from the ground, instantly shattering it to pieces. As the demon's remains dissipated into the air, they were refined into a single mark of slaughter. Lin Che's white hair fluttered despite the still air, illuminated by the dark golden glow. The surrounding air rippled like water, accompanied by a boiling hum. His battle aura surged and ascended. Slaying 200 corpse demons not only granted him 200 marks of slaughter, but also elevated his martial cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation stage in martial arts, just one step away from reaching its peak. One more round, and he'll ascend to the peak of the foundation stage in martial arts. Lin Che's eyes burned with determination as he licked his lips, staring intently at the teleportation platform. His purpose for entering the outer battlefield was to hone himself and advance his cultivation. The power within these corpse demons could be absorbed and refined by hymen opportunity that was truly rare. With the refinement of these 100 corpse demons, Lin Che's comprehension of the slaughter spear technique deepened further. The first move of the 3 ultimate techniques, Meteor, was on the verge of taking shape in his mind. He was just a hair's breadth away. Lin Che fixed his gaze on the teleportation platform, replaying the carnage in his mind. Initially, he believed that the essence of Meteor lay in achieving ultimate speed for a one-strike kill. However, through the recent battle, he suddenly realized that this understanding might be flawed. So, what was the true essence of Meteor? Come on, more. Lin Che's eyes glowed with a crimson light, the aura of the slaughter spear technique emanating from his body. He struck the teleportation platform with a powerful punch, but his chaotic battle aura vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. Divine Tomb. Is this all you've got? Lin Che roared toward the sky, flipping his middle finger defiantly. He was just one step away from grasping Meteor. Yet the teleportation platform had ceased producing corpse demons. For someone determined to defeat Lin Xuanqi, this was utterly unacceptable. Outside the Divine Tomb, the spectators were first stunned and then utterly dumbfounded. Other participants, whether they were godly progeny of the divine race, demonic scions of the demon race, or human prodigy, struggled miserably against the undead nature of the corpse demons. Yet Lin Che not only handled them with ease, but even had the audacity to openly challenge the Divine Tomb itself. It was unbelievable. In the end, under Lin Che's disappointed gaze, the teleportation platform remained unresponsive. 200 corpse demons seemed to be the limit of the first trial. Though reluctant, he stepped onto the platform. While unaware that he alone had the ability to truly kill the corpse demons, he was confident that his speed in defeating them would place him in the top 50. The crowd outside the Divine Tomb watched Lin Che's dissatisfied expression with twitching lips. Those harboring hostility toward him, such as Lu Yunyan, Lin Yi, and Lin Xuanqi, wore particularly dark expressions. However, the attention of everyone quickly shifted to the second trial. As the first to pass the initial trial, Lin Che was about to reveal the contents of the next challenge. Buzz. A burst of golden light erupted, engulfing Lin Che. He felt a wave of disorientation and a sense of weightlessness. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a massive platform. A massive black platform stretched endlessly into the horizon, its surface made of some mysterious black rock, riddled with deep, unfathomable craters. Lin Che stood in this vast expanse, his intuition telling him that this was an ancient battlefield. He surveyed his surroundings, but found no one else. Am I the first? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the space in front of him suddenly twisted, and a palm-sized token began to materialize. The token was an eerie black and crimson hue, its material indiscernible. On its front was engraved the image of a square-shaped tomb, with the character 1 prominently etched in the center. The moment Lin Che instinctively reached out to grab the token, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Damn it! Lin Che's eyes snapped open, his gaze turning cold and grim. This was not just the trial token for the second level of the Divine Tombit, carried an unsettling message. He was indeed the first to pass the initial trial, but being first might not be a blessing. The token contained the rules for the second trial, and for the human race, they were nothing short of a nightmare. It was a divided arena competition. 50 individuals who passed the first trial would be split into 10 groups based on their race, each group forming a separate arena. Each race would have an initial arena master, and the others could challenge any arena master at will. On the surface, the rules seemed fair, but hidden within was a deadly trap. Humanity had long been at odds with the myriad races of the cosmos, and under these rules, the human arena would inevitably become the primary target. Lin Che could already foresee the worst-case scenario: 9 alien races banding together to launch a relentless hunt against the humans. This wasn't a trial. It was a meticulously crafted massacre. For humanity's prodigies, the difficulty of this second trial had escalated to a hellish level. Lin Che's gaze grew even deeper. He understood that the real challenge was only just beginning. Lin Che hadn't expected the second trial to be a tournament. Standing on the vast platform, his brow furrowed slightly as he quickly grasped the situation. What appeared to be a fair set of rules was, in reality, deeply unfavorable to the human race due to their unique relationship with the myriad other races. While confident in his abilities, Lin Che couldn't ignore the disadvantage of being only 16 years old. Facing opponents with similar talent but far more experience in cultivation, the challenge was bound to be formidable. However, Lin Che adjusted his mindset quickly and sat cross-legged on the ground. Whether or not the situation unfolded as he anticipated, where the 9 alien races might join forces against the human, he needed to be in his best condition to face the looming battle. His first opponent soon emerged. A ripple in the air gave way to a tall, imposing figure: Lei Ba, the divine son of the God clan. With striking blonde hair, a prominent mark on his forehead, and a powerful physique, Lei Ba exuded an intimidating presence. Upon seeing the young human, he let out a cold snort, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. A tournament, huh? Interesting. Lin Che, fully aware of the implications behind those words, remained focused on his breathing and ignored the provocation. As time passed, more challengers began to appear on the platform. Each one, upon receiving their trial token, instinctively cast meaningful glances toward the humans, their expressions laden with unspoken intent. The tension on the platform grew palpable, the atmosphere teetering on the edge of confrontation. Though the rules for engagement were still unclear, the hostility from the alien races was unmistakable. For the other young human prodigies present, such overt animosity made their faces darken with unease. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in Lin Che's ears. It's you. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, the crowd buzzed with speculation, their attention drawn to the sudden shadow that crossed Lin Che's face. Inside the trial hall, Zhu Ke and the others watched the young figure on the platform with furrowed brows. Hua Zhentian sighed inwardly, lamenting the boy's fate. A prodigy of such extraordinary talent, yet his life had been so cruel. With no parents to shield him and no resources handed to him, Lin Che had to fight for even the most basic necessities for cultivation. In any other faction, he would have been groomed as a successor, enjoying the best treatment and resources. But instead, Lin Che glanced over, his gaze sharp as lightning. Among the crowd, one figure stood out with an air of arrogance: the holy son of the Yao clan, Yuan Ao. A flicker of amusement flashed in Yuan Ao's eyes. He lightly licked his lips, a mocking smile playing on his face. Well, kid. I didn't expect someone with merely a perfected martial foundation cultivation to pass the first trial. Impressive. Don't worry, they'll be sure to give you a proper welcome later. His words landed like a bomb, shaking the atmosphere. Around them, the eyes of the various non-human races and even a few human cultivators immediately turned to Lin Che, their gazes filled with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Martial foundation? That human kid is only at the foundation level? The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Since Lin Che had refrained from revealing his strength, no one had been able to discern his true cultivation level. Moreover, everyone present was at least at the Divine Flame realm, so they naturally assumed Lin Che must have reached that level as well. After all, the corpse demon from the first trial was notoriously difficult to deal with. Passing it without reaching the Divine Flame realm should have been impossible. Soon, the way people looked at Lin Che subtly changed. Greed gleamed in some eyes, while others burned with excitement. Many stared at him with the predatory gaze of hunters, sizing up their prey. Though the crowd consisted of various races, the principle of picking the weakest target was universally understood. If Lin Che were to defend the stage in the upcoming rounds, it would seem like an easy win for everyone else. A mere martial foundation cultivator facing off against a group of divine flame realm elites? What chance did he have? Especially when these opponents were all prodigies of their respective clans. Meanwhile, the expressions of the human cultivators grew grim. According to the rules, those of the same race were considered part of the same faction. Lin Chi's meager cultivation wasn't just unhelpful, it might even be a liability. They could only hope he wouldn't drag them down. Lin Che observed the reactions around him. His mind is clear as a mirror. Those who saw him as easy prey would soon learn the meaning of a fist as big as a sandbag. Boom. At that moment, the massive platform suddenly trembled, and the ancient, resonant voice echoed once more. An ancient, resonant voice echoed across the platform, announcing the rules for the second round of the arena battles. Each of the 10 races would send one champion to represent them, while the remaining 40 participants would act as challengers, each granted only one chance to challenge. Ultimately, the 10 individuals who remained standing on the arena would advance to the third round of trials. This seemingly simple rule sent shockwaves through the hearts of the crowd. It was a brutal elimination, reducing 50 down to 10, far surpassing the intensity of the first round's confrontation with the corpse demons. Those who now stood on the second level were all formidable warriors at the divine flame realm, including top prodigies like Leba, the divine son of the god race, Yuan Ao, the holy son of the demon beast race, and Li Yuan, the demon son of the demon race, all of whom had achieved the peak of the divine flame realm. Outside the divine tomb, the spectators erupted in uproar. This is disastrous. Our human prodigies are surrounded on all sides. Those other races will surely join forces to eliminate our human champions first. It looks fair on the surface, but it's really 1 versus 9. In the Battle Dao Academy, the faces of Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, Zhu Ke, and Chen Yusheng were grim. It was a deadlock. Given the hostile relationship between the humans and the other races, the outcome of the next stage was all too predictable. Zhu Ke, her face pale as a sheet, blamed herself, saying, "It's all my fault. I should never have let Lin Che enter the battlefield beyond the realm." Hua Zhentian fixed his gaze on Lin Che within the divine tomb, his brows tightly furrowed. Even if Lin Che, with his martial foundation, could defy the odds and slay 1 or 2 of the other race's prodigies, how could he possibly survive against the combined onslaught of such peerless young talents? Meanwhile, in the Marquis of Wuin's residence in Qingzhou, Lu Yunyan laughed wildly. "The heavens are on my side. Someone, bring me some pastries. I want to relish the sight of that little wretch being torn apart by the other races." A maid obeyed the order, but as she walked along the corridor, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This divine tomb trial concerned the fate of the entire human race. If the other races obtained the treasures within the tomb, the fragile balance between humanity and the myriad races would be shattered. At such a critical moment of survival, personal grudges should be set aside. Unfortunately, such thoughts were ones she could only dare to keep to herself. She was merely a helpless maid, a pitiable soul unable to control her own fate. Even if she cared deeply for the world, what could she possibly do? Outside the ice cloud valley, Lin Yi's wild laughter echoed through the air, filled with mockery and smugness. "Lin Che, let's see how you survive this time. Someone like you dares to covet the opportunities of the divine tomb?" Hua Yinshu stood to the side, her delicate face pale. The ruthless rules of the second round were far beyond what she had imagined. This was not just Lin Che's challenge, it was a battle for the survival of the entire human race. On the other side, the otherworldly tribes outnumbered them greatly. Even a war of attrition alone could exhaust the human side to death. "Hua Yinshu," Lin Yi sneered, "it's not too late to regret your choice. I'm magnanimous and willing to forgive. I can still accept you." The usually aloof and icy beauty turned her head at this moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Lin Yi, do you know why I came to the Great Zhou Academy, while Ake was unconscious?" Lin Yi's expression darkened instantly, evidently realizing something. "It seems you have some self-awareness," Hua Yinshu continued. "I came here for Ake, to stop you from advancing in the Great Zhou Academy. As long as I'm here, you can forget about claiming first place in the year-end exams, let alone catching the attention of the Supreme Elder, or using that to build a bridge between your ruthless father and Marquis Wuin." Her voice grew colder. "In fact, Lin Yi, the moment you chose to steal Ake's primordial overlord physique, your fate was sealed. You will never be first. A bone thief like you? Ridiculous." Lin Yi's face twisted at her words, his eyes brimming with a terrifying murderous intent. Yet Hua Yinshu merely smirked and turned to leave. Despite her sharp words, her heart remained uneasy as she thought of Lin Che's precarious situation. Inside the divine tomb, the godson of the divine race, Lei Ba, was the first to break the silence. Everyone, I believe you're all clear on the rules of the second round. But before we proceed, perhaps we should clean up the field a bit and get rid of some irrelevant people. As his words fell, the other otherworldly tribes on the platform turned their gazes toward Lin Che and his group. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged toward them like a tidal wave. The worst-case scenario had finally arrived. Lin Che scanned the surrounding foreign warriors with a heavy expression, silently calculating the current balance of power. On the human side, including himself, there were 8 people in total. Though second in size only to the Nether clan among the 10 races that passed the second trial, they were still at a severe disadvantage against the 42 foreign warriors. Through careful observation, Lin Che realized that aside from himself, only 2 others could rival the strength of the God Clan powerhouse who had just spoken. These 2 were Gu Huayuan, ranked first in the inner sect of the Warpath Academy, and Xiao Yin, ranked third. Both were experts at the peak of the Divine Flame realm. Their equals included the God Clan son of God Lei Ba, the Demon Clan son of Demon Li Yuan, and the Monster Clan's holy son Yuan Ao. Gu Huayuan and Xiao Yin were also closely watching Lei Ba and the others, growing more desperate as they observed. If it were unknown combat, they were confident of victory. However, against the potential wheel tactics of the foreign clans, even slightly weaker opponents could exhaust them. Was this rare opportunity at the Divine Tomb destined to end in failure? The remaining human warriors, though gifted in martial arts, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness in the face of such overwhelming odds. Outside the Divine Tomb, an eerie silence hung in the air. The human spectators, witnessing this scene, were filled with frustration and anger. Some couldn't help but curse the unfair arena system under their breath, fearing their prodigies would meet their end here. Even the disciples of the Warpath Academy, who had once competed against Gu Huayuan and Xiao Yin, clenched their fists tightly, silently praying for them. By AO, watching the scene from the academy, shouted in his heart, "Lin Che, you must not fault in anyone." In the trial hall, Zhu Ke suddenly turned to Chen Yuxing, asking anxiously, "Old man, can't we ask the human emperor to intervene? If the foreign clans take the treasures from the Divine Tomb, it could spell disaster for our people." Hua Jintian and Wu Hongling also looked at Chen Yuxing expectantly. Chen Yuxing sighed softly and shook his head. The human emperor is unavailable right now, and even if he could come, he wouldn't be able to intervene. The 3 were stunned by his words, recalling recent rumors. But Chen Yuxing offered no further explanation, simply stating, if Lin Che and the others want to survive, they can only rely on themselves. In the Ice Cloud Valley, Hui Yinshu stared at the Divine Tomb, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. "Ah Che, I won't let anything happen to you." A frantic female voice echoed from within her. "Yinshu, don't act recklessly. The power of the Qinkuan Tower is beyond your control right now. If it spirals out of control, you'll be obliterated, and even your true spirit will vanish." Hui Yinshu replied calmly, "Aunt Bing, I understand, but I can't just stand by and watch Ah Che die. Besides, I might not have to go that far." At that moment, the entire platform suddenly began to tremble violently. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of Lin Che and the others, the ground let out a deep, rumbling roar. 10 massive square arenas slowly emerged from the cracked earth, resembling giant tombs on an ancient battlefield. These arenas were entirely jet black, their surfaces etched with the marks of time, uneven ground riddled with intersecting cracks, bearing the wear and tear left by countless blades, spears, swords, and halberds. At the center of each arena stood an aged incense burner, with a half-burnt black incense stick smoldering within. "Let the challengers step onto the stage." That ancient, weathered voice echoed once more, reverberating across the open space. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to make the first move. Their gazes inevitably turned to Lin Che and his group, eyes gleaming with mocking amusement. Yuan Ao licked his lips, his gaze cold and menacing as he fixed it on Lin Che. "Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I'll spare your life and make you my slave." Lin Che merely cast a faint glance at Yuan Ao without saying a word. This silence only further provoked Yuan Ao, who sneered coldly, his eyes growing even more chilling, had no intention of showing mercy, even if Lin Che were to plead later. Lei Ba, the divine son of the Celestial clan, looked at Lin Che and his companions with disdain. "Human prodigies, what are you waiting for? Hesitating won't change your fate, it's a dead end either way." Around them, the faces of the other non-human clans twisted into sinister grins. While they might suffer some losses, everyone was convinced that Lin Chi's group of 8 would inevitably meet their demise. Gu Huayuan was about to step forward when Xiao Yin moved ahead of him. "Brother Gu, let me take the first fight." Seeing Gu Huayuan hesitate to respond, Xiao Yin sighed softly. At this point, whoever goes first is unlikely to fare well. But as men of the human race, how can we allow these beasts, these ever-watchful predators, to look down on us? "Brother Gu, your strength surpasses mine. so let me pave the way for you. I hope you'll take down as many of these treacherous creatures as you can." Gu Huayuan nodded with a complex expression. Meanwhile, Lin Che, hearing those words, felt deeply moved. Ha ha ha. Brother Chao speaks the truth. But since it's scouting the way, there's no need for Brother Chao or Brother Gu to step forward. I fear no death, and if these vile non-human beasts want to kill me, they'll have to pay a price. A voice rang out confidently. I, Shunlang, will be the first challenger for the human race. Before the words had fully settled, a figure in white leaped onto the arena. The young man in white, Shunlang, leaped into the air, landing steadily on the edge of the arena. Dressed in flowing white robes, he held a gleaming silver spear that shimmered coldly under the sunlight. His gaze was sharp as lightning, his demeanor heroic and imposing. Pointing the tip of his spear toward the surrounding foreign tribes, his voice rang out, firm and resolute. You act so arrogantly, treating the 8 of us as if we're fish on the chopping block. Come then, let me see if your fists can withstand the sharpness of my spear. At this moment, the 9 great foreign tribes had encircled the 8 members of the human race, and the situation was dire. Neither Lin Che and the others nor the humans watching outside the divine tomb could suppress their pessimism. Defeat seemed inevitable. Yet Shunlang, standing tall in the face of the tribe's overbearing arrogance, showed no trace of fear. Instead, he radiated fiery courage and an unyielding spirit, ready to face death head-on. Good. This is the pride of our people. A young hero's resolve, unshaken in the face of life and death. Give them hell. Outside the divine tomb, the previously despondent crowd erupted into cheers at the sight. Though it might not change the outcome, this was the spirit of the human race unyielding even in death. Inside the tomb, Gu Huayuan, Chao Yin, Lin Che, and the others watched the radiant young man in white on the arena. They took a deep breath as a burning passion ignited in their hearts. Even if death was inevitable, they would ensure the foreign tribes understood today taking their lives would come at a price. The foreign tribes scoffed at the display. Leba, the divine son of the celestial tribe, sneered disdainfully. I hope you can maintain this posture when you're torn to pieces later. Then, looking around at the other tribes, he asked, so, who wants the first kill on this human arena? Leba's tone was light and dismissive, clearly not taking Shunlang seriously. While Shunlang's spirit had inspired the humans and stirred Lin Che and the others' fighting resolve, to the foreign tribes, it was nothing more than the futile struggle of the doomed. If not for the arena's rules, they would have already swarmed him. Though the myriad races of the heavens often bore grudges against each other, they were remarkably united when it came to opposing the human race. In conflicts, they would immediately align their efforts, treating humans as a common enemy. Now, the 9 foreign tribes, despite their differences, were gleefully discussing how to divide Shunlang's head. Song Kong, the pale and sickly-looking young prince of the Nether tribe, shook his head with a disdainful smile. A mere mid-stage divine flame cultivator isn't even worth my effort. As one of the strongest present, with a cultivation equivalent to the human race's peak divine flame stage, he naturally looked down on Shunlang. Li Yuan, the demonic prince of the demon tribe, a robust youth with a demonic mark on his forehead, also scoffed. An ant like that isn't worth lifting a finger for. At that moment, Yuan Ao turned his gaze toward Lin Che, raising an eyebrow. My prey is that one. On the arena, Shunlang watched as the foreign tribes casually picked and chose as though dividing livestock. His brows furrowed, his fury ignited. The tip of his silver spear trembled violently, emitting a series of sharp hums. Gu Huayuan, Chao Yin, and the others, witnessing this scene, were equally enraged. Such was the deep-seated hatred between the human race and the myriad tribes. The foreign tribes would never pass up an opportunity to humiliate them. Lin Che glared back at Yuan Ao, his heart surging with barely contained anger. These foreign tribes truly saw them as nothing more than fish on the chopping block, treating them with utter contempt. He smirked coldly and retorted, Holy son of the beast tribe, I hope you won't be begging for mercy later. At these words, the foreign tribes all turned their attention to Lin Che, their eyes flickering with intrigue. It was clear to them that there was some unresolved grudge between Lin Che and Yuan Ao. All eyes were fixed on the arena, confusion rising in their hearts. Why would Lin Che, a mere martial artist at the Foundation establishment stage, dare to provoke Yuan Ao, the holy son of the demon clan, so boldly? What was even more puzzling was how calm and composed Lin Che appeared in the face of such a formidable opponent. Yuan Ao simply licked his lips silently, his icy gaze growing sharper as it locked onto Lin Che. At that moment, Shunlang brandished his bright silver spear, shouting angrily, What's the matter? Are you all just a bunch of useless loudmouths? Lei B's eyes narrowed, and he raised his brow slightly. Gu Lei, kill him. Before his words fully settled, a towering figure had already appeared on the arena. This was Gu Lei, a powerful warrior of the divine clan. His golden hair flowed as his mountainous muscles rippled with an overwhelming aura that seemed to crush the air around him. This is bad. Gu Huayuan and Chao Yan's expressions changed drastically. Gu Lei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine flame realm, far surpassing Shen Lang in strength. The divine clan, consistently ranked among the top 10 races across the myriad worlds, was renowned not only for their unparalleled divine physiques, but also for their godly power, which far exceeded the capabilities of ordinary battle energy. Lin Che watched the situation on the battlefield with a grave expression. If Shen Lang didn't have some hidden ultimate skill, his chances of survival were slim. Tisk, TSK, TSK, came mocking voices from the stands. Sending Gu Lei straight into the fight? That human kid is as good as dead. Word is, Gu Lei loves eating humans raw. He often ties them up alive, slices off their flesh piece by piece, and enjoys it with divine clan blood wine. Shen Lang, fully aware of the daunting challenge before him, didn't hesitate to act. With a single step forward, he thrust his bright silver spear, and a silver-white spear light streaked through the air like a comet. Clang! To the astonishment of Lin Che and the others, Gu Lei caught the fierce spear strike barehanded. Shen Lang immediately unleashed the full power of his Qi, battle energy surging around him. The spear's shaft was instantly coated in ice, transforming into countless icy spikes that exploded outward. Boom! Although the icy spikes managed to force Gu Lei's fingers back slightly, the frost failed to affect him in the slightest. That's Shen Lang's signature move frost chant. Yin Yuu exclaimed excitedly. It's a top-tier battle technique. The power of the frost moon is enough to... But Lin Che shook his head and interrupted. Shen Lang is going to lose. Before the words even finished, Gu Lei let out a sinister laugh. Golden divine energy erupted from his palm as he seized the bright silver spear once again. With a resounding boom, the frost shattered, the spear bent under his grip, and he grabbed Shen Lang with one hand. Stop! Gu Huayuan shouted, trying to rush forward, but Lei Ba intercepted him with a single punch. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the arena. With a brutal twist of his hands, Gu Lei ripped Shen Lang in half. He then took a bite out of one half of the body, chewed a few times, and spat it out in disgust. Ugh. Ants are ants. They taste awful, nothing like the delicious flavor of human women. The mangled body fell heavily in front of Lin Che and the others, blood soaking the arena. Shen Lang's severed limbs were scattered across the ground, blood pooling and spreading beneath him. His young life was extinguished in an instant, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Outside the divine tomb, the human camp fell into a suffocating silence. Clenched fists and trembling bodies conveyed a wordless fury. Gu Huayuan's face twitched, his eyes blazing with rage. Killing should have its limits. You beasts. The otherworldly beings responded with mocking gazes. Lei Ba shrugged dismissively. You humans are such hypocrites. Don't you treat pigs, dogs, and your food the same way? What? Does it only seem cruel when it's your turn? His words struck like a heavy hammer, reducing the human race to mere livestock. Gu Huayuan's whole body trembled violently. Lin Che stared at Shen Lang's shattered remains, the sight of the blood stinging his eyes. In the past, his understanding of these otherworldly beings came only from ancient records' cold descriptions of their greed, their cruelty toward humans. He knew the human armies had guarded the border city of Dragon Fortress for years, keeping the invaders at bay. The seemingly peaceful world of humans was, in truth, built on the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Now, as he looked at Shen Lang's remains, the phrase, the otherworldly beings will never cease their desire to destroy us, took root in Lin Che's heart. Lei Ba's words, the scornful gazes of the other beings, they all revealed a brutal truth. To them, humans were nothing more than blood and prey. Gu Lei stood on the arena platform, his body covered in Shen Lang's blood. He pointed at Gu Huayuan with a cold sneer. Kid, if you're so upset, why not come up here and kill me yourself? Gu Huayuan's forehead veins bulged as his killing intent surged. As you wish. Among the human side, only he and Chao Yan had a chance to match Gu Lei's power. The others would likely stand no chance. Since the challenge had been issued, there was no need to hold back. Just as Gu Huayuan prepared to step onto the platform, Lin Che suddenly stepped forward. How about letting me give it a try? The divine Gu Lei's greatest strengths were his physical body and divine power attributes that coincidentally aligned with Lin Che's ancient chaos physique and chaos battle energy. Though he might lack confidence against other beings, facing Gu Lei of the divine race, coupled with the surprise power of his dragon soul spear, gave him a glimmer of hope. Gu Huayuan looked at Lin Che in astonishment. Shen Lang's gruesome death had already proven Gu Lei's brutality. Even a master at the mid-stage divine fire realm had fallen. For Lin Che, still at the foundation establishment realm, to step forward seemed like a death wish. Shaking his head, Gu Huayuan said, even if we all die here in the end, that Gu Lei must die. Not far away, Yuan Ao licked his lips. Kid, No need to rush to your death. Your life is mine. At that moment, Chao Yin suddenly leaped onto the platform. Gu Lei licked his lips with a smile. Boy, I wonder how you'll taste. Just afraid your teeth won't be sharp enough. Chao Yin replied with a smirk, summoning his human combat weapon, the Wind Thunderblade. Break! With a fierce shout, Chao Yin gripped the blade with both hands, channeling his battle energy into its edge. Purple light erupted as a powerful blade aura howled forth. Gu Lei narrowed his eyes as divine power surged over his body. He unleashed a punch, and a golden lion roared to life, vivid and lifelike, charging directly into the blade aura. In a thunderous explosion, the two forces collided and annihilated each other, tearing through the air and sending white shockwaves rippling outward. Lion God Fist. A surge of white energy waves erupted across the arena, as Gu Lei's figure transformed into a dazzling golden lightning bolt, tearing through the air and hurtling straight toward Chao Yin. A massive golden lion materialized on the surface of his body, its head merging seamlessly with the force of his punch. This strike, imbued with the divine power of the gods, carried an unparalleled majesty and domination ultimate technique that could only be unleashed through godly energy, akin to the battle arts of humanity. Below the stage, Lin Che and the others watched with grave expressions, holding their breath. In stark contrast, Lei Ba and the other non-human spectators appeared relaxed and confident, as if they had already foreseen the outcome. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming attack, a subtle, enigmatic smile crept across Chao Yan's lips. You're finished, he declared. In an instant, the human-forged battle weapon in Chao Yan's hand, the Wind Thunderblade, emitted a piercing hum and transformed into a streak of white lightning. The blade's glow effortlessly tore through the golden lion's phantom surrounding Gu Lei, piercing straight through his forehead. You! Gu Lei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chao Yin, clearly unable to comprehend how he had been so decisively defeated. Chao Yin smirked coldly and explained, this battle weapon of mine is called the Wind Thunderblade, derived from the half-step battle technique I've mastered. Earlier, you dispelled the power of the Thunderblade, but what you didn't realize was that you had fallen right into my trap. The true killing move lies in the power of the Wind Blade. The greater the turbulence, the stronger the Wind Blade becomes. By stepping into the momentum of my Wind Thunderblade and breaking the Thunderblade's energy, you only amplified the power of my Wind Blade. The scene left all the spectators in awe. Lin Che stood frozen, replaying Chao Yan's stunning strike over and over in his mind. As Chao Yan's explanation sank in, Lin Che's thoughts underwent a seismic shift. The final piece of the puzzle regarding one of the three ultimate moves of the Slaughter Spear technique Meteor suddenly became crystal clear. Meteor. So that's how it works. Swish. Chao Yin withdrew the Wind Thunder blade that had pierced through Gu Lei's forehead, sending blood splattering through the air. Gu Lei's body collapsed heavily onto the arena floor, his wide-open eyes still reflecting disbelief. It had all happened so quickly. Just moments ago, Gu Lei had been exuding dominance while unleashing his Lion God Fist. Now, in the blink of an eye, he lay as a lifeless corpse. The foreign tribe stood frozen in place, unable to immediately process the sudden turn of events. Good. Gu Huayuan's loud cheer shattered the heavy silence. The other humans' faces lit up with excitement. Even though the ultimate outcome remained uncertain, Chao Yan's swift defeat of Gu Lei had already sent a clear message to the foreign tribes. The human race was not to be underestimated. Outside the divine tomb, the human spectators erupted into waves of cheers. Well done. That's the way. Incredible. Their voices rose in a triumphant chorus. Chao Yin cast a cold, disdainful glance at the foreign tribes below the stage, a mocking sneer playing at the corner of his lips. With a single kick, he sent Gu Lei's corpse tumbling off the arena. His voice was icy as he declared, "So much for the so-called god race. Pathetic." It was only then that the foreign tribes snapped out of their stupor. However, their gazes toward Gu Lei's lifeless body held no sadness. Instead, they were filled with contempt and chilling indifference. Even the god race members behind the divine son Lei Ba showed signs of disgust and anger in their eyes. To them, being instantly killed by a human was an unforgivable disgrace. Lei Ba, your god race is truly an embarrassment. To think one of you could be taken down so easily by a human, sneered Lin Yuan, the demon scion, his tone dripping with ridicule. While it was true that Chao Yan's cultivation level exceeded Gu Lei's by a small margin, the foreign tribes viewed this as further proof of Gu Lei's incompetence. After all, they regarded humans as a fragile race reliant on sheer numbers. Even a strong human was, in their eyes, a rare exception. 10 humans together couldn't match one foreign tribe member in strength, let alone Gu Lei, who belonged to the god race, ranked among the top 10 races in the heavens. This defeat was not only a humiliation for the god race, but a disgrace to all the celestial tribes. Human boy, end your own life. Lei Ba's eyes flickered with fury. Otherwise, if I have to do it myself, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death. Chao Yin raised the wind thunderblade, pointing it at Lei Ba with a sharp angle. My head is right here. If you're bold enough, come and take it yourself. A cold glint flashed in Lei Ba's eyes. He wasn't afraid of Chao Yin. He simply believed the timing wasn't ideal. If he acted now and killed Chao Yin, he would still have to deal with the other humans. Although he didn't consider Lin Che and the other significant threats, depleting too much of his strength would leave him vulnerable. Once the humans were dealt with, the fragile alliance among the 9 foreign tribes would undoubtedly collapse. The other tribes would never give up the chance to claim a spot as arena champion. But with Gu Lei's humiliating defeat, Lei Ba knew that if he, as the divine son of the god race, did nothing, he would become a laughingstock. Nearby, the demon scion Li Yuan, the holy son of the monster race Yuan AO, and the ghost scion Song Kong all watched the scene, faint smiles flickering in their eyes. Since you're courting death, I'll gladly oblige. Lei Ba snorted coldly and leapt onto the arena. Chao Yin showed no fear, but his expression grew serious. He understood the gravity of the situation. This divine son of the god race, at the peak of the divine fire realm, was far stronger than Gu Lei. As a successor of the god race with royal blood, Lei Ba was no ordinary divine fire realm opponent. Below the arena, Gu Huayuan clenched his fists tightly. He knew the real trial had just begun. If Chao Yin could defeat or even kill Lei Ba, there might be a turning point in this seemingly hopeless situation. After all, Lei Ba was one of the strongest individuals to enter the divine tomb. If he were defeated, the others would undoubtedly think twice before making their next move. But the challenge was immense. Even Gu Huayuan himself couldn't confidently claim he could defeat a divine son of the god race at the divine fire realm. This human boy, how many moves can he withstand against Lei Ba? At the edge of the arena, the holy son of the demon clan, Yuan Ao, flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I'd say he won't even last a single move. Don't forget, Lei Ba possesses the royal bloodline power of the giant spirit god. As the tension in the arena reached its peak, all eyes were fixed on Chao Yin and Lei Ba. Suddenly, a powerful wave of battle energy rippled outward. Whoosh! Both the human and non-human spectators instinctively turned their heads to look. Did this human just have a breakthrough? A breakthrough in the middle of a fight? Interesting. Warrior Foundation peak? This boy is indeed at the Warrior Foundation stage. Whispers spread among the non-human spectators. This human may lack strength, but his martial talent is undeniably exceptional. If he continues to grow, he might truly become a formidable enemy to the myriad races of the heavens. Unfortunately, a voice tinged with regret added, now, he no longer has the chance to grow further. At this moment, whether it was the human group led by Gu Huayuan or the non-human spectators present, all eyes were on Lin Che, filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, Lin Che would achieve a breakthrough? The holy son Yuan Ao squinted slightly, his gaze locked onto the figure in the arena. Lin Che stood motionless, his eyes closed, as two distinct auras intertwined around him, continuously absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth. Boom! With a loud explosion, the energy around Lin Che finally stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of blood-red light streaking through them. Yuan Ao met Lin Che's gaze, a sneer playing on his lips. Boy, even if breaking through mid-battle is an extraordinary feat that proves your talent, it doesn't change the fact that you're only at the Warrior Foundation peak. Even if you were at the same level as me, you wouldn't stand a chance. But, he licked his lips, to crush a human genius like you is far more entertaining. Faced with Yuan Ao's taunts, Lin Che remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a word. At that moment, his mind was entirely consumed by the killing move he had just comprehended. Meteor. It was this very technique that had propelled him to the peak of the Warrior Foundation stage. Outside the divine tomb, a shocking surge of energy rippled through the air, drawing the attention of everyone present. Lin Che, a previously unremarkable young man, had broken through at the edge of life and death, leaping directly to the peak of the martial foundation realm. The crowd erupted into a clamor. A breakthrough on the battlefield? Who is this kid? Not bad. Never even heard of him before. Is he a newly emerging genius? However, the initial amazement quickly gave way to a deep sense of regret. The gap between the martial foundation realm and the divine flame realm was simply insurmountable. Watching this rising star of the human race seemingly on the brink of falling, the spectators couldn't help but sigh in pity. Lin stood amidst the crowd, his teeth clenched so hard they nearly cracked. He couldn't comprehend how Lin Che, who had lost the ancient overlord Physique, could still display such astonishing martial talent. But he soon calmed himself. This was nothing more than a futile struggle in the face of certain doom. In the Marquis Wuin's residence, the sweetness of the pastry in Lu Yunyan's hand suddenly disappeared. She had been eagerly waiting to see Lin Che torn apart by the alien forces, only to witness his breakthrough instead. Her face darkened. Let him enjoy his moment of triumph. We'll see how he dies later. On the mountaintop, Lin Xuanqi watched the scene with an expressionless face. As a Saint Realm powerhouse, his Dao heart should have been as unshakable as a boulder. Yet Lin Che's extraordinary talent repeatedly tested the limits of his mental defenses. Was he really wrong? This thought haunted his mind, circling relentlessly. In the trial hall of the Martial Academy, Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, Qin Yusheng, and others raised their eyebrows slightly. A breakthrough in the heat of battle, this was not something an ordinary talent could achieve. Zhu Chua's eyes lit up. He must have mastered the killing spear techniques. Could it be Falling Star or Soul Devourer? But before she could finish, she sank into guilt. Why did I ever let him enter the battlefield beyond the realm? Back in the Martial Academy, Yin Shire, Zhao Ge, and the others were struck speechless with shock. Yesterday, he was still in the body refinement realm. Now he's at the peak of the martial foundation realm? Zhao Ge looked as if his entire worldview had been shattered. The others felt the same quiet crack in their understanding of reality. Yet, the tense atmosphere inside the divine tomb remained unchanged. The crowd quickly redirected their attention. Lin Che's breakthrough was undoubtedly impressive, but in the face of an overwhelming disparity in power, it seemed nothing more than the final bloom before death. A martial artist at the foundation level, no matter how much they break through, what could possibly change? Lin Che remained silent, focused on absorbing the power brought by his recent breakthrough. From the pinnacle of martial foundation to its very peak, it was just a small step in terms of realms, but he could feel the surging strength coursing through him. Especially the killing move from his Slaughter Spear Technikite would deliver a deadly surprise to these arrogant foreign races. On the arena, the divine son of the God clan, Lei Ba, stood proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Chao Yin with an air of superiority. Kid, I'll give you a chance to strike first. Go ahead. Lei Ba's tone was dripping with disdain. Faced with the provocation of a God clan divine, son of the same level, Chao Yin did not respond with anger. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lei Ba, and real flames seemed to ignite in his eyes. This was the burning manifestation of his extraordinary martial will. He adjusted his state to its peak, every ounce of his power under perfect control. Break! Chao Yin gripped his battle blade tightly, pouring boundless combat energy into the wind and thunder blade. The blade hummed sharply, and a purple blade aura, over 10 feet long, tore through the air. This was his full-force wind and thunder blade, a trump card, a deadly strike. Boom! The air rippled and tore under the force of the blade aura. The purple energy descended like a falling mountain, its sharpness unmatched. Pale scars appeared in the void, and the surface of the arena was instantly covered in fine cracks. Yet, faced with such a ferocious attack, Lei Ba remained completely motionless, not even shifting the hands behind his back. He merely looked at Chao Yin with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with ridicule. Boom! The purple blade aura struck Lei Ba squarely on the head, erupting in a storm of wind and thunder. Purple lightning intertwined with fierce gusts, forming a massive violet tornado that engulfed Lei Ba entirely. The violent energy swept across half the arena. Lin Che's pupils contracted sharply. With the enhanced ability to see through illusions gained from his breakthrough, he could clearly discern that within the violent storm of wind and thunder, Lei Ba's figure stood unwavering, completely unharmed. This divine son of the God clan truly terrifying. Lin Che thought to himself in awe. Below the arena, Gu Huayuan gazed intently at the thunder ba enveloped in Chao Yan's purple blade aura above. As the top-ranked disciple of the inner sect, he was thoroughly familiar with Chao Yan's wind and thunder blade technique, who ranked third. This skill emphasized the harmony of wind and thunder, and when unleashed at full power, it formed a tornado of wind and lightning, capable of threatening even peak-level divine fire realm experts. This God clan guy is way too arrogant. Qin Yu shouted excitedly from the side. He's in for some serious trouble now. The other young human cultivators also displayed eager expressions. However, Lin Che shook his head, his face grave. Qin Yu was about to retort but, recalling Lin Che's earlier prediction about Xin Lang, swallowed his words reluctantly. Instead, he muttered in annoyance, "Why don't you go up there yourself then?" Boom! The wind and thunder tornado suddenly exploded, and the terrifying force scattered in all directions like a wild gale. The scene before them caused Gu Huayuan and the others' pupils to constrict sharply. Even Lin Che, who had been prepared, couldn't help but take a deep breath. This God clan warrior's strength was truly terrifying. The ferocity of the wind and thunder was overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary peak divine fire realm cultivator could withstand. Yet, it seemed it still wasn't enough to make the opponent take the fight seriously. "Is that all you've got, kid? Killing you would be a waste of my hands." Thunder Ba stood motionless with his hands behind his back, sneering disdainfully, completely unscathed. Wind Fury. Chao Yin gripped his blade tightly, and his aura shifted dramatically. The 9-foot wind and thunder blade instantly expanded to 3 zhong, emitting a dark purple glow as it cleaved downward with a thunderous roar. This was the 4th stage of the 5 realms of combat techniques, an ultimate move Chao Yin hadn't fully mastered but was now forcing himself to use. Clang! Lightning quick, Thunderba extended his hand, his fingers forming a sword. A burst of golden divine energy erupted like dazzling starlight, instantly piercing through the wind and thunder blade. Chao Yin let out a muffled groan, spitting a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The force behind that single strike didn't diminish, continuing straight toward his forehead. At the critical moment, Gu Huayuan appeared on the platform like a fleeting shadow, countering with a finger strike that collided directly with Thunderba's attack. The two forces clashed, dissipating into ripples amidst a deafening roar. Are you okay? Gu Huayuan supported Chao Yin. I couldn't even block one move from him. It's humiliating, Chao Yin said bitterly. He's a godson after all. His bloodline talent and cultivation resources are far beyond ours. Go rest and recover. Leave the rest to me. Thunderba looked at Gu Huayuan and raised an eyebrow. So, you must be the strongest among this group of humans. Once I've killed you, the others will be no better than pigs and dogs. On the arena, these vicious words ignited a sharp killing intent in Gu Huayuan's eyes. He fixed his gaze on Lei Ba, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. In that case, why not settle this with a single move? Before the words had fully faded, Gu Huayuan stretched out his arms, his fingers splayed wide. The previously calm arena was suddenly engulfed by a violent storm, the howling wind swallowing everything within. The disdain on Lei Ba's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of solemnity. As the tempest raged, the entire arena seemed to radiate a sharp, cutting aura. Cracking sounds echoed around them as fissures spread across the arena's surface, as if invisible blades were slicing through it. The clash of swords and blades reverberated through the air, the aura's intensity extending beyond the bounds of the arena and dispersing outward. Sword intent. Lin Che, watching from below the stage, felt his pupils contract in shock. His heart raced with alarm. The force enveloping the arena was none other than sword intent, a power that only those at the divine flame realm could wield. Upon reaching this realm, martial artists not only transcend ordinary martial will, but also grasp the essence of the world's laws, elevating basic martial strength into a profound intent. The sheer intensity of Gu Huayuan's sword intent at this moment was enough to shred any martial artist at the foundation realm in an instant. Lin Che's gaze remained fixed on the confrontation, his eyes glittering with anticipation. Can he kill this divine being? Lei Ba let out a cold chuckle. Not bad. At least this way, I won't be too bored. Gu Huayuan's expression grew increasingly grave. The killing intent in his eyes suddenly erupted into a brilliant white sword light. Break, he growled in a low voice. With a swift motion, he clenched his hands tightly, causing the raging winds engulfing the arena to freeze in place. A resounding hum of swords filled the sky as countless dazzling white sword energies materialized out of thin air, pouring down on Lei Ba like a torrential storm. Sword intent fierce as a storm. Among the countless paths of martial arts, the way of the sword has always been the most revered and longed for by warriors. The image of soaring through the skies on a sword, striking down an enemy from thousands of miles away, is enough to ignite the passion in any man's heart. Swordsmanship is not only graceful and elegant, but also possesses unparalleled power. Splitting the heavens with a single strike is no mere exaggeration. Gu Huayuan's rise to become the top inner disciple of the War Dao Academy was attributed to his mastery of the Tempest and Thunderstorm sword intent. While not the most devastating in power, this sword intent ranks among the finest. It combines both single target and area attacks, balancing offense and defense, making it exceptionally versatile. This was precisely why Lin Che's eyes shone with anticipation. Although Lei Ba was a divine son of the God Clan, Gu Huayuan's mastery of sword intent gave him the strength to face Lei Ba in battle, perhaps even the chance to kill him. Boom! In an instant, countless sword energies materialized out of thin air, transforming into a torrential downpour of blades. Like a ferocious storm, they rained down on Lei Ba. The sheer intensity of this sword intent caused even the powerful beings of other races observing below the arena to narrow their eyes. Yuan Ao of the Demon Clan and Li Yuan of the Devil Clan exchanged sharp glances, their expressions betraying the gravity of Gu Huayuan's unleashed power, which had clearly captured their attention and even exerted a sense of pressure. Brother Gu. Chao Yin, pale-faced and gripping his battered wind thunder blade tightly, looked visibly tense. Though he was well aware of the terrifying might of Gu Huayuan's sword intent, the memory of his own helplessness against Lei Ba earlier still made him worry for Gu Huayuan. Facing the onslaught, Lei Ba took a deep breath and stepped forward. Golden divine energy erupted around him, instantly forming a protective shield that enveloped his entire body. Clang! 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 The sword energies struck the divine shield, creating bursts of golden sparks. As their gazes locked, Gu Huayuan suddenly clasped his hands together. Slash! Buzz! The scattered sword energies swiftly converged, and amidst a radiant white glow, they transformed into a massive blade of light. The colossal sword, brimming with ferocious intent, descended with unstoppable force, striking directly at Lei Bai's divine shield. Crack! A fissure appeared on the shield, and in the next moment, the giant sword pierced through completely, leaving a deep gash on the arena floor. Though Lei Bai narrowly avoided a fatal strike at the last moment, a corner of his golden robe on his shoulder was torn, revealing scorched marks. While the attack failed to inflict substantial harm, it thoroughly enraged Lei Bai. His eyes gleamed coldly as a cruel expression spread across his face. You'd better have something even stronger up your sleeve. Boom. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lei Bai transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging straight at Gu Huayuan with a thunderous punch. Divine energy tore through the air, leaving a pale fist imprint in its wake. Gu Huayuan's eyes glimmered with white light as his sword intent surged. Crossing his hands, he swiftly conjured a sword wheel to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures became blurs, darting across the arena in a relentless exchange. Every time Lei Bai attempted to accelerate and unleash his full power, Gu Huayuan countered with bursts of sword intent, creating just enough distance to evade at the last possible moment. Suddenly, after shattering one of Gu Huayuan's sword wheels, Lei Bai's divine energy surged violently. As he clenched his fist again, the air around them distorted. To Gu Huayuan's shock, the surrounding atmosphere felt as though it had turned into a heavy quagmire, making every movement sluggish and laborious. A sinister smile appeared on Lei Bai's face as golden divine energy swirled around him. This is the sky-sealing fist, created by the celestial sovereign of our divine race. It seals the heavens, the earth, and all things. Now, this entire space is under the influence of my fist's power, forming a sealed domain. Let's see where you can run this time. Boom. Before his words fully landed, Lei Bai's clenched fist had already struck out, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden divine energy. Gu Huayuan took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. His figure paused as he extended a single finger. Annihilation. Sword energy condensed at Gu Huayuan's fingertip, instantly spiraling into a vortex that clashed directly with Lei Bai's fist. The terrifying sword energy tore through the divine energy surrounding Lei Bai's fist, shredding even the flesh of his entire arm. Yet Lei Bai seemed indifferent, his face twisted with ferocity as his fist slammed into Gu Huayuan's chest. Boom. At last, Lei Bai's fist broke through the defense of the sword energy, sending Gu Huayuan flying to the edge of the arena. Clutching his chest, Gu Huayuan struggled to rise, but coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. Below the arena, Lin Che and the others' expressions changed drastically. Chao Yin and Xian Yu's faces turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with despair. It's over. Even Gu Huayuan has been defeated. There's no hope now. Outside the divine tomb, the various clans watching were equally stunned. Many cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Che inside the tomb. In the trial hall of the War Dao Academy, Hua Zhantian, Wu Hongling, Zhu Ke, and Chen Yusheng seemed to lose all sense of life, the space descending into a suffocating silence. Zhu Ke clenched her fists tightly, her expression shifting as frustration and sorrow weighed heavily in her heart. Within the Marquis of Wuin's residence, Lu Yunyan laughed maniacally as she watched Gu Huayuan's defeat. Ha ha ha, well done. Well done indeed. Lin Che, let's see how you can defy fate now. At the peak of a desolate mountain, Lin Xuanqi exhaled deeply as if a great burden had been lifted from his heart. Inside the divine tomb, the holy son of the demon clan, Yuan AO, curled his lips in disdain. How boring. The other beings of different races also shook their heads dismissively. Lei Bai walked slowly toward Gu Huayuan, his voice cold. Kid, to force me to use the sky-sealing fist, you've earned the right to die by my hands. Gu Huayuan struggled to stand, but the searing pain in his chest left him unable to muster even a trace of battle energy. Seeing this, Lei Bai raised his foot, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, Lei Bai's pupils contracted. The foot aimed at Gu Huayuan abruptly shifted direction and kicked out forcefully. Boom. The moment Lei Bai's foot struck out, a sharp surge of battle energy, brimming with murderous intent, came hurtling toward him. Divine power erupted on the surface of Lei Bai's foot, effortlessly dispersing the attack. Standing firm, he turned around with a sneer in his eyes. I wondered who was so foolish. Turns out it's just an ant like you. At some point, Lin Che had leapt onto the arena. It was he who had intervened and stopped Lei Bai. Gu Huayuan, who had already resigned himself to death, turned in astonishment at the unexpected development. A bitter expression crossed his face as he looked at Lin Che. While he was grateful for Lin Che's intervention, he couldn't see how someone at the mere martial foundation stage could possibly stand against Lei Ba, the divine son of the God clan, whom even he couldn't defeat. With a sigh, Gu Huayuan shook his head. It's hopeless. In the end, it's death either way. Outside the Tomb of the Gods, the human spectators watched Lin Che's figure and silently cheered, as expected of a son of the human race still full of backbone. Yet, when they recalled his martial foundation stage cultivation, they could only shake their heads and sigh. What a pity. Just the foundation stage. If he were at the divine flame stage, even at a minor level, there might have been a glimmer of hope. In the trial hall of the War Dao Academy, Hua Zhentian and the others wore grim expressions. Though Lin Che's martial talent was extraordinary, the gap between the foundation stage and the divine flame stage was an entire realm. On top of that, Lei Ba had already reached the peak of the divine flame stage. Even without considering his divine king bloodline, the difference in cultivation levels alone was overwhelming. Despite having witnessed Lin Che achieve the unprecedented feat of passing through the heavenly path in 10 years, Hua Zhentian couldn't help but feel despair in this moment. Lin Yi laughed maniacally. Lin Che, let's see how you die. He was utterly convinced that such a disparity left no chance for a comeback. Meanwhile, in the Marquis of Wan's residence, Lu Yunyan sneered. The little bastard can disappear along with his wretched mother for good. Inside the Tomb of the Gods, Qian Yu and Chao Yan looked ashen. The demon clan's holy son, Yuan Ao, spoke in irritation. Human brat, are you out of your mind? Challenging Lei Ba to a duel? That's pure suicide. His tone was filled with frustration. Lin Che was supposed to be his prey. Lei Ba raised an eyebrow. Yuan Ao, don't worry. This ant isn't even worthy of dying by my hands. I'll leave him to you. I don't need your charity. Yuan Ao snorted coldly. Shrugging, Lei Ba turned his bored gaze to Lin Che. Kid, while your courage is commendable, you're so insignificant that I don't even feel like lifting a finger. End your own life, and I might grant you the mercy of a whole corpse. Lin Che remained silent, stepping forward toward Lei Ba. Buzz. With just one step, the air beneath his feet twisted, forming illusory footprints. The 7-star step. He had directly unleashed this advanced battle technique in front of Lei Ba. The 7-star step could channel the power of the Big Dipper in 7 steps, making it immensely powerful. However, its lengthy preparation made it ineffective in direct combat. Lin Che was gambling on Lei Ba's arrogance, gambling that he would dismiss him due to his foundation stage cultivation and wouldn't bother to intervene. The 7-star step lacked any startling power until the final step was completed. Sure enough, Lei Ba stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. Lei Ba sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. An egg challenging a stone? Overestimating yourself. Kid, if you can make me take a single step back, you win. The crowd of outsiders beneath the arena watched Lin Che with mocking expressions in their eyes. Lin Che ignored the scornful gazes, his own eyes unwavering as they locked onto Lei Ba. He took a second step, and the ground beneath him let out a muffled sound. Then came the 3rd step, the 4th, the 5th, all the way to the 7th step. Each step caused the arena to tremble slightly. 7 stars break? As the 7th step landed, Lin Che's primal chaos physique was instantly activated, enveloping his entire body in a surge of dark golden radiance like a tidal wave. The chaotic battle energy within him erupted, merging with the power of the 7 stars through his feet and condensing into a dazzling beam of chaotic starlight. It shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. Something's wrong. Lei Ba suddenly sensed an impending danger. His hair stood on end, and his pupils constricted sharply. Acting purely on instinct, he raised his hands to block, hurriedly channeling his divine power to form a defense. With a deafening roar, the chaotic starlight exploded in front of Lei Ba, unleashing a massive shockwave. His figure was sent flying backward, landing near the edge of the arena. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked as he barely managed to stabilize himself. Lei Ba's raised right hand was riddled with jagged wounds, with golden divine blood continuously dripping from the gashes. This powerful warrior of the divine race had been injured. Lei Ba stared in disbelief at his wounded hand, his expression frozen in shock. Lin Che, observing this, let out a soft sigh, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Even with the combined assault of the 7 stars' power and his chaotic battle energy, he had only managed to injure Lei Ba's hand. This outcome left him both disappointed and deeply troubled. It was a testament to the overwhelming strength of the divine race. On the arena, a single drop of golden divine blood dripped from Lei Ba's palm, shattering the deathly silence. This scene struck the audience like a bolt of lightning. Lei Ba, a deity at the pinnacle of the divine flame realm, had been injured by a mere human at the martial foundation stage. It was like an ant wounding an elephant, completely overturning everyone's understanding. Impossible. The non-human spectators widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the arena. Even though Lei Ba had indeed been careless earlier, he was still a deity known for his unparalleled physique and divine power. Even if he stood motionless, the sheer strength of his divine body should have been impervious to a martial foundation stage warrior's attack. The closest observer, Gu Huayuan, was utterly stunned. While Yuan Ao narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering as he focused intently on Lin Che. On the human side, Chao Yin, Yin and the others were equally dumbfounded. Does anyone know who he is? Chao Yin swallowed hard, realizing that they didn't even know Lin Che's name. Someone capable of injuring Lei Ba at the martial foundation stage couldn't possibly remain an unknown figure. Yet Yin and the others merely shook their heads mechanically. Although some had heard of Lin Che's exploits on the heavenly path, none truly knew him. Outside the divine tomb, the human spectators wore the same stunned expressions, as if questioning whether they were hallucinating. In the trial hall of the Battle Dao Academy, the previously despondent Zhu Ke, Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, and Chen Yusheng were suddenly rejuvenated. Impossible. Zhu Ke, though visibly excited, still had disbelief written all over her face. The gap between the martial foundation stage and the divine flame realm was not merely about understanding the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although non-human cultivation systems differed from those of humans, the essence of power was universal. What kind of battle energy had Lin Che used to actually wound a deity? Hua Zhentian stroked his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. Lin Che is using a top-tier battle technique, but the key to injuring that deity must be that peculiar battle energy. As for his physique, I can't discern anything unusual. Chen Yusheng suddenly took a deep breath. Lin Che's appearance reminds me of a physique thought to be extinct, the primordial chaos body. This term left the others bewildered. If that kid survives this, the 4 martial academies that rejected him are going to be utterly humiliated. Hua Zhentian clenched his fists as he watched the scene unfold. Especially Lin Xuanqi is going to regret this to his core. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Lu Yunyan, and Lin Xuanqi, though in different locations, all wore grim expressions, as if they had swallowed something foul. Lin Xuanqi's face, in particular, was a storm of conflicting emotions, and an ominous feeling crept into his heart, a feeling he had first experienced when Lin Che walked the heavenly path. Lin Che. Lin Xuanqi clenched his fists as he looked skyward, the air around him seeming to freeze. That guy, could he defy the heavens again? Back in the Battle Dao Academy, Zhao Gu stared at the screen, a familiar feeling welling up inside him. Almost instinctively, he glanced at Yin Shire. Though Yin Shire didn't turn to look, he couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth upon sensing Zhao Gu's gaze off course. He understood the implication of that again. At this moment, Lei Ba finally snapped out of his shock at being injured. Beneath the arena, the piercing gazes of the foreign tribes felt like blades stabbing into Lei Ba's body. His expression darkened instantly, resembling the storm-laden sky before a downpour. As the divine son of the gods, being injured by a human whose cultivation was far inferior to his own was nothing short of a public slap to the face for the proud and arrogant Lei Ba. He stared coldly at Lin Che, divine power surging within him. The wound on his hand healed rapidly under a golden glow, as if it had never been there. Kid, you're quite impressive. You've managed to catch my attention, Lei Ba said, his voice laced with icy menace. But unfortunately for you, every prey that piques my interest meets a miserable end. Lin Che took a deep breath, casting all stray thoughts aside. The brilliance of his willpower lit up his mind as he adjusted himself to peak condition. Flexing his fingers, his gaze sharpened like a blade. Let's hope your fists can back up that mouth of yours. Before the words had fully landed, Lin Che darted forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. For him, waiting for Lei Ba's cultivation far exceeded his own. To strike first was not an option. Taking the initiative was the only viable strategy. Besides, he was eager to test whether his ancient chaotic physique could hold its ground against the legendary divine physique of the gods. Good. Very good. Lei Ba laughed in fury as Lin Che charged toward him. Kid, let's see if you can maintain that arrogance in a moment. With that, he threw a punch of his own. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, their fists collided with no theatrics, just raw power. Gray chaotic battle energy clashed violently with surging divine power, creating 2 dazzling ripples of energy that erupted outward. Lin Che was sent flying backward, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Lei Ba, on the other hand, merely swayed slightly, standing firm as a mountain. The difference in strength was evident. Yet this scene left the audience gasping in shock, disbelief written across their faces. Lin Che had actually managed to withstand Lei Ba's punch in a direct confrontation. It was utterly astonishing. Again, Lin Che licked his lips, his figure blurring into motion as he charged forward once more. Lei Ba's expression grew increasingly grim as he watched Lin Che. A storm raged within his heart. What kind of physique does this guy have? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions on the arena sent shockwaves through the hearts of every spectator. Lin Che and Lei Ba's figures blurred into streaks of motion as they clashed at breakneck speed, colliding, separating, and colliding again. The intensity of their battle left both humans and otherworldly beings in the audience holding their breath. Lin Che's primal chaos physique was pushed to its absolute limit, his body radiating a haze of blood energy that billowed like clouds. He resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption, emanating an astonishing heat. Each punch exchanged with Lei Ba erupted with thunderous roars, as the collision of battle aura and divine power created violent shockwaves that swept across the entire arena. Although Lin Che was forced back with each clash, he managed to recover in an instant, launching a new offensive without hesitation. This relentless pace disrupted Lei Ba's strategy, leaving the prodigious divine warrior visibly frustrated. The divine race's physique was renowned for its unparalleled strength and defense, but speed was not its forte. In contrast, Lin Che's primal chaos physique enhanced all attributes comprehensively. Coupled with his rare achievement of a 10th-level martial Dao foundation and the additional boost from his indomitable golden body, his physical prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary primal chaos physique. The sight left the audience in utter shock. A martial artist at the foundation stage was holding his own in a direct confrontation with a divine race prodigy at the peak of the divine fire stage. Gu Huayuan, Chao Yin, and the others stood dumbfounded at the edge of the arena. Outside the divine tomb, Hua Zhantian, Wu Hongling, Vermilion Bird, and Chen Yuxing's astonishment gradually turned into excitement. Lei Ba, unable to contain his fury any longer, let out a ferocious roar as divine power surged from within him. He unleashed a divine technique, heaven-locking fist, and a complex sealing pattern appeared behind him. Golden ripples spread outward, rushing toward Lin Che. Lin Che immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of this attack, but it was too late to withdraw his offensive. The golden ripples struck him, sealing his internal power completely. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the edge of the arena. If not for the resilience of his primal chaos physique, the blow would have left him gravely injured. Boy, this is the end for you. Lei Ba sneered as he advanced, unleashing the heaven-locking fist once more. Divine power surged wildly, the intricate lines on his palm spreading outward, while a circular sealing diagram materialized behind him. Die! Lei Ba roared as he closed in on Lin Che in an instant, his fatal punch descending with devastating force. Boom! The essence of the heaven-sealing fist surged into Lei Ba's fist, radiating a blinding golden light. The sheer power of the punch was overwhelming. Even Gu Huayuan, standing on the edge of the arena, couldn't withstand it, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing unconscious. Lin Che took a deep breath, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. Just as Lei Ba's deadly punch was about to land, Lin Che brought his fingers together like a sword, unleashing the first killing move of his slaughter spear technique, Meteor. Swoosh! Lin Che's fingertips turned a fiery red as over 200 crescent-shaped slaughter marks layered and bloomed, emanating an astonishing killing intent. In that instant, he grasped the true essence of Meteor, not just its extreme speed, but its relentless, meteoric killing intent. Wherever his gaze landed, death followed. Boom! The sealing power collided fiercely with the slaughter force, creating an explosive shockwave. The ground cracked like a spiderweb, spreading outward with the two fighters at its center. Lei Ba's face twisted with ferocity, his eyes glowing with divine light. A terrifying surge of willpower shot into Lin Che's mind in an instant. This was exactly what Lin Che feared most. No matter how powerful his primordial chaos body was, he was still in the martial foundation realm. Against the martial will of a divine fire realm expert, the gap was nearly insurmountable. Boom! Lin Che felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his consciousness thrown into chaos, teetering on the brink of collapse. But just then, a radiant glimmer of willpower ignited in his mind, bringing clarity back to his eyes. Without hesitation, Lin Che acted. Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, a domineering dragon soul spear materialized in his grasp. Dragon soul spear. Break! Lin Che roared furiously, the dragon soul spear trembling violently in his hands as a blood-red dragon's phantom emerged. The power of Meteor erupted, and countless slaughter marks bloomed at the spear's tip, transforming into a crimson beam that pierced through Lei Ba's chest in an instant. Lei Ba's body shuddered, his expression frozen in disbelief as he lowered his gaze to the wound in his chest. Silence. In that moment, the entire arena fell into a deathly stillness. Every gaze, whether human or from the other races, was frozen on the platform, faces unified in shock and disbelief. Even those outside the divine tomb, watching the scene unfold within, were stunned beyond words. Lin Che had driven his spear straight through the chest of Lei Ba, the divine son of the God clan. Lin Che gripped the dragon soul spear tightly, panting heavily. His muscles, bones, and veins screamed in exhaustion, as though his body might collapse at any moment. That single strike had not only unleashed the full force of his slaughter spear technique and meteor strike, but had also drained nearly every ounce of energy from his body. Yet, as he looked at Lei Ba, whose chest he had pierced, a genuine smile crept onto his lips. The body of the god clan you take such pride in, can it still survive with a shattered heart? The answer was already clear. The overwhelming power of over 200 slaughter marks had poured into Lei Ba, utterly destroying his heart. This pure, malevolent energy was formless and intangible, making it impossible to fully purge even if his heart were to heal. More importantly, it was the power of the Dragon Soul Spear itself. Lin Che marveled at its performance in this first true battle. Without this relic of the Han Dynasty, solely relying on the power of the meteor strike would never have been enough to pierce Lei Ba's body. Despite being sealed by 9 bindings, the spear's sharpness alone was worthy of being called a divine weapon. Lei Ba's face turned pale as he stared at Lin Che in disbelief. He could feel his life slipping away, and fear began to surface in his eyes. He reached out, trying to grasp Lin Che, but his hand fell limp as his eyes closed for the last time. Even the God Clan's strongest divine physique could not withstand such catastrophic damage, which instantly destroyed all bodily functions. A flash of blood-red light glimmered in Lin Che's eyes as he twisted the Dragon Soul Spear. The spear trembled, and in an instant, Lei Ba's body was refined into a single slaughter mark that fell into Lin Che's hand. Feeling the pure energy contained within this most powerful mark, Lin Che couldn't help but marvel at its strength. It even restored a portion of his drained vitality. Boom! It was only now that the audience below the platform snapped out of their stupor, their eyes filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. A mere human youth at the foundational stage of martial arts had killed the divine son of the God Clan. The face of Yuan Ao, the demon clan's holy son, darkened, his expression unreadable. As he replayed the battle in his mind, a sense of relief crept into his heart. If he had been the one facing Lin Che, the outcome might not have been much different. That spear, could it be a sacred weapon? His sharp intuition as the demon clan's holy son quickly honed in on the critical factor. Meanwhile, the human geniuses like Chao Yin also returned to their senses, their shock even greater than that of the other races. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, yet in this desperate moment, Lin Che had killed Lei Ba. The sensation of narrowly escaping death surged through their veins, filling them with exhilaration and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This wasn't just a victory, it was hope for survival. At that moment, Lin Che turned to the other races below the platform. Holding the Dragon Soul Spear diagonally, his voice boomed like thunder. This is the human clan's arena. Who dares to challenge me? This single question snapped everyone out of their astonishment over Lei Ba's death and back to the reality of the present. Lin Che stood on the stage, gripping the Dragon Soul Spear, his gaze sharp as lightning as it swept over the crowd below. Moments ago, he had taken down the formidable Lei Ba with a single strike. Despite the immense energy he had expended, he still exuded an aura of dominance, as though the world was beneath him. Among the foreign clans, the demon clan's heir, Li Yuan, exchanged a glance with the nether clan's heir, Song Kong. In each other's eyes, they saw the same wariness. The other foreign clan members were even more intimidated. Anyone who met Lin Che's gaze quickly looked away in panic. They didn't just lack the courage to challenge him, they couldn't even muster the bravery to face him, let alone step onto the stage. In truth, everyone present understood the situation clearly. Lin Che's current condition was likely not as invincible as it appeared. The astonishing strike that had felled Lei Ba likely drained his reserves of strength. Yet, no one dared to gamble on that. Even if Lin Che was indeed at the end of his strength, who could guarantee they'd survive even one last strike from him? The gruesome sight of Lei Ba's defeat was still fresh in their minds, such a powerful warrior, reduced to nothing by Lin Che's single blow. And as for the heirs of the demon and nether clans standing below, their strength was, at best, comparable to Lei Ba's. Cowards! Lin Che sneered, his voice booming and laden with undisguised contempt, causing the faces of the foreign clan prodigies to darken. He understood well that the key at this moment was to intimidate everyone present. As long as no one's strength surpassed Lei Ba's, no one would dare act rashly. After all, their ultimate goal was the treasures within the divine tomb, not a battle to the death with him. As expected, though the foreign clans clenched their fists in frustration, not a single person dared to speak. Lin Che's gaze locked onto Yuan Ao, the sacred son of the Beast clan. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to teach me a lesson? I'm standing right here. What's wrong now? Are you so scared that you can't even make a sound? Yuan Ao's frustration burned within him as the image of Lin Che's deadly strike replayed in his mind. In the end, he chose silence, though hatred for Lin Che festered in his heart like a venomous serpent. Ha ha ha. Sacred sons and divine sons? What a joke. You're nothing but a pack of useless drunkards and gluttons. Every single one of you is worthless. Lin Che's laughter echoed loudly, his solitary dominance leaving the 9 prodigies of the foreign clans utterly subdued. The exhilaration of such a moment was truly unparalleled. Outside the divine tomb, countless gazes were fixed on the arena. Lin Che stood there with a spear in one hand, exuding an air of dominance and confidence that sent chills down the spines of all the foreign races present. The shocking scene from moments ago still reverberated in everyone's mindset. Human martial artist at the foundation building stage had pierced through Lei Ba, a son of the divine clan whose power rivaled the great perfection of the divine flame stage, with a single strike. Such an achievement was nothing short of legendary, leaving everyone speechless in awe. Haha, that was exhilarating. Those arrogant foreign brats, where's their bravado now? A foundation-building cultivator defying the odds to slay someone at the peak of the divine flame stage. This young man truly has the bearing of a future king. TSK, that presence. It reminds me of a fraction of my own glory in my youth. Bah, you? If you had even a tenth of his talent, you wouldn't still be stuck at the divine flame stage in middle age. The human cultivators were in an uproar. While Lin Che's extraordinary martial prowess and combat skills were undeniably impressive, what thrilled them even more was the way he humiliated the foreign races through sheer strength. Recalling Lei Ba's earlier arrogance as he arranged Lin Che's funeral, and comparing it to the current outcome, everyone felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The impact of this battle was immediate. The other foreign races within the divine tomb fell silent, too afraid to act rashly. This meant the legendary treasures within the divine tomb might finally be within the humans' reach. In the trial hall of the Martial Dao Academy, the 4 members of the Vermilion Bird faction were equally stunned. Even they had not expected Lin Che to kill Lei Ba. The result was simply too astonishing. Chen Yuxing's eyes flickered with insight. Could it be that the spear in Lin Che's hand is the legendary Dragon Soul Spear? Hua Zhenxian suddenly realized, I see. No, it must be the Dragon Soul Jade. Chen Yuxing nodded silently, confirming his own speculation. Vermilion Bird was in high spirits. With this, our human race might finally secure a spot among the final 10. However, despite her words, a trace of worry appeared on her brow. I just wonder what the final assessment will entail. To her, Lin Che's life was more important than her own. If she could take his place in bearing the risks, she would do so without hesitation. Hua Zhenxian, on the other hand, was relaxed. Dean Vermilion Bird, why worry? Lin Che has already defeated a divine clan member at the peak of the divine flame stage. Whatever challenges lie ahead, he'll surely find a way through. Honestly, I'd love to see Lin Xuanqi's face right now. He tried every means to block Lin Che's path in martial cultivation, and this second trial of the divine tomb was supposed to be a death sentence. But thanks to the Dragon Soul Spear, the tides have turned. I can only imagine what he's feeling at this moment. Ha ha ha. Seeing Vermilion Bird's confusion, Hua Zhenxian explained. The Dragon Soul Spear was personally handed to Lin Che by Lin Xuanqi. Vermilion Bird raised an eyebrow and nodded. At least he did one decent thing. Meanwhile, atop a desolate mountain, Lin Xuanqi stared intently at Lin Che on the arena. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were dark and foreboding. Dragon Soul Spear. He finally spat through gritted teeth. Lin Xuanqi's expression grew even more grim. He had originally taken out the Dragon Soul Jade to frame Lin Che as a remnant of the previous dynasty. Yet who would have thought that the long-lost Dragon Soul Spear of the Han Empire was hidden within that very jade? The Dragon Soul Spear radiated an unprecedented brilliance in Lin Che's hands. With his astonishing martial talent, the young man achieved a shocking feat, defying all odds to strike down Lei Ba, the divine son of the God Clan, whose strength far surpassed his own. This incredible act not only left Lin Xuanqi restless and uneasy, but also sent shockwaves through the martial world. The news of the Divine Tomb trial spread like wildfire. Even in remote regions where the strange phenomena of the tomb were unseen, Lin Che's legendary victory had already become a widespread tale. This young man, wielding the Dragon Soul Spear and exuding an air of invincibility, proved his extraordinary abilities, stirring regret in the hearts of many. Adding Tian Martial Academy, Shun Tianqi stood alone in his study, gazing into the clouds. His eyes seemed to pierce through the layers of mist, landing on that radiant figure. Watching Lin Che's confident and spirited demeanor, Shun Tianqi could only let out a heavy sigh. Rejecting Lin Che's admission to the academy had ostensibly been due to his connection to the remnants of the Han dynasty, but in truth, it was to avoid conflict with Marquis Wuin Lin Xuanqi and the influential Lu family behind him. Yet now, witnessing Lin Che's dazzling potential, Shun Tianqi suddenly felt that offending the 6 great families might have been worth it. Especially when he thought of the opportunities hidden within the Divine Tomb, his regrets surged like an unrelenting tide. At the same time, the heads of Bailu Martial Academy, Wanxiang Martial Academy, and Fenglong Martial Academy also gazed at the proud figure within the divine tomb. They could only shake their heads repeatedly, each letting out a deep sigh. The four great academies had, out of caution, collectively missed out on this true prodigy of the heavens. On the arena within the divine tomb, Lin Che stood proudly with the Dragon Soul Spear in hand. His stunning strike moments ago not only claimed Lei Ba's life, but also planted a seed of fear in the hearts of all the other races. Though the other races were seething with rage, eager to crush Lin Che underfoot, none dared to step forward and challenge him at this moment. The memory of that deadly strike still lingered vividly, and no one was willing to gamble their life on whether Lin Che could unleash such a lethal move again. Compared to a momentary clash of pride, the opportunities within the divine tomb are far more important. This thought arose collectively among the other races. After all, wasn't their main purpose for entering this place to seize the fortunes hidden within the tomb? For now, they decided to endure and bide their time. However, the current situation presented a new dilemma. With only 10 spots available for advancement, Lin Che had already secured one for the humans. Ideally, the remaining 9 spots would be evenly distributed among the 9 major races. But Lei Ba's death disrupted this balance. One of the spots originally belonging to the deity clan was now up for grabs, turning it into the focal point of contention. The gazes of the 8 remaining races immediately converged on the 3 remaining members of the deity clan. The meaning behind those stares was unmistakable. Since your strongest member is dead, that spot must now be redistributed. What do you think you're doing? Planning to push us out? The remaining 3 deity clan members sensed the hostility and their expressions darkened. On the sidelines, Chao Yin and the others watched the unfolding drama with intrigue. Yin couldn't help but murmur, these other races really turn on each other in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, they were united, and now they're ready to draw swords against one another. Lin Che, still standing on the arena, let out a quiet sigh of relief as he observed this infighting among the other races. The second stage was behind him, for now. Yet, he knew very well that the challenges ahead would only grow more formidable. The Dragon Soul Spear, his trump card, had already been exposed. Coupled with Lei Ba's fate as a cautionary tale, the other races were bound to be on high alert against him. Finally, Yuan Ao, the holy son of the demon clan, stepped forward, his gaze coldly sweeping over the deity clan's trio. Since you're unwilling to voluntarily surrender the spot, we'll decide it according to the rules of the second stage through sequential challenges. At these words, the expressions of the 3 deity clan members grew even grimmer. They all understood the ultimate rule of the divine tomb: only one race would leave this place alive, while the rest would face annihilation. At that moment, the tension within the tomb grew even more suffocating. In this way, it's fair to all of us. The words echoed in the air with an unquestionable authority. The atmosphere around the arena grew tense in an instant, as the representatives of various races exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts. The final rule was set. Whichever race emerged victorious in this competition would claim the last precious spot. The non-human races quickly reacted, nodding in agreement. Even though the 3 members of the divine race were filled with unwillingness, they could only remain silent in the face of this ironclad rule. Soon, the 8 major races each selected a representative, who then took their places on the respective platforms. The second round of competition began, marking the true start of the arena battle. The fights were intense, building to a crescendo until the final thunderous roar signaled the end. The winner was a man from the ancient golden race. This result caused subtle changes in the expressions of the top-tier representatives present. A shadow briefly crossed the eyes of Yuan Ao, the holy son of the demon race, Li Yuan, the demon child of the devil race, and Song Kong, the nether son of the nether race. Although the ancient golden race ranked among the top 100 in the myriad races of the heavens, considered a powerful force, it still lagged behind these top-tier factions. The rankings were not arbitrarily decided but were meticulously assessed based on historical achievements and the strength of their bloodlines, carrying great authority. What Yuan Ao and the others had not anticipated was that the ancient golden race harbored hidden talents. Aside from their leading figures, they had managed to produce such an extraordinary individual who secured a spot in this competition. Yet, since the rules were ones they themselves had agreed upon, they could only accept the outcome in silence. At that moment, the entire platform began to quake violently. An ancient voice, filled with the weight of countless lives, resonated once more. The third trial of the god's tomb begins now. Boom. With those words, beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping everyone beneath the 10 platforms. Even the unconscious Gu Huayuan, lying beside Lin Che, was not spared. In the blinding radiance, their figures gradually faded until they completely disappeared. The ancient and weathered voice then declared the specific rules for the third trial. Listening to them, Lin Che couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression turning exceptionally grave. What a brutal third trial. The rules for the third trial of the divine tomb echoed through the space, announced in a voice ancient and profound. 10 contenders will be transported to Beast King Valley. The first to place the Beast King's head upon the altar will claim victory, and their race will earn the right to enter the inner sanctum of the divine tomb. As for the others' complete annihilation, Lin Che took a deep breath, his expression heavy with tension. The brutality of this final trial far exceeded his expectations. Failure meant death, with no second chances. From what he knew, the title of Beast King was reserved for at least a Hunyuan realm-level wild beast. If the Beast King in the valley truly had such power, it would be a fatal challenge for martial artists like them, who hadn't even reached the Hunyuan realm. The Hunyuan realm, as the fourth stage of martial cultivation, was a level of strength capable of commanding entire regions. Against such an opponent, sheer numbers would be meaningless. Yuan Ao and the other sacred sons of the demon clans wore equally grim expressions. They understood all too well that even if the 10 of them joined forces, slaying the Beast King was far from guaranteed, let alone claiming its head. The only uncertainty now was whether the Beast King in the divine tomb was as powerful as they feared. But given that it was designated as the final trial, its strength was unlikely to fall short of their expectations. Outside the divine tomb, the spectators gasped in shock. Slay the Beast King? This isn't a trial, it's a death sentence. But this is the divine tomb trial, tied to the gods themselves. This kind of difficulty is to be expected. The crowd buzzed with anxious murmurs, feeling despair just from hearing the rules. If not for Lin Che and the others being extraordinarily gifted, capable of fighting above their level, this would hardly qualify as a trial, it would be an outright execution. Yet even so, the challenge of slaying the Beast King was suffocating. And worse, only one person would leave alive in the end. Bloodshed was inevitable. In the trial hall of the War Dao Academy, the 4 Vermilion Bird disciples looked on with solemn faces. They had known from the start that only one of the 10 races would survive, but the harsh reality of the rules still struck them like a blow. For a group of Divine Flame Realm cultivators and one who was only at the Foundation establishment realm to face the Beast King, it was nothing short of suicidal. The Vermilion Bird tried to use her soul orb to contact Lin Che, but there was no response. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. Huijintian sighed. All we can do now is hope Lin Che can perform another miracle. But even as he spoke, his voice lacked conviction. Lin Che passing the second trial had already been a miracle, and this third trial was like a deadlock from every angle. Not only would he have to face the Beast King, but he also had to guard against the attacks of the other 9 prodigies from rival races. Even if he managed to kill the Beast King, who would stand by and let him place its head on the altar? Everyone present knew one thing for certain. Lin Chi's situation was the most perilous of all 10 contenders. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi's laughter echoed through the god tomb, his eyes gleaming with vengeful satisfaction. Excellent. Lin Che, it seems the heavens are set to destroy you. This time, I'd like to see how you survive under such hellish conditions. The gloom that had built up due to Lin Chi's smooth progress through the second challenge dissipated entirely. His grin twisted into something sinister, as though he could already see Lin Che meeting his demise. Within the Marquis of Wuin's residence, Lu Yunyan quietly observed the scenes unfolding within the god tomb. Unlike Lin Yi's elation, her eyes narrowed, her expression heavy with thought. After witnessing the miracles Lin Che had pulled off so far, she dared not make hasty conclusions. Though the rules of the third challenge were indeed terrifying, the tension momentarily distracted her from the frustration caused by Lin Chi's success in the second. Lin Xuanqi stood nearby, his previously explosive anger now somewhat tempered. Lin Che, can you create another miracle this time? He murmured, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. If their roles were reversed, even Lin Xuanqi himself would feel despair in Lin Chi's current predicament. The 9 foreign prodigies only needed to focus on defeating the Beast King, with any conflict arising solely over claiming its spoils. Lin Che, however, was caught between enemies on all sides. Worse still, his trump cards and the Dragon Soul Spear had already been revealed, and the foreign prodigies were undoubtedly prepared with countermeasures. To Lin Xuanqi, the rights and wrongs of Lin Che's past actions no longer mattered. At this moment, only one thought consumed him. Lin Che must not leave the god tomb alive. As long as Lin Che lived, his existence would serve as a silent mockery to Lin Xuanqi. Should Lin Che achieve even greater success on his martial path in the future, the world would inevitably recall Lin Xuanqi, the visionary father who had tried to suppress him. Boom! A sudden, deafening explosion erupted within the god tomb. The platform where Lin Che and the others stood was instantly engulfed in a blinding white light. In the next moment, the figures of all 10 participants vanished simultaneously from the stage. A familiar sensation of dizziness swept over Lin Che as he felt his feet leave the ground. When the weightlessness subsided, he found himself in an entirely new world of vast valley shrouded in thick mist. The atmosphere was desolate, mysterious, and overwhelming. Through the fog, the faint outlines of towering peaks and ancient trees could be seen, their forms only partially revealed. Lin Che didn't have time to carefully examine the valley. His figure flickered as he swiftly moved away from his original location. His body tensed, and a dragon soul spear appeared in his hand as he instantly entered a battle-ready state. Not far away, the holy son of the Yao clan, Yuan Ao, and the demon clan's heir, Li Yuan, had also been transported to the same place. This was no longer the second trial's arena. No one knew what consequences awaited for fighting outside the arena, but the rules of the third trial were simple. Kill the Beast King and place its head on the altar. The enmity between the human race and the myriad other races had existed for ages, and Lin Che's previous arrogant display had only fueled Yuan Ao and the others' animosity toward him. A group attack against him could break out at any moment. Crossing his arms, Yuan Ao looked at Lin Che with a mocking expression and said, "I say, before we deal with the Beast King, why don't we get rid of this eyesore first?" Li Yuan immediately chimed in, "I agree. Kill this arrogant brat, and no matter who claims the final reward of the divine tomb, at least the human race won't have a chance to touch it." As soon as those words were spoken, the others' gazes toward Lin Che grew increasingly hostile. Previously, they had refrained from challenging him on the arena due to the risk of a mutual loss. But now, with a ninny against stone scenario, their hesitation vanished. Outside the divine tomb, the spectators watched the unfolding events with bated breath, many feeling a pang of worry for Lin Che. Zhu Ke, in particular, was on edge, swallowing nervously. Finally, she gritted her teeth and declared, "If anything happens to Lin Che, I swear, for the rest of my life, I, Zhu Ke, will enter the outer battlefield and not leave until I've wiped out all 8 of these alien races." To Zhu Ke, Lin Che was more than just her newly accepted disciple was her hope. If Lin Che were to die, that hope would be shattered, and she would stop at nothing to exact her vengeance. Back inside the divine tomb, Lin Che silently twirled the dragon soul spear in his hand. Chaotic battle energy surged into the spear's body, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Yuan Ao and the others hesitated for a moment, a trace of apprehension flickering in their eyes. They all knew the sharpness of the dragon soul spirit could easily tear through even the divine bodies of the God clan. As the tension mounted, a young man with golden pupils from the ancient Golden Clan broke the silence. "We still don't know the situation with the Beast King. In my opinion, we should find the Beast King first and assess the situation. Compared to the final opportunity of the divine tomb, the life of a mere human is utterly insignificant." Yuan Ao and the others exchanged glances. Though they said nothing, they didn't object either. In truth, they understood the logic. Their primary concern was the Beast King, but Lin Che's earlier arrogance made it hard for them to let it slide without any reaction, lest it appear they were afraid of him. Lin Che glanced at the young man from the ancient Golden Clan, his eyes flickering with thought, but he remained on high alert. Roar! A low, guttural roar suddenly echoed from deeper within the valley. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The Beast King. In an instant, Yuan Ao and the others transformed into blurry shadows as they darted toward the depths of the valley. Lin Che gripped his dragon soul spear tightly and followed at a safe distance, always ready to defend against any sudden attack from them. Fortunately, they encountered no conflict along the way. Eventually, they stopped behind a desolate hill. Lin Che gazed at the massive beast in the distance, taking a deep breath as his expression grew grave. In the distance lay a vast expanse of wetlands. At its center, a deep, obsidian-like pool shimmered faintly. Beside the pool, an enormous creature rested quietly, its size rivaling that of a small mountain. The beast was an astonishing amalgamation of features: a majestic lion's head, a sturdy rhino's body, and a flexible serpent's tail. Its massive frame stretched over 100 feet, but the most striking feature was the armor of scales covering its entire body, resembling the impenetrable plating of a dragon, extending even to its eyes. Each scale glimmered with a metallic sheen, making the creature appear like a moving fortress of steel. Even more incredible was the phenomenon surrounding the beast. With each breath it took, the air around it swirled into spiraling tornadoes, forming an invisible barrier that encased its form. This natural defense mechanism rendered any surprise attack impossible. Lin Che gazed at the colossal beast, and a realization solidified in his mind: this was undoubtedly a Hunyuan realm Beast King, the ultimate target of this trial. He understood that only beings of the Hunyuan realm could command the forces of nature itself. The mere fact that the creature's breathing could summon whirlwinds was undeniable proof of its power. The thought of having to hunt down a Hunyuan realm Beast King, while he was only at the martial foundation level, made Lin Che let out a bitter smile. It felt like a death sentence in the guise of a mission. The expressions of Yuan Ao and the other alien prodigies were no less grim. Though each of them was a standout among their respective clans, the gap between their strength and that of a Hunyuan realm being was insurmountable. In the path of cultivation, even the smallest difference in realm could result in an overwhelming disparity in power. As they observed the beast's impenetrable scale armor, Yuan AO and the others exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their eyes to Lin Che. They all realized that the only hope of breaching the creature's defenses lay in the dragon soul spear that Lin Che wielded. Cooperation, it seemed, was their only option. Lin Che noticed the gazes cast by Yuan AO and the others, immediately understanding what they were thinking. In the distance, a grotesque, massive beast exuded an aura that made one's heart tremble. Even if the 10 of them joined forces, their chances of success would be a mere fraction of a percent. Though no clash had occurred yet, Lin Che's martial will was already warning him of extreme danger. At that moment, Tazu's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Che's mind. Little one, where have you wandered off to now? There was a hint of surprise in his tone, followed by astonishment. This aura? The divine prison. It really is the divine prison. I can't believe it still exists. Unbelievable. Tazu's voice carried a nostalgic undertone, clearly indicating he was no stranger to this place. He usually remained dormant, only awakening when Lin Che encountered extraordinary circumstances. This time, he had been roused by the presence of the divine prison's aura. Divine prison? Isn't this the divine tomb? Lin Che asked in surprise. Tazu pondered briefly before replying, you could call it that, but regardless of the name, this place is extremely dangerous. With your current cultivation level, you shouldn't be here. Now, tell me what happened. Lin Che recounted the events in detail. After listening, Tazu clicked his tongue in amazement. It seems not only does the divine prison still stand, but some of the entities imprisoned here might still be alive. However, the real trouble is just beginning. Indeed, trouble. Lin Che agreed, nodding. If I had already advanced to the divine flame realm and could fully wield the dragon soul spear, there might be a glimmer of hope. But as it stands, I have no confidence at all. Tazu chuckled lightly. Kid, you haven't understood the trouble I'm talking about. The creature before you isn't just any ordinary wild beast, it's a prison guardian beast. A prison guardian beast? Lin Che echoed. That's right, Tazu confirmed. It's a special existence created by ancient martial experts to guard tombs. There's a legend about a necromantic technique that allows one to continue cultivating after death. While this hasn't been proven, these prison guardian beasts, born from absorbing deathly and baleful energies, are undeniably powerful. He continued, take a look at that armor on its surface, resembling dragon scales. That's a condensation of death and baleful energy, making it immune to most forces in the world. Your attacks will be weakened by at least 10%, leaving your chances of victory at less than 1%. Lin Che's expression grew grim. Tazu, however, added, but for you, this might actually be an opportunity. While the prison guardian beast can resist most forces, it cannot affect the primordial chaos body. If you can absorb the baleful and deathly energy from its body, combined with your slaughter techniques, you might be able to elevate the primordial chaos body to its minor completion stage. At that point, you might truly have a chance to slay the beast. These words made Lin Che's eyes light up. What Tazu described as a slim chance of survival felt like a glimmer of hope to him. At this moment, Yuan Ao, seeing Lin Che standing silently for so long, assumed he was putting on airs. With a cold snort, he said, human boy, you see the situation as well. While I'm not inclined to cooperate with you, we must set aside our racial differences temporarily if we want to kill this beast. Lin Che sneered. What difference does it make to me? Do you honestly think that after killing the beast, you'd let me have the only opportunity left? The tension in the air grew palpable, like a drawn sword ready to strike. Then Lin Che suddenly shifted his tone. So, what's your plan for dealing with this creature? As Lin Che began to speak, the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Yuan Ao and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. They really had no desire to waste energy on anything other than the colossal beast. After all, even with Lin Che's addition, the odds of defeating the beast were still slim. The group, almost instinctively, turned their gazes toward Li Yuan, the demon scion of the demon clan. Among the 9 non-human individuals present, they hailed from 8 different races. Yuan Ao's monster clan, Li Yuan's demon clan, the golden ancient clan, and the already eliminated god clan were the ones who had entered the extraterritorial battlefield together. Naturally, these 4 clans had come prepared with deadly strategies. Li Yuan took a deep breath and opened his palm. A streak of black light emerged in his hand, morphing into a small, palm-sized black flag. The flag was carved with sinister white bones, surrounded by dark mist that faintly formed ferocious faces, sending chills down the spine. Lin Che fixed his gaze on the flag, sensing the immense soul power it radiated. The members of the Golden Ancient Clan, upon seeing the flag, revealed expressions of realization. Li Yuan spoke with a tone of pride. Surely you all recognize this, it's the renowned 9 nether soul devouring array of my demon clan. Though this is not the original forbidden artifact, when pushed to its limits, it can still harness the power of the 9 nether soul refinement. If the 10 of us work together to control this array, combining our strength, we might be able to use the 9 Nether's power to stand against that colossal beast. He paused, frowning slightly before continuing. Originally, we planned for Lei Ba to serve as the central core of the array. After all, the core must endure tremendous pressure, and a weak physique simply cannot sustain the operation of the 9 Nether's power. However, his gaze shifted meaningfully toward Lin Che. Before Li Yuan could finish, Lin Che had already nodded. I can serve as the core. At that moment, the voice of Tazu echoed in Lin Che's mind. Kid, that little demon brat is trying to set you up. I know a bit about the 9 Nether Soul Refinement array. It's not just about withstanding pressure. The core will suffer immense physical damage during the array's operation, and a slight misstep could cause you to be crushed under the pressure. But then again, your primal chaos body thrives under pressure. The greater the pressure, the more refined your physique becomes. With the array's refinement and the addition of the beast's aura of malice and death, it might even push your primal chaos body to a minor breakthrough. This was precisely why Lin Che agreed so readily. It was a move that aligned perfectly with his goals. Li Yuan cast a peculiar glance at Lin Che. He had originally thought it would take considerable effort to persuade him to take on the role of the core, but things had gone surprisingly smoothly. Yuan Ao, who was familiar with the characteristics of the 9 Nether Soul Refinement array, discreetly observed Lin Che, his thoughts swirling with intrigue. There was no doubt if they succeeded in slaying the beast, this group of non-human clans would not spare Lin Che. Even before the battle began, schemes were already brewing. However, it was too soon to determine who would be the predator and who the prey. In the trial hall outside the Divine Tomb, Zhu Chua's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. The 9 Nether Soul Refinement array? How could Lin Che agree so easily to become the core? If he can't withstand the 9 Nether's power, hell be torn apart. Beside her, Hua Zhentian furrowed his brows deeply but, recalling Lin Che's personality, tried to offer some reassurance. From what I know of Lin Che, he's not someone who makes hasty decisions. If he agreed to this, he must have some understanding of the 9 Nether Soul Refinement array. Perhaps he has a plan. Despite his words, Hua Zhentian's heart remained uneasy, filled with a lingering sense of worry. The 9 Nether Soul Refining Formation, renowned as the most lethal formation of the Demon Clan, has long been a name of terror in the cultivation world. As the forbidden artifact of the demonic sovereign, its most fearsome characteristic lies in its boundless adaptability. It can be activated by one person, 10, or even tens of thousands. The greater the number, the more terrifying the condensed 9 Nether power becomes. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Divine Tomb was oppressively heavy. Lin Che volunteered to serve as the core of the formation, which secretly startled Hua Zhentian. Even though the 9 Nether Soul Refining Formation wielded by the demon scion Li Yuan was merely a replica, the pressure it exuded on a martial foundation-level cultivator was still suffocating. If Hua Zhentian were in Lin Che's position, he could hardly imagine how he would withstand such a horrifying force. In that case, let's begin, Yuan Ao said in a low voice after exchanging glances with the others. Li Yuan nodded, and the 9 Nether Talisman in his hand burst forth with a blinding black light. Channel your will into the 9 Nether Talisman. His voice echoed through the space. Lin Che focused his martial will, and as soon as his gaze met the talisman, a colossal skeletal figure appeared before his eyes, towering into the heavens and standing firmly on the earth. The sheer oppressive aura it radiated was suffocating. This was the manifestation of the 9 Nether power. Although the skeletal apparition vanished in an instant, Lin Che could feel a mysterious connection forming between himself and the talisman. Yuan Ao and the others quickly completed their spiritual link with the artifact as well. Let's move, Li Yuan commanded, and the group advanced toward the massive beast. As the distance closed, the oppressive aura emanating from the beast grew increasingly overwhelming. When they finally approached their target, it felt as though they were trapped in an invisible quagmire. The very air around them seemed as heavy as lead, and even breathing became a struggle. And this was merely the dormant state of the beast. The scene during an actual confrontation would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Lin Che gripped the dragon soul spear tightly, his gaze resolute. No matter how powerful this beast was, he had to slay it. There were still too many things he had to accomplish. Could not fall here. Attack! Li Yuan suddenly let out a long cry as the 9 Nether Talisman transformed into a streak of black light shooting skyward. A powerful gravitational force instantly enveloped the area. Lin Che felt his body being lifted uncontrollably into the air, and the same happened to Yuan Ao and the others. In the blink of an eye, the 10 of them, with the 9 Nether Talisman at the center, had completely encircled the massive beast. The 9 Nether Soul Devouring Array, the supreme killing formation of the Demon Clan, slowly unfolded in the void. As a forbidden weapon of the demon royal lineage, it harnessed the earth-shattering power of the 9 Nether. Though the array in the hands of demon heir Li Yuan was not the original, its might was still terrifying. With a thunderous roar, The auras of Lin Che and the other 9 instantly connected. They seemed to merge into one, their combined energy surging straight into the heavens. The void trembled, echoing with booming sounds, as the collective force of the 10 reached the Hunyuan realm. While their comprehension of martial will and the grand principles of heaven and earth could not compare to a true Hunyuan realm expert, their sheer power was already on par with the newly ascended Hunyuan cultivator. Lin Che felt the unfamiliar energy coursing through his body, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The 9 nether soul refining array was indeed extraordinary, though he was of the human race, with a power source entirely different from the demon race. The array's governance allowed their forces to merge seamlessly. As long as he activated his cultivation and the others did not resist, he could instantly command the power of all 10. This meant that, with sufficient numbers, this formation could enable even the weakest to unleash strength comparable to that of celestial beings and demons. The giant beast referred to by Tazu as the prison-suppressing beast sensed the sudden surge in energy. Its tightly shut eyes snapped open, and with a deafening roar, a visible shockwave rippled outward. "Do not resist me," Li Yuan shouted, unleashing his crimson blood-eye light. Lin Che felt a sudden drain of 50% of his battle energy, and the same happened to Yuan AO and the others. None of them resisted Li Yuan's command. As his roar subsided, a thick crimson-black beam shot forth from his eyes. This crimson blood-eye light, a talent unique to Li Yuan, could devour blood and fuse souls, its power unparalleled. The crimson-black beam clashed violently with the prison-suppressing beast's shockwave in midair. With a screeching explosion, the powerful collision tore through the atmosphere, causing the entire sky to tremble. This strike seemed to infuriate the prison-suppressing beast. It roared again, its massive serpent-like tail sweeping across like a heavenly pillar. Wherever it passed, the air exploded, leaving a jagged white scar in its wake. In an instant, the attack was upon Li Yuan. The sudden turn of events left Li Yuan no time to react. He hastily formed a shield of demonic energy. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered, and Li Yuan was flung like a cannonball, barely avoiding a fall into the void. He spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror despite harnessing the power of 9. He couldn't withstand even a single blow from the prison-suppressing beast. Yuan AO and the others groaned simultaneously, their faces pale. With their energies connected, Li Yuan's injury affected them as well. Lin Che, however, only felt a slight stir in his blood before returning to normal. Such was the power of the ancient chaos body. Though not yet fully developed, the strength of his physique in its activated state surpassed that of most divine fire realm experts. Yuan AO noticed the crucial difference and shouted at Li Yuan, "Hand over control of the 9 nether soul-devouring array to this human boy." It was clear that while Li Yuan commanded the power of 10, his physical body was far too weak to endure the prison-suppressing beast's attacks. Judging by everyone's reactions, Lin Che's physique was the most formidable. It was unbelievably a martial artist at the Foundation realm possessing a body stronger than a divine fire realm cultivator at their peak. Though Li Yuan's expression was grim, he understood the reasoning. Gripping the 9 nether token, he infused it with demonic energy, transferring control of the array to Lin Che. However, he left a trace of his life essence within the token. Unless he perished, Lin Che could not fully claim the 9 nether token. The moment the 9 nether token changed hands, Lin Che's perception expanded instantly. The powers within Yuan AO and the other 8, along with the divine abilities they wielded, became vividly clear in his consciousness. At that moment, the voice of the demon scion, Li Yuan, echoed, "Kid, activate the soul devourer form right away. You'll be able to harness the strength and innate divine abilities of all 9 of us for a short period. More importantly, the 9 nether power generated by the soul devourer form will restrict the Beast King's range of movement and weaken its strength." Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes sharpened as his intent commanded the 9 nether token. In an instant, a ghostly radiance erupted from the token, enveloping Lin Che and the other 9. The token spun wildly, and the figures of Yuan AO and the rest transformed into streams of spectral light, merging into the token before fusing into Lin Che's body. With a thunderous roar, Lin Che's aura surged explosively. Demonic energy, monstrous energy, and nether energy intertwined and surged within him. The void quaked and distorted as a colossal skeletal phantom crossed the boundaries of space and time to descend. This was none other than the legendary power of the 9 nether. A bone-chilling cold swept across the heavens and earth, freezing the air into solid ice. Dark, crystalline shards of ice fell like snow, swiftly covering the ground in a frosty layer. Roar! The Beast King of the nether prison raised its head and let out an enraged roar. Its lion-like head turned, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes. Its massive form blurred into a shadow as it charged towards Lin Che, its thick tail sweeping horizontally with devastating force. Lin Che's martial will surged to its peak as the skeletal phantom behind him slammed its arms downward. A burst of extreme cold erupted, instantly encasing the Beast King in a layer of frost. The previously lightning-fast creature found its movements slightly slowed. At the same time, Lin Che activated his primal chaos physique, and dark golden flames ignited across his body. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a force that combined chaotic battle energy, monstrous energy, and demonic energy, colliding heat-in with the Beast King's tail in a deafening clash. Outside the divine tomb, Yuan Ao and the others within the 9 Nether token held their breath, eyes fixed on the scene. At that moment, Lin Che's fist collided violently with the serpent tail of the beast of prison suppression. With a deafening roar, waves of chaotic battle energy, demonic energy, and fiendish energy burst forth like a raging tide. The deathly aura and malicious energy unleashed by the beast of prison suppression swept across the surroundings, forming a terrifying storm of energy. Lin Che felt an unimaginable force surge through his fist, penetrating layer by layer into his skin, muscles, and bones, threatening to shatter his internal organs. Just as his body seemed on the verge of tearing apart, Lin Che's eyes blazed with determination, and his primal chaos physique erupted with power. The viscous, mercury-like energy of his blood surged out from every fiber of his being, completely neutralizing the overwhelming force. In the end, Lin Che merely staggered slightly, far from the state of spewing blood like the demon scion Li Yuan had been. After that clash, Lin Che could clearly sense his body becoming even more refined. The chilling energy within the beast of prison suppression's power had seeped into his body, but under the impact of his primal chaos physique's blood energy, it was instantly refined and assimilated, becoming a part of him. Tazu was right. This beast of prison suppression is truly my opportunity. A fiery determination ignited in Lin Che's eyes as he looked at the beast. To him, as long as it made him stronger, no danger or threat of death could deter him. Inside the 9 Nether token, Yuan Ao and the others felt a chill in their hearts. What a terrifying physique. What kind of body does this guy have? A mere martial cultivator at the foundational stage, even with the 9 Nether token support, was able to go head-to-head with a Beast King on par with the Hunyuan realm and emerge unscathed. It was monstrous. Yet, at the same time, a strong sense of hope rose within them. Perhaps they truly had a chance to slay this Beast King. Having confirmed that the beast of prison suppression could enhance his physique, Lin Che's eyes gleamed with resolve. His figure blurred into a shadow as he instantly appeared at the beast's side. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. A golden fist imprint, as massive as a small mountain and radiating an aura of domineering power, descended upon the beast. This was not a battle technique Lin Che had mastered, but rather a talent ability of the ancient Golden Clan, temporarily granted through the 9 Nether token. As he threw the punch, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Lin Che's eyes. At that moment, Tazu's voice echoed in his mind. Heh, boy, you felt it too, didn't you? When you use these talent abilities, you experience them as if they're your own. To you, they hold no secrets. This is another ability of the Primal Chaos Physique comprehension. Normally, it wouldn't awaken until your Primal Chaos Physique reached the minor stage, but thanks to the 9 Nether token, you've gained a natural pathway. Boy, these abilities of other races are extraordinary. Let's see how much you can grasp. Boom. The golden fist imprint slammed heavily into the beast of prison suppression's body, and a powerful counterforce surged through Lin Che's fist into his body. He let out a muffled grunt, his blood energy surging rapidly to neutralize the force. That familiar chilling energy erupted within him, only to be instantly refined once more. Roar. The beast of prison suppression howled in rage, never expecting this insignificant ant to dare attack it. It retaliated immediately, lashing out with its tail. Recalling Tazu's words, Lin Che once again formed the golden fist imprint to meet the attack. Thus, Lin Che became a flickering shadow, circling the beast of prison suppression and repeatedly unleashing golden fist imprints. Before long, the beast was surrounded by the golden imprints, appearing to be suppressed. This guy, he's an absolute monster. Yuan Ao and the others inside the 9 Nether token were dumbfounded. What stunned them even more was that, despite Lin Che's relentless onslaught, the backlash they experienced from the beast of prison suppression was minimal. Previously, when the demon scion Li Yuan had wielded the 9 Nether token, even a single counterattack from the beast had caused their blood energy to churn violently, almost beyond endurance. The disparity in strength Lin Che displayed after taking control of the Joyo token was truly astonishing. His overwhelming presence, towering above everyone else, forced all those present to re-evaluate his incredible physical prowess. However, at that moment, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Lin Che's mouth, and his face began to pale. This subtle change immediately caught the attention of Yuan Ao and the others, who all shared a knowing, cold smirk. It seems this guy is reaching his limit, Yuan Ao thought to himself with glee. Although he's unleashed the full potential of the Joyo token, Once he slays the Beast King, he'll be utterly drained. And then, Yuan Ao and his companions had already made up their minds to dispose of Lin Che once he was no longer of use. In their eyes, Lin Che must harbor an extraordinary secret to possess such defiance of natural limits. Once his value was exhausted, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him, hoping to uncover some astonishing fortune from his body. But what they failed to realize was that Lin Che's apparent vulnerability was merely a facade. As he continued to refine the deathly aura and malevolent energy from the Beast King's body, his physical strength was steadily increasing. The signs of weakness they observed were nothing more than the expulsion of some impure blood. Break! Lin Che suddenly shouted, his voice booming, as he formed the golden fist seal once again. In an instant, radiant golden light coalesced into the shadowy outlines of mountains, rivers, and landscapes, enveloping his fist in a blinding glow. Within the Jiuyo token, Gu He, a prodigy of the Golden Ancient Clan, exclaimed in astonishment. This guy can actually wield the profound power of the Golden Fist Seal. After all, even Gu He himself hadn't fully mastered this profound technique. The fact that a human like Lin Che could execute it left him utterly stunned. This is the power of the Jiuyo soul-devouring formation, Li Yuan, the Demon Clan scion, said arrogantly. Even the innate divine abilities of your Golden Ancient Clan can be flawlessly utilized here. Gu He didn't respond, but instead fixed his gaze on Lin Che with bewilderment. Boom! Finally, Lin Che's mighty punch landed heavily on the Beast King, driving it deep into the ground. The sheer force of this strike exceeded everyone's expectations. The colossal prison suppression beast, as massive as a mountain, was sent flying by a single punch from Lin Che, crashing heavily into the ground. The sheer power of this strike caused a gleam of sharp light to flash in Lin Che's eyes. Through relentless battles with the prison suppression beast and repeated use of the Golden Fist Seal, he had finally glimpsed the true essence of this ancient divine ability of the Golden Clan. The Golden Fist Seal's core lies in a method of unleashing one's vital energy and blood, condensing it in a unique way to produce devastating power. Lin Che, endowed with the Primordial Chaos Physique, possessed a body akin to a furnace, with strength in his blood and energy far surpassing the norm, even exceeding the levels of typical divine beings. After unraveling the mysteries of the Golden Fist Seal, he immediately mobilized his entire vitality, integrating his understanding of fist techniques to unleash this earth-shattering strike. The power of this punch was closely tied to Lin Che's current state. The augmentation of the 9 Nether token allowed him to temporarily borrow the strength of Yuan Ao and others, coupled with the suppressive power of the 9 Nether energy emanating from the skeletal phantom behind him. It resulted in such an awe-inspiring force. Gu He, is the Golden Fist Seal at this stage really this terrifying? Yuan Ao and the others were utterly shocked. While the Golden Clan was indeed formidable, and the Golden Fist Seal was said to possess the strength to shatter eternity, such power was typically reserved for imperial figures. Even if Gu He were to strike with all his might at this stage, it shouldn't reach such a level. Even with Lin Che's current enhancement through the strength of 9, the sheer force of this blow was beyond their comprehension. Gu He remained silent, his expression shifting unpredictably as he stared at Lin Che. A frightening thought emerged in his mind: this human youth might not simply be using the Golden Fist Seal, but had developed a unique understanding of it. If that were true, this individual's talent was nothing short of monstrous. The prison suppression beast, sent flying, was thoroughly enraged. With a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth, its terrifying power upheaved the surrounding terrain. A black pillar of light shot skyward, instantly shattering the 9 Nether energy of the skeletal phantom. The pervasive frost dissipated, and the temperature around them rose rapidly. This was a sign of the prison suppression beast unleashing the full extent of its deadly aura and malevolent energy. In the next moment, a figure resembling Lin Che appeared before him. It was the now shrunken prison suppression beast. Its face was twisted with fury, its body shrouded in black flames, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. With another roar, the skin on its abdomen tore open, revealing 2 grotesque claws resembling crocodile talons. One of these claws, enveloped in black smoke, condensed into a claw mark, slashed savagely toward Lin Che. Lin Che took a deep breath, pushing his Primordial Chaos Physique to its limits. Clenching his hands into the Golden Fist Seal, he met the attack head-on. As the fist light collided with the claw mark, a chilling force surged from the impact into Lin Che's body, freezing him momentarily. However, a sharp light flickered in his eyes as he immediately mobilized his vitality, combining it with the essence of his Slaughter Spear technique to refine the icy force, condensing it into a Slaughter imprint. This imprint was of an extraordinary quality. The malevolent energy and deathly aura of the prison suppression beast were derived from the absorption of the death energy of martial experts and even great beings. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Che's figure flashed, charging straight at the beast. In the ensuing fierce battle, the two clashed repeatedly. Each collision left Lin Che's body momentarily stiff, but with the unique properties of his primordial chaos physique, he not only refined the malevolent and deathly energy but also transformed it into slaughter imprints, achieving a perfect cycle of battle-driven growth. The power of the infernal beast was terrifying. Not only did its explosive might strike fear into the hearts of even the strongest warriors, but the aura of death and malice it exuded was enough to render even peak divine flame realm experts defenseless in an instant. After enduring countless impacts, Lin Che's body began to undergo subtle changes. A searing sensation, mixed with a tearing pain, spread through every muscle in his body. He knew all too well that the refinement of his primal chaos physique had reached a critical juncture. Once he crossed this threshold, a completely new realm would unfold before him. Even with the primal chaos physique, Lin Che felt as though his body was about to fall apart. Every inch of his muscles throbbed with excruciating pain. Just then, the infernal beast unleashed a deafening roar. Its lion-like head opened wide, revealing a massive maw, as black miasma and deathly energy coalesced around it, forming a pitch-black orb of energy. Lin Che instantly realized the beast was preparing to unleash a desperate, all-out attack. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arm and summoned the Dragon Soul Spear. A crimson glow flickered in his eyes as he rotated the spear, channeling all his strength. Visible waves of battle energy rippled from his hands, coursing through the air. Within the 9 Abyss token, Yuan Ao and the other 8 warriors groaned in unison, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Lin Che had drained their energy in a single, decisive moment. Yet, they all understood the stakes. This was the most critical moment. None of them interfered with Lin Che's actions. Instead, they watched him intently, their gazes locked on his every move. The Dragon Soul Spear began to tremble violently, its crimson light flickering as crescent-shaped marks of slaughter materialized one after another around it. These marks, luminous and sinister like blood-red stars, emitted a chilling aura of killing intent. There were thousands of them, each forged during Lin Che's relentless battle against the infernal beast. The infernal beast roared once more, releasing the black energy orb with a piercing howl. At that exact moment, Lin Che's eyes blazed with crimson light. Wielding the Dragon Soul Spear, he unleashed his Slaughter Spear technique, igniting every single mark of slaughter. A blinding red light erupted, colliding Hedon with the beast's black energy orb in a cataclysmic explosion. Outside the divine tomb, everyone stared in shock at the unbelievable scene before them. Lin Che was standing his ground, facing the massive hell-suppressing beast Hedon. This was completely beyond anyone's expectations. When the hell-suppressing beast first appeared, even with the divine tomb between them, its terrifying aura had already left everyone present with only one thought: it's over. What could even 10 young prodigies accomplish? In the face of such a ferocious beast, they seemed utterly insignificant. Unless one was an unseen-a-million genius, survival was simply impossible. At first, when the demon clan's Li Yuan wielded the 9 Nether token, the battle unfolded as everyone had predicted. Lin Che and the others were unable to withstand even a single strike. But when the 9 Nether token fell into Lin Che's hands, the situation took a dramatic turn. "What kind of monster is this guy?" someone exclaimed. "That physical strength. It's on par with a Hunyuan realm expert. A genius. Definitely a genius of monstrous caliber." As the battle reached its critical moment, the tension inside and outside the divine tomb soared. In the trial hall, Zhu Ke, Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, and Chun Yuxing held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. At the Wuin Marquis residence, Lu Yunyan clenched her fists tightly. At the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Yi's face twisted with resentment, silently praying for Lin Che's demise. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanqi stood atop a desolate mountain peak, squinting as he observed the fight, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as a dazzling light erupted from the clash between Lin Che and the hell-suppressing beast, leveling everything within a radius of several dozen meters. Amid the swirling dust and debris, 10 figures were flung in all directions like scattered leaves. Lin Che and the others, having lost control of the 9 Nether token. When the dust settled, all eyes froze on the scene before them. The colossal hell-suppressing beast lay limp on the ground, its chest pierced by the Dragon Soul Spear, the weapon buried 9/10 of the way in. The hell-suppressing beast was dead. Lin Che finally exhaled, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. But just then, Yuan Ao and the others exchanged a glance and began silently closing in on him. Though his guard had slightly dropped, Lin Che remained vigilant and immediately noticed their movements. "What's this? Can't wait any longer, can you?" Lin Che said with a cold smile. Lin Che's worst fears finally came true. Yuan Ao and the other 8 formed a flawless encirclement, trapping him in the center and cutting off nearly all escape routes. The blood-red spear in Lin Che's hand quivered slightly, like a bloodthirsty beast. With just a light grasp, the dragon soul spear, which had been lodged in the chest of the infernal beast, transformed into a crimson lightning bolt and instantly returned to his hand. Seeing this spear, which had pierced through even the defenses of the infernal beast, a flicker of apprehension crossed the eyes of Yuan Ao and the others. What are you waiting for? Lin Che sneered, his voice laced with mockery. You so-called otherworldly races have never considered us humans as anything more than prey, have you? And now, are you hesitating because of a mere human like me? Yuan Ao and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. To be honest, even though Lin Che was currently bloodied and visibly weakened, looking quite battered, his actions from entering the divine tomb to slaying the infernal beast had left a deep impression on them. This human, who had only reached the martial Dao foundation stage, was nothing short of monstrous. Even in his current state, if he were to fight recklessly, he might very well take one or two of them down with him. Kid, I'll admit you've earned the right to be arrogant, Yuan Ao said with a cold smirk. But this isn't some arena duel. Do you really think you can take on the 9 of us all by yourself? The scene was almost comical. 9 cultivators at the Divine Flame realm hesitating to attack a single martial Dao foundation stage warrior. Yet this was the kind of fear Lin Che had instilled with his strength. Whether I can or not, why don't you come find out? Lin Che twirled the dragon soul spear in his hand, his tone calm and unwavering. Both sides were eager to end this quickly. After all, everyone present had suffered varying degrees of backlash from defeating the infernal beast, leaving them far from their peak condition. But Lin Che was different. His ancient chaotic physique had undergone an extraordinary transformation during the final clash. Outside the divine tomb, countless humans watched the scene unfold, seething with anger for Lin Che. Shameless. These otherworldly scum have no honor, ganging up 9 against 1. This is just bullying. Inside the trial hall, Zhu Ke and the others watched anxiously, barely daring to breathe. Lu Yunyan gritted her teeth. He must die. Lin Yi and Lin Xuanqi wore dark expressions, their faces tense with worry. Attack. With Yuan Ao's roar, the 9 otherworldly prodigies struck simultaneously. Yuan Ao revealed his true form, transforming into a massive black dragon with jagged horns and a moss-spewing dragon breath that resembled apocalyptic black flames. At the same time, Song Kong, the Nether clan scion, cast the Death Nether curse, sending eerie ghostly light straight into Lin Chi's eyes, momentarily paralyzing him. This is our chance. Don't hold back, kill him in one blow. Yuan Ao shouted. 2 warriors from the Golden Ancient clan immediately unleashed golden fist imprints, resembling 2 radiant golden suns rising into the sky. The devastating power hurtled toward the immobilized Lin Che. The eyes of Li Yuan, the demon prince of the demon clan, suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. A blood-red streak shot forth like a venomous serpent, hurtling straight toward Lin Che. At the same time, 4 prodigious youths from the Stone clan, Lightning clan, Ashen clan, and Black Rock clan unleashed their most powerful killing moves, unwilling to be outdone. The attacks of 9 prodigies from different clans intertwined in midair, merging 8 distinct forces into a single, devastating power capable of annihilating everything, crashing down toward Lin Che. Yuan Ao, having revealed his true form, had a cruel glint in his eyes, while the others wore malevolent, cold smiles on their faces. Especially Mingzi Cancong, whose heart swelled with pride. No matter how formidable Lin Chi's physique was, he would ultimately fall prey to his innate divine ability. As the overwhelming attacks closed in on Lin Che, who had remained motionless, his eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson glow. His previously murky gaze cleared in an instant. Impossible. Mingzi Cancong was the first to notice the anomaly. His heart skipped a beat, and he cried out in disbelief, "How can you?" Before he could finish, Lin Che calmly scanned the incoming barrage of attacks. His gaze swept over Yuan Ao and the others before he murmured, "What a pity. You're all still too slow. You've given me plenty of time." It turned out that Lin Chi's earlier lengthy discourse wasn't meant to engage Yuan Ao and the others in conversation. It was merely a ploy to buy time for his primal chaos body. The time has come. Slaughter Inscription, begin. Boom. Lin Che took a single step forward, and a dazzling dark golden radiance erupted from his body, shooting straight into the heavens and forming a towering pillar of light. A terrifying dark golden energy rippled outward from him in waves, spreading layer by layer. Boom. The moment Yuan Ao and the others' attacks touched the dark golden ripples, they disintegrated into nothingness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Amid a series of muffled groans, figures were sent flying in all directions. Yuan Ao was forcibly knocked out of his black dragon form, crashing heavily to the ground and reverting to human form, gravely injured. Ignoring his own wounds, Yuan Ao could only stare at Lin Che in shock and mutter, "This is impossible. Impossible." Yuan Ao's exclamation echoed through the valley, filled with disbelief and shock. The scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. Mozi Li Yuan, Mingzi Congkong, and the prodigies of the Golden Ancient Clan were all sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were wide with confusion and astonishment as they stared at Lin Che in the distance. It was clear they had yet to recover from the events that had just unfolded. Moments ago, the 9 of them had joined forces, unleashing their full strength in a fatal strike that seemed certain to tear Lin Che apart. Yet, Lin Che had erupted with a terrifying, suffocating power that not only neutralized their attack, but also left them gravely injured. While their weakened condition played a role, how could Lin Che have emerged unscathed after his battle with the prison beast? What was even more unsettling was the dark golden power surging from Lin Che's body. The aura was ancient and majestic, exuding an air of nobility, as if a slumbering deity from a bygone era had suddenly awakened. Even with their vast knowledge, Yuan AO and the others could not identify the origin of this mysterious force. At this moment, Lin Che stood with his dark golden white hair billowing in the wind, his entire body enshrouded in a mysterious dark golden glow. Most striking were his golden eyes, their pupils shimmering with an amber-like radiance, carrying an otherworldly and transcendent aura. This was the manifestation of the lesser accomplishment stage of the ancient chaos body. During his fierce battle with the prison beast, Lin Che had continuously absorbed the beast's malevolent and deathly energies. Combined with the tempering effects of the fight, he had finally pushed the ancient chaos body to the lesser accomplishment stage. Though the final clash with the prison beast had brought him to the brink of death, the breakthrough had not only restored him to full strength, but also elevated him to an unprecedented level of power. Lin Che's icy gaze swept across Yuan AO and the others, his golden eyes brimming with merciless radiance. In the next instant, his figure blurred into a shadow and appeared before the prodigy of the Lightning Clan. With a chilling crack, the prodigy didn't even have time to react before Lin Che snapped his neck, refining him into a mark of slaughter. Immediately after, the prodigies of the Black Rock Clan, Stone Clan, and Grey Clan met the same fate, swiftly refined into marks. The deaths of 4 prodigies in quick succession finally jolted Yuan AO and the others into action. Their expressions changed drastically as they hastily mustered their remaining strength to launch an attack on Lin Che. In the confines of this divine tomb trial, there was no escape. Their only option was to fight to the death. Boom! Gu He and Gu Yu of the Golden Ancient Clan simultaneously unleashed the Golden Fist imprint, their golden blood energy crashing down like twin blazing suns. Lin Che's eyes narrowed as he responded with his own Golden Fist imprint, seamlessly integrating it into his strike. You've truly mastered the Golden Fist imprint. Gu He was utterly shaken. Though he had suspected it, witnessing Lin Che execute the Golden Fist imprint with his own eyes still sent shockwaves through his mind. Boom! His declaration was answered by an unstoppable golden fist light that shattered both of their imprints, obliterating them on the spot. Had they been in peak condition, even the lesser accomplishment stage of the ancient chaos body might not have overwhelmed them so easily. But in their current state, they stood no chance. With a single punch, Lin Che had slain 2 prodigies of the Golden Ancient Clan. Yuan AO, Li Yuan, and Song Kong, the remaining 3, were now consumed by terror and disbelief. What had happened to this human youth? How had he become so terrifyingly powerful? It wasn't just them. Outside the divine tomb, all the human spectators, including figures as eminent as Chen Yusheng, were frozen in shock as if turned to stone. Even Zhu Chua's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Chen Yusheng's eyes blazed with an astonishing brilliance. He was the first to recover from his shock. It's truly the primal chaos body. His words erupted like thunder, reverberating throughout the scene. Hua Zhentian and the other 2 instinctively turned toward Chen Yusheng. Although they had heard of the primal chaos body before, witnessing it firsthand made them realize the terrifying power of this physique far exceeded their imagination. Within the Marquis of Wuin's residence, Lu Yunyan's reaction was particularly intense. Her gaze became vacant, as if her soul had been drained, and she muttered to herself, "How is this possible?" The next moment, her body gave out, causing her to collapse heavily onto the ground. A hysterical scream was on the verge of erupting from the residence. Lin Yi stared at the scene unfolding within the divine tomb, his facial muscles twisting with extreme fury. The turn of events was entirely beyond his expectations. Lin Che had not only survived the siege of the foreign races, but had also launched a brutal massacre against their prodigious talents. What infuriated him even more was the realization that, given the current trajectory, Lin Che was certain to pass the trial and obtain the opportunities hidden within the divine tomb. This thought filled Lin Yi with a deep, seething bitterness. He ground his teeth and growled, "A worthless wretch born of a servant. Why him?" Meanwhile, in another room, Hui Yanshu watched the scene within the divine tomb, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Ah Che, you're amazing. She had been prepared to forcibly activate the Qinquan Tower, but she hadn't expected Lin Che to achieve such a miraculous feat. Inside the divine tomb, following a deafening roar, the final prodigy of the foreign races, the sacred son of the demon clan, Yuan Ao, fell at Lin Che's hands. Yuan Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Che in his dying moments. Without hesitation, Lin Che crushed his neck and swiftly absorbed his essence. Lin Che exhaled deeply, surveying the battlefield littered with destruction before finally fixing his gaze on the corpse of the suppression beast. According to the rules of the divine tomb, he needed to sever the suppression beast's head and place it upon the altar. The head was now in his possession, but where was the altar? In the dimly lit space, members of the human race and the alien races stood divided according to their respective groups. The air was thick with an oppressive tension, and the ancient, weathered voice that had laid down the rules weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. On the human side, Gu Huayuan, Chao Yin, and others wore particularly grim expressions. Although Lin Che had previously demonstrated the strength to kill Lei Ba, the divine son of the god race, the challenge ahead seemed insurmountable. They were up against 9 prodigies from the 8 alien races. Facing such odds, 1 against 9, left them with no hope in sight. In the depths of despair, some humans had already begun writing farewell letters. Though uncertain if their loved ones would ever see these letters, it seemed to be the only thing they could do in the moment to find some solace. Typical humans. How sentimental. Writing these pathetic farewell letters. At least they have some self-awareness. They know they're doomed, so they resort to this laughable attempt to ease their fear. What's there to fear in death? The treasures of the divine tomb are destined to belong to us, the myriad races of the heavens. Too bad we won't get to witness the day when humans become nothing more than livestock for our race. The unrestrained mockery from the alien races ignited fury within Gu Huayuan and the others. Yin Yuu stepped forward, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, if we're going to die anyway, we might as well take a few of them down with us." Hearing this, a glint of resolve sparked in Chao Yan's eyes. Just then, the dark space trembled. A beam of light tore through the darkness, and to everyone's astonishment, a scene unfolded not far away. Lin Che was seen hurling a massive beast's head, as large as a small mountain, onto a high platform. Boom! The moment the beast's head hit the ground, the platform quaked, erupting with a surge of blood-red light. The light coiled around the beast's head, and as its massive form began to shrink, it gradually transformed into a golden hue. A human boy? Where are Yuan Ao and the others? Where are the demon sun and the underworld sun? The alien races stared at the image of Lin Che standing alone, their shock quickly giving way to unease as some began to realize the implications, terror surfacing in their eyes. Suddenly, screams echoed as one alien after another exploded into clouds of blood mist, vanishing entirely. Gu Huayuan and the others were initially horrified, but as understanding dawned, they exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a newfound, barely contained joy. In the valley, Lin Che stood watching the changes on the high platform. After he had severed the head of the suppression beast, the platform had appeared and now seemed to be absorbing the beast's power. Well, even after all these years, the methods of the divine prison remain as crude and brutal as ever. The voice of Tazu echoed in Lin Che's mind. I had my suspicions earlier. Why would the divine prison take an interest in beings at your level? It seems the divine prison is malfunctioning. If the monster imprisoned within is released, the world you live in will soon plunge into chaos once more. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Tazu, what do you mean by that? Tazu let out a chuckle tinged with schadenfreude. This so-called trial? It's nothing more than a grand sacrifice. The methods of suppression in the divine prison are manifold. Sacrifice is just one of them. Lin Che's heart grew increasingly doubtful, and as his thoughts churned, he couldn't help but ask, since the divine prison is so powerful that it can crush creatures like the prison beast with its rules alone, why does it need our help? Wouldn't it be more effective if all of us joined forces? Tazu heard his question and responded with a calm expression, his tone carrying a hint of ancient wisdom. Do you truly understand what the divine prison is? This place operates under its own set of rules. Without these rules, left ungoverned for so many years, it might have developed self-awareness by now. Who knows, it could have already evolved into a supreme entity, ruling over this realm. He paused, his gaze deep and enigmatic. As for the detailed reasons behind it, your current level of understanding is not sufficient to grasp them. However, young one, slaying the prison beast and passing this trial is a rare opportunity for you. Even I don't know what reward you might receive, but based on what I understand of the divine prison, even the smallest scraps could be invaluable treasures for someone like you at this stage. A glimmer flashed in Lin Che's eyes, and a wave of anticipation welled up within him. This was, after all, the legendary divine tomb. Although what Tazu described differed slightly from what he had known, one thing was certain: this was no ordinary place. While he was lost in thought, the altar began absorbing the residual energy from the beast's head. Under Lin Che's watchful gaze, the altar gradually became transparent before finally disappearing. In the next instant, Lin Che's figure vanished as well, reappearing in an entirely different space. Lin Che felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a dim and shadowy space. Suddenly, a burst of flames ignited before him, banishing the darkness. What came into view was an ancient stone platform, weathered by time and etched with marks of swords, spears, and other weapons, as though it had borne witness to countless fierce battles. Suspended above the stone platform was a peculiar stone egg. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns, but the most striking feature was the prominent crack running through its center. The aura of a desolate dragon. Tae's voice suddenly rang out, laced with undisguised astonishment. What is that? Lin Che humbly asked for clarification. Tazu explained patiently, in this world, beyond the human race and the myriad other races, there exist many powerful and extraordinary beings. Among the divine beast clans, the divine dragon and the divine phoenix are entities on par with the realm of imperial power. However, above even them, there exists an even mightier divine beast, the desolate dragon. Desolate dragons have been extinct for countless eras, and all great powers believe they no longer exist. Yet here lies a desolate dragon egg. Tazu continued. Although this egg still retains a faint trace of desolate dragon aura, the resources required to successfully hatch it are unimaginable. The success rate is less than 1 in 10. With your current resources, even if you dedicated your entire life to gathering them, it would still fall far short. So, after all my struggles, all I get is this burden? Lin Che said with a look of helplessness. Tazu chuckled. Not necessarily. If you abandon the idea of hatching the desolate dragon and instead break open the egg to absorb its essence, you could lay the most solid foundation for your martial path. Before reaching the Hunyuan realm, you wouldn't need to waste time tempering your battle energy. As long as your comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth is sufficient, you could naturally break through. It's up to you to decide whether you're willing to give it up. Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, he reached out for the desolate dragon egg. The egg was astonishingly heavy, like a small mountain. If not for Lin Che's formidable physique, he wouldn't have been able to hold it. As he began to channel his chaotic battle energy to refine the egg, an abrupt change occurred. A powerful devouring force erupted from within the egg, instantly consuming all of his chaotic battle energy. An innate divine ability. The parent of this desolate dragon egg must have been an ultimate form desolate dragon. Tazu exclaimed in shock. Kid, it seems you can't refine it after all. Why not? Lin Che asked. An ultimate form desolate dragon is a being that surpasses even those in the imperial realm. This means that once the dragon inside this egg is born, it will not only possess strength at the kingly domain level, but will also hold a trace of the Tao's essence within it enough to glimpse a realm beyond the imperial domain. Lin Che listened, his eyes flashing with astonishment. But soon, he shook his head resolutely. If that's the case, I have even more reason to refine it. Why? This time, it was Tazu who was puzzled. Lin Che took a deep breath. The emergence of this divine tomb will undoubtedly attract the attention of many factions. It's even possible that the great Zhou dynasty will intervene. With my current strength at the foundational stage of the martial path, how could I possibly protect this desolate dragon egg? Rather than leaving it as a liability, I'd rather refine it now and maximize its benefits. Tazu was momentarily stunned by Lin Che's reasoning. A glimpse of a realm beyond the imperial domain, just the slightest chance of it would drive the most powerful beings in the world to madness. Even Tazu himself couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Tazu hadn't expected that in the face of such temptation, Lin Che would display such remarkable clarity. His gaze remained firmly fixed on the desolate dragon egg in his hands, his mind racing. No treasure, no matter how precious, holds any value to me if I can't keep it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che continued to channel the chaotic battle energy within him, focusing intently on refining the dragon egg. Meanwhile, in another mysterious space, Gu Huayuan and the others were immersed in their opportunities. They were in a vast armory-like space, where unheard-of, powerful martial techniques radiated an enticing glow. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they carefully selected their rewards. Outside the divine tomb, the reflected scenes gradually faded. The onlookers, observing this, began to discuss the rules of the divine tomb trial. Who would have thought it would turn out like this in the end? Haha, this is an opportunity for our human race. Still, I wonder what benefits these young ones will gain inside the divine tomb. In the trial hall, Zhu Ke was in high spirits. Not only had Lin Che survived, but he had also successfully passed the divine tomb trial. Based on Lin Che's demonstrated martial talent, Zhu Ke firmly believed that mastering the slaughter spear technique was only a matter of time. For the first time in years, Zhu felt a glimmer of hope break through the long-standing gloom in his heart. Hua Jintian, too, was all smiles. What a pity. I would love to see Lin Xuanqi's expression right now. It must be priceless. However, Chun Yuxing suddenly poured cold water on their excitement. Don't get too carried away just yet. While Lin Che may have passed the final trial, I'm afraid the trouble is far from over. Successfully taking the rewards of the Divine Tomb trial won't be an easy task. Hearing this, Zhu smirked coldly. Lin Che is my disciple. If anyone dares to make things difficult for him, even the royal family of the Great Zhou, I will ensure they never return. Inside the Marquis of Wuin's residence, the once lavish and opulent boudoir of a noblewoman was now a scene of utter devastation. The room, which had been a symbol of wealth and grandeur, looked as though it had been struck by an invisible storm. Half of the bed was shattered, fragments of priceless porcelain and jade were strewn across the floor, and even the invaluable calming incense had been broken into pieces, its powder scattered across the ground. Lu Yunyan slumped in a luxurious Wangwali chair, her hair disheveled and her eyes lifeless. She was a shadow of her usual dignified and regal self, a stark contrast to the noble lady of the Marquis household she once appeared to be. How is this possible? In such dire circumstances, how could that wretched boy still turn the tables? She muttered hoarsely. As Lin Che successfully passed the trial of the Divine Tomb, a suffocating realization dawned upon her. If Lin Che so desired, the Great Zhou Academy would undoubtedly make an exception for him, even at great cost. After all, the tomb was said to be connected to the mythical undying gods. Not only would the strongest figures in the sacred and royal paths take notice, but even the legendary peak warriors of the imperial path would cast their gaze upon him. The Lin Che she had dismissed as a useless failure had now proven to the world through sheer talent that, even without the archaic overlord physique, he remained a dazzling prodigy. Regret surged through her like a tidal wave. On that day in the Marquis residence, she should have done everything in her power to kill Lin Che. If she had, today's crisis would never have arisen. Lu Yunyan's face twisted as she let out a low, guttural growl. Pain, remorse, and fear intertwined in her heart. Back then, she had believed that seizing Lin Che's archaic overlord physique would solve all her problems. Her son, Lin Yi, already possessed the innate demonic eyes, and with the addition of the archaic overlord physique, he would surely soar to unimaginable heights, suppress all paths, and ascend to the pinnacle of the imperial path. Yet she had never anticipated that even without the archaic overlord physique, Lin Che would still defy the heavens. Now, even with Lin Yi's dual physiques, he might not be able to defeat Lin Che in a battle of equals. At that moment, the air distorted, and Lin Xuanqi's figure silently appeared. Lu Yunyan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stood up, adjusted her appearance, and bowed respectfully. My lord. Lin Xuanqi seemed indifferent to her disheveled state and spoke in a calm tone. You've seen the situation with Lin Che. I thought cutting off his path to the Great Zhou Academy would consign him to obscurity. Yet he has displayed such astonishing talent. Is my lord regretting his decision? Lu Yunyan asked nervously. Lin Xuanqi shook his head. I, Lin Xuanqi, have never known regret in my life. Besides, this matter is far from concluded. There is still room to maneuver. Lu Yunyan's eyes lit up. My lord, you mean? Lin Xuanqi's gaze turned sharp. The Divine Tomb is no trivial matter. To this day, no treasures from the tomb have ever been seen in the world. The rewards Lin Che obtained from passing the trial will undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful figures. While he has joined the Battle Path Academy and is not easily targeted, if the Great Zhou dynasty intervenes, his eyes grew cold. Those Divine Tomb rewards must not fall into Lin Che's hands. Though unwilling to admit it, Lin Xuanqi understood that with the martial talent Lin Che had demonstrated, it was only a matter of time before he reached or even surpassed his own level. Given their past enmity, Lin Che would never let him off easily. Until he found a way to completely eliminate Lin Che, he had to find ways to slow his growth. Hearing this, Lu Yunyan's eyes sparkled with determination. My lord is absolutely right. I will contact my father immediately and have the Lu family take action. As one of the 6 great families of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Lu family boasted not only several sacred path experts but also individuals at the royal path level, wielding immense power within the Great Zhou territory. This was precisely why Lin Xuanqi had approached Lu Yunyan to leverage the Lu family's influence to forcibly seize the rewards from Lin Che's trial. Meanwhile, within the Divine Tomb, Lin Che stared in astonishment at the Desolate Dragon Egg in his hands, where radiant, multicolored light danced in his palm. He had originally intended to use the chaotic battle energy within him to break open the eggshell and absorb its essence. However, to his surprise, his actions awakened the life slumbering inside the egg. As the chaotic battle energy continued to flow into the egg, a peculiar force began to emerge from within, resonating in a mysterious way with the energy in Lin Che's body. Suddenly, the eggshell burst forth with dazzling, multicolored light. These lights twisted and intertwined in the void, eventually merging into a misty, chaotic hue. Amid this chaotic brilliance, a small dragon-like creature, no larger than a palm, slowly appeared. Its entire body was crystalline and transparent, radiating a shimmering rainbow glow. An ancient and enigmatic aura surrounded it. What shocked Lin Che even more was the unmistakable bond he felt between himself and this tiny Baina connection, as if their very blood and essence were intertwined. Tazu, what's going on here? Lin Che instinctively asked. Tazu's voice carried a hint of amusement. Well, kid, your luck is truly extraordinary. This desolate dragon egg was already close to hatching, and your chaotic battle energy gave it the final push it needed. Your power has now fused with this little one. So, how does it feel? Can you sense the bond between you two? Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement. I can. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. It's no imagination, Tazu chuckled. In fact, your connection with this little one is practically as close as that of parent and child, siblings, or even closer. If no other desolate dragons exist in this world, you are now the only family this little one has. Hearing this, Lin Che froze for a moment before shaking his head with a sigh. But that also means it'll be even harder for me to protect this little one as it hatches. Tazu, however, smiled cryptically. Not necessarily. Who knows? You might even be able to use other people's resources to raise this Wonio-faken desolate dragon. Lin Che's eyes lit up at Tazu's words, quickly grasping the meaning behind them. He cautiously asked, Tazu, are you certain that my connection with this little one is truly as close as that of parent and child, or siblings? Humph. Tazu replied with mock indignation. Are you doubting Tazu's wisdom? As the trial of the divine tomb came to an end, the mysterious force that had enveloped the battlefield beyond the domain began to dissipate. Qin Yuxing and his companions had been waiting there for some time. Their purpose was to witness this historic moment the first time someone would bring an item out of the divine tomb. The desolate battlefield was littered with jagged rocks. Zhu Ke scanned the surroundings, her brows furrowed. Old man, are you sure this is the place? Both Hua Zhantian and Wu Hongling wore expressions of equal doubt. Qin Yuxing gazed into the sky, his expression solemn. No mistake. I can sense a unique energy fluctuation above. Lin Che and the others will appear here. Before his words had fully settled, the void suddenly twisted. 4 figures emerged one after another. It was none other than the deans of the 4 martial academies of the Great Zhou Academy. Shun Tianqi of the Yingtian Martial Academy, Bai Luaheng of the Bailu Martial Academy, Chen Jiadi of the Wanxiang Martial Academy, and Bai Yufei of the Fenglong Martial Academy. Hua Zhantian glanced at the deans, who had once rejected Lin Che, and a faintly mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Shun Tianqi and the others noticed his expression, but hesitated only briefly before walking directly toward Qin Yuxing. Brother Qin Yuxing got straight to the point. They haven't come out yet. At his words, the 4 deans exhaled in relief. They had traveled across several continents to be here, fearing they might miss this moment. Now, as they looked up at the sky, their emotions were mixed. Who would have thought they'd reunite here for the sake of the young man they had once turned away? While their past attitudes might complicate their efforts, their status and influence assured them they could achieve their goal. Meanwhile, deep within the unknown space of the divine tomb, Lin Che sat cross-legged, his clothes drenched in sweat, his face pale. Before him floated a desolate dragon egg, radiating a colorful glow. Faintly, the sound of a tender yet anciently commanding dragon's roar could be heard. Ancestor Ta, is it done? Lin Che asked nervously. Ancestor Ta's voice replied, of course. You've successfully formed a blood bond with the little one inside the dragon egg. Unless one of you perishes, even a sovereign-level expert would struggle to sever this bond without harm. The best part is that unless you actively reveal it, not even a sovereign-level expert will detect this connection. Ancestor Ta chuckled. If someone tries to take it from you, just hand it over. When this little one hatches, they'll learn the meaning of losing both the person and the treasure. While the dragon egg is already fully formed and brimming with vitality, the resources needed for it to hatch are no small matter. Lin Che looked at the desolate dragon egg, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. He reached out his hand and gently stroked the smooth surface of the desolate dragon egg. Little one, I'm looking forward to the day you hatch. As soon as he spoke, the egg suddenly emitted a dazzling array of colors, and a clear dragon's roar echoed through the space, as if responding to Lin Che's words. Boom! The dim space trembled violently. A familiar sense of weightlessness swept over him, and Lin Che immediately realized what was about to happen. Another teleportation was imminent. He clutched the dragon egg tightly, and his figure blurred before vanishing from where he stood. Lin Che. The moment his feet felt solid ground again, an excited shout reached his ears. Lin Che looked up to see his master, Zhu Ke, standing before him. Before he could react, she pulled him into a tight embrace. So, soft. Lin Che thought to himself, slightly startled. Despite his deep respect for Zhu Ke as his master, the closeness of their embrace made the soft sensation hard to ignore. But before he could dwell on it further, Zhu Ke released him, placing her hands firmly on his shoulders. Her face was beaming with pride. Well done, my boy. This time, you've really brought honor to both me and the War Dao Academy. Lin Che looked puzzled. What? Hua Zhentian stepped forward with a smile, explaining, you probably don't know yet, do you? Everyone's been watching the trial you participated in within the Divine Tomb. He then recounted everything that had transpired in detail. After listening, Lin Che raised an eyebrow, and the image of Lin Xuanqi surfaced in his mind. Considering that his performance in the Divine Tomb outshining numerous Divine Fire Realm experts with his martial foundation level cultivation had been witnessed by many, Lin Xuanqi must have seen it as well. He wondered if Lin Xuanqi might now regret the choices he had made in the past. Lin Che, truly a young hero. Shen Tianqi and 3 others from the Yingtian Martial Academy approached with admiration. This time, not only did you bring glory to the human race, but you also dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of those otherworldly tribes. It was incredibly satisfying. Lin Che turned to Shen Tianqi and his companions, his gaze slightly cooling as he recalled everything that had transpired before. Lin Che never considered himself a magnanimous person. On the contrary, he was inherently someone who would repay grievances in kind. His gaze swept over the 4 deans before him, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Back then, he had clearly passed the Tongtian Tower trial and successfully traversed the heavenly path. By the rules, he should have been accepted by the 4 martial academies. Yet, simply because royal blood of the Han dynasty flowed in his veins, coupled with his connection to Lin Xuanqi, the 4 martial academies had outright rejected him. If it weren't for his later success in passing the examination for the Battle Dao Academy, he would still be struggling for cultivation resources right now, let alone achieving his current martial Dao Foundation peak cultivation. He wouldn't have even had the chance to enter the Divine Tomb, complete the trials, and obtain this precious wild dragon egg. The wild dragon egg cradled in Lin Chi's arms emanated a rich aura of life. He had long anticipated that such a treasure would be impossible for him to keep. Initially, he thought he would only need to hand it over to the Battle Dao Academy. He hadn't expected that the 4 deans would personally come for it. Trouble, Shen Tianqi and the others thought to themselves as they caught sight of Lin Chi's icy gaze, knowing this matter wouldn't be resolved easily. At that moment, a thunderous rumble sounded, and several golden beams of light descended. Gu Huayuan, Chao Yin, and others were teleported back from the outer battlefield. Qin Yuxing and the others quickly scanned them, only to find that none of them held any treasure resembling the wild dragon egg. Their gazes swiftly returned to Lin Che. Shen Tianqi stepped forward, his eyes burning as he fixated on the egg. Lin Che, is that truly a wild dragon egg? It is, Lin Che nodded. And with sufficient resources, it should be possible to hatch successfully. This statement was like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of astonishment. Shen Tianqi's atoms apple bobbed as he spoke. Lin Che, hand over the wild dragon egg to me, and I promise not only will you be admitted to the Yingtian Martial Academy, but you'll also directly gain admission to the Great Zhou Academy. Any other terms you have, as long as I can fulfill them, I will not refuse. For a martial expert like Shen Tianqi, witnessing the hatching process of a wild dragon egg was akin to observing the growth of a young emperor firsthand. Moreover, once hatched, even an immature wild dragon would possess at least king-level combat strength. If it weren't for Chen Yuxing's presence and the number of witnesses aware of this matter, Shen Tianqi might have already resorted to force. Bai Luohan quickly interjected, Lin Che, my Bailu Martial Academy can not only match the conditions offered by Yingtian Martial Academy, but if you're willing, I can even recommend you as the next dean. All the Academy's resources will be at your disposal. At these words, Hua Zhentian raised an eyebrow. The position of dean at the Bailu Martial Academy meant access to all its resources. Such an offer was so generous that even the admission to the Great Zhou Academy couldn't necessarily compare. Bai Luohang's conditions were undeniably sincere. He was well aware that the position of the young leader had always been earned through strength and competition. Assigning it arbitrarily could not only dampen the morale of the younger generation, but, in severe cases, might even lead to the decline of the entire martial academy. However, when he thought about the value of the wild dragon egg, Hua Zhentian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He looked at Lin Che with great interest, waiting for the young man's decision. Just then, Chen Jiadi of Wanxiang Martial Academy and Bai Yufei of Fenglong Martial Academy both spoke up almost simultaneously. We can offer the same terms. Their eyes gleamed with urgency. Lin Che, as long as you're willing, the doors of our academy are always open for you. After the 4 Martial Academy representatives finished speaking, their gazes burned as they fixed on Lin Che. The young man furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Qin Yushing broke the silence with a cold snort. I say, everyone, this old man is still alive, you know? Lin Che is already part of our War Dao Academy. Poaching him right in front of Mayor ain't you being a bit too disrespectful? Shun Tianqi chuckled. Brother Chun, I must disagree. A prodigy like Lin Che is a pride of the entire human race. If he's willing to join one of the 4 great martial academies, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Surely, you wouldn't stand in the way of Lin Che pursuing a brighter future, would you? It's not about looking down on the War Dao Academy, but in terms of cultivation resources, the 4 great martial academies do have a clear advantage. Hearing this, Qin Yushing's mouth twitched, and though he had 1,000 things to say, he ultimately remained silent. Lin Che glanced at the 4 representatives and spoke slowly. I have long admired the 4 great martial academies, but alas, I am merely the remnant of the Han imperial family. Should I join? I fear it might tarnish the reputation of your esteemed academies. Such a self-damaging and unprofitable move is not something I dare to attempt. As soon as these words left his mouth, the 4 representatives, including Shun Tianqi, felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. Even with their martial prowess, they found themselves wanting to sink into the ground from the awkwardness. How could they not hear the sarcasm in Lin Chi's words? The boomerang they had thrown that day had, after all, come back to hit them. Hua Zhentian observed the awkward expressions on the faces of Shun Tianqi and the other 3, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Wasn't this just karma? Back then, these 4 had treated Lin Che like discarded trash, not even bothering to offer an explanation as they watched the young man fall into despair. And now, they had no choice but to lower themselves and beg Lin Che for help. How amusing, Hua Zhentian thought to himself, though he did regret not being able to personally witness Lin Xuanqi's expression at this moment. Standing nearby, Qin Yushing raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't particularly worried about whether Lin Che would be swayed by the conditions offered by the 4 great academies. It wasn't because he had immense confidence in Lin Che, but because, regardless of the outcome, there was no way the Wild Dragon Egg would remain in the Battle Dao Academy. After all, the 4 martial academies were backed by the Zhou Imperial Academy, and such a treasure from the Divine Tomb was far beyond what the declining Battle Dao Academy could hope to control. Lin Che's firm stance, however, brought a sense of satisfaction to Qin Yushing. How dare Shun Tianqi and his companions try to poach talent right in front of him? While their true target was clearly the Wild Dragon Egg, their blatant disrespect was undeniably offensive. You must understand, young friend, that we were left with no choice back then. Shun Tianqi coughed lightly, attempting to ease the tension. The matter of your Han Empire bloodline, while not a major issue, was sensitive nonetheless. Moreover, your father, Lin Xuanqi, intervened to stop us. It was, after all, a family affair. A family affair? Lin Che interrupted with a cold laugh. Am I not still considered a remnant of the Han Empire today? Does it no longer matter now? Shun Tianqi remained composed and replied calmly, today is not the same as before. You broke through the encirclement of the alien races and secured the Divine Tomb's reward for humanity. This achievement alone offsets everything. Besides, with your talent, joining the 4 great academies would be a blessing for all of humanity. A mere issue of bloodline is hardly worth mentioning anymore. Lin Che's gaze grew even colder. What a noble-sounding excuse. But all you really want is the Wild Dragon Egg in my possession. Let me make it clear I have no intention of handing it over. Please leave. He was well aware that if they couldn't obtain the Wild Dragon Egg, these 4 would not give up easily. But getting it from him wouldn't be an easy task either. Though the egg had already been imprinted with his mark, who would ever think they had too many advantages? The 4 from the academies frowned deeply. The terms they had offered were already exceedingly generous, yet they hadn't swayed Lin Che in the slightest. However, they were no fools and could tell Lin Che was raising his price. Since you've spoken so plainly, young friend, we won't beat around the bush either, one of them said. We are indeed here for the Divine Tomb's reward. If you're unwilling to join the 4 great academies, then what would it take for you to hand over the Wild Dragon Egg? Lin Che shook his head. As I said, I have no intention of giving it up. Please leave. Young friend, Shun Tianqi's furrowed brow deepened. The matter of the Divine Tomb's reward isn't solely the concern of the 4 great academies. I hope you understand that we are merely messengers in this matter. Are you threatening me? Lin Che sneered. Shun Tianqi's gaze flickered. This is not a threat, merely the plain truth. Lin Che looked at Shun Tianqi and his 3 companions, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. His fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles turning pale from the pressure. The feeling of being threatened, even though anticipated, still stirred a deep sense of frustration and anger within him that was difficult to suppress. As a martial cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage, he was indeed as insignificant as an ant in front of Shun Tianqi and the others. Not to mention, Shun Tianqi had the immense backing of the prestigious Dezhou Academy. The fact that these individuals were still speaking calmly and politely was less about fearing Lin Che himself and more about being wary of the presence of Qin Yuxing and the others. At that moment, Zhu Ke stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Lin Che. Her voice carried undisguised anger. "You old fools, threatening my disciple right in front of me? Don't think that just because you hold high positions in the Dao realm, I, Zhu Ke, will be afraid of you." Qin Yuxing spoke up at the right time, his voice steady. "Gentlemen, as far as I know, our Dezhou doesn't have any rule requiring items obtained from the divine tomb to be handed over, does it?" Hua Zhentian nodded in agreement beside him. Fortunes and treasures of the heavens belong to those destined for them. Lin Che earned his rewards through his own efforts in the divine tomb trial. These should rightfully belong to him. Hearing this, Shen Tianqi and his group exchanged subtle glances. After a brief pause, Shen Tianqi slowly replied, "Brother Chen, we're all reasonable people. Principles are one thing, but let's not make this more unpleasant than it needs to be. This concerns the divine tomb. We can't allow your War Dao Academy to claim it all for yourselves. I can promise this: if you hand over the Desolate Dragon Egg, the rewards for the rest of your Academy members can remain untouched. But the egg we must take." He then turned to Lin Che, his tone slightly softer. "Young friend, name your terms. Don't make this harder for us." Lin Che's clenched fists tightened further, his nails nearly digging into his palms. A deep sense of helplessness surged within him, but it also brought with it a sobering realization: strength. Only greater strength could change his fate. At this moment, he was still far too weak to truly live freely in this world, to do whatever he wished without constraint. Only overwhelming power could pave the way. However, thinking about the true nature of the Desolate Dragon Egg, a faint sneer surfaced in Lin Che's heart. Since someone was eager to raise the child for him, why not let them? Lin Che stood at the center, surrounded by the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the stern expressions of Shen Tianqi and the other three. An intangible pressure filled the air, causing even Qin Yuxing, Hua Zhentian, Wu Hongling, and Zhu Ke nearby to hold their breath. At this tense moment, Zhu Ke suddenly stepped forward, her voice resolute. "Lin Che, if you truly don't want to hand it over, then don't. At worst, I'll take you and leave Zanyuan. The human realm is vast. The 9 provinces are not the only place to go." Shen Tianqi and the others were momentarily stunned by her words. They exchanged a meaningful glance. How surprising that in just a few days, Zhu Ke was willing to stand up so firmly for a newly admitted disciple. Lin Che felt a warmth in his heart. He understood well that Zhu Chua's defense of him likely had much to do with the slaughter spear technique. But at this moment, having someone so unhesitatingly take his side deeply moved him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che met the eyes of Shen Tianqi and the others directly. "The value of the wild dragon egg is something you all understand better than I do. However, I will not leave Zanyuan to join the 4 great martial academies. So, what terms are you prepared to offer?" The 4 of them relaxed their furrowed brows, quickly reaching a tacit agreement. Since Lin Che was unwilling to join the 4 great martial academies, continuing to compete would be futile. Besides, the wild dragon egg was ultimately destined for the Great Zhou Academy. It would be better to share the credit equally. Shen Tianqi immediately proposed terms: 100 portions of Heavenly Gang Qi, 300 portions of Earth Fiend Qi, a royalty or martial technique, and 10 cultivation slots in the Lingshu Celestial Abode. The offer was so generous that even Qin Yuxing and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Just as Lin Che was about to agree, a thunderous shout pierced the air. "Hold it!" The void distorted, and a middle-aged man with sharp features appeared in a flash. Hua Zhentian immediately recognized the butterfly emblem on the man's sleeve and felt a chill in his heart. A dragon guard, from the Liu family. This man, dressed in a gold-collared serpent-pattern robe with twin golden insignias on his shoulders, was none other than a dragon guard of the Dragon Manor, a prestigious institution under the Great Zhou dynasty. Within this special organization, which operated under royal authority with the privilege of acting first and reporting later, the position of Dragon Guard was of utmost importance. This sudden turn of events plunged the nearly finalized deal into uncertainty. The black butterfly emblem on the sleeve of the middle-aged man caught Hua Zhentian's eye, and he instantly recognized it as the symbol of the Liu family, one of the 6 great families of the Dezhou dynasty. His thoughts stirred. This figure, who bore both the title of Dragon Protector General and the bloodline of the Liu family, must have intricate ties to Lin Xuanqi. Although Lin Che did not recognize the Liu family insignia, the golden-threaded serpentine patterns on the Dragon Protector Guard uniform were all too familiar to him. He keenly sensed the cold gaze from the middle-aged man, and a hint of doubt crossed his mind. Was certain he had never had any dealings with the Dragon Protector Guard. Qin Yuxing, Shen Tianqi, and the others exchanged confused glances, unable to discern the purpose of the Dragon Protector Guard's visit. "I am Liu Qingyun, Dragon Protector General of the Dezhou dynasty," the middle-aged man said politely, clasping his hands in a formal gesture. "By imperial decree, I am here to claim all the rewards from this divine tomb expedition." Before the deans could respond, Lu Chungyun's gaze locked onto Lin Che, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Boy, hand over the items. At this moment, Lin Che had yet to connect Lu Chungyun with Lin Xuanqi. The inexplicable hostility from the man made him frown deeply. I've already reached an agreement with the deans. Unless you can offer better terms, I won't hand over the wild dragon egg so easily. Heh. Lu Chungyun sneered coldly. It seems I didn't make myself clear. This is the Emperor's will. I'm not negotiating with you, I'm informing you. Refusal to comply is defiance of the imperial decree. Even if I kill you right now, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chungyun's eyes emitted an icy glow, and a powerful surge of energy shot directly toward Lin Che. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Lin Che's vision went dark, and a massive black sword appeared in his mind. Slashing straight toward him, Lu Chungyun had launched a direct assault with his martial will. The threshold to join Hulong Manor has always been stringent. To become a Hulong guard, one must have a spotless lineage for 3 generations and achieve the martial cultivation of the divine flame realm. As for Lu Chungyun, a higher-ranking Hulong general, his cultivation had already reached the profound state of the primordial unity realm. Martial artists of the primordial unity realm refine primordial combat chi within their bodies, forging a primordial combat physique. Their martial will has ascended to the level of harmony with the heavens and earth. To someone like Lin Che, such a figure was an insurmountable force, akin to a chasm between worlds. In an instant, Lu Chungyun manifested a massive black sword, which bore down upon Lin Che's mental world with crushing force. Though Lin Che immediately summoned his willpower to resist, it was futile. A searing pain tore through his body, leaving him on the brink of collapse. You dare court death? Just as Lin Che's life hung by a thread, a thunderous voice reverberated across the sky. A searing flame, radiant as the sun, erupted within Lin Che's mental world. A colossal vermilion bird materialized out of thin air, its wings slicing through the black sword like celestial blades, reducing it to nothingness. Lin Che's vision cleared, but the overwhelming impact left him groaning in pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face turned ashen. The vermilion bird appeared beside him, assessing his condition before turning a cold, piercing gaze toward Lu Chungyun. Had she not intervened with her formidable martial will, Lin Che would have been dead. Daring to harm my people in front of me? You're courting death. The vermilion bird's voice was icy, her figure flashing toward Lu Chungyun. Without hesitation, she struck his chest with a single palm. Boom. Lu Chungyun was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the ground and leaving a human-shaped crater. Blood spurted from his mouth as he stared at the vermilion bird in disbelief. That single strike had shattered all the bones in his body and obliterated his internal energy reserves, rendering him utterly crippled. Without immediate medical attention, he would likely remain bedridden for the rest of his life. Lu Chungyun had dared to attack Lin Che in the presence of Qin Yuxing and the others, relying on the dual backing of the Lu family and his status as a Hulong general. After all, Hulong generals served under the Emperor of the Great Zhou, the most powerful figure on the continent. He had assumed that targeting Lin Che would carry no repercussions, but he had gravely miscalculated. You. Lu Chungyun glared venomously at the vermilion bird, silently vowing to report her actions to the Emperor. The entire sequence of events unfolded so quickly that by the time Qin Yuxing and the others regained their composure, Lu Chungyun was already lying defeated on the ground. Lin Che, pale and shaken, stared at Lu Chungyun with dark, brooding eyes. He had narrowly escaped death, yet he couldn't fathom why Lu Chungyun had unleashed such a vicious attack on him. Hua Zenshin's expression darkened as he looked down at Lu Chungyun. Was it Lin Xuanqi who sent you? Or was this Lu Yunyun's doing? Lu Chungyun snorted coldly. I came under the Emperor's decree, and you dare lay a hand on me? Do you take the Emperor's authority so lightly? Mark my words, I will report all of this to His Majesty. These words sent a shiver through Lin Che. Lin Xuanqi? Lu Yunyun? Hua Zhantian quickly explained via sound transmission. This man is not only from Hulong Manor, but also a member of the Lu family. Lin Che's breath hitched, and a fierce killing intent flared in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chungyun. Someone from the Lu family has come. Lin Xuanqi, are you really going to push things this far? Lin Che took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared at Lu Chungyun. Did Lin Xuanqi send you? The corners of Lu Chungyun's mouth curled into a cold sneer, his eyes flashing with contempt. Kid, from the day you left the Marquis residence, you should have known this day would come. My advice to you is to bow your head sooner rather than later. After all, the Marquis is your biological father. If you keep opposing him, it won't end well for you. So it really is Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che's eyes darkened, as though they were an unfathomable icy abyss. Tilting his head slightly, he scrutinized Lu Chungyun with a piercing gaze. You seem awfully confident. Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Lu Chengyun's sneer deepened, his arrogance growing. Kid, I'm not just from the Lu family, I'm also a dragon guard. Kill me? Even if I gave you 10 lives, you wouldn't dare. Hua Zhentian spoke up from the side, his voice steady and firm. Lin Che, this guy is nothing more than a pawn. Killing him won't make any real difference to Lin Xuanqi and his people. On the contrary, his position is sensitive. Killing him would bring unnecessary trouble. It's not worth it. Hearing this, Lu Chengyun's laughter grew even more unrestrained. Did you hear that, kid? Killing me would mean defying his majesty. That's a crime you can't afford to bear. Lin Che suddenly broke into a meaningful smile. Do you really think the title of Dragon Guard gives you a free pass to do as you please? What if I exchanged your pathetic life for a wild dragon egg? What punishment do you think I'd face then? Or do you believe your life is worth more than a wild dragon egg? Lu Chengyun's sneer froze instantly, and a flicker of fear surfaced in the depths of his eyes. You're a fool. Lin Che scoffed coldly. Did Lin Xuanqi not tell you that the one thing I, Lin Che, fear the least is being threatened? Boom. Before the words fully left his mouth, Lin Che moved like a phantom, closing the distance between them in an instant. In the brief moment of terror that flashed across Lu Chengyun's face, Lin Che lifted his foot and slammed it down with crushing force, reducing Lu Chengyun's head to a bloody pulp and driving half his body into the ground. In his final moments, regret flickered in Lu Chengyun's eyes as he tried to plead for mercy, but he never got the chance. Hua Zhentian and the others stood stunned, their faces filled with disbelief at the scene before them. Thunderclap Valley, a secret realm renowned for its unique thunderclap stones, harbors a power both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The valley is permeated with an electromagnetic field generated by these stones, creating a formidable force that deters ordinary martial artists. While it is known that the valley contains a wealth of precious thunderclap stones, mining is restricted to the outer regions, and even then, special methods are required to barely extract a few. However, the true treasure of Thunderclap Valley isn't the stones but the thunder spirits born from its unique environment. These pure manifestations of lightning not only cleanse the body but also refine one's battle energy. Of course, harnessing the power of a thunder spirit is extremely perilous, with even the slightest misstep proving fatal. Yet, for independent cultivators with limited resources, this place remains a rare haven for training. For body refinement practitioners in particular, it is an ideal ground tailored for their growth. At this moment, two figures were swiftly approaching Thunderclap Valley: Lin Che and Zhu Ke. Just yesterday, Lin Che had slain Lu Chengyun and handed the wild dragon egg over to Sun Tianqi. Initially, Lin Che intended to use the egg to absolve himself of the consequences of killing Lu Chengyun. Unexpectedly, not only did Sun Tianqi reclaim 100 portions of Heaven's Qi, 300 portions of Earth's Qi, and a royal-level battle manual, but he also granted Lin Che the opportunity to enter the Lingshu celestial realm. Sun Tianqi claimed it was out of appreciation for Lin Che's talent. Although Lin Che remained skeptical, he wasn't about to pass up such a rare chance. Before parting, Hua Zhentian had told Lin Che that the Lingshu celestial realm only opened once a year, and this time, it might reveal the fabled divine stone said to be a unique stone formed from the blood of deities. Refining it could significantly enhance the quality of one's battle energy. When the realm opened, core disciples from the 4 great martial academies and the Guangzhou Academy, including Lin Chi's younger brother, Lin Yi, would enter as well. Upon hearing that Lin Yi would also participate, a sharp glint flashed in Lin Chi's eyes. Ever since he had taken Lin Yi's bone, he had eagerly awaited the chance to face him in battle, curious to see how far his brother had progressed. This was one of the driving reasons behind Lin Che and Zook's journey to Thunderclap Valley. To compete with the elite disciples of various factions in the Lingshu celestial realm, Lin Chi's current martial foundation realm cultivation was clearly insufficient. Furthermore, he had promised Zhu Ke that he would ascend to the Divine Flame realm within a month. To access the second level of the Divine Demon Tower and obtain the subsequent chapters of the Ninefold Chaos Technique, he also needed to break through within this time frame. Given the current quality of his battle energy, conventional cultivation was far too slow. Even training in the outer battlefield yielded limited results. Thus, Thunderclap Valley became his optimal choice. After thoroughly explaining the intricacies of Thunderclap Valley, Zhu Ke spoke earnestly. Lin Che, I understand your desire for rapid progress, but the path of martial cultivation is like rowing against the current. Haste can lead to failure. That said, if you aspire to be a true powerhouse, you can't always hide in a sheltered environment and follow a regimented path. You must strike a balance. Remember, you carry my soul orb. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, you can crush it to summon me. But if you crush it without a true emergency, well, make sure you learn what it feels like to be pummeled by fists the size of sandbags. Now go. Lin Che nodded in agreement. Under Zook's watchful gaze, he resolutely stepped into Thunderclap Valley. Zhu Ke watched Lin Che's figure as he stepped forward, his form gradually fading into the air. Though her words were stern on the surface, in truth, she concealed herself within the void, her phoenix-like eyes fixed on Lin Che's every move. The shadow of the battlefield beyond the domain still lingered in her heart, but as she had said, without enduring the bitter cold, how can one enjoy the fragrance of plum blossoms? She would not go easy on Lin Che for the hardships he needed to face. Thunder Valley, being a no man's land, had no guards at its entrance, only a naturally formed fissure that twisted and stretched into the distance. Among the jagged rocks, an overwhelming aura of thunder surged forth. Lin Che felt a tingling sensation all over his body and, glancing down, saw the hairs on his skin standing on end, occasionally flickering with an eerie blue light. The concentration of thunder energy within Thunder Valley was astonishingly intense. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che stepped through the fissure. The moment he entered the valley, a sharp crackling sound erupted as a surge of thunder energy engulfed him. His brow arched slightly as his battle energy surged within, effortlessly dispersing the force. Surveying the scene, the entire Thunder Valley appeared shrouded in a gray haze. In the distant sky, thunderclouds churned and lightning flashed incessantly, radiating an ominous and oppressive aura. Lin Che took a quick glance before refocusing, pressing forward into the depths. As he advanced, the thunder energy striking his body grew increasingly ferocious, forcing him to fully channel his battle energy to form a protective barrier against the onslaught. His objective on this journey wasn't the ordinary thunder energy, but the rare and elusive thunder spirits he sought to absorb and refine. After traveling further into the valley, Lin Che abruptly stopped, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. There was a battle ahead. Within Thunder Valley, the area is divided into 3 zones based on the intensity of the thunder's power: the outer zone, the inner zone, and the core zone. Even the outer zone requires a cultivation level of the divine fire realm to enter. The core of the outer zone is so dangerous that even newly advanced experts in the Hunyuan realm struggle to linger. As for the inner and core zones, the thunder's power is so overwhelming that even martial arts elites dare not tread lightly. The core zone's thunder force is nearly equivalent to the might of a heavenly lightning tribulation. At this moment, on the edge of the outer zone, purple mist-like thunder energy floated in midair. From time to time, purple lightning would form out of nowhere, striking the ground chaotically. Suspended in the sky was a hazy purple light orb, emitting intense, thunderous energy waves. This was the rare and precious thunder spirit of Thunder Valley. Below the light orb, 6 individuals from 2 factions were locked in fierce combat. Xuanqi, this thunder spirit was discovered first by the 3 Heroes Guild. We found it first, so it's ours. You Black Tiger gang people have no sense of rules, one man shouted angrily. Zhang, did the girls at Spring Breeze Pavilion suck out all your brains? Just because you saw it doesn't mean it's yours. If I see your mother, does that mean I'm your father now? You bastard. How dare you insult me? Well, my clever son, you figured it out so quickly. God damn it. Brothers, get him. Meanwhile, Lin Che was silently hiding behind a green thunder rock, carefully observing the scene. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he glanced at the thunder spirit in the air. Such pure thunder energy. Though it was his first time seeing a thunder spirit, Lin Che could tell from its aura alone that it was extraordinarily valuable. Boom. The battle among the 6 had escalated. Zhang Ying of the 3 Heroes Guild wielded a 9-ringed broadsword, unleashing a blade aura as thick as a door panel. The black energy cleared the surrounding thunder force within several meters and charged straight at Xuanqi of the Black Tiger Gang. The burly man, Xuanqi, with a thick beard, gripped his tiger-headed blade tightly. Its edge gleamed like snow, exuding a cold metallic luster. Seeing the blade aura coming at him, he twisted his fingers and tightened his grip, slashing upward against the attack. Roar! The blade struck like a fierce tiger breaking free from its cage, sending a crimson tiger-shaped shadow roaring out. Boom! The black blade aura and the crimson tiger collided, causing a violent explosion of energy waves that sent both men flying back over 10 steps. When they steadied themselves, both spat out a mouthful of blood. The remaining 4 combatants were also affected, their faces pale. Divine Fire Realm at its peak. Lin Che silently assessed. Besides these 2, the other 4 were also at the early stage of the Divine Fire Realm. Such a lineup would be tricky to handle, even for Lin Che. Though he had been unstoppable in the God Tomb trial, that was largely because Yuan AO and other foreign prodigies were not in their peak condition. Lin Che was well aware that if he faced a fully powered Divine Fire Realm expert at its pinnacle, the outcome would be uncertain. Even if victorious, it would be a hard-fought and costly win. Experts at this level not only comprehend profound concepts, but also possess extraordinary martial will. While Lin Che's ancient chaos physique gave him a physical edge, and his will radiance allowed him to contend in terms of martial will, he was at a disadvantage when it came to conceptual power, making such encounters precarious. Observing the 2 factions wearing each other down, Lin Che refrained from making a move, biding his time. But something about these 6 individuals felt off despite their heated insults and seemingly life-threatening battle. There was a noticeable lack of killing intent. Could these guys be setting a trap? Lin Che, having mastered the art of killing with his spear techniques, was highly attuned to murderous intent. These 6, despite their apparent life-and-death struggle, emitted almost none, which was highly suspicious. At that moment, Zhang Ying and Xiongqi were secretly communicating through voice transmission. Why isn't there any movement? Are you sure someone is here? Impossible. I sensed someone following us after entering the valley. I'm certain. Could it be that our act was too fake, and they noticed? Damn it. You're calling it fake? I'm actually coughing blood. You owe me for this. Just then, a burst of laughter echoed. Zhang Ying, Xiongqi, you two are truly fools. Fighting each other before even claiming the thunder spirit. Well, I guess I'll take it off your hands. Swoosh. A figure appeared like a phantom beneath the thunder spirit, grabbing it in one swift motion. The man, Qin Xiong, was lean, dressed in green, and known as a small-time rogue of Thunder Valley. He cast a smug glance at Zhang Ying and the others before turning to leave without hesitation. Lin Che frowned slightly at this. Could I have been overthinking? Suddenly, Zhang Ying and Xiongqi exchanged a glance, their lips curling into knowing smiles. They shouted in unison, "Attack!" Lin Che's pupils contracted as he muttered inwardly, "That was close. Good thing I held back my greed." As Zhang Ying and Xiongqi's words faded, the 4 figures behind them swiftly formed hand seals. For jade pendants shot into the air, glowing brilliantly, and beams of light radiated toward the 4 corners of the void. The sky roared as a massive, ethereal light net rapidly took shape. Phantom cloud formation. Qin Xiong, who had just escaped, turned pale. Zhang Ying, Xiongqi, you two actually set aside your grudges to work together. For years, the 3 heroes and the Black Tiger Gang had been at each other's throats, even engaging in deadly battles. Now, seeing his 2 sworn enemies suddenly join forces, Qin Xiong was both shocked and wary. Yet, his movements didn't falter. He unsheathed his sword, and a fierce green sword light slashed through the air, striking the descending light net. Boom! The net trembled violently, contracting at high speed. The sword light was instantly shredded, transforming into even more powerful beams that rebounded toward Qin Xiong. Damn it! Qin Xiong's eyes flashed with pain. With his fingers forming a sword gesture, a blinding white light erupted from his palm. With a sharp tearing sound, the formidable sword energy tore through the phantom cloud formation. At the same time, cracks appeared across the jade pendants in front of the 4 figures. A sword talisman. Zhang Ying and Xiongqi's expressions darkened. The phantom cloud formation had been painstakingly engraved by a master formation artist at great expense, capable of restraining even early-stage Hunyuan cultivators. Now that it was destroyed, the resources needed for repair were staggering. Qin Xiong landed, his face equally grim. Though he had obtained the Thunder Spirit, he had lost a powerful sword talisman in the process deal that left him bitter. Worse still, he remained surrounded, with no guarantee of a safe escape. Behind the Thunderstone, Lin Che silently thanked his decision to practice the Slaughter Spear technique and refrain from acting recklessly. If he had been caught in the Phantom Cloud formation, even if he managed to break free, he'd still face Zhang Ying and Xiongqi's combined assault, not to mention Qin Xiong lurking for an opportunity. Now, perhaps this was the perfect moment for him to play the role of the fisherman reaping the rewards. Zhang Ying, Xiongqi, and their 4 allies encircled Qin Xiong tightly. Gripping his Qingping sword, Qin Xiong spoke in a deep voice. You've lost the Phantom Cloud formation, and I've sacrificed a sword talisman. Let's call it even. I'll give you the Thunder Spirit, and you let me leave. Destroying our Phantom Cloud formation and leaving so easily? Impossible, the 2 sneered. Unless you hand over the Qingping sword, there's no deal. The Qingping sword is my life-bound weapon, tied to my very soul. Qin Xiong roared in anger. Don't push me too far. If you force my hand, I'll make sure to take at least one of you down with me. Zhang Ying and Xiongqi's gazes sharpened as they darted forward like shadows, attacking from both sides. Qin Xiong's pupils contracted as he swiftly stepped back, his Qingping sword slashing upward with force. Sword rising to azure clouds. With a low growl, Qin Xiong unleashed a torrent of blue sword energy, surging forward like an unstoppable tidal wave. Swish! The upward slash of the Qingping sword unleashed a hazy green light, its sword energy tearing through the air and distorting the surrounding scenery. The green glow transformed into drifting clouds, undulating in midair, as if turning the entire world into a rippling mirror. Lin Che stood behind the Thunderstone, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. Though he had faced experts at the Divine Fire Realm before, it was his first time witnessing an attack imbued with intent, especially the famed sword intent known for its destructive power. Even though Qin Xiong's sword intent wasn't directed at him, The sweeping green clouds made Lin Che feel an oppressive weight, as if the air itself had grown suffocating. So this is the power of intent, Lin Che murmured, his gaze fixed on the battle as his thoughts churned. Martial artists observe the heavens and earth, comprehend their essence, and channel that intent into an extraordinary force. What will my intent be, I wonder? Sensing the tide turning, Zhang Ying and Xuanqi swung their broadswords in unison. Sparks flew as their blades crossed, and the two unleashed their coordinated double fiend slash. From their weapons emerged two spectral tigers, one black, one red, that leapt forth and tore through Chen Xiong's sword intent. With a deafening explosion, the black tiger's force dissipated along with the sword intent, while the red tiger's energy, though weakened significantly, managed to strike Chen Xiong. In the instant he was sent flying, Chen Xiong seized his final chance, unleashing a deadly sword strike, his true killing move. Caught off guard, Zhang Ying and Xuanqi hastily raised their blades to shield themselves. The sword energy struck them, forcing blood to seep from the corners of their mouths as they staggered backward. Chen Xiong, gravely injured, collapsed to the ground, the thunder spirit slipping from his grasp and rolling away. Zhang Ying sneered as he approached Chen Xiong, reaching out for the thunder spirit. Kid, I'll make sure to treat you well. Swish. A shadow darted past, swift as a flash of lightning. By the time Zhang Ying registered what had happened, the thunder spirit was already gone. Someone had snatched it right out from under their noses. For all his years of life, this was Lin Che's first time playing the role of the opportunist, snatching victory from the jaws of others. He glanced down at the thunder spirit in his hand, crackling with lightning, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Turning his head, he shot a quick glance at Zhang Ying and Xuanqi before abruptly accelerating. In the blink of an eye, he had widened the gap between them by hundreds of feet. What are you standing there for? Chase him! Zhang Ying roared, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The ambush he had carefully set up with Xuanqi had backfired, only to benefit someone else. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xuanqi's eyes as he stepped forward to pursue. Zhang Ying glanced at Chen Xiong, who lay on the ground, and with a swift motion of his blade, severed his head. Blood sprayed out as Chen Xiong's lifeless eyes stared wide in disbelief. He had thought he could reap the benefits as a bystander, only to lose his life in the process. After finishing off Chen Xiong, Zhang Ying led the remaining four in hot pursuit. Lin Che, sensing the hostile presence closing in behind him, remained composed. He knew Zhang Ying and Xuanqi would never let him go after snatching the thunder spirit right under their noses. But he had made his move with confidence, fully prepared. If Zhang Ying and Xuanqi were at their peak strength, supported by their four companions, it might have been a cause for concern. However, after their intense battle with Chen Xiong, the two were far from their best. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Che stored the thunder spirit inside the divine demon tower. Suddenly, he halted and turned to face Xuanqi, who had caught up to him. The thunder spirit is an unclaimed treasure of this Thunder Valley, destined for whoever can seize it. Since I now have it, it belongs to me. Don't you all think it's a bit excessive to pursue me like this? By this point, Zhang Ying and the others had also arrived. Where did this naive fool come from, spouting such childish nonsense? Zhang Ying sneered. Hand it over, kid, and I'll make your death quick and painless. Martial Dao Foundation? Xuanqi muttered in surprise, clearly not expecting someone at the Martial Dao Foundation stage to have made it into the outskirts of Thunder Valley. Even though this was merely the outermost area, the lingering lightning energy here was not something a foundation-level cultivator could typically endure. Zhang Ying froze for a moment at Xuanqi's words before a greedy grin spread across his face. Could he be some young master who wandered off from his family? Am I really this lucky to stumble upon such an easy target? Both he and Xuanqi had made their way up through the ranks by preying on overconfident heirs armed with family treasures. Their ruthless methods had allowed them to grow from mere rogue cultivators to their current strength. Of course, they knew better than to provoke certain powerful clans. But Lin Che's unfamiliar face assured them he wasn't from any of the major factions. I'm simply advising you two not to act recklessly, Lin Che said calmly. There are some paths that, once taken, leave no room for turning back. Zhang Ying and Xuanqi burst into laughter at his words. Kid, you've got a big mouth for someone so young. Let's see what happens when I make my move. Zhang Ying growled. Before his words had fully faded, Zhang Ying moved like a shadow, his large blade slicing through the air straight toward Lin Che's face. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, and Zhang Ying's expression froze instantly. He looked down in disbelief to see Lin Che holding the Dragon Soul Spear, its tip having pierced cleanly through his chest. Lin Che's face remained impassive, but the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from the spear had already obliterated Zhang Ying's body from within, leaving him with no chance to fight back. As a master at the peak of the Divine Flame Realm, Zhang Ying should have easily overpowered Lin Che, a mere martial artist at the Foundation Establishment realm. However, at this moment, The Dragon Soul Spear in Lin Che's hands effortlessly pierced through Zhang Ying's defense. This divine weapon, capable of breaking through the defenses of even the prodigious Lei Ba of the Divine Clan, proved overwhelming against Zhang Ying, a mere mortal whose physique was incomparable to that of the Divine Clan. Hey, stop messing around. We still need to hurry and repair the illusory cloud formation, Xuanqi urged with a frown. Just as Zhang Ying was about to speak, Lin Che's wrist flicked, and the Dragon Soul Spear instantly pierced through Zhang Ying's body. His flesh and blood exploded and were immediately refined by Lin Che, leaving no trace behind. I told you, once some things begin, there's no turning back, Lin Che said, turning to the stunned Xuanqi and the others, his tone calm. The scene left everyone present in shock. How could a martial artist at the Foundation Establishment realm annihilate a master at the peak of the Divine Flame realm in an instant? In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the Thunder Spirit was an unclaimed treasure. Yet Zhang Ying and his group not only sought to seize it, but also attempted to hunt down Lin Che, displaying a blatant disregard for the rules. Lin Che had intended to give them a chance, but they failed to appreciate it. In a flash, Lin Che's figure appeared in front of Xuanqi. Damn it! Though Xuanqi was shocked, he reacted swiftly, slashing his massive blade toward Lin Che. Boom! The Dragon Soul Spear clashed with the blade, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Feeling the force of Lin Che's strike, a trace of disdain flickered in Xuanqi's ISO. This was all Lin Che had to offer. You! Xuanqi was about to counterattack when a flash of white light streaked before his eyes. Lin Che had activated his primal chaos physique, his body glowing with a dark golden radiance. The first move of the Slaughter Spear technique, Meteor Strike, pierced straight through Xuanqi's forehead. If I die, you won't leave here alive either. Xuanqi roared with his last breath, mustering all his strength. 4 jade tokens controlling the illusory cloud formation rose into the air and shattered. A terrifying force surged outward, causing the power of thunder to spiral out of control. Seeing this, Lin Che's expression darkened. Boom! The moment the illusory cloud array erupted, the thunderous power surrounding the outskirts of Thunder Valley went completely out of control. The already dense lightning force grew feral, like a wild beast that had lost all reason, radiating a deadly menace. Sizzle! The 4 followers accompanying Zhang Ying and Xuanqi were instantly reduced to blood mist under the rampaging lightning, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Crack! A massive bolt of lightning descended with a deafening roar, enveloping Lin Che. Sparks erupted all over his body as his clothes were shredded into fragments by the violent energy. Boom! The Taigu Chaos Body emitted a dark golden glow as chaotic battle energy surged forth, clashing against the rampaging lightning around him. Were it not for Lin Che's Taigu Chaos Body, which had already reached a proficient stage, even a master at the peak of the Divine Flame realm would have been torn apart in this situation. Yet Lin Che's predicament remained dire. As he barely lifted his foot, without even setting it down, the slightest movement stirred a surge of rampaging lightning. It was clear that this area had transformed into a true thunder prison, where even the faintest disturbance would amplify the ferocity of the lightning. Careless! Lin Che's face darkened. He had assumed that after Zhang Ying and Xuanqi had both been gravely injured, finishing the fight would be easy. He hadn't anticipated that Xuanqi, even in death, would leave behind such a disastrous threat. As time passed, the lightning in the area not only failed to subside but grew increasingly violent. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed. A massive bolt of lightning, resembling a thunder serpent, slithered through the air, exuding an oppressive and terrifying aura. Lin Che fixed his gaze on the lightning, fully aware that being struck by it would mean severe injury, if not death. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Tazu. Kid, what an opportunity. Didn't you come to Thunder Valley to temper your body and refine your battle chi? This rampaging lightning has undergone a unique transformation. If you can draw it into your body and refine it, it will greatly enhance your chaotic battle chi. Lin Che was momentarily stunned, then asked suspiciously, Tazu, you're not tricking me, are you? Lightning, one of the most violent forces of nature, was already dangerous enough for body refinement, let alone directly channeling it into one's body. Even martial arts experts wouldn't dare take such a reckless risk. Tazu snorted. What do you know, kid? This lightning is just one step away from becoming the thunder spirit you're searching for. In essence, it's no different from a thunder spirit, only more ferocious. And for you, that makes it the perfect resource for cultivation. Moreover, if you want to break through to the Divine Flame realm, the elevation of your martial will is crucial. Rebirth through destruction is the key to pushing your martial will into extraordinary realms. Hearing this, Lin Che's eyes hardened with resolve. He immediately sat cross-legged, focused his breathing, and gradually withdrew the chaotic battle chi protecting his body. Boom! Without the protection of his chaotic battle chi, the lightning struck Lin Che's body like a storm of blades, instantly tearing open wounds across his skin. One bolt after another collided with his body, each bringing searing pain like being slashed by knives. Clenching his teeth to endure the agony, Lin Che activated the brilliance of his willpower and began attempting to guide the lightning from above. Under his control, the massive bolt of lightning trembled, splitting into thread-like strands that slowly descended and eventually entered his forehead. Sizzle. Lin Che's body shuddered violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he was overjoyed to sense a transformation within his chaotic battle chi. Even more astonishing, the wounds on his body were healing rapidly, leaving faint pink scars that soon vanished without a trace. Tazu explained, the Taigu Chaos body at the proficient stage is no joke. As long as your head isn't chopped off, you can reattach severed limbs. These lightning-inflicted injuries are nothing. Realizing the extent of his regenerative abilities, Lin Che's confidence surged. He continued drawing more lightning into his body. Though each attempt jolted him so violently that he coughed up blood, the remarkable recovery powers of the Taigu Chaos body rendered these setbacks inconsequential. Finally, after refining an unknown number of lightning bolts, the chaotic battle chi within Lin Che's body underwent a dramatic transformation. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Che, as his battle energy surged wildly through his meridians. On the surface of his body, the dark golden glow began to show a faint trace of pale blue. This was the thunder power he had fully refined and merged into his chaotic battle energy. If someone with celestial sight were present, they would see a grayish-blue mist-like energy swirling in Lin Che's energy, see a clear sign of the divine flame realm. Though his battle energy had reached the threshold to ascend to the divine flame realm, breaking through in martial cultivation required far more than just energy refinement. Beyond the quality of his battle energy, extraordinary martial will and profound comprehension of martial intent were also essential. For a genius like Lin Che, however, the enhancement of battle energy was the easiest part of the process. Swish! Lin Che suddenly opened his eyes, and the dark golden glow around him instantly retracted. A burst of violet lightning flickered in his gaze, leaving pale streaks in the air. Rising to his feet, he was surprised to find that the once piercing sensation of the thunder power on his body had become painless, almost pleasant. After a moment's thought, he realized it was because his refinement of the thunder power had endowed him with similar attributes. At that moment, the voice of Tower Ancestor echoed, "Boy, the quality of your battle energy still has much room for improvement. Continue refining the thunder power. Perhaps you'll complete the cleansing of your battle energy before fully entering the divine flame realm. Even without stepping into the realm, your battle energy's quality will be extraordinary." Lin Che was about to nod in agreement when a sudden chill ran down his spine. Every pore and drop of blood in his body screamed in alarm. Acting purely on instinct, he grabbed his Dragon Soul Spear and thrust it backward in a sharp motion. Clang! The clash of metal resounded as a tremendous force surged along the spear's shaft. Despite unleashing the power of his ancient chaos physique to resist, Lin Che was still sent flying. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he skidded backward, barely managing to stabilize himself after retreating over a dozen steps. Hiss! A mouthful of blood spurted forth, and his internal organs felt as though they were ablaze. An icy chill seeped into his body through the Dragon Soul Spear, forcing him to endure alternating waves of searing pain and freezing torment. Yet Lin Che had no time to assess his injuries. Gripping his spear tightly, he looked up. By AO. Not far away stood a man with a sharp, predatory gaze. One hand clasped behind his back while the other held a thin, translucent soft sword. His face was dark and menacing as he fixed his eyes on Lin Che. It turned out By AO had been secretly tailing Lin Che ever since he entered Thunder Valley, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Having experienced the trials of the Divine Tomb, By AO knew that when dealing with Lin Che, a single decisive blow was necessary to eliminate him. Otherwise, unforeseen complications were bound to arise. Even when Lin Che clashed with Zhang Ying, Xiongqi, and the others, By AO had refrained from acting rashly. The moment during Lin Che's cultivation had seemed ideal, but the volatile thunder energy surrounding him made By AO wary of triggering an uncontrollable storm by attacking prematurely. Moreover, a martial artist's focus is often at its sharpest during cultivation, with their martial will constantly on high alert. That moment was far from ideal, yet By AO chose to strike. Just as Lin Che let his guard down for a fraction of a second, By AO's deadly attack lashed out like a venomous snake. To By AO's astonishment, however, the lethal blow failed to claim Lin Che's life. A sneak attack from a cultivator at the Divine Fire Realm had not instantly killed a mere martial artist at the Martial Foundation stage. It was unthinkable. After all, By AO had already reached the pinnacle of the Divine Fire Realm, which was the very reason he dared to come alone to ambush Lin Che. If he were still at the earlier stage of the Divine Fire Realm's completion, he wouldn't have had the courage to step foot here, especially after witnessing the astonishing power Lin Che displayed during the trial at the Divine Tomb. The moment Lin Che sensed by AO's cultivation level, his heart sank. Though he had narrowly evaded the fatal strike, by AO's ambush had left him gravely wounded. Even at his peak, Lin Che's chances of defeating a powerhouse at the pinnacle of the divine fire realm were slim less than 10%. And now, in his injured state, hope seemed even fainter. Run. Lin Che cast a cold glance at by AO before turning to flee without a word. Since the other party had already shown no mercy, there was no point in wasting time on words. Yet regret gnawed at his heart had he not been momentarily careless. By AO would never have gotten so close. Watching Lin Che's desperate retreat, by AO's lips curled into a chilling smile. Let's see where you think you can run. This was Thunderclap Valley. The deeper one ventured, the more violent the thunderous energy became. More importantly, there was only one exit from the valley. If Lin Che wanted to leave, he would eventually have to turn back. Recalling the remarkable strength Lin Che had displayed in the Divine Tomb, by AO couldn't dismiss the possibility of a desperate counterattack. If that was the case, it was better to exhaust him slowly. Perhaps by AO wouldn't even need to make another move given enough time. The harsh environment of Thunderclap Valley might finish Lin Che off. With that thought, by AO trailed leisurely behind Lin Che, his pace unhurried, as though taking a casual stroll through a garden. His expression remained calm and composed. Lin Che dared not pause for even a moment, forcing himself to endure the searing pain tearing through his body as he sprinted forward. He kept a watchful eye on the movements behind him and quickly noticed by AO following unhurriedly. Kid, looks like he's planning to wear you down. Ta Zu's voice echoed mockingly in his mind. Lin Che was well aware that his current situation was even worse than the trial in the Divine Tomb. His injuries were severe, and his opponent, by AO, was a pinnacle expert in the Godfire realm. The sheer strength of by AO's intent power had been evident during their earlier clash. If not for being in Thunder Valley, Lin Che's predicament would have been even more dire. However, as he ventured deeper, the surrounding thunder energy grew increasingly intense. What had once been tolerable now caused him excruciating pain. If he continued forward, he might meet the fate by AO predicted, being crushed by the thunder energy before they even engaged in combat. Yet retreat was not an option. Facing by AO Hedon meant certain death. Boom. Lin Che activated his ancient chaos body to its fullest extent, and a dark golden radiance enveloped him like a cascade of gilded fragments. The sting of the thunder subsided significantly, but as he pressed on, the pain began to mount once more. At last, he reached the inner circle of the outer region, drawing near the core of Thunder Valley. Here, the thunder energy condensed into a blue-gray mist, with massive bolts of lightning forming unpredictably in the air and crashing down with devastating force. Even with his partially mastered ancient chaos body, Lin Che wasn't sure he could withstand it. Lin Che, why not end it yourself? At least you might leave a complete corpse, by AO called out from behind, a smirk tugging at his lips. If something happens to me, my master, Zhu Ke, will never let you go, Lin Che replied, narrowing his eyes. You think I came here today expecting to return to the War Dao Academy? By AO shrugged nonchalantly, his grin widening. This isn't just about you killing Bai Xiao. Who sent you? Lin Che's pupils contracted sharply. You're smart enough, don't you already know who wants you dead the most? Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che growled through clenched teeth, his fists trembling with rage. Correct. Once I kill you, I can take the reward and disappear for good. If you want to kill me, we'll see if you've got the guts. Before Bai AO could respond, Lin Che suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the core area of the outer region without hesitation. In an instant, cracks began to appear across his body, like fractured porcelain, with blood seeping out from the fissures. The thunder energy in this area was so overwhelming that even newly advanced Hunyuan realm experts wouldn't dare linger. If not for the extraordinary power of the ancient chaos body, Lin Che would have been torn apart the moment he entered. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered with dozens of cracks, and blood quickly soaked him from head to toe, making him look like a figure carved from blood. Bai AO watched as Lin Che turned without hesitation and rushed into the core area of the outer zone. A faint smirk appeared on his lips. The violent power of the thunder, there was enough to tear any living being to shreds. He had already foreseen Lin Che's fate. Sure enough, the moment Lin Che stepped into that area, his body was torn apart under the relentless force of the thunder. His skin split open, blood splattered everywhere, and the grotesque scene of mutilated flesh was unbearable to witness. Why bother? Bai AO chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Wouldn't it have been kinder if I'd ended it for you? Why subject yourself to such torture? But in the next moment, Bai AO's expression froze. His pupils contracted sharply, and the disdain on his face transformed into shock. What unfolded before his eyes was beyond anything he could comprehend, though Lin Che's body was continuously shredded by the thunder, with exposed white bones and splattered blood. Every time he was on the verge of complete disintegration, a dark golden light would flash. The terrifying regenerative power of the Primordial Chaos Physique would swiftly repair his broken body. This created a horrifying cycle: tearing, regeneration, tearing again, and regenerating once more. Lin Che maintained a bizarre equilibrium on the brink of life and death, enduring the thunder's destructive force. But the cost of this balance was unimaginable pain. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he roared internally, his heart filled with searing hatred. If not for Lin Xuanqi, if not for by AO, he wouldn't have had to endure such inhuman torment. Inside the divine demon tower, the tower ancestor silently observed everything. Lin Che's deep-seated hatred for Lin Xuanqi forced him to take such an extreme path to grow stronger. Considering what Lin Xuanqi had done to him, this relentless determination was not difficult to understand. The tower ancestor's eyes suddenly lit up. Interesting. Under this extreme torment, the boy's martial will is beginning to transform. Amid this repeated cycle of flesh being torn apart and reassembled, Lin Che's martial will was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The path from the foundation of martial arts to the divine flame realm is like ascending a three-tiered heavenly staircase. The lowest tier involves tempering battle energy, which is merely the basics for a prodigy. The middle tier requires an extraordinary transformation of martial will, posing the real challenge. At the highest tier, one must comprehend the power of the world's essence, gaining insight into the profound mysteries of the Tao. The leap of martial will from blazing like fire to transcendent is a fundamental metamorphosis. This power can directly influence reality. One glance could trigger an explosion. A mere thought could shatter the mind of a martial artist in the foundation realm. For this reason, if Lin Che were to face a human expert at the peak of the divine flame realm during the trial in the divine tomb, his chances of victory would be nearly non-existent. This disparity stems from the inherent differences in the paths of cultivation. Human cultivation is an inward journey, competing with heaven and earth to seize all usable power to strengthen oneself. In contrast, other races follow an entirely different path, relying on bloodline inheritance and innate abilities. While both ultimately lead to the same destination, at the level of the divine flame realm, the differences remain stark. Only upon reaching the divine flame realm can a martial artist truly touch the threshold of the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Che was undergoing such a transformation that excruciating pain, instead of breaking him, refined his essence, energy, and spirit to unprecedented levels. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che's roar was filled with searing hatred, his obsession transforming into a radiant force of will. This brilliance illuminated his spiritual world and permeated his surroundings, merging with the sea of energy in the atmosphere. The power of his martial will course through his body, bringing an intense heat that felt almost otherworldly. In this profound state, he could clearly see everything within himself: his bones, flesh, pores, and meridians, all vividly visible. Even more astonishing was the sight of his flesh and bones emitting a crimson glow, which transformed into a searing white mist that enveloped him entirely. At that moment, the voice of Tazu rang out, "I never expected you to break your limits a second time. The effects of refining your body with this lightning power have surpassed my expectations." This transformation was rooted in Lin Che's unparalleled foundation. As a rare martial artist who had achieved the 10th level of body refinement, he had already forged a resilient golden body. This second metamorphosis now placed him on an exceptionally rare path, a legendary path of breaking limits. In ancient times, there was once a mortal who broke his limits 9 times, rising above countless rivals to ultimately claim the title of the Crimson Emperor. That man was the legendary Qi Emperor Xianxiao. Now, Lin Che was undergoing a similar transformation. The white mist around him continued to expand, and even the terrifying lightning energy nearby was being refined as it approached him. All of this happened in a split second, leaving by AO utterly stunned. By AO quickly regained his composure, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He could not allow Lin Che to complete his breakthrough. Recalling Lin Xuanqi's promise, he immediately made his move. With a twist of his fingers, his cold water soft sword began to hum, releasing a burst of frigid energy. Behind him, a venomous green serpent manifested his mastery of the cold, shadowy essence of water. As Bai Ao's sword slashed towards him, Lin Che did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he calmly picked up the Dragon Soul spear and murmured, "Striking now? You're too late." The path to a warrior's breakthrough is akin to a pyramid, narrower as one ascends, with each step fraught with hardship. Yet, when the moment is right, the breakthrough comes like a torrential flood, unstoppable and unrestrained. At this moment, Lin Che was undergoing such a transformation. His martial will had finally undergone a qualitative change, officially stepping into the transcendent realm. His overwhelming martial will spread like tidal waves, encompassing a space of 100 meters in radius. Within this domain, everything became vividly clear. down to the fall of a single speck of dust. The world had never been so vivid in his eyes, and the intoxicating sense of control left him momentarily mesmerized. If by AO were to learn that Lin Che could cover such a vast range upon first entering the transcendent realm, he would likely be struck speechless with shock. After all, even peak divine flame realm powerhouses could only achieve such a range with their martial will. This was due to Lin Che's past breakthrough, where he surpassed his limits and ignited the divine brilliance of his will, placing him far above the ordinary. Now, having formally stepped into the transcendent realm, displaying such strength was entirely expected. More importantly, this was far from his limit. As his martial will continued to grow, this range would undoubtedly expand further. Lin Che's body had also undergone a second limit-breaking transformation. The fiery, magma-like power of his blood surged within him, radiating an aura so intense it could scorch the air and evaporate rivers. The battle energy within his body had condensed into a mist-like state, comparable to that of a divine flame realm expert. Coupled with the unique nature of his chaos battle energy, its power was nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, apart from not yet comprehending martial intent, Lin Che was virtually indistinguishable from a true divine flame realm powerhouse. As for this sole shortcoming, he had a way to compensate for a Dragon Soul Spear. The instant his martial will transformed, the Dragon Soul Spear trembled, and its first seal was lifted. This divine weapon, containing 9 seals, would become a complete artifact of the Han Dynasty's legacy once fully unsealed. The power of the Dragon Soul, released upon the lifting of the first seal, manifested as the strength of a true dragon spirit. A single thrust of the spear would be akin to the breath of a true dragon, capable of incinerating all. Most crucially, this power was enough to contend with martial intent. This was the very source of Lin Che's confidence in facing by AO Hedon. As the incoming attack infused with martial intent roared toward him, accompanied by the venomous gaze of the green serpent, Lin Che did not hesitate. He twisted the Dragon Soul Spear, infused it with chaos battle energy, and thrust it forward with explosive force. Boom! The spear's tip blazed like a crimson sun, and a phantom of a ferocious dragon's head emerged, spewing blood-red flames like a fiery sunset. The flames surged forth, colliding Hedon with Bai Ao's martial intent attack. The icy chill and scorching heat intertwined midair, creating visible shockwaves that rippled outward with a deafening roar. Crystals of frost fell like shattered glass, while the searing heat left pale streaks in the air. The two forces were evenly matched, ultimately canceling each other out. Seeing this, Lin Che's lips curled into a faint smile. As he had anticipated, his current strength was enough to stand against Bai Ao. Impossible! Bai Ao's pupils trembled in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. A mere junior at the martial foundation stage had managed to withstand his martial intent attack. His face twisted with anger and frustration. Now, it's my turn. Lin Che's intentions were straightforward: would kill Bai Ao. With a burst of speed, Lin Che's figure blurred into a shadow as he closed in on Bai Ao. The Dragon Soul Spear shot forward like lightning, aiming straight for Bai Ao's face. Boom! The tip of the Dragon Soul Spear erupted with over 200 blood-red marks of slaughter, each brimming with a terrifying aura of killing intent. These marks converged at the spear's tip, transforming into a fearsome spear light capable of piercing through heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Che had accumulated 300 slaughter marks, including those from formidable figures such as the God Clan's Divine Sun Lei Ba and the Demon Clan's Holy Sun Yuan Ao, making the power of this strike far exceed his strength before entering the Divine Tomb. Bai Ao felt the overwhelming aura of slaughter rushing toward him, and his expression changed drastically. He no longer had the luxury of pondering how Lin Che had withstood his intent attack. Battle energy surged within him, and the soft cold water sword in his hand straightened like a taut string as he thrust it toward the spear light. Clang! 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 The clash between the two instantly reached a fever pitch. Lin Che's Dragon Soul Spear and Bai Ao's cold water sword collided repeatedly, their shadows and glints intertwining into two spinning wheels of light. The sound of metal striking metal echoed incessantly, while the chilling force and the killing aura spilled out from their collision, dispersing the dense lightning energy in the surroundings. Damn it! How can this guy's battle energy be so terrifying? Bai Ao was shaken to the core. As someone at the peak of the Divine Fire realm, he was astonished to discover that Lin Che, who was only at the pinnacle of the martial foundation realm, had battle energy on par with his own. This disparity, which crossed an entire major realm, left Bai Ao both shocked and envious. Break! Bai Ao suddenly let out a low shout, and the cold water sword erupted with a dazzling green light. The blade coiled around the Dragon Soul Spear like a venomous snake. Just as Lin Che was about to counterattack, he realized that a layer of frost had unknowingly crept along the spear's shaft, freezing his hand in an instant. The cold quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Che's entire body was encased in ice, rendering him immobile. Die! With a sinister grin, By AO struck out with a lethal palm aimed directly at the frozen and motionless Lin Che, without the slightest hesitation. Boom! By AO's palm descended like a mountain collapsing, the surging battle energy tearing through the air, leaving a vacuum imprint in the sky. Buzz! A burst of black light radiated from his palm, resembling a black moon rising into the heavens. As the light dispersed, a terrifying aura of sharpness erupted. Slash! This invisible force of sharpness cut through metal and stone, instantly slicing through the surrounding thunder, creating a vacuum zone. Anyone stepping into this area would feel as if they had entered a sea of blades and swords. The sheer intensity of the sharp aura was enough to tear apart even a master of the divine flame realm. This technique was not by AO's own skill, but came from the black dragon sword core bestowed upon him by Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che stared at the black light emanating from by AO's palm, his pupils contracting, fists clenched tightly. A fierce hatred surged in his eyes. This was one of Lin Xuanqi's two ultimate techniques, Black Dragon Sword Chi. Lin Che had once witnessed Lin Xuanqi unleash this technique at the martial arena of the Marquis Wuin's residence. Even though he despised Lin Xuanqi to the core, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when recalling the sight of sword energy splitting the heavens with godlike power. He hadn't expected Lin Xuanqi's determination to kill him to be so intense, to the point of passing on such a devastating technique to by AO. Lin Che vividly remembered that when Lin Yi had once asked to learn this technique, Lin Xuanqi had flatly refused. Although by AO's Black Dragon Sword Chi came from the sword core, this act alone made it clear that Lin Xuanqi was determined to kill him. Seeing Lin Che recognize the technique, by AO sneered, "Lin Che, what's the point of you clinging to life like this? Even your own father is scheming to kill you. If I were you, I'd have already found a place to end it all." Before his words even faded, by AO's palm trembled, and the terrifying black dragon sword Chi descended with a thunderous roar. The void buzzed, the air quaked, and countless black streaks of light poured into his hand like flowing water, coalescing into a solid black sword energy. Like a rain of swords, it surged violently toward Lin Che with the motion of his palm. Lin Xuanqi! Lin Che roared internally, his eyes igniting with a blood-red glow, his killing intent boiling over. Crimson light surfaced across his body, and with a sharp crack, the ice encasing him shattered in an instant. A howling wind rose around him, and streams of blood-red light swirled, forming a crimson storm. His killing intent was climbing to a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Che's figure was entirely enveloped by the blood-red mist. Within the divine demon tower, the tower ancestor watched this scene in astonishment and exclaimed, "Is this even possible?" With his profound cultivation and insight, the tower ancestor immediately discerned Lin Che's condition. "If I'm not mistaken, this brat has already comprehended Fist Force and the Slaughter Spear Force. His Fist Force has reached its peak, but his Slaughter Spear Force is far from complete. And yet, driven by his hatred for Lin Xuanqi, his Slaughter Spear Force keeps ascending. Is he actually trying to comprehend the Slaughter Spear intent through his hatred for his father?" Even with the tower ancestor's vast knowledge, this situation left him incredulous. After all, throughout history, martial artists comprehended intent through insights into the heavens, the earth, and the principles of life. While some forged unique paths, relying on hatred to comprehend intent was unheard of except for Lin Che. Indeed, the blood-red mist surrounding Lin Che was the nascent form of the Slaughter Spear intent, condensed entirely through his hatred for Lin Xuanqi. The tower ancestor shook his head, his tone tinged with amusement. "Lin Che, this brat, is destined to repay his father with vengeance. A life-and-death battle with his old man is inevitable." Typically, once a martial artist begins to comprehend intent, their future path in martial arts and foundational power is set. Since Lin Che chose to forge his intent through hatred, he was bound to follow this path to its end. Unless he abandoned his cultivation and started anew, there would be no turning back. The ultimate path of a warrior is like climbing an endless peak. When one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, they must confront a harsh truth. To surpass their limits, they must replace the natural order of the world, imprinting their own power eternally upon the heavens and earth. This is the supreme principle of replacing the will of heaven with one's own. For Lin Che, this truth was especially brutal. To ascend to a higher realm and surpass Lin Xuanqi's cultivation, there was only one path before Hema Bloody One. He had to completely annihilate Lin Xuanqi. This was an unavoidable trial of life and death, with no other solution under the heavens. By AO gazed at Lin Che, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Though he did not understand Lin Che as thoroughly as Tazu did, he could clearly sense the surge of profound intent surrounding Lin Che. This kid, is he trying to break through in the face of death? By AO narrowed his eyes, then glanced at the black dragon sword Chi in his hand, a cold smile curling at his lips. "So what if you break through to the divine fire realm? This black dragon sword Qi was personally bestowed by Lin Xuanqi, imbued with the power of the sacred way. Even though the strand of sword energy in my hand is less than a tenthesanthe of Lin Xuanqi's full strength, it is more than enough to take your life. With a deafening roar, a torrent of dark sword energy rained down, engulfing Lin Che completely. The terrifying sharpness erupted, transforming the area into a world of swords. The air collapsed, and black mist spread like an ominous shroud. By AO smiled triumphantly at the sight. A prodigy of the ages? In the end, you still cannot escape death. But in the next instant, By AO's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, he raised his arm, attempting to shield himself with the cold water soft sword. Alas, it was too late. Boom. The black dragon sword Qi suddenly shattered into countless fragments, and streaks of blood-red light erupted like divine swords piercing through the void. One of these blood-red beams shot straight through By AO's forehead, killing him instantly. By AO's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. As a peak-level expert of the divine flame realm, he could not accept the reality that he was about to die at the hands of Lin Che. When the blood-red light pierced through his forehead, his spiritual world was instantly wiped clean. Boom. By AO's body fell straight to the ground, but the moment it touched the earth, it shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into a blood mist that surged into Lin Che's body. The power of the black dragon sword Qi was completely torn apart, revealing Lin Che's true form. At this moment, Lin Che stood completely bare, his body sculpted with defined muscle lines. His long hair had turned a faint shade of crimson, and his entire being exuded an eerie and sinister aura. A glint of blood-red light flashed in his eyes as the blood-colored energy surrounding him abruptly receded, replaced by an overwhelming and sky-piercing killing intent. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che's roar echoed as his killing intent materialized into crimson ripples that spread violently outward. The ground cracked and crumbled under the force, and even the surrounding thunderous energy was pierced and dissipated by the palpable killing intent. Tazu's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Kid, I didn't expect that upon advancing to the divine flame realm, the intent you would comprehend would be spear intent. Lin Che steadied his emotions and nodded slightly. Neither did I. Though his understanding of fist intent had previously surpassed that of spear intent, it was his intense hatred for Lin Xuanqi that led him to grasp the true essence of the spear intent rooted in slaughter. If the spear of slaughter represented external destruction of the body, then the spear intent of slaughter embodied an internal assault on the soul. The emergence of the black dragon sword Qi had allowed Lin Che to fully understand Lin Xuanqi's true intentions and unrelenting desire to eliminate him. Lin Xuanqi, one day, I will stand before you and personally return this black dragon sword Qi to you. Lin Che vowed silently. If he hadn't comprehended the spear intent of slaughter and ascended to the divine flame realm at the critical moment, he would have perished. This journey to Thunder Valley had come to a successful conclusion. Suddenly, Lin Che felt a chill down his spine, and his entire body tensed as his hairs stood on end. Acting on instinct, he spun the Dragon Soul Spear and thrust it fiercely to his side. The third ultimate move of the Spear of Slaughter. Meteor. Chaotic battle energy, infused with immense killing intent, erupted from the tip of the spear like a deadly flower in bloom. The power of slaughter transformed into hundreds of indistinct silhouettes, including the figures of the Divine Clan Son of God Lei Ba, the Demon Clan's Saint Sun Yuan Ao, the Devil Clan's Demon Sun Li Yuan, and even the shadow of the prison beast, vividly clear. Roar. The Dragon Soul Spear trembled as an illusory dragon shadow emerged, merging seamlessly with the power of slaughter to unleash an astonishing impact. This strike was Lin Che's most powerful attack to date. The air tore apart, space quaked, and the blood-red radiance engulfed the heavens and earth. Yet in the next instant, Lin Che's body was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing heavily into the ground and carving deep, jagged trenches into the earth. Hiss! Lin Che knelt on one knee, gripping the spear with one hand, as a mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. Gravely injured, he had no time to assess his wounds, his vigilant gaze fixed ahead. Before him, a middle-aged man clad in an ink-black robe approached leisurely, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. This man was none other than Elder Hanli Lin Xuanqi's true trump card against Lin Che. If By AO had succeeded in killing Lin Che, Hanli would not have appeared. But now, even Hanli himself hadn't expected that he would need to intervene personally. As he observed the scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hanli's eyes. Hanli stood before Lin Che, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. As a senior figure in the War Dao Academy, he had encountered countless prodigies, yet Lin Che before him evoked an unprecedented sense of shock. Compared to Lin Che, those so-called core disciples were worlds apart. Time and again, Lin Che had broken through dire situations, undergoing transformations that defied all logic. But this is where it ends, Hanli declared. his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Lin Che stared at the stranger in front of him, his brows furrowed deeply. Ever since he had mastered the intent of the slaughter spear, his sensitivity to killing intent had become exceptionally acute. The murderous aura emanating from this man was pure and direct. It wasn't about treasure. It was aimed solely at taking his life. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Lin Che asked in a low, steady voice. Hanli did not respond. Instead, he slowly raised his palm. In an instant, a pitch-black glow erupted from his hand. I wonder if you can withstand this black dragon sword chi? This black dragon sword chi, though taught by Lin Xuanqi, was merely a form of sword energy without the essence of true sword intent. Lin Xuanqi had deliberately designed it this way to prevent others from unraveling the secrets of the black dragon sword chi. As a result, Hanli could only rely on his own comprehension to detonate the sword core, producing immense power, though far from the true might of the black dragon sword chi. Lin Xuanqi. Lin Che recognized the origins of the technique instantly. His eyes turned blood red, and a torrent of killing intent surged forth. It was clear that his opponent was determined to end his life. Boom. Hanli, wielding the power of the Hunyuan realm, unleashed the full force of the black dragon sword chi. Its destructive power far surpassed by AO's previous attacks. The razor-sharp energy tore through the air and dealt a devastating blow to Lin Che. The searing pain almost caused him to lose consciousness. At that critical moment, a cold, furious voice suddenly rang out, courting death. The eruption of Hanli's black dragon sword chi was far more overwhelming than by AO's. Before its terrifying force had fully descended, Lin Che was already coughing up blood and staggering backward. The shadow of death loomed over him, and his eyes burned with unrelenting hatred. This hatred ignited a frenzy of killing intent within him, forming a blood-red cloud that surrounded his body. However, under the impact of the black dragon sword chi, the blood cloud was instantly torn to shreds as soon as it formed. Am I really going to die by Hanli's hand? Lin Che's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had survived life and death trials like the God Tomb, only to fall here? The thought of Lin Xuanqi's smug face upon hearing of his death made Lin Che's frustration surge to its peak. Yet, faced with the full-force strike of a Hunyuan realm powerhouse, he was utterly powerless to retaliate. Just as Lin Che believed death was inevitable, a furious roar accompanied by a piercing cry resounded through the sky. To his astonishment, a crimson light suddenly appeared before him, transforming in an instant into a massive vermilion bird. Master! Lin Che cried out in joy upon recognizing the familiar figure, realizing he had been saved. Vermilion bird! Hanli gasped in shock, his cold sneer freezing on his face as his eyes filled with intense fear. He had previously worried that the vermilion bird might secretly protect Lin Che, knowing how important Lin Che was to it. But seeing Lin Che receive no help by AO's assault, and considering this was a training expedition to Thunder Valley, Hanli had concluded that the vermilion bird was absent. Lin Che's resentment and anger had only reinforced his assumption. Who could have predicted that the vermilion bird had been secretly following all along? Under Hanli's horrified gaze, he didn't even have time to beg for mercy before the massive vermilion bird devoured him. The terrifying black dragon sword chi dissipated without a trace. As a Saint Dao realm powerhouse, the vermilion bird was unchallenged unless Lin Xuanqi himself intervened. Mere black dragon sword chi was no match, and as for Hanli, a Hunyuan realm cultivator, he was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the vermilion bird. At that moment, the voice of Tower Ancestor echoed, Physique. This little girl truly possesses the Zhu Rong divine physique. Such a fierce and domineering constitution, appearing in a woman fire and water clashing it, must have been extremely arduous for her to reach the Saint Dao realm. Lin Che's heart stirred at these words. Tower Ancestor, are you saying there's something wrong with my master's body? The Tower Ancestor explained, not exactly wrong. The Zhu Rong divine physique is one of the most powerful fire-based divine constitutions, with boundless potential, but it is purely yang in nature. For a woman to have this physique, it inevitably leads to the formation of fire chill poison. Given her cultivation level, the fire chill poison within her must be incredibly potent. Simply put, her cultivation is accompanied by unimaginable torment, which will only intensify as her strength grows. Is there a solution? Lin Che asked anxiously. The Tower Ancestor's tone suddenly turned playful. Of course, and it's quite simple. What is it? Lin Che pressed. Too much fire? Just vent it, the Tower Ancestor replied. Lin Che instinctively responded. Vent the fire? How? Then, realizing the implication, his expression stiffened. The Tower Ancestor chuckled mischievously. Aside from that, she could find someone with a Gonggong divine physique willing to expend their energy to absorb the fire chill poison for her. But Gonggong divine physiques are extremely rare. Otherwise, she would have resolved this by now. Alternatively, she could seek the help of a royal Dao realm expert to fundamentally alter her Zhu Rong divine physique. Lin Che pressed his lips together. It seemed his master's issue was indeed difficult to resolve. Suddenly, he asked, Tower Ancestor, did you know all along that my master was secretly following me? His suspicions arose because, throughout the ordeal, the Tower Ancestor had shown no signs of concern. Although Lin Che dared not assert his significance in Tazu's heart, he also couldn't believe the latter would remain entirely indifferent to his life-threatening predicament. Of course, Tazu's voice carried a hint of mockery. If someone at the Saint Dao level couldn't even sense this, I might as well destroy myself. Hearing this, Lin Che's lip twitched involuntarily. Just then, the figure of Zhu Ke suddenly materialized before him. However, she stood with her back to him likely because Lin Che was currently stark naked. Realizing this, Lin Che's face instantly flushed, and a wave of embarrassment surged through him. Put this on first, Zhu Chua's voice sounded, as a set of clothing appeared out of thin air before Lin Che. He reached out to take it, but his expression froze the moment he saw it was a set of women's clothing. Tazu's hearty laughter echoed in his mind. In the end, Lin Che still put on the dress. Apart from the chilly discomfort below his waist, it was otherwise tolerable. Only then did Zhu Ke turn around, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Your gains in Thunder Valley this time far exceeded my expectations. She hadn't intended to overly praise Lin Che, worried it might make him complacent. However, his performance this time was simply too remarkable. Not only had he refined his battle chi, but his martial will had also reached an extraordinary realm. He had even comprehended killing intent, breaking through from martial Dao foundation to the divine fire realm. This was far beyond Zhu Chua's initial expectation of merely honing his battle chi. This was simply my duty, Lin Che responded humbly. Besides, if not for Master secretly protecting me, I might have already become a pile of bones, or perhaps not even that. Hearing this, a sharp glint of killing intent flashed in Zhu Chua's eyes. Though that person is part of our Battle Dao Academy, rest assured, I will see to it that justice is done for you. As she spoke, a hint of concern surfaced in her gaze. However, your father's intent to kill you is far too severe, resorting to such ruthless measures. From now on, you must be cautious and keep your whereabouts unknown. Lin Che nodded solemnly. Master, rest assured, I will be more vigilant. This incident was indeed a wake-up call for him. Zhu Ke continued, but Lin Che, I don't mean to dampen your spirits. Although you've advanced to the divine fire realm, this level of cultivation is still far from sufficient to make a name for yourself in the Lingshu heavenly domain. Lin Che's eyes flickered, sensing that Zhu Ke had something important to say. Master, please guide me. The demon ceiling tower of the War Dao Academy, a mysterious structure inverted into the ground, is a critical part of the Academy's foundation. The tower delves 9 levels deep into the earth, each level imprisoning powerful demons from the human realm. These demons are not invaders from beyond, but beings who wreaked havoc among humanity, all captured by generations of the Academy's disciples. The tower's base is the only part visible above ground, while its 9 underground levels extend far below. Legend has it that the 9th level seals away a demon of unprecedented strength, whose power rivals that of a king-level human cultivator. This place is not merely a prison, but also a trial ground where the Academy's disciples hone their combat techniques. At this moment, Lin Che stood outside the demon ceiling tower with Zhu Ke. Zhu Chua's expression was grim as she addressed her disciple. Lin Che, after breaking through to the divine flame realm, you weren't supposed to challenge the demon ceiling tower so soon. However, given the current circumstances, we must advance the timeline. Zhu Ke continued, I understand your determination to enter the Lingshu Grotto Heaven and face Lin Yi. As a martial artist, pursuing clarity of mind is essential. While the Lingshu Grotto Heaven is dangerous, I won't let personal concerns hold you back. That said, with your current cultivation, it will be extremely challenging not just to compete with the other prodigies, but even to face Lin Yi. You know better than anyone the overwhelming strength of the archaic tyrant body. Though your own constitution is extraordinary, Lin Yi possesses dual constitutions. Without an additional trump card, you won't stand a chance. This demon ceiling tower is your opportunity. If you can pass the 3rd level, you'll be able to condense the domain of slaughter. At that point, your combat power will become truly formidable. And if you manage to comprehend the 2nd form of the slaughter spear technique, Soul Devour. Zhu Ke paused mid-sentence. Never mind. Don't push yourself too hard, just focus on giving it your all. What Zhu Ke left unsaid was that if Lin Che could master Soul Devour, his chances of victory in the Lingshu Grotto Heaven would rise to 90. Though the slaughter spear technique appeared to be an incomplete combat method, it was, in fact, a fully realized Earth-grade martial art. Because of this, it required cultivation from the very foundation of martial arts and demanded extraordinary comprehension, so much so that no one had succeeded in mastering it for years. Until Lin Che appeared. However, even with Lin Che's exceptional talent, Zhuge believed it was nearly impossible for him to grasp Soul Devour while still in the Divine Flame realm. But as long as he could condense the domain of slaughter, his chances in the Lingshu Grotto Heaven would greatly improve. Master, what is Lin Yi's current cultivation level? Lin Che asked while gazing at the entrance of the Demon Sealing Tower. From what I know, on the day of your Divine Tomb trial, he had already reached the peak of the Divine Flame realm. With 1 month remaining before the Lingshu Grotto Heaven opens, it's uncertain whether he will break through again. Hearing this, Lin Che took a deep breath, feeling immense pressure. Although he held disdain for this half-brother of his, Lin Yi's innate demonic eyes and archaic tyrant body made him a formidable opponent, not to be underestimated. Soul Devourer, Lin Che murmured to himself. While he was unaware of the Slaughter Spear technique's true Earth-grade nature, he understood the difficulty of mastering Soul Devourer. Still, with the God-Demon martial arena at his disposal, there was a glimmer of hope. Master, I'm going in, Lin Che said, clearing his mind of distractions. Go, Zhuge nodded. Meanwhile, in a classically designed courtyard at the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Yi stood, staring into a mirror suspended in midair. The reflection showed Lin Xuanqi's figure, his back to the mirror, his tone laced with displeasure. Lin Yi, he'll skip the pleasantries. You need to understand that Lin Che has become a threat. Hua Zhentian is watching closely, so I can't act directly. The assassins I sent triggered the Black Dragon Sword Chi but failed to return, which means they've likely been eliminated. With him inside the War Dao Academy, another assassination attempt isn't feasible. Given his displayed talent and rapid growth, allowing him to develop further would be disastrous. From what I've heard, he's already secured qualification to enter the Lingshu Grotto Heaven. Knowing his temperament, he will surely go. This is your chance. You must kill him with your own hands inside the Lingshu Grotto Heaven. Lin Xuanqi turned to face the mirror, his calm gaze carrying a chilling edge. This isn't just about eliminating a threat, it's also your opportunity to prove that I didn't make the wrong choice in selecting you. Rest assured, Father, Lin Yi said, clenching his fists, his expression twisted with malice. I will personally take Lin Che's head and prove to you that your choice was absolutely correct. As Lin Che stepped into the Demon Suppression Tower, a familiar sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. His vision distorted, and in an instant, he was transported into a pitch-black void. Huh, it's you. Spirit Flame Realm? A voice filled with surprise suddenly broke the silence. Lin Che turned around to see a massive black stone door standing behind him. Surrounding the door was a flowing, wave-like void, and above it flickered a dim, eerie flame, adding an ominous atmosphere to the space. The speaker was an elderly man dressed in black, his sparse hair and sunken eyes giving him a sinister appearance. He was the guardian of the Demon Suppression Tower, and his peculiar gaze, glowing with an unusual light, scrutinized Lin Che. Given Lin Che's recent rise in fame, the old man naturally recognized him. However, in the Guardian's memory, Lin Che had only recently completed the Tomb of the Gods trial as a Martial Foundation cultivator, far from reaching the Spirit Flame realm. Yet here he stood, having already ascended to it. To achieve such a breakthrough from Martial Foundation to Spirit Flamey in less than a day astounded even this seasoned Guardian. Senior, I am Lin Che, here to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for a trial, Lin Che said, cupping his fists in respect. As an inner sect disciple, he was entitled to participate in the trials of the tower free of charge. The black-robed elder took a deep breath to steady himself before nodding and asking, "Which floor are you heading to?" "I intend to enter the 3rd floor, Lin Che replied. The elder paused. The 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower holds demonic beasts equivalent to the Spirit Flame realm in strength. In the core area, there are even demon guards comparable to the Primordial realm. While I recognize your exceptional talent and formidable combat ability, I must warn you those demon guards in the core area are beyond what you can currently handle. If you encounter danger, channel your combat energy into your identity token to teleport out. Remember, know your limits and do not act recklessly." If any disciples from the Battle Academy had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. This elder, nicknamed Black Yama, was infamous for his eccentric and ruthless nature. Years of guarding the eerie Demon Suppression Tower had only exacerbated his grim temperament. Yet here he was, speaking to Lin Che with an unusual gentleness, clearly showing a rare appreciation for his potential. "Thank you for the warning, Senior. I will keep it in mind," Lin Che said, bowing respectfully. With a wave of his hand, Black Yama opened the stone door. A green light surged from the passage within, accompanied by a chilling, sinister aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Che stepped forward. Boom! As the stone door closed behind him, Lin Che felt as though he had plunged into an icy cavern. Goosebumps rose on his skin. The demonic energy on the 3rd floor was thick, and the environment had long been altered to suit the survival of demonic beasts. The cold, damp air significantly enhanced the strength of the beasts while suppressing human martial artists, who had to expend energy to resist the pervasive demonic aura. Roar. A sudden roar echoed through the darkness, carrying a nauseating stench. A wave of formidable demonic energy rushed straight toward Lin Che. His eyes gleamed sharply as he twisted his fingers, gathering a murderous energy in his palm before launching a powerful punch. Boom. The air exploded as a pig demon with a boar's head and human body materialized. However, the moment it appeared, it was pierced through by the crimson murderous aura, shattering into pieces with a deafening blast. Lin Che raised his hand and grabbed, instantly refining the pig demon's power and condensing it into a blood-red mark of slaughter. Ever since he ascended to the divine fire realm, the might of this killing aura had undergone a complete transformation. Interesting, Lin Che murmured, narrowing his eyes as he carefully felt the power within the mark in his palm. That pig demon just now hadn't fully mastered the divine fire realm, but it was still a genuine expert in that realm. Yet Lin, having only recently stepped into the divine fire realm himself, had managed to kill it with a single punch. The sheer power of the killing aura left him thoroughly satisfied. Brothers, we've got a new one here. Kill him. Well, just come back to life anyway. Take this bastard down. Amid the frenzied shouts, the once quiet space suddenly erupted into chaos. From all sides, various members of the demon race surged forward. Dog-headed demons with human bodies, horse-head demons, and even fully beast-like creatures. Their demonic auras gathered like oppressive black clouds, blotting out the sky as they charged toward Lin Che. Boom. Before the horde even reached him, the ominous demon cloud had already engulfed Lin Che. Boom. In the next instant, a blood-red light, sharp as blades, pierced through the demon cloud. The charging demons stood no chance. They were shredded into pieces by the surging wave of crimson energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the demons were instantly refined, their essence transformed into marks of slaughter that fell into Lin Che's palm. Kill him. Take this guy down. More demons poured in like an unending tide, relentless and fearless. Their courage stemmed from the peculiar power within the demon-suppressing tower, a force that allowed them to resurrect after death. After all, as valuable training resources, the Academy's higher-ups couldn't afford to lose these creatures in large numbers every day. What the demons didn't realize, however, was that dying at Lin Che's hands meant true death. Once their essence was refined into marks of slaughter, revival was impossible. As Lin continued his rampage, some of the demons finally began to sense that something was seriously wrong. Fall back. There's something strange about this guy. A thunderous voice rang out, commanding the demons to retreat. The horde parted, forming a path as a massive humanoid skeleton slowly emerged. Finally, someone worth my time, Lin Che muttered, licking his lips. The demons earlier had been numerous, but not a single one had even reached the midstage of the divine fire realm. To Lin, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. In the shadowy depths of the third level of the demon ceiling tower, the bone demon was savoring a rare moment of solitude. As a peak-level divine flame realm expert, he was one of the most powerful demons on this level, second only to the mysterious demon guard in the core area. Suddenly, a disturbance caught his attention. At first, the bone demon dismissed it was not unusual for disciples from the Warpath Academy to enter the tower for trials. But soon, a shocking scene unfolded before him, shattering his composure. A young human cultivator, who had just advanced to the divine flame realm, was slaughtering the surrounding demons with reckless abandon. While such a sight might not have been extraordinary, the eerie part was that the slain demons were not reviving at their usual resurrection points. The bone demon, lurking near a demon lair, watched intently as the green flames in his hollow eye sockets flickered with unease. This can't be. The bone demon's thoughts churned in turmoil. Though trapped in this lightless demon ceiling tower, a glimmer of survival instinct remained. If this human truly possessed the power to permanently destroy demons, the bone demon swiftly appeared before Lin Che, his empty eye sockets burning with emerald ghost flames as he locked his gaze on the young man. A newly advanced divine flame realm cultivator, how could you possibly break the rules of the demon ceiling tower? Lin Che glanced at the imposing skeletal figure, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure vanished from sight. Courting death, the bone demon growled coldly, raising his hand to strike. Boom. Fist and palm collided, the clash of killing intent and demonic energy erupting violently. Lin Che's fist was shrouded in a crimson aura, blood-red like a blood moon hanging in the sky. The air tore apart, and fierce winds scattered in all directions. The bone demon's heart trembled. This unfamiliar combat technique was actually corroding his demonic energy. What shocked him even more was the sudden golden radiance emanating from Lin Che golden fist seal. A human, wielding the power of the ancient golden clan? The bone demon was incredulous, but in the face of danger, he unleashed his innate ability, Yin Yang Death Domain. A black energy sphere collided Hedon with the golden fist seal, creating a massive shockwave. The surrounding demons were torn apart at the waist by the sheer force. The aftermath of the battle was so intense that even the slightest touch of it could cause one's blood and energy to churn. After the exchange, the bone demon came to a terrifying realization: those demons, slain by Lin Che, had truly turned into bloodlight and been absorbed by him. They were gone, utterly and irrevocably dead. Lin Che licked his lips and summoned his Dragon Soul Spear. In the bone demon's stunned gaze, the spear's light flashed. Boom! As the bone demon's skull fell to the ground, a final thought flickered through his mind. At last, freedom. Though known as a tower, each level of the demon ceiling tower is its own expansive realm, vast enough to rival half a county. The moment the bone demon fell, a massive lake at the core of the third level suddenly erupted in chaos. Towering waves surged skyward, shaking the heavens. With a deafening roar, the waves parted, and before the water could hit the ground, it was mysteriously evaporated into radiant light that filled the surroundings. From the center of this phenomenon, a colossal figure descended like a small mountain, shattering the earth upon impact. This was Jin Zhan, a black-furred ape demon whose sleek, satin-like coat gleamed under the dim light. His golden eyes radiated an indescribable majesty. As the strongest being of the third level, Jin Zhan's power rivaled that of a human expert at the Hunyuan stage. Even more terrifying was the trace of bloodline from the Battle Saint ape flowing through Hema lineage, capable of contending with the pinnacle of imperial realms. As Jin Zhan emerged, a massive white ape and a scaled-board demon followed. Though their presence was less imposing than Jin Zhan's, both were peak divine flame stage entities, exuding a formidable aura. Jin Zhan's piercing gaze turned toward Lin Che's direction, his eyes gleaming sharply. The bone demon is dead. The white ape was about to dismissively remark, dead? It doesn't matter. He can revive anyway, but abruptly froze, his pupils contracting. Big brother, what did you say? Dead? Truly dead? The boar demon, equally stunned, turned to stare at Jin Zhan. Jin Zhan exhaled a blast of air that seemed to tear through the atmosphere, his voice low and grave. The bone demon's life, soul, and essence have completely vanished. He's gone for good. This revelation sent shockwaves through the white ape and the boar demon. To them, the demon ceiling tower was a tormenting prison, but it still allowed them to cling to life. As top-tier beings of the third level, their lives were relatively unchallenged, aside from the occasional skirmishes with elite geniuses from the Martial Dao Academy. The news of the bone demon's permanent demise left the boar demon trembling with unease. Jin Zhan dismissed the possibility that this was a purge orchestrated by the Academy's upper echelon. However, as he sensed the aura of the one responsible, his brow furrowed deeply. Divine Flame Stage? And it seems they've only recently ascended? Meanwhile, Lin Che had already absorbed the bone demon's essence into a killing mark within his palm. This mark held the power to annihilate an average Divine Flame Stage expert instantly. But suddenly, Lin Che felt a chill run down his spine. He turned sharply to see the white ape and the boar demon approaching him slowly, their eyes glinting with an unsettling light. Although Lin Che had easily defeated the bone demon earlier, it was largely due to the element of surprise. Now, facing these two peak Divine Flame Stage demons, Hedon would be a true test of his strength. Yet, deep down, Lin Che felt that the source of his unease wasn't entirely from the two demons standing before him. Determined to solidify his killing domain, Lin Che didn't hesitate. Gripping his Dragon Soul Spear tightly, he charged directly at the white ape and the boar demon. Lin Che moved like lightning, appearing in front of the white ape and the pig demon in an instant. The Dragon Soul Spear shot forward like a dragon, its tip radiating a blinding crimson glow. This was the ultimate compression of a killing intent mark, unleashing a chilling aura of murderous intent into the air. The pig demon's eyes flashed with a cold light. Though wary, he refused to back down. With a flip of his palm, he summoned a weapon he had nurtured within himself for years, a nine-toothed rake. This demonic weapon had long since fused with him, perfectly channeling his demonic energy. Boom! The nine-toothed rake clashed Hedon with the Dragon Soul Spear. The resulting collision sent shockwaves rippling outward, tearing up the ground. The pig demon's pupils contracted as he felt a terrifying force surge through the rake and into his limbs. If not for his cultivation being higher than Lin Che's, that strike alone could have torn him apart. At that moment, the white ape made his move. He pounded his chest with both fists, gathering demonic energy into his hands, and struck down toward Lin Che's head. In the blinding white light, a serene lake appeared, with a bright moon hanging high above. A white ape leaped by the lakeside, chasing the moon. This was the white ape's innate divine ability, Moon in the Water, its power rivaling the battle techniques of the human race. Lin Che immediately activated his primal chaos physique, his body enveloped in a dark golden radiance, with his surging blood energy boiling like lava. Without hesitation, he charged forward to meet the attack. His Beast King fist roared out with the sound of a tiger's cry. The two fists collided, light bursting forth as blood energy and demonic power clashed, filling the air with white mist. The continuous booming sounds from within the white mist forced the pig demon to retreat. He watched the scene in shock. A human who had just entered the divine fire realm was actually holding his own against a white ape at the peak of the divine fire realm. Such physical strength was unparalleled, surpassing even that of the pure-blooded divine clans. Suddenly, the white mist was shattered, and the white ape's figure was sent flying, crashing into a small mountain. Although blood trickled from the corner of Lin Che's mouth, his momentum remained undiminished as he turned and launched an attack on the pig demon. The pig demon instinctively backed away but then stopped in anger and shame. However, the moment their eyes met, confusion flickered in the pig demon's gaze. Lin Che's dragon soul spear had already pierced through his shoulder without a sound. Roaring in pain, the pig demon unleashed his true ancestral form, manifesting a massive phantom of a mountainous pig demon behind him. Lin Che's fingers twisted, and an ethereal dragon soul emerged from the dragon soul spear, instantly shattering the pig demon's shockwave. Just as the dragon soul spear was about to deliver a fatal blow to the pig demon, a sudden and overwhelming aura erupted. Boom! The sky darkened abruptly as Lin Che's hair stood on end, his entire body tense with every nerve on edge. A chilling sense of imminent danger engulfed him. This was the true source of his unease. In the blink of an eye, the dragon soul spear was blasted away by an invisible force, narrowly grazing the pig demon's ear before embedding itself in a distant stone wall. The immense impact left spiderweb-like cracks across the surface. Lin Che reached out, and the dragon soul spear transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning, instantly returning to his grasp. Every muscle in his body tightened as he fixed his gaze beyond the pig demon, focusing on the figure behind it. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground, causing the mountain to tremble. The thick, oppressive demonic aura receded like a tide. In the next moment, a towering figure emerged before Lin Che. It was none other than Jin Zhan, a demon guard of the demon clan. Jin Zhan's golden pupils glimmered as he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Che. In truth, he had arrived long ago but had deliberately allowed the pig demon and the white ape to attack first, with strict orders not to kill. After all, prodigious talents like this one were often core disciples of the War Dao Academy, typically protected by unseen guardians. Acting recklessly could result in instant annihilation. What surprised Jin Zhan, however, was that Lin Che had managed to single-handedly defeat two formidable opponents. If not for his timely intervention, the pig demon would have already perished. To kill a peak Divine Flame Realm expert with the power of someone who had only just entered the Divine Flame Realm was truly astonishing. Though the pig demon had been saved, it was still shaken to its core. It roared furiously, "Big brother, kill him!" Its eyes burned with ferocity. But Jin Zhan remained motionless, his gaze locked on Lin Che, as he searched through his bloodline inheritance for records of such a unique constitution. Amid the tense standoff, a voice suddenly echoed in Jin Zhan's mind. "Strike with all your might, but do not take his life." So, there really was a guardian. The order left him exasperated. How was he supposed to fight with full force yet spare the boy's life? Still, the directive eased his apprehensions somewhat. Meanwhile, outside the gate of the third level of the demon-locking tower, an elder in a black robe, He Yinluo, spoke up. "So, this boy is actually a primal chaos body. No wonder he's so extraordinary. It seems he's already reached the minor achievement stage." Hearing this, Zhu Ke curiously asked, "Third great uncle, what is a primal chaos body?" He Yinluo explained, "In this world, there are unique constitutions such as divine bodies, imperial bodies, and royal bodies. For example, your Zhurong divine body allows you to control the vermilion bird's divine flames, making it far easier to cultivate the path of fire. But the primal chaos body is different. Once fully developed, even without stepping into the realm of emperors, it can challenge them. Such a constitution is so rare that fewer than 5 have ever existed throughout history, and none have appeared for several epochs. I never expected one to emerge in our War Dao Academy." At that moment, Jin Zhan suddenly pounded his fists against his chest, releasing a surge of demonic energy before slamming them into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered, and cracks raced toward Lin Che. Lin Che's eyes sharpened as he gripped the dragon soul spear tightly and thrust it forward. Roar! A dragon's cry echoed as the spear unleashed its power, transforming into a crimson streak that tore through the air. Boom! The immense power of demonic energy clashed with the force of the dragon soul in midair, erupting with an earth-shattering roar. The shockwave rippled outward like waves, instantly tearing open the ground and forming a deep crater several meters wide. The pig demon and white ape standing nearby watched in shock, their faces twitching involuntarily. This human cultivator's strength was truly unexpected, was actually able to stand his ground against Jin Zhan. One must know that Jin Zhan was a being capable of rivaling the might of a human expert at the Hunyuan realm, while Lin Che was merely a cultivator who had just entered the Shenhua realm. By all logic, even a casual strike from Jin Zhan should have been beyond Lin Che's ability to withstand. Jin Zhan narrowed his eyes, and his massive figure suddenly blurred and vanished. Lin Che's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately pushed his extraordinary will to its limits. In an instant, the world before his eyes seemed to freeze. Even the dust floating in the air became vividly clear. In this heightened state, he caught sight of Jin Zhan's figure. It wasn't that Jin Zhan had disappeared, but rather that his speed had approached the threshold of sound, his entire body shrouded in an eerie black glow. In a flash, Jin Zhan closed the distance to Lin Che and threw a punch without hesitation. The air was pierced, and a pale fist imprint materialized out of nowhere, hurtling toward Lin Che's face. Lin Che's expression turned grave as he activated the power of his ancient chaos physique to its fullest. The blood energy within him surged, transforming into a crimson flame that enveloped his entire body. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the attack head-on with a punch of his own. Is this guy insane? The pig demon and white ape were utterly stunned. Though they didn't know the origins of the Dragon Soul Spear, they could sense its terrifying sharpness. Against a physically formidable opponent like Jin Zhan, using the Dragon Soul Spear would have been the logical choice. Yet Lin Che opted to fight barehanded. Boom! The two fists collided midair, producing a dull sound like massive boulders crashing together. The shockwaves swept in all directions, tearing through the air and triggering a series of sonic booms. Lin Che was forced to retreat from the sheer force, each step leaving deep cracks in the ground beneath him. In stark contrast, Jin Zhan stood unmoving, his body radiating demonic energy that pressed down on Lin Che, causing the blood flames on his body to shrink. He actually blocked it. The pig demon and white ape gasped in disbelief. Though Lin Che was clearly at a disadvantage, the fact that he had managed to withstand Jin Zhan's punch was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Che's fighting spirit burned even brighter. Jin Zhan was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and this was the perfect opportunity to test himself and prepare for the journey to Lingshu Cave Heaven. Besides, with the identity token in hand, he could always concede and escape if necessary. Having thought it through, Lin Che took the initiative to attack, his figure transforming into a blur as he charged toward Jin Zhan. Yet before he could fully unleash his assault, Jin Zhan intercepted him with a punch. The terrifying power surged through Lin Che's body, forcing him to retreat and disperse the force, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Meteor! Lin Che knew he had to unleash his killing move. The Dragon Soul Spear turned into a streak of light and stabbed toward Jin Zhan. However, the spear's murderous intent seemed to have no effect on Jin Zhan, who effortlessly stopped it with a single finger. Unwilling to back down, Lin Che launched a series of meteor strikes. The spear shadows danced like dragons, and the air was filled with bloodlust, forming a crimson cloud around Jin Zhan. Yet, despite the seemingly overwhelming display, the attacks had no impact on him. Finally, Lin Che gritted his teeth and resolved to unleash his most powerful strike. Though it would exhaust all his energy, he had no other choice at this moment. Break! With a furious roar, Lin Che unleashed his ultimate attack. Boom! Lin Che thrust his spear once more, using the recoil from clashing with Jin Zhan to propel himself backward at lightning speed. His movements were swift and precise, the Dragon Soul Spear twisting in his hands as his eyes glinted with determination. A golden red flame began to ignite across his body. A thunderous roar erupted from within him. His life force was burning. At this moment, Lin Che pushed his ancient chaos body to its peak, with chaotic battle energy surging violently through his meridians, limbs, and bones, before pouring entirely into the Dragon Soul Spear. The air behind him exploded, revealing a stark white vacuum. The ground beneath his feet shattered instantly, sending dirt and vegetation flying in all directions. Fixing his gaze on Jin Zhan, Lin Che raised the spear and thrust it forward with all his might, channeling every ounce of his power into the Dragon Soul Spear. Roar! A chaotic, blood-red beam shot out, accompanied by an earth-shaking dragon's roar, heading straight for Jin Zhan. The air cracked open, leaving a straight, white vacuum trail in its wake, as a terrifying aura of slaughter filled the surroundings. Empowered by the Dragon Soul Spear, the deadly strike erupted with unimaginable force. Hiss! What terrifying power! Is this guy really just at the Divine Fire Realm? The pig demon and white ape nearby gasped in shock. If that spear had been aimed at them, they feared they would be utterly annihilated, leaving no trace of their existence. Jin Zhan narrowed his eyes at the incoming chaotic bloodlight. For a cultivator who had just entered the Divine Fire Realm to unleash an attack of this magnitude approaching the Primordial Realm was simply astounding. He dared not take it lightly. Stretching out his arms, he gathered demonic energy in his palms, instantly forming a massive ball of demonic energy. Boom! The two forces collided midair. For a moment, it was as if the entire world fell silent. The demonic energy ball spun violently, its energy rippling outward, while the chaotic blood light tore through it with relentless ferocity. Suddenly, a blood dragon's phantom shot skyward, ripping apart the demonic energy ball, only to be consumed by the explosive surge of demonic power. A powerful shockwave swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, overturning the ground layer by layer. Lin Che, despite using the Dragon Soul Spear to shield himself, was sent flying and spat out blood. The pig demon and white ape were also caught in the aftermath, coughing up blood from the impact. Even Jin Zhan staggered backwards 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing with a muffled grunt. Lin Che crashed to the ground, coughing up more blood. He barely managed to stay upright by leaning on the Dragon Soul Spear. The backlash from his all-out attack had taken its toll. His face was pale, sweat poured down like rain, and his clothes were soaked. Yet, he had no time to assess his injuries. Drawing on his last reserves of strength, he darted in the opposite direction from Jin Zhan. He could have used his identity token to leave, but he refused to abandon his goal of entering the demon ceiling tower. More importantly, under the immense pressure of this life-and-death crisis, he could feel a profound transformation occurring in his martial will. At that moment, Lin Che felt a sudden clarity in his heart. The advancement of martial willpower could never be achieved through isolation and seclusion. It was only in moments of life and death, when the mind and spirit were pushed to their absolute limits, that the best opportunities for growth could arise. Big brother, take a rest. Leave this guy to us. The bored demon glared at Lin Che's retreating figure, licking his tusks with a murderous glint in his eyes. Although he had sustained some injuries in the earlier battle, it was clear that Lin Che's condition was far worse. Was nearly at his breaking point. Teaming up with the white ape, killing Lin Che would be a straightforward task. However, just as the bored demon took a step forward, Jin Zhan spoke coldly, "Hold it." The bored demon hesitated, stopping in his tracks. Jin Zhan's face was expressionless as he said, "He cannot die." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he spoke. In truth, Jin Zhan's own situation was far from ideal. The remnants of the Dragon Soul's power, which had surged into him in its final moments, had yet to fully dissipate, leaving a lingering heat coursing through his body. Hearing this, the bored demon froze for a moment before his expression turned pale. If Jin Zhan had said so, and he still failed to grasp the reasoning behind it, he would truly disgrace the name bored demon. By now, Lin Che had put considerable distance between himself and his pursuers. As he ran, he glanced back to see that Jin Zhan was not following, and he exhaled in relief. But before he could fully relax, a group of demons suddenly appeared ahead of him. A human. Brothers, kill him. 7 or 8 demons surged with demonic energy, surrounding Lin Che from all sides. Faced with this situation, Lin Che's eyes flashed coldly. Instead of retreating, he raised the Dragon Soul Spear in his hand and thrust it forward. Boom! The first demon to charge at him was instantly pierced through. With a flick of Lin Che's wrist, the demon's body was torn apart and swiftly absorbed by him. Although Lin Che's battle energy was depleted and his vitality severely weakened, his body, having undergone a second breakthrough, possessed extraordinary resilience and endurance. Against these ordinary demons at the Divine Flame Realm, he was far from a helpless prey. Run. This guy's no ordinary human. Seeing their comrade killed in one strike, the remaining demons widened their eyes in fear and scattered in all directions. Lin Che's gaze turned icy as he struck again. The aura of slaughter erupted, and another demon was shattered on the spot, his essence quickly absorbed by Lin Che. Suddenly, a sharp light flashed in Lin Che's eyes. Due to his lack of internal energy, this strike relied entirely on the aura of slaughter, without any elaborate spear techniques or flourishes, just pure, brute force. Yet in this simplicity, Lin Che had stumbled upon a secret. Soul Devour, the second move of the Slaughter Spear technique. He seemed to have finally grasped its profound essence. Lin Che's purpose for entering the Lingshu Cave Heaven was clear: to cultivate the Slaughter Domain and enhance his strength. Though the signs of the Slaughter Domain had yet to appear, while practicing the second form of the Slaughter Spear technique, Soul Devour, he seemed to grasp some profound mystery. Lin Che fixed his gaze on the retreating figures of the fleeing demons, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Recalling the sensation of his earlier strike, he flicked his wrist, and a blood-colored spear light shot forth like lightning. Swish! The spear light instantly pierced through the body of a demon, shredding it into fragments. The moment the blood and flesh scattered into the air, they were refined into a slaughter mark and absorbed into Lin Che's body. Feeling the newly acquired slaughter mark within him, Lin Che's eyes grew even brighter. With a light step, his figure turned into a blur, initiating another round of pursuit. Boom! Boom! Boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, all the fleeing demons were reduced to slaughter marks. So that's how it is. Lin Che came to a halt, carefully sensing the changes within his body. He had always misunderstood the essence of Soul Devour, thinking it was merely about using the energy of slaughter to destroy the opponent's physical body and soul. But now he finally understood. The true essence of Soul Devour was to ignite the killing intent within the opponent's heart, causing their soul to self-destruct. These were two completely different realms. One involved external force, requiring the breaking of defenses to harm the soul. The other used the energy of slaughter as a catalyst, causing the opponent to collapse from within. The latter was undoubtedly far more difficult to defend against. Having grasped this profound truth, Lin Che felt his exhaustion dissipate. It's not enough. I need more combat experience to solidify this feeling. He licked his lips, his martial intent spreading out to search for new targets. Soon, another series of agonized screams echoed through the demon lock tower. Even in his less than optimal state, these ordinary demons were no match for him. At the black gate of the third level of the demon lock tower, Zhu Ke and He Yinluo observed everything through a void mirror. Even these two Saint Dao experts couldn't hide their astonishment. That boy! He comprehended Soul Devour? The two spoke almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each seeing the incredulity in the other's eyes. They both knew how difficult it was to master the second form of the Slaughter Spear technique. Although Zhu Ke had mentioned Soul Devour before, she never expected Lin Che to grasp it so quickly. Just moments ago, when Lin Che was defeated by Jin Zhan, Zhu Ke thought this trip to the Demon Lock Tower would end in failure. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Che had surprised her. Though he hadn't yet condensed the slaughter domain, comprehending Soul Devour far exceeded expectations. Even the usually stern He Yinluo couldn't help but sigh. You truly found yourself an exceptional disciple. Despite knowing some secrets about the primordial chaos body, Lin Che's displayed talent still amazed this Saint Dao expert. Zhu Ke raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. With a master like me, how could my disciple be anything but extraordinary?" Boom. Another demon was slain and refined by Lin Che. He suddenly paused, standing still with his eyes closed. In the shadows, three demons, Pig Demon, White Ape, and Jin Zhan had been tailing him. At this moment, all three narrowed their eyes, staring intently at the figure not far away. The Pig Demon stood at a distance, his heart churning with complex emotions. Watching Lin Che slaughter his kin with abandon, he dared not intervene. The oppressive feeling was tearing him apart. Waves of murderous intent surged within him, threatening to erupt, yet he was forced to suppress them with great effort. But soon, an even more terrifying realization sent shivers through the Pig Demon. Lin Che's aura was growing at an astonishing speed. The killing intent that surrounded him had more than doubled in just moments. What kind of monster is this? The Pig Demon thought in shock. Not only is his combat prowess unparalleled, but his cultivation speed is also horrifyingly fast. Jin Zhan narrowed his eyes, his heart equally unsettled. He was keenly aware that if Lin Che unleashed that spear technique again, even he might suffer severe injuries. Reflecting on how much importance the protector placed on Lin Che, Jin Zhan suddenly felt a sense of clarity. So this is the true nature of the soul-devouring path. When Lin Che finally opened his eyes, a restrained glow of red and violet swirled within them, a unique state that came from mastering soul-devouring. At that moment, the voice of Zhu Ke echoed in his mind. "Lin Che, you can come out now." Lin Che nodded slightly, activated his identity token, and vanished from where he stood. Jin Zhan and the other two demons let out a collective sigh of relief. Finally, this little ancestor is gone, they muttered silently. Lin Che reappeared outside the black gate and immediately bowed to Zhu Quebec Master. "Thank you for your efforts." With his sharp mind, he instantly understood that Jin Zhan sparing him in the end must have been due to Zhu Ke's intervention. However, Zhu Ke shook his head and gestured. "I wasn't the one who warned the ape demon. You should thank your third granduncle." Startled, Lin Che looked toward He Yinluo and respectfully clasped his fists. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance." He Yinluo merely cast him a brief glance before disappearing without a word. Zhu Ke patted Lin Che on the shoulder. "For now, take this time to rest and prepare. Wait until the Lingshu cave heaven opens." A month passed in the blink of an eye. "Lin Che, the time has come." Inside his room, Lin Che's eyes snapped open, sharp as lightning. With the opening of Lingshu cave heaven imminent, only one thought filled his mind. "Linny, I'm coming for you." Lingshu cave heaven, a fragmented ancient world, opens only once a year. Like a vast labyrinth filled with both allure and peril, it is a place where countless sovereigns' remains lie buried, and where opportunities so tempting they drive people to madness are hidden. Within this mysterious realm, scrolls of ancient arcane arts glimmer faintly in the shadows. Monolithic tablets inscribed with world-shaking battle techniques stand amidst desolation, and rare spiritual herbs and divine trees, long extinct in the outside world, continue to thrive. Most coveted of all are the unique divine stones, extraordinary treasures imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Even saints are driven to obsession over them. What makes these stones remarkable is that warriors can absorb their energy directly without any refining process, instantly turning it into their own power. The Lingshu Cave Heaven is tightly controlled by the Great Zhou Academy, with fixed annual quotas reserved exclusively for its disciples and the elite from the 4 martial institutes. This monopoly is precisely why Lin Che was willing to go to any lengths to join a martial institution, a world where social hierarchy is deeply entrenched. Every place of value has long been carved up by powerful factions. At this moment, final preparations were underway within the 4 martial institutes. Meanwhile, at the Great Zhou Academy, Lin Xuanqi was communicating with Lin Yi through a void mirror. Lin Yi held a black battle armor in his hands, his eyes burning with fervor. There is a restriction within Lingshu Cave Heaven that suppresses the void spirit realm. Any expert above the divine fire realm cannot enter. Lin Xuanqi's voice was deep and commanding. If you want to kill Lin Che, you'll have to rely on yourself. This Quasar armor can unleash Black Dragon profound energy in a critical moment, strong enough to instantly kill a primordial realm cultivator. But remember, once you use it, the restriction will sense it and eject you from the cave. Lin Yi smirked confidently. Rest assured, Father. I've fully mastered the ancient tyrant body and possess the innate demonic eyes. Lin Che is nothing more than a trivial obstacle. Will crush him with a single move. Lin Xuanqi nodded silently, satisfied. With 2 unparalleled physiques, the Black Dragon battle armor, and peak divine fire realm cultivation, he was convinced Lin Yi could eliminate Lin Che. But if the unexpected did occur, they would have to resort to more desperate measures. Meanwhile, in Ice Cloud Valley, Hua Zhentian was cautioning Hua Yinshu to stay safe through a void mirror. At the same time, Lin Yi stowed the Black Dragon battle armor into his Zhou Tianqi Si, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Lin Che, this time, I will kill you without fail. Father, will Lake also enter the Lingshu Cave Heaven? Hua Yinshu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her voice carrying a hint of barely contained excitement. Hua Zhentian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, as if he'd just swallowed a fly. If that boy finds out Lin Yi is entering Lingshu Cave Heaven, he'll definitely go in too. The moment he said this, Hua Yinshu seemed to light up entirely. Her hands, hidden beneath her sleeves, unconsciously fidgeted, her eyes brimming with joy. Seeing his daughter like this, Hua Zhentian felt a pang in his heart and sighed, shaking his head. Girls really do grow up and can't be kept around forever. She hasn't even married yet, and it's already like this. I wonder if she'll even remember this old man once she's married off. Father. Hua Yinshu's cheeks flushed a rosy red. Hua Zhentian let out a chuckle. Still, I'm quite looking forward to Lin Che and Lin Yi meeting. Wonder who'll come out on top in the end. Listening to her father's words, Hua Yinshu silently made up her mind. I will definitely help Ake. Meanwhile, in the Battle Dao Academy, Zhu Ke was giving Lin Che some final instructions. Lin Che, let me remind you one last time about the situation in Lingshu Cave Heaven. Within the Cave Heaven, there are numerous opportunities and treasures, but also countless hidden dangers. To minimize these risks, the Great Zhou Academy has collaborated with Formation Masters to set up the Void Spirit Seal throughout the Cave Heaven, suppressing unstable factors. This Void Spirit Seal also serves as a form of protection. It limits the maximum cultivation level of those who can enter to the Divine Flame Realm. Any cultivator exceeding the Divine Flame Realm will be expelled by the power of the seal, Zhu Ke explained, her tone growing more serious. Once you're inside, remember not to trust anyone lightly. Especially when it comes to treasures, think carefully before taking action. I believe in your abilities, and I trust you'll achieve something great. But remember, safety first. Even if you come away with nothing, your life is the most important thing. As Lin Che listened intently to Zhu Chue's guidance, the Lingshu token in his hand suddenly began to glow, emitting a strange ripple of energy. This token, which Zhu Ke had just given him, was the key to entering Lingshu Cave Heaven. Seeing this, Zhu Chue's gaze sharpened. Lin Che, remember safety first? Lin Che was about to nod in acknowledgement when the Lingshu token erupted in a burst of azure light, enveloping him completely. When the light faded, Lin Che's figure had vanished from where he stood. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.